Wow. The golden needle on emits gorgeous brilliance, which makes people's eyes unable to open. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan follow Fang Jia's footsteps. The blood in Ning Xiaochuan's body ran frantically, and a supreme force was born from the blood, making his reaction speed reach an unprecedented height. The steps opened, turned into a colorful streamer, and moved 5 meters horizontally. Although Ning Xiaochuan's speed was extremely fast, he was still scratched by the dragon needle, leaving a blood mark on his ear. Shwa. The dragon pattern gold needle rotated a circle, drew a beautiful arc, and flew back to the woods. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the flash of golden man's, and looked at Fang Jia's body on the ground. It was pierced through the head by a dragon needle, and the whole head exploded, and the skull broke into more than 10 pieces. A powerful friar of the 5th step heaven ladder fell like this. If this happened in Yulan Empire, it would be enough to cause earth-shaking sensation. Who? Ning Xiaochuan touched the blood mark on his ear and looked into the darkness. It was really close just now. I almost died under the dragon needle. Out of the woods came a woman in black. Her graceful body was shrouded in a gray fog, with only 2 jade-white fingers exposed outside her sleeves and a golden dragon needle between her fingertips. The woman in black had a smile in her eyes and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you're hiding too deep." The mental trainer of the 1st step of Tianti? Unexpectedly, she defeated Fang Jia with understatement. I'm afraid your cultivation is not only the 1st step of Tianti, but also your physique is definitely beyond ordinary people's reach. She called out Ning Xiaochuan's name at a glance. Obviously, she didn't happen to pass by, but she definitely came prepared. Ning Xiaochuan stared at her and said, "Since you already know my cultivation, how dare you come out of the darkness?" Although the woman in the black robe is very powerful and has the dragon pattern gold needle of the 9th grade Xuanqi level, her cultivation has not reached the realm of heaven and man. As long as he does not reach the realm of heaven and man, even if the other party's cultivation is strong, Ning Xiaochuan is confident to defeat the other party. You can beat Fang Jia lightly, and I can kill Fang Jia lightly. Why should I fear you? Hee hee. The woman in black laughed. So his name is Fang Jia. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the dead body. The friar in the 5th step Tianti realm was already a rare master in the younger generation, and had a great chance to pass the Tianmen exam and become an inner disciple of the Tiandi Academy. Young talents of this level are also rare in Wanjian Palace. They are seed candidates who can shock core disciples. However, this Fang Jia is a member of the Burning Sword sect. He never knew him. Why did he come to kill him? Jianzong and Wanjian Palace are old enemies, but Ning Xiaochuan and Jianzong have no gratitude and resentment. Ning Xiaochuan can only think of Wang Xuanfu. There are more young masters in Wang Xuanfu than the sword-burning sect. There is no need to abandon the near and seek the far, and find a young master of the sword-burning sect to kill him? Strange. How strange. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that although Wang Sun's mansion was full of masters, he didn't want to offend Wanjian Palace easily. In Tianmen City, many people know that Ning Xiaochuan had a festival with Wang Sunfu. If Ning Xiaochuan was killed at this time, everyone would suspect Wang Sunfu. However, if they invited the people of the Burning Sword sect to kill Ning Xiaochuan, once Ning Xiaochuan died, they would immediately secretly tell Fang Jia's name to the Wanjian Palace, resulting in a fight between the Burning Sword sect and the Wanjian Palace. Wang Xuanfu can sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, and make profits from it. This is a move that Jin Ling has long thought of, but she didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's accomplishments far exceeded her estimates, and even killed the friars of the Burning Sword sect. Therefore, at the last moment, she can only come out to clean up the mess and kill Fang Jia, lest he say something he shouldn't say. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed into a gap, looked at the woman in black in the distance, and said, "I have a grudge against you?" "No hatred." The woman in black shook her head. Ning Xiaochuan said, I know you? See you tonight for the first time. The woman in black said. Ning Xiaochuan said, then why did you kill Fang Jia? Shouldn't you be grateful to me for helping you kill the enemy? The woman in black laughed. Thank you? I think it's you who ordered Fang Jia to kill me? You're afraid Fang Jia will give you up, so kill him first. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The woman in black said, I have no hatred for you. Why did I send Fang Jia to kill you when we met for the first time? Besides, even if I ordered Fang Jia to kill you, why should I be afraid that he would give me up? You are not a human being, can you still kill me? Back 10,000 steps, even if you are a human being, you may not be able to kill me. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, then go, I don't want to kill you. Hey. You told me to go, but I didn't go. It's not easy to meet a suitable opponent. I just want to fight with you and understand the way of heaven and man by fighting. I think you also have the top fighting power under heaven and man. Don't you want to fight with a person of the same level? Maybe you can find an opportunity to break through heaven and man. The woman in black laughed. The woman in black didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan only had the cultivation of the fourth step of heaven ladder realm. She thought that Ning Xiaochuan, like her, was a figure who had reached the peak of the fifth step of heaven ladder, only one step away from heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan said, do you want to talk about Tao or kill? The woman in black laughed and said, it's both talking about Tao and killing people. Maybe if I kill you, I'll get to Tao. Between the words, an atmosphere of killing spread, and the momentum of the two people was rising rapidly. Unexpectedly, neither of them lost to the other, giving people a feeling of balance. In a fair fight, Ning Xiaochuan has never encountered such a powerful opponent. Although the woman in black is also the cultivation of the fifth step of heaven ladder, with her strength, even if she is against 3 or 5 monks of the fifth step of heaven ladder like Fang Jia at the same time, she can definitely win. Ning Xiaochuan can. The whole young generation, there are only a few people who reach the realm of heaven and man, including the spiritual virtual venerable, the crown prince of the emperor, the dancing fairy, the orchid fairy, and the 3 young kings among the disciples of the outer gate of Tiandi Mountain. Perhaps, there are some hidden heavenly people, but the number is absolutely small. In the whole Tiandi Mountain, there are less than 10 young monks who can reach the realm of heaven and man. Everyone's name resounds through all human civilizations, has his own adventures and legends, and is respected by countless young monks. The woman in black in front of her is one of the most powerful people except those young people. Once she finds the opportunity to reach the realm of heaven and man, she will also become an equal existence with the crown prince and dance fairy. Therefore, this war is extremely important to her. Ning Xiaochuan is one of the few opponents that she can attach importance to. There was no sign. The two shot almost at the same time, and neither of them used Jiuping Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan played martial arts magic, and what she displayed was mysterious Taoism. Although she practiced Taoism, her body was also very strong and fast. She was like a phantom at night. No matter how powerful Ning Xiaochuan's magic power was, she couldn't touch her body. There are 7 variables in Ning Xiaochuan's rainbow shift. However, there are 7 variables in her body method. With the blessing of Taoism, her body method is extremely strange. It's like 49 shadows dancing around Ning Xiaochuan, like a group of people in black surrounded Ning Xiaochuan, and there are human figures and palms everywhere. Ning Xiaochuan's hands condensed dozens of lightning, and the whole space was shrouded in lightning, tearing up all those black shadows. All trees and grass are soldiers. The woman in black retreated first, as fast as the wind. She scattered 36 top-grade basalt stones, fell to the ground, sank into the soil, and fused with the spiritual acupoints on the ground. Weeds began to grow wildly. Ordinary grass leaves, turned into more than 10 meters long blade, frantically cut towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ordinary trees, turned into towering ancient trees, branches into steel vines, leaves into throwing knives, rushed down from the sky to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan spread his wings on his back, took off, and flew between the branches. His left hand burst into blue yin fire, and his right hand burst into red yang fire. The two flames gathered together to form a huge fireball, which fell on the ground. Boom! The earth with a radius of tens of meters is broken and cracked, and the flame spreads out in all directions, igniting the plants and trees that turn into metal. The Taoist method of the woman in black was broken, and the whole field was burnt to scorched earth. Ning Xiaochuan rushed out of the flame and flew away in the distance, with the purple cold smoke, seriously injured. The woman in black thought Ning Xiaochuan wanted to escape, sneered, and pointed to the void. A white light column flew out of the fingertips, mobilizing the spiritual acupoints and xuanqi in the surrounding space, making the power of the light column more and more powerful. When the light column flew behind Ning Xiaochuan, its diameter had become 1 meter thick, full of destructive power. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly turned around, holding purple smoke in one hand, slapping out with one hand. The virtual shadow of a huge lightning beast wrapped his palm and hit the light column. Boom! The power of that pillar of light was indeed terrifying. It pushed Ning Xiaochuan out horizontally and did not completely offset that power until he flew more than 100 meters away. After Ning Xiaochuan took a healing Shandan to Zihanyan, he called Jin Jiao out of Xuanzhou Jian and asked her to take care of Zihanyan. The woman in black caught up, glanced at Jin Jiao and Zihanyan, and said, "Since you have concerns about fighting here, let's go to the different space and let go." Good. Ning Xiaochuan also wants to take a chance. The woman in black is really a good opponent. The woman in black's means are very powerful, and she doesn't see the use of Taoism. She just reaches out to cut into the sky, and the void is torn out into a gap and turned into a gate. The door of alien space is opened. Different space, that is, the unformed ruins world, exists in the cracks of the real world. She flew into different space first. Ning Xiaochuan also flew into the different space and fell on a suspended boulder with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Looking at the woman in black in the distance, he said, "Do you want to use the 9 mysterious weapons?" No. The killing power of the dragon pattern gold needle is too strong, which is not comparable to ordinary Jiupin xuanqi. If one needle kills you, how boring it is. The woman in black laughed. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Are you so confident?" To be honest, the dragon pattern gold needle has been refined into a concrete magic power by me. It is compatible with my fingers. Its power is even more powerful than the congenital 9-grade xuanqi. Unless it is facing heaven and man, there is really no need to use the dragon pattern gold needle. The woman in black said. Under normal circumstances, only heaven and man can integrate xuanqi into divine power, refine it into the body, and cultivate it into a concrete divine power. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that in addition to herself, the woman in black also had an anti-heaven constitution. Before reaching the realm of heaven and man, she had cultivated a concrete divine power. If so, she really refined the dragon pattern gold needle into a concrete magic power. If she made a sneak attack, even heaven and man were likely to die. The woman in black naturally knows that Ning Xiaochuan has also refined concrete magic powers, otherwise she would not regard Ning Xiaochuan as her opponent. Good. Whoever uses the Jiupin xuanqi first will lose first. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The woman in black stretched out a slender finger toward the void, a circle of white brilliance condensed, forming a huge array, and fought towards Ning Xiaochuan. The array rotation is like a millstone, which can grind the common people into blood mud. Ning Xiaochuan didn't use any magical powers, strode forward, used physical strength, smashed the array with one punch, and attacked the woman in black. It's worthy of martial arts. What a strong body. I'm afraid it can be compared with some heaven and man? The woman in black didn't panic at all. Her black robe spread out, turned into wings, and flew away quickly. She is a Taoist monk, with strong Taoism but not strong flesh. Naturally, she dare not let Ning Xiaochuan close. Really think I can't catch up with you? Ning Xiaochuan ran the blood in his body, making the blood flow speed reach the extreme. A supreme force was born from his body, and the speed increased by 3 times. 5 fingers turned into claws, and each finger flowed lightning light, catching up with the woman in black. The woman in black uttered a light sigh in her mouth, and her body was spinning in the void. It was like a black dragon and snake tumbling, even avoiding the electric claws of Ning Xiaochuan. Prick! Ning Xiaochuan's claw was originally intended to grasp the arm of the woman in black, but he only tore off one of her black robe sleeves. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the sleeve with some fragrance in his hand and looked at the woman in black. He saw that the woman in black was still wearing a gorgeous Taoist robe. Although the outer disciples of Tiandi Mountain wear the same style of Taoist robes, the materials are very different. The Taoist robe on the woman in black is extremely precious. Each silk thread is worth thousands of basalt, and the defense power of the Taoist robe is naturally quite terrible. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan's claw just tore off the sleeve of her black robe outside the door, and did not really hurt her. Being able to wear such an expensive Taoist robe shows that this woman's identity is definitely not simple. The wealth value behind her is beyond ordinary people's imagination. She is from Wangsun Mansion. Ning Xiaochuan made such a judgment at the first time that only the descendants of the aristocratic family in the Wangsun Mansion had so many xianqi to spend. She should be a fellow traveler with Lu Ren and Jin Wuhuan. It is she who let Fang Jia kill herself. After guessing the identity of the woman in black, Ning Xiaochuan figured out the cause and effect. In an instant, the woman in black flew to a distance of dozens of feet away from Ning Xiaochuan. She took out 9 bronze array plates from her body in a row, fought them out, suspended in 9 directions, turned into 9 defense arrays, and protected herself in the array. She was also surprised by the speed that Ning Xiaochuan had just burst out. Therefore, facing Ning Xiaochuan again, she summoned up 12 points of spirit and defended herself first. It takes a lot of time to arrange the formation in the battle. Therefore, the Taoist monk will burn the array pattern into an array disc in advance, and directly hit the array disc when fighting, so that the array can be formed immediately. In addition to burning the array disc by yourself, you can also choose to buy the array disc. It's just that the price of the array is ridiculously expensive. Unless it's the descendants of the Han nationality, otherwise, it can't afford to buy it all. The 9 bronze array plates arranged by the woman in black are powerful. They are burned by Taoist monks in the realm of heaven and man. They are powerful and invaluable. The value of each array plate is more than 10 million pieces of basalt. 9 array plates, worth 100 million basalt. This is something that the children of an aristocratic family can afford to buy. With the xianqi wealth that Ning Xiaochuan now has, even if you buy an array plate, you will feel meat pain. 9 defense arrays guard the woman in black. Even heaven and man can't break her defense in a short time. It can be said that she is now in an invincible position. 9 defensive arrays wrapped her body. Some arrays were made of flint, with a certain attack power. Some arrays show the shadow of thousands of swords after they are launched. Some arrays are formed by mountains dozens of meters high, and their defense is comparable to iron walls. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "It is worthy of being an outstanding descendant of the ancient clan. Even if he is rich and powerful, he can buy 9 array plates at sky-high prices. Is it a fair battle to defend like you? Hee hee. Money is also a kind of strength. I have several offensive array discs, burned by Tianren. It is fair to you not to use these offensive array discs. The woman in black said. You have been invincible. Even if you continue to fight, there is no threat to you. In the absence of threat, it is impossible to experience the crisis of death, and it is impossible to stimulate your own potential and understand the realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. It seems to make some sense. The woman in black nodded slightly. The reason why she just beat out the 9 defensive arrays was that Ning Xiaochuan was startled and instinctively made the safest response. Since childhood, she has been the top genius in the family. Few people in her generation can compare with her and have never encountered a real crisis of life and death. When she meets an enemy whose cultivation is stronger than her, the elders of her own clan will wipe out the other party. If you meet an enemy in the same realm, you will also be beaten to death by her. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan almost caught her, which was extremely dangerous. Naturally, she was scared out of order. However, she soon calmed down and put away 8 of them, leaving only 1 to protect herself. Can we continue fighting now? The woman in black said. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, of course. Wait a minute. The woman in black said. What are you going to do? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The woman in black said, although I put away all 8 defense arrays, I still want to tell you. Both array plates and xuanqi are part of the strength of monks. If I fight in life and death, I will use all defense arrays and attack arrays. In that case, you can't hurt me at all, but I can kill you easily. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, do you really think so? You have your means, and I also have my means. If we use all the means, maybe you have a higher probability of death. You have no other means to use except concrete magic powers and Jiupin xuanqi? The woman in black is also alert. If you have the ability, naturally you can force me to use the means. Ning Xiaochuan rode. There was a light in the eyes of the woman in black. Without saying more, she turned the surging vitality in her body into a spiritual state and Dharma phase. Fa Xiang presents an illusory world, a fairy mountain hangs above the sky, a 9-sky waterfall flows down the mountain, and giant dragons fly around the fairy mountain, presenting a vast world, which is very like a holy land. This is the Dharma she cultivated. The spirit realm Fa Xiang has already belonged to the top Fa Xiang. For example, the evil sword Fa Xiang, cultivated by Jia, is too powerful. Once the Dharma phase came out, the whole alien space seemed to be controlled by her. With a wave of her arm, a long river of sword qi appeared in the different space, hundreds of meters long, rolling towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't cultivate the Dharma phase, but he also had his means. With his hands stretched out towards the void, a vast magic cloud appeared, sweeping the whole world, forcibly squeezing out a space from the spiritual Dharma phase of the woman in black. A huge black stone tablet emerged from the magic cloud. The black stone tablet is engraved with magical patterns and wrapped with thick iron chains, giving off a frightening smell of destruction. The 10th magical power, the monument of the god of destruction. Ning Xiaochuan's body flew out 16 world-destroying qi, turned into 16 black magic rivers, flew around the world-destroying god monument, and rushed towards the spirit realm Fa Xiang. If the spirit realm Fa Xiang is really a fairyland world, then at this moment, this fairyland world will be invaded by magic clouds on a large scale, which is simply like a demon king, leading thousands of demons to attack fairyland. Ning Xiaochuan didn't cultivate the Fa Xiang, but with the magic power of the stone of the god of destruction, he suppressed the Fa Xiang displayed by the woman in black. What is this Fa Xiang? The woman in black didn't know that it was Ning Xiaochuan's magic power, and thought it was Ning Xiaochuan's Fa Xiang. If it's just a magic power, why is it so terrible? It is simply to destroy the sky and the earth, and destroy all creatures in the world. The woman in black finally believes that Ning Xiaochuan has the means to hide. This kind of magic tablet Fa Xiang alone has the power to shatter the array disk burned by the Friar of Heaven and Earth. The spiritual realm and dharma she displayed was constantly crushed, and the formation of heaven and man guarding her was constantly crushed, and a crack appeared on the array plate. The God tablet, flying out of the magic cloud, is really terrible. It seems that no one can resist it with anything. Blue eyes and golden eyes. Under the oppression of the monument of the god of destruction, the woman in black finally showed her strongest means. A pair of peach blossom-like eyes spread a trace of blue lines. All the whites of the eyes turn blue, just like flawless emerald. At the same time, a pair of black pupils turn into gold, emitting a bright brilliance, making the whole different space turn into gold. If it were not in the different space, the golden light emitted from her pupils would be enough to spread hundreds of miles away, and could compete with the sun, moon, and stars above the sky for brilliance. These are her inborn divine eyes. Her eyes are different from ordinary people. They contain divine blood and burn golden divine fire. Once the divine eye power is exerted, the power is even more terrifying than the Jiu Dang Jia. The elders of her family once looked through ancient books and found the record of her divine purpose, which was called Blue Eyes and Golden Eyes. In ancient times, there was a sub-god ancient beast with such a divine eye. The total number of people who know this secret is no more than 5. Once people know that she has a pair of divine eyes, it will only be a disaster for her. Even if she is backed by an ancient clan and sheltered by the strong, there will still be many people who are not afraid of death who will make those divine intentions. Therefore, the woman in black never dared to use the power of divine purpose easily. Once she exerted the power of divine purpose, it showed that she had sentenced the other party to death. Once, she used the power of divine purpose to kill an injured man. In her opinion, Ning Xiaochuan is no different from the dead. Even if he uses Jiu Dang Jia, it is absolutely impossible to resist the power of God's purpose. Wow! The golden light flew out and purified all the magic qi in the different space. 2 golden pillars of light hit the stone tablet of the god of destruction. Although they did not immediately puncture the stone tablet, they deflected the stone tablet. Ning Xiaochuan naturally felt that terrible force, which was only stained by golden mans, and his robe turned into fly ash, and his skin was cut off with dense blood. If it weren't for his physical body comparable to heaven and man, I'm afraid his body would have been torn apart. Is this still the power of the warrior in the ladder of heaven? Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, transferred the Tianwu vitality in his body to the center of his eyebrows, and injected it into white bone beads. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, there is a mysterious heaven seal. Driven by the vitality of Tianwu and under the pressure of death crisis, the white bone bead emitted milky brilliance and turned into a huge spiritual whole spring, emitting liquid heaven and earth xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan felt like he came to the beginning of chaos again. When he saw the groundbreaking scene, his eyes were closed, and he could clearly feel the shocking force of nature. Boom! Suddenly, the initial cosmic explosion. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, in the mark of the Emperor of Heaven, emitted a white light column, which impacted the 2 golden mans in the eyes of the woman in black. One of the golden lights was broken by the white light column. Another golden light continued to bombard Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan immediately mobilized the magic sword, the bronze ancient lamp, the single round star ball, and the 7 swords to guard himself in the center. Unable to resist, he was still beaten out by the golden light, with a bloody hole in his chest and a large fragment of his ribs. The white column of light emitted from the mark of the Emperor shattered one of the golden awns, and its strength was a little weak. However, he still flew towards the woman in black. The woman in black immediately beat out the dragon pattern flying needle and the other 8 array plates into 8 defense arrays. Boom! 8 array plates were broken into pieces of bronze. Wow! The white light column hit the waist of the woman in black, and pierced her body, leaving a fist large and small blood holes in the abdomen, and blood cracks spread towards the chest and legs, as if to tear her to pieces. After all, she was a monk in the 5th step of the ladder of heaven, with golden fire burning in her eyes to suppress the spreading injury. Immediately take 3 high-grade pills with cyan light into your mouth. The blue Danchi wrapped her body, and finally suppressed the injury completely. The blood stopped flowing, and the wound was healing quickly. Heaven's seal. Ning Xiaochuan. I remember you. The woman in black glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, spat out a mouthful of blood again, stuck a palm-sized jade amulet on her body, rushed out of the strange space, and ran away towards the night sky. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to take the life of the woman in black, but he was also seriously injured. After taking the advanced healing pill, he got better. Just now, the white bone bead and Wu Sol Tianzuan seal fused, and the terrorist blow that broke out almost exhausted Ning Xiaochuan's vitality in his body. Even if he wanted to chase the woman in black, he was powerless. Ning Xiaochuan flew out of the strange space and fell to the ground. He immediately sent Jian Jiao and the white-headed 9-clawed beast to hunt down the woman in black and get rid of her while she was injured. Half an hour later, Jian Jiao and the white-headed 9-clawed eagle returned from injuries. Master, we had caught up with her, but she played an aggressive array. If we hadn't escaped quickly, I'm afraid she would have died in the array. The 3 claws of the white-headed 9-clawed eagle were cracked by the attack array, and the whole body was covered with scars. Jian Jiao was not much better, and his injury was heavier than that of the white-headed 9-clawed eagle. Ning Xiaochuan had suppressed the injury, nodded, and said, I don't blame you. She is a child of an aristocratic family. She has many means to protect her life, and it's normal that she can't be killed. You all go back to Xuanzhou Jian to recover. Yes. The white-headed 9-clawed eagle and the golden dragon turned into 2 rays of light and flew into the Xian beast mirror. Zihanyan's injury has recovered a lot. He came to Ning Xiaochuan with a concerned look in his eyes and said softly, Master Ning, who is she? Is she a heavenly person? It's not heaven and man, but she has the means to kill heaven and man. It's worthy of being Tiandi Mountain. It's really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. There are many outstanding people. I don't know how many strong people like her are in this Tianmen exam. Ning Xiaochuan's face was not afraid but with a little expectation. Although he was seriously injured in the fight with the woman in black just now, Ning Xiaochuan also gained a lot. The understanding of the Earth Sutra reached a higher level, breaking through a realm, from the 1st step of the Heaven Ladder realm to the 2nd step of the Heaven Ladder realm. Moreover, stimulated by this death crisis, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the white bone beads and the Wu Soul Heaven seal were about to fully integrate. The only difference between the 3 Wu Soul seals now is that the Wu Soul Tianzuan seal is not integrated. Once fully integrated, Tianzuan seal will become one of Ning Xiaochuan's most powerful cards. The woman in black covered her blood-stained abdomen. After escaping back to Wang Sun's house, she could no longer support it. Her eyes became dark and fell to the ground. Sister, why are you hurt so badly? Jin Wuhuan rushed out immediately, held the woman in black, and immediately brought her into the cultivation chamber. Half an hour later, the woman in black managed to control the injury. She untied the black scarf on her face, revealed a pale face, wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth, and was still thinking about the war just now, with an uncertain look in her eyes. She is Jin Wu Hui's sister, Jin Ling, the first daughter of the Jin family Tianjiao. Jin Wuhuan knew his sister's strength better than anyone else. He had never seen her hurt so badly before, and said, Sister, who hurt you so badly? Is it Luo Wu's bitch? I'm going to avenge her now. Come back. Jin Ling covered her aching belly, clenched her teeth and said, Can you have a little brain? Luo Wu has been invited by the crown prince of the emperor to talk about it earlier. How can it be her? Is there a hidden young generation of heavenly people in Tianmen City? I'll inform Grandpa now and ask him to send a master of the clan to kill that guy. Jin Wuhuan said angrily. In his opinion, with his sister's cultivation, who can hurt her so badly except heaven and man? Jinling closed his eyes and said, "Are you an idiot? During the Tianmen examination, no Tianren from foreign forces can enter Tiandi Mountain. Even if there are experts coming to visit Tiandi Mountain, they are accompanied by the inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain, just in case the examinee asks the strong in the family to get rid of their strong enemies." Jin Wuhui said, "Then I'll tell Uncle 3 now, to let him kill the guy." Uncle 3 is the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain. He has cultivated himself into heaven and wants to get rid of a candidate. It's easy. No. If I kill an opponent in the same level, I have to ask the elders of the family to fight. How can I stand in the family in the future? Jin Ling stared at Jin Wuhui coldly and said, "Go out." Although I was seriously injured in the war just now, it also made me understand something. I just went to the manor where the friars in Jiujiang lived and found the bodies of members of the Burning Sword sect. Fang Jia seems to have failed. He is really a waste. He is also a martial artist in the 5th step of the Heaven Ladder, and he can't even kill a mental trainer in the 1st step of the Heaven Ladder. Jin Wuhui said. Hearing this, Jinling's expression moved, and he said very seriously, "Don't mess with that mental therapist in the future." Why? Jin Wuhuan asked, puzzled. If I tell you not to go, don't go. If you don't listen, I can't help it. Anyway, my father has so many children, and I don't care if you are less. I dare not listen to my sister. Since she told me not to provoke him, I won't go. Jin Wuhuan said with a bitter face. Send a message to the 3rd uncle and ask him to find someone to send a miraculous psychic medicine to Tianmen City to help people understand the Tao. I want to prepare to attack the realm of heaven and man. This time, the harvest from wandering on the edge of life and death, plus a miraculous psychic medicine, may be able to impact the realm of heaven and man at one stroke and become an equal existence with Luowu and other people. Jinling closed her eyes and began to practice. Okay. I'll go now. Jin Wuhuan's face showed a happy face. If her sister attacked the realm of heaven and man, wouldn't she be able to call the wind and rain in Tiandi Mountain in the future? That's great. Jin Wuhui walked out of the cultivation chamber and saw Lu Ren rushing over. Brother Jin, the assassination failed. Someone found Fang Jia's body outside Tianmen City, and several other young masters of the sword-burning sect also died. Lu Ren's face was very ugly. Jin Wuhuan's face moved, thinking of what his sister said to him just now. Is there a master guard around that mental therapist? No wonder my sister asked me not to provoke him. It turned out that Fang Jia was dead. Jin Wuhui naturally did not believe that Ning Xiaochuan would be a master of martial arts. He only thought that there were extremely strong people around Ning Xiaochuan to protect his way. How can there be no master guard around the heart-nourishing master? Brother Lu, I think it's better not to provoke Ning Xiaochuan again, so as not to cause trouble for yourself. Jin Wuhui said. Isn't it that a Fang Jia died? If I'm forced to hurry, I'll ask the killer of Zhu Tiangu to get rid of him. Lu Ren gritted his teeth. Jin Wuhuan looked a little moved and said, after all, Ning Xiaochuan is a top talent heart trainer. If you kill him, the impact will certainly be great. Zhu Tiangu may not be willing to take this business. Lu Ren shook his head and said, it's enough for Tiandi Mountain to have a talented spiritual trainer. As long as the price is high enough, I don't believe the people of Zhudiangu will be indifferent. I'll go to raise Shancher now, and then go to Zhudiangu to place an order. Ning Xiaochuan. Fight with me, you're dead. Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan were injured, so they did not return to Tianmen City. They found a secret place thousands of miles away from Tianmen City, and planned to heal their injuries first. Ning Xiaochuan was seriously injured. After taking the pill, He immediately operated the skill of heaven and earth Xuanqi, nourished every part of the body with Tianwu vitality, restored the injury and repaired the blood vessels. It took 5 days for Ning Xiaochuan to recover from his injury. When fighting with the woman in black, the white bone bead and the Wu Soul Tianzuan seal are combined again, and the power shown is enough to defeat the power of a pair of gods of the woman in black. It seems that it is time to integrate the white bone bead and the Wu Soul Tianzuan seal. Wu Soul sword seal is integrated with the magic sword. Wu Soul tripod seal is integrated with the heart-nourishing tripod. Now there is only Wu Soul heaven seal. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized all 7 minds, leaving only 1 mind in the original heart, and the other 6 minds flowed from the heart, followed the blood, passed through the spine, rushed to the center of the eyebrows, and turned into 6 faint figures sitting in 6 directions of the white bone beads. The seal of Wuhan Tianzuan is suspended above the white bone bead. At the same time, the 6 shadows cast a white light column, impacting the white bone bead in the center, and fused the white bone bead and the Wu Soul heaven seal with the power of mind. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan thought of the groundbreaking scene again, so he took the white bone beads as the earth, and the Wu Soul heaven seal as the sky, and the 6 spirits were like 6 pillars standing between heaven and earth, to integrate heaven and earth with the power of the spirit. This is a slow stroke, which can only make the white bone beads and the Wulin Tianzuan seal run in slowly. It took half a month for the white bone beads and the Wu Soul Tianzuan seal to close together. It will be a bigger problem to make them fully integrated. The cultivation rules of heaven and earth Xuanqi burned on the white bone beads must have a lot to do with heaven and earth Xuanqi. If the skill of heaven and earth Xuanqi is operated, it may not help the integration of the two. In the heart palace of martial arts, the heavenly heart pearl rotates rapidly and absorbs Xuanqi at a speed of 512 times. The pores of the whole body are relaxed and open, and the blood flows rapidly. The repulsion of the white bone bead was indeed weakened a lot, and began to blend with the Wu Soul Tianzuan seal. It took another 7 days, and the white bone beads and the Wu Soul Tianzuan seal were finally fully integrated. On the surface of the bone bead, a heavenly mark appears, opening up a small ruins world space. Finally integrated. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was ecstatic, and he could clearly feel his control over the white bone beads. You can clearly see that every layer of Dharma formula of mysterious Qi of heaven and earth written on white bone beads is extremely small and full of mysterious artistic conception. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's mind moved, and the white bone beads flew out of the center of the eyebrows, suspended in front of him, flashing small words. At the periphery of the bone bead, a white halo is formed, just like the star ring belt of the stars suspended outside the sky. Flames burn to the sky. The surface of the white bone bead immediately emitted a reddish flame, emitting extremely high temperature. According to the Emperor Blade, the white bone beads were brought out by the Emperor of Heaven from the Fengshan cave. What is the origin? It seems to be stronger than the bones of the secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan took the white bone bead back into the center of his eyebrows. This thing can't see light. Once it is known to be on him, I'm afraid it will cause him great trouble. The woman in black has such a strong background that she dare not reveal the secret of blue eyes and golden eyes. Ning Xiaochuan is just a warrior from a low civilization, without a strong background. If he just exposes a 9-grade mysterious weapon, he may only provoke enemies from heaven and earth. If the white bone beads are exposed, I'm afraid that people of the level of the 9th heaven will attack him. If he is targeted by people of that level, he will die even if he escapes to the ends of the earth. Ning Xiaochuan naturally understands the truth of being a low-key person and doing things with a high profile. He will not expose himself to the public and become the person everyone hates. As expected, after merging the white bone beads and the Wu Soul Heaven seal, the Tao of the Earth Sutra went further to reach the 3rd step of the heaven ladder. Ning Xiaochuan practiced 2 ancient sutras, the Destruction of the World Sutra and the 2nd volume of the Heaven and Earth Sutra. The destruction of the World Sutra has reached the level of the fourth step of the Heaven Ladder realm, a step ahead of the Heaven and Earth realm. There is just time to refine Xianjing to the heart-nourishing tripod to see if it can refine the source liquid. Ning Xiaochuan took out the blue Xianjing stone and split it with a sword. 9 drops of blue Xianjing flew out and suspended in the vitality of heaven. Wow! 9 drops of Xianjing were collected by Ning Xiaochuan into the heart-nourishing tripod at the same time, and refined by yin-yang open fire. In the heart-nourishing tripod, there is a mass of colorful gas, like a colorful fairy cloud. The medicinal qi, which sometimes disperses and sometimes condenses, does not converge into the source liquid owned by the great heart-nourishing master at all. If qi doesn't condense into liquid, it can't be regarded as a great mental health teacher. 9 drops of Xianjing entered the heart-nourishing tripod, quickly fused with the colorful qi, and changed into various forms, sometimes into a colorful divine tree, sometimes into a colorful fairy mountain, sometimes into a colorful river. Give it to me. Ning Xiaochuan began to refine Xianjing and colorful qi, and it was about to condense into source liquid. Suddenly, Yang Xinjinding began to absorb Xianjing again. Ning Xiaochuan really has an impulse to scold his mother. The last time he attacked the big heart-nourishing master, he was absorbed by the heart-nourishing true tripod, so he fell short. This time, Yang Xinjinding unexpectedly began to absorb Xianjing again. Although Yang Xinjinding was absorbing Xianjing, Ning Xiaochuan carried 9 drops of Xianjing into the ding at the same time this time, and the number of Xianjing was 9 times that of the last time. 8 of them were sucked away by the heart-nourishing tripod, and the last one finally merged with the colorful gas and turned into a drop of 5-colored source liquid. Haha! I finally succeeded. I succeeded. I am also a great heart trainer. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a long sigh of relief, and finally condensed a drop of source liquid before Yang Xinjinding absorbed the Xianjing. 1 drop is enough. The so-called source liquid is the source of the mysterious liquid of the great heart-nourishing master. There is no difference between 1 drop and 9 drops. The heart-nourishing tripod flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and fell to the ground, turning into a 9-meter-high tripod. Ning Xiaochuan took out all the mysterious drugs in the Qiankuan cloth bag, including 3-leaf yuanming grass, heart-nourishing grass, blood-toad wood, blood-accumulating grass, golden Ganoderma lucidum, emerald ginseng. Hundreds of kinds of mysterious drugs, including healing drugs, improving cultivation drugs, and aphrodisiac drugs, including 1-grade mysterious drugs and 9-grade mysterious drugs, piled into a several-meter-high hill in front of Ning Xiaochuan. The vast majority of these mysterious drugs were collected from the nest of the ancestor of white beaver, and some were dug up in the wilderness and purchased in the heart-nourishing hall. The quantity of these mysterious drugs is huge, and they have always been put in the Qiankuan cloth bag. Ning Xiaochuan's arms were lifted, and Tianwu vitality escaped from the body and filled the whole space. All the mysterious drugs on the ground flew up and flew towards the huge heart-nourishing tripod, forming a river piled up by 2 mysterious drugs. Qi. The yin-yang open fire burns up, refining the mysterious medicine into medicinal gas, and integrating it into the colorful source liquid. This is the process of cultivating Xuanya by the great heart-nourishing master. It must cost countless xianyao to increase the medicinal properties of his Xuanya. I don't know how long it took Ning Xiaochuan to refine hundreds of kinds, tens of thousands of mysterious drugs into the source liquid, and really turn them into mysterious liquid that can be used to save people, cure diseases, and improve their skills. In the heart-nourishing genuine tripod, a mass of colorful dark liquid condenses, emitting colorful brilliance, so that the space in the heart-nourishing genuine tripod is completely wrapped by colorful medicinal gas. That colorful dark liquid, about more than 100 drops, each drop's efficacy is comparable to a pill. Ning Xiaochuan caught a saber-toothed white tiger at the level of Sanpingshuan beast. With a wave of his arm, he cut out a sky force. On the back of the saber-toothed white tiger, he cut a blood mark of more than 1 meter, and cut off the backbone of the saber-toothed white tiger, almost splitting it in two. Ow! The saber-toothed white tiger howled miserably and fell to the ground. His vitality became weaker, and his whole body was bleeding. Ning Xiaochuan popped out his finger, and a drop of colorful Xian liquid flew out of his fingertip and fell on the saber-toothed white tiger. Wow! The body of saber-toothed white tiger was wrapped by colorful light. The wound cut by Tianwu Yuanqi recovered at a visible speed, and even the severed spine was reconnected. Colorful lights flow in the blood, not only restoring the injury, but also increasing its physique and making its flesh change. About a quarter of an hour later, the scars on the saber-toothed white tiger completely disappeared, and the body seemed to be much stronger than before. It rolled up from the ground, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some fear, and then turned around and fled into the mountains. The man in front of him is a neuropathy. It's unreasonable to beat him half to death and cure him again. This kind of neuropathy is better not to be provoked. The saber-toothed white tiger escaped faster. Ning Xiaochuan touched his chin and said to himself, although hundreds of Xianyao have been refined, the grade of Xianyao is not high, and the power of Xuanya is not strong enough. We have to continue refining Xianyao to increase the power of Xuanya. This is a long way to practice. He is now only in his 20s, and has already stepped into the level of a great heart therapist in the whole north. Xinjiang is unique. Only the legendary Shenong, which can bring people back to life, was so amazing when he was young. It can be said that just by virtue of his talent and the spiritual master, he can be on an equal footing with the crown prince of the emperor and the spiritual virtual venerable. Young Shenong, let alone just in Tiandi Mountain, is definitely the favorite of heaven to be cultivated, even if he goes to the 6th and 7th civilizations. Moreover, the heart-nourishing master will not be envied by other martial artists, but will only be respected by martial artists. Even those ancient aristocratic families and imperial palaces of the Tianshu Empire are willing to attract such young Shenong. In the forest, a purple slim figure flew out, and his figure was very slender. On his clothes, there was a faint fragrance, and his feet fell lightly on the grass leaves. She didn't know how light her body was. She didn't even bend the leaves of the grass. Faintly, she could see strands of purple clouds flowing around her body, just like a fairy in the painting. Young Master Ning can reach the realm of great spiritual master at a young age. His future achievements are definitely not low, and he may become the legendary Shenong. Purple Hanyan's purple clothes are floating, his long hair is swaying, and there is a faint smile in his eyes, giving people a beautiful and elegant temperament. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the purple smoke and said, "Purple girl, what adventure have you had recently? It's even breaking 2 boundaries and reaching the 4th step of the ladder of heaven." Zehanyan's face showed a little different color, and calmly said, "Maybe it's a blessing in disguise." When Fang Jia was seriously injured, it stimulated the potential in the body and broke through the bottleneck that can't be broken at ordinary times. The way of cultivation is like this. Once the bottleneck is broken, there will be a smooth road ahead, which can advance by leaps and bounds. Purple Hanyan didn't want to hide from Ning Xiaochuan about the awakening of God's blood. She knows that Ning Xiaochuan is a trustworthy person, but after all, this matter is of great significance, not only for her, but also for the whole Purple family. If the news that the Purple clan is the descendant of the Zijin Emperor is spread, it will be a disaster for the Purple clan. Zehanyan has found out the reason for the awakening of the divine blood in his body, which is probably related to the stone recorded in the Zixia Sutra brought out from the burial mountain. After being slapped by Fang Jia, the stone stained with her blood has flown into her body and turned into a huge purple stone wall, suspended in the heart palace of martial arts. After the divine blood was activated, she could finally recognize the words on the purple stone wall. It's not ancient Chinese at all, but divine Chinese. Only secondary gods can write words, and only people with divine blood can understand the above words. It is precisely because of the complete understanding of the Purple Cold Sutra that her realm can break through so quickly. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep look at Zihanyan, and naturally she could see that she was hiding something, but she didn't continue to ask. Everyone has his own secret. No matter how close he is, he can't tell it. Ning Xiaochuan also had a secret that no one could tell, so he understood Zihanyan very well and said with a smile, "In general, I still want to congratulate Miss Z. We have been practicing here for more than a month, and I don't know what happened to Brother Situ and them. Then let's go to Wanjian Palace to find them." Purple Cold flew. "I think they should be in Tianmen City now." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Returning to Tianmen City, Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan immediately went to the manor where the monks in Jiuyue Xinjiang gathered. Those young talents in Situjing and Jiuyue Jiang really gathered in the manor. Besides them, Wu Qingqiu is also there. "Younger martial brother Ning, where have you been recently? Do you know, just because you are missing, the two palace masters have been disturbed, and everyone thinks you have been assassinated." Wu Qing said sadly. Situ Jing said with a smile, "Elder martial sister Wu, you haven't seen brother Ning and Miss Z's bright faces. I'm afraid we're all worried for nothing. They must have gone to visit the major scenic spots and historic sites of Tiandi Mountain. Alas! Genius and beauty are in pairs, but it's hard for us to be alone." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Brother Situ, with your rare talent in 30 years, if you want a partner, just put a word out, there must be many excellent women willing to stay with you. I think Elder Martial Sister Wu is good, you can consider it." Ning Xiaochuan reached the realm of a great heart-nourishing teacher, and naturally he was in a good mood, so he also joked with Situ Jing. After returning to Wanjian Palace, Situ Jing had tested his talent level, which was also a level that was difficult to meet in 30 years, just like Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong. How can there be such a coincidence? Ning Xiaochuan felt that Yu Mingsong and Situ Jing should both hide their talent levels like him. Situ Jing has been accepted as a pro-disciple by an elder of Wanjian Palace. Naturally, he is in a good mood. He swept away the haze in the past, so he deliberately teased Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan, trying to match them up. "Today is such a great day, we must celebrate. I'm the host. We must have a good taste of the delicious food when we go to the most gorgeous Tianyu building in Tianmen City." Situ Jingdao. Tianyu building. It's said that the wine and food in Tianyu building can increase cultivation. It's not ordinary food, and every dish is extremely expensive. In addition, there are beautiful women selected from major civilizations to accompany and dance, which can be called heaven on earth. It seems that Brother Situ is going to bleed today. A young Taoist laughed. People are going to Tianyu building. Yu Mingsong walked in from the outside and looked at the way everyone was going out. He was slightly stunned and said, "Are you this? It's Elder Martial Brother Yu. We are going to Tianyu building to celebrate the safe return of Elder Martial Brother Ning and Miss Z. Do you want to go with us?" A beautiful woman in white brocade said with a smile. "Alas! It's better to come early than coincidentally. I really caught up today." "Go, of course." Yu Mingsong added lips. Recently, he was badly abused in Wanjian Palace. He had long wanted to enjoy it, and he really caught up. The group headed for Tianyu building. They were all young talents, each with extraordinary qualifications, and more than half of them were handsome men and beautiful women. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Brother Yu, how can Mr. Fang be willing to let you out?" Yu Mingsong touched the beard on his chin and said, "Thank you, brother." "Thank you so much?" Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. "Yes. You're not missing. I said to her, Ning Xiaochuan is my brother. His life and death are unknown now. How can I still be in the mood to practice? So she let me out. She also gave me an attack array disc burned by heaven and man to protect my life. I heard that it's worth more than 10 million xianshi. It's really a pro master. Yu Mingsong rode. Yu Mingsong glanced at Zihanyan and smiled at Ning Xiaochuan in a low voice. Brother Ning, you actually hooked up with a beauty again. I think her temperament is very extraordinary, with Shenhua inside, and I'm afraid she has a big background. Aren't you afraid of the jealous little princess who practices in the Holy Land? I heard that the little princess is very jealous. Although Zihanyan walked quietly on the right side of Ning Xiaochuan, he was also listening to Yu Mingsong's words. When he said the words little princess, a few waves appeared in his eyes. Like Ning Xiaochuan, who is extremely arrogant, it is impossible to have few confidants around. Zihanyan had long guessed that there must be other women around Ning Xiaochuan who loved him. At this moment, she finally had the news of her rival. However, she still seemed very calm, as if she hadn't heard Yu Mingsong's words at all. Soon, they came to Tianyu Building. Recently, more and more candidates have gathered in Tianmen City. At any time, you can see talented young monks coming in and out of Tianyu Building. The Tianyu Building, as expected, was beautifully built, just like the imperial palace and temple. Just entering the door, every monk had to pay 1,000 pieces of basalt to enter the door. However, all this is paid by Situ Jing. They only need to go in and have a seat, and all kinds of delicious dishes will be delivered. There are also some beautiful women playing guqin and dancing. It's like having dinner by the side of the Yaoqi Lake in the heaven, not like being on earth. In addition to Ning Xiaochuan and others, there are also some other young monks in Tianyu Building. At this moment, they are all talking about the recent events, nothing more than the emergence of some great genius, or the disclosure of the content of Tianmen examination, and so on. The sword-burning sect was really unlucky. First, Fang Jia in the 5th step of the heaven ladder was killed, and then, that extreme genius that was once seen in 800 years was assassinated by Zhu Tiangu. Those killers of Zhutian Valley are really brave enough. I heard that a rare genius in 800 years is attacking the realm of heaven and man. There are 2 inner disciples of the sword-burning sect and an elder guarding around, but they are still killed. Even the 2 inner disciples and Elder Wu are dead. Those are 3 heavenly beings, and Elder Wu is not an ordinary heavenly being, but a figure who has stepped into the upper realm of heaven, but was silently beheaded. I don't know what level of killer Zhu Tiangu sent. It's really terrible. It is said that the masters of the sword-burning sect are going crazy. Even several old guys who have lived for hundreds of years have jumped out and have spoken to severely clean up Zhu Tiangu, and the people who place orders for Zhu Tiangu will also be in bad luck. I heard that even in the Holy Land, the high level of Tiandi Mountain has been disturbed, and a big man has spoken to eradicate Zhu Tiangu, which seems to be serious this time. Ning Xiaochuan naturally heard the conversation of those people and asked, the genius of the burning sword sect, which is difficult to meet in 800 years, was really killed? Wu Qingqiu nodded and said, what happened 3 days ago, even the 2 inner disciples and an elder who guarded the genius that was rare in 800 years, all died unexpectedly, causing a great sensation in Tiandi Mountain. Yes. After all, he is a genius that is difficult to meet in 800 years. If he really breaks through the realm of heaven and man, he will definitely occupy the top 3 places in the Tianmen exam. Naturally, many people don't want him to live in the world. Situ Jingdao. Yu Mingsong was drinking, laughing. This is the 2nd grade junior. Without a strong background, it's best to keep a low profile. If you are too high profile and don't know how to hide, you will be envious and won't live long. It's hard to meet in 800 years. For thousands of years, which Tianmen exam has had candidates with such a high talent level? Is there really no candidate with a higher talent level in Tiandi Mountain? I think otherwise, it's just that everyone doesn't want to expose their real talent. After Yu Mingsung's words came out, Situ Jing and Ning Xiaochuan looked at each other slightly, with a smile that only the two of them could understand, and then bowed their heads to drink at the same time. Wu Qingzhou couldn't help looking up at Yu Mingsong. That's true. Candidates of all dynasties in Tiandi Mountain do hide their talents and accomplishments. Just like the top figures of this year, the talent level of the Crown Prince of the Emperor is hard to meet in 700 years, and the Dance Fairy, Orchid Fairy, and 3 young kings are all hard to meet in 600 years. It's like it has been agreed that everyone will control the talent level within this level. However, this is only their apparent talent level. In fact, no one knows their real talent level and rebellious constitution. The sword-burning sect wanted to crush our Wanjian palace, so they let out the news of the genius who was difficult to meet in 800 years. However, they didn't expect that they had virtually broken the balance. If the balance was broken, it would naturally be impossible for him to live. The sitting genius Junjie nodded. Zihanyan's expression moved and said, "What if there is a genius who is hard to meet in 10,000 years?" Wu Qingzhou was stunned, and immediately smiled and said, "It depends on the identity of the genius who is hard to meet in 10,000 years. If it is the Crown Prince of the Emperor, it will naturally be safe. Or the goddess, it can also be safe. If other people have the talent of hard to meet in 10,000 years and are exposed, they will definitely die. The imperial family of the Tianshu Empire and those ancient aristocratic families will not allow such figures to appear in the sphere of influence of Tiandi Mountain. Once they grow up, they will threaten their dominance. The means of deforestation are probably 10 or 100 times more ferocious than killing a genius that is rare in 800 years." Situ Jing's face was serious and said, "Those ancient people who can inherit for thousands of years are very cautious. It's easy to lay down the country, but it's not easy to defend the country. As long as there is a flame that threatens their dominance, they will use a bucket of water, 10 connections of water, and put it out in the fastest time, which will not give him a chance to grow." Ning Xiaochuan said, "So to say, the Emperor's Crown Prince is the most suspected of killing that genius that is rare in 800 years? Many people think so." However, at that time, the Crown Prince of the Emperor was discussing with the major young kings, so more people focused on our Wanjian palace. After all, our Wanjian palace and the Burning Sword sect are sworn enemies, and the suspicion is not small. Wu Qing said sadly. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. "As far as I know, Zhudiangu is a killer organization, but it is not a group of fools. If the price offered by the other party was not high enough, they could not risk being attacked by the masters of Tiandi Mountain to do such a thing of common anger. If there is a top genius, he will be assassinated. Who dares to come to Tiandi Mountain to worship in the future? Therefore, this time, the high level of Tiandi Mountain will definitely give a heavy blow. If you don't give an account to the candidates from all over the world, the reputation of Tiandi Mountain will be greatly affected. Of course, since Zhu Tiangu dares to assassinate that rare genius in 800 years, he must expect to be hit and must have strategies to deal with it. These are not things they should consider. They involve too much. Now they just need to concentrate on preparing for the Tianmen exam." On the second floor of the Tianyu building, a group of monks with noble status are gathering. Jin Wuhui, Lu Ren, Jin Ling of the Wang Sun Mansion and some sons of aristocratic families are there. They are also talking about the assassination of the genius of the sword-burning sect, which is rare in 800 years. Now there's a good show. It's estimated that this time in the Tianmen exam, the battle between the Burning Sword sect and the Wanjian Palace will be even worse. A rather tall and thin young monk wearing a Taoist robe and leaving a goatee laughed. This young monk, named Qi Xian, is one of the 8 second-class disciples of Wang Sun's mansion and a figure of the same level as Jin Ling. Is it really Wanjian Palace? Some people expressed disbelief. Qi Xian said with a smile, "In addition to Wanjian Palace, who else can there be? It's better to let them fight each other." It's better to lose both sides. At that time, there will be more people in our Wang Sun mansion to become core disciples. Jin Wuhuan sneered, in addition to Master Qi and my sister, who is qualified to win the core disciples. By the way, there is Brother Liu. The number of masters in our Wang Sun mansion is more than that of Wanjian Palace and Fengjian sect combined. This session must be the first in our Wang Sun mansion. Lu Ren was very depressed, and he had no intention to talk with them. He finally raised a large amount of basalt and went to Zhutian Valley to place an order. As a result, Ning Xiaochuan disappeared for a whole month. Now, a genius of the sword-burning sect, which is rare in 800 years, has been killed. After such a big thing happened, when he contacted the people of Zhu Tiangu again, there was no news at all, and the people of Zhu Tiangu seemed to disappear suddenly. But he has given half of the deposit, more than 100 million pieces of basalt. Is it necessary to float like this? Won't be swallowed by Zhu Tiangu? 100 million xianshi is also a huge number for him, and he borrowed a lot from the elders of the clan. If Zhu Tiangu was exterminated, then his xianshi would never be able to catch up. Lu Ren is now in the mood to cry. Those xianshi are the money that he originally intended to use to buy psychic miraculous drugs to impact the level of a great heart-nourishing master. Now, I didn't kill Ning Xiaochuan, and I didn't buy psychic medicine. How should I explain to the elders of the clan? Thinking of this, he hated Ning Xiaochuan even more. Hey! Brother Jin, Brother Liu, look, which guy below is not Ning Xiaochuan? A son of an aristocratic family in Wang Sun's mansion, said. Hearing the name Ning Xiaochuan, Lu Ren immediately jumped up from the ground, gnashing his teeth in hatred, and looked downstairs. Sure enough, he saw Ning Xiaochuan talking and laughing with a group of young talents, and sitting beside him was a beautiful woman in purple. Jinling's heart moved, and he also looked downstairs, staring at Ning Xiaochuan's body, with some strange brilliance in his eyes. Qi Xian has been pursuing Jinling. Naturally, she knows that Jinling is very talented and has a high spirit. Few people can make her look like this, so she said with some displeasure, "Isn't it a genius heart trainer? What's the fuss?" Jinling's fingers gently touched his pointed chin and said with a smile, "Master Qi doesn't know. Ning Xiaochuan is not an ordinary heart trainer, but also a martial arts genius that is difficult to meet in 300 years. Hearing Jinling's praise of Ning Xiaochuan, Qi Xian was even more unhappy. He glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said with some disdain, "It's only the third step of the ladder of heaven. Anyone here can beat him all over the ground." Jin Wuhui said, "Master Qi doesn't know. Ning Xiaochuan is so arrogant and domineering that he doesn't pay attention to the family children of our Tianshu Empire at all. Brother Liu was beaten by him not long ago, and almost killed by him." Hearing that Jin Wuhui said this, Lu Ren felt a faint pain on his face, his fists pinched tightly, and his eyes seemed to spray flames. Bang! Qi Xian slapped on the table, snorted coldly, and said, "It's really bold. Even people in Wang Sun's mansion dare to fight. Mr. Liu, this face Qi will help you find it." Lu Ren said, "If Master Qi abolishes that boy, Liu must have a heavy thank you." Jinling naturally knows Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation better than anyone else, and deliberately inspires Qi Xian to pay Ning Xiaochuan. She laughed and said, "Master Qi is indeed a hero of our Wang Sun mansion. I'm afraid the younger generation is the strongest except for the crown prince of the emperor." Being praised by Jinling, Qi Xian's vanity increased greatly, and he secretly decided that he must teach Ning Xiaochuan a good lesson, or perform in front of Jinling. Jinling is the first female Tianjiao of the Jin family. If she can get her favor, it is equivalent to holding the thigh of the Jin family. In the future, she will definitely have a higher position in the family and obtain more resources. Qi Xian's talent is not weaker than that of Jinling. It can be regarded as going hand in hand, and no one will lose to anyone. However, in terms of family background, Qi Xian is much weaker than Jin Ling. Therefore, Qi Xian's family has always hoped that Qi Xian would pursue Jin Ling, so as to marry the Jin family and expand the momentum of the family. This is a good opportunity. Ning Xiaochuan raised his glass and suddenly thought of something in his heart. He asked, "Brother Situ, aren't you going to ask Wang Sun's house for justice? How is it going?" Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, those young talents in Jiu who were present all put away their smiles and became angry and cold. A month ago, a woman from Jiu who came to take the Tianmen exam was killed in the street by a second-class external disciple of Wang Sun's mansion. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan intended to go to the Wang Sun mansion with them to seek justice, but because he was injured, he hid with Purple Han Yen to recover from the injury. Now back to Tianmen City, Ning Xiaochuan asked about the result of that matter again. Situ Jing pursed his lips, feeling very unhappy, and sighed. Brother Ning was right that day. We were really naive. The cultivation of that second-class external disciple of Wang Sun's mansion was really too strong. All of us fought, but he was still defeated. Although he did not reach the realm of heaven and man, his combat power was no less than that of heaven and man. Sweat. Today, I read the book review. Everyone is talking about adding more when the monthly ticket is over 1,000. I'm speechless. What I'm talking about is the voting of the golden keyboard activity, which has nothing to do with the monthly ticket. As I said, since there are 2 chapters every day, I won't ask for a monthly ticket, and I'm sorry to ask for a monthly ticket. Let me explain. Monthly ticket: you can only get a monthly ticket by subscribing to 15 yuan per month or giving a reward of 100 yuan. Neither asking nor arguing. Tickets for golden keyboard activities: free, at least 3 tickets a day, everyone has, sometimes more than 10 tickets a day. There are essential differences between the two. I wonder. It's very clear. Moreover, tickets for golden keyboard activities are much easier to get. Now there are only more than 700 tickets, which is less than monthly tickets. Still, as long as 2 chapters a day, you won't ask for a monthly ticket. I hope you can vote for other favorite books and don't waste your monthly tickets. Another young monk in Jiu also sighed. If we hadn't joined Wanjian Palace, I'm afraid he would have killed us all. I don't understand. It's the same young generation of monks. Why is the gap so big when we practice together? A Taoist in Taoist robes sighed that she was also injured in that war and felt very humiliated. The party that was originally justified became the oppressed party under the crushing force of the other party. Yu Mingsong said with a smile, "Fortunately, I didn't go with you. Otherwise, I feel ashamed to see you being abused so badly by others." Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't know the fighting process at that time, it was conceivable that a group of people went to seek justice, but they were all overthrown by the other party alone and thrown out of the Wang Sun mansion. It was definitely not a glorious thing. Bang! Situ Jing clenched his fist tightly and punched him on the table, saying, "If I hadn't lost 3 years of cultivation time, I would definitely be able to defeat him." At this time, Qi Xian came down from upstairs, followed by a group of aristocratic family children from Wang Sun's house. Qi Xian was wearing a Taoist robe worth more than 1,000,000 pieces of basalt, a blue Taoist crown on his head, and a distant sidewalk. "Your Excellency is Ning Xiaochuan?" The appearance of those aristocratic family children in Wang Sun's mansion had already shocked the monks in the whole Tianyu building. Ning Xiaochuan naturally noticed them, glanced at Qi Xian and said softly, "Do you know me?" "Master Ning, it's him. He's the second-class external disciple of Wang Sun's mansion, who killed our Shengxing in Jiu Xinjiang." A little Taoist suddenly stood up, widened her round eyes, and stared at Qi Xian angrily. Those young monks in Jiu summoned the Xuanqi soldiers out, and their bodies rushed out of the thick fighting spirit, ready to attack Qi Xian. Qi Xian looked light and indifferent. He glanced at the young talents in Jiu Dang with a look of some disdain and said, "A group of rabble, if you weren't all disciples of Wanjian Palace, you would have been killed last time." "What did you say?" Situ Jing summoned a long gun and pointed to Chi Xian. Chi Xian touched the beard on his chin and said with a smile, "I remember you. Last time only you caught my 3 moves. With your cultivation of the 3rd step Tianti realm, it's still quite impressive to have such combat power. If you are willing to be my servant, forgive you today." Roar. Situ Jing roared, and the blood gas in his body surged wildly, stabbing the spear out, and a fire wave spewed out from the tip of the spear, turning the spear into a red snake, stabbing the space into a slight depression, and stabbing Chi Xian's heart in an instant. Situ Jing's shot naturally used all his strength. If he was stabbed, let alone flesh and blood, even a mountain would be pierced. Chi Xian stood where he was, and a water curtain appeared under his feet. Standing in front of him, he easily dismissed Situ Jing's full strength and launched a counterattack. Wow! In the water curtain, a big hand rushed out and slapped at Situ Jing. Situ Jing immediately turned his body and stabbed at the big hand. However, just as he stabbed the spear out, a larger vortex appeared on the water curtain, winding the spear. Tentacles condensed into water one by one, swam along the spear, and instantly reached Situ Jing's face, condensed into a ferocious beast head, revealing sharp teeth, as if to devour Situ Jing's head. Wow! The purple light flashed. Zihanyan stood in front of Situ Jing, and as soon as he pointed out, countless xixia gathered in the air. His fingers were even sharper than the sword, and instantly broke the water curtain. Bang! The water curtain was broken. Chi Xian took a step back slightly, staring at the purple smoke in surprise, and his heart was secretly surprised. Is there such a master in Jiu Dang? When he saw the face of Zihanyan, he felt amazing again, and a smile appeared on his face. He bowed down and said, "Awesome. Awesome. I didn't expect that there were masters like girls in Jiu Dang, who even broke my water barrier." Just now, the water curtain mobilized by Chi Xian is not ordinary water, but water of the 3 hells. Being able to cultivate Su Shui into Taoism, you can also see that Chi Xian's means are brilliant and his talent is not comparable to ordinary people. No wonder he can become a second-class external disciple of Wang Sun's residence. When Chi Xian just shot, Ning Xiaochuan had already used the power of the 7 orifices demon heart to feel his heart palace category. That is the hetero heart palace, hell demon heart palace. The so-called hell refers to the water of hell. Chi Xian's talent is quite terrible. He has cultivated 3 kinds of hell water in the heart palace of Wu Dao, Su water, Huang water and weak water. The water enchantment he just displayed is only the weakest of the 3 hell waters. The so-called demon seed can also be called Daoxing seed demon. With the human body, cultivate the Tao and harden the heart of the Tao, but in the heart of the Tao, bury the seeds of the devil embryo, and breed the devil seed with the power of the Tao. When the devil seed is completed, it is the time to break the Tao body and refine the real devil body. Once the demon body is condensed successfully, even if it has not been cultivated to the eternal realm, it can live for 10,000 years and become the eternal demon king. Chi Xian has such a rare heart palace, Hell Demon Heart Palace. The human heart palace owned by Hell Demon Seed Heart Palace and Situ Jing belongs to the same level of heart palace, and both have terrible destructive power. Zihanyan's beauty is really amazing. If in the past, Chi Xian would definitely accept her as a woman. Slave servant. However, now that Jinling is in Tianyu building, he will not do such a thing. Jinling sat in the distance, gently touched his chin and said with a smile, "I'm afraid Chi Xian's magic seed is going to be small." The third uncle once said that Chi Xian's Hell Demon Seed Heart Palace is quite terrible. If he cultivates to a small degree, he can break through the realm of heaven and man, condense Hell Demon Seed Taoist Yuan, and become a young generation of evil people. Jin Wuhui laughed and said, "Elder sister, the ancestors of the clan deliberately want to match you too. What they like is his hell demon seed. I think you are also a good match. What about hell demon seed? Maybe today he will meet a god and subdue his demon." Jinling smiled. The Tao is a foot high, and the devil is a foot high. Let alone whether there is a god, even if there is a god, it may not be able to subdue the devil of hell. Jin Wuhuan frowned slightly and said, "Sister. Although Ning Xiaochuan is hateful, after all, he is a genius spiritual trainer trained by Wanjian Palace. If Qi Xian really abolished him, the people of Wanjian Palace will certainly not give up." Jinling's eyes were full of a playful smile and said, "Don't underestimate the group of people in Jiujiang. It's just the purple beauty standing next to Ning Xiaochuan. It's not a simple role. I felt a bit of spirit in her body. I'm really curious, what's her origin?" Jinling has a pair of divine eyes. Everything related to gods cannot be concealed from her eyes. Ning Xiaochuan had roughly seen the depth of Qi Xian's cultivation, stood up and said, "Sir, is this to apologize?" "I apologize? Apologize for what?" Qi Xian laughed. Ning Xiaochuan stopped Situ Jing and said, "Did you forget everything about a month ago?" Qi Xian naturally knew what Ning Xiaochuan was talking about, and said with a smile, "It's just a lowly woman. You'll die if you kill her. Do you still want to avenge her? Offend Qi Mao for her? Forget to introduce yourself. I'm from Tianshu Empire, Dark Sacrifice Hall, Qi Xian. I'm a nobody, Ning Xiaochuan. I've heard a lot about Master Qi." Ning Xiaochuan's face was solemn and said, "Although we are all candidates from small places, which can't be compared with the aristocratic children of the Tianshu Empire, today we just want to get justice for the dead woman. What do you think, Master Qi?" "Haha. What a coincidence. Qi also came to seek justice for his friends today." Qi Xian glanced at Lu Ren slightly, with a smile on his face. His body sent out strong vitality fluctuations, and a cold air swept towards Ning Xiaochuan. In Qi Xian's view, with his own cultivation, even if it's just a cold breath of Huang Shui, Ning Xiaochuan can be frozen into ice crystals. However, contrary to his expectation, the cold in Huang Shui just turned around Ning Xiaochuan's body, and then dissipated into the air, without causing any damage to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Okay. Today we'll fight. If you win, I'll make an apology to Mr. Lu immediately. If I win by chance, you must bow your head to all of us and admit your mistake. How about it?" Lu Ren sneered, "You want to apologize? If you lose, you have to kneel on the ground to apologize to me and cut off your right hand." Qi Xian said with a smile on his face, "I think Brother Lu's proposal is very good. Which hand you hit, you should chop which hand." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Okay. If you win, as you say. But if I win, Master Qi, you also have to kneel on the ground and kowtow to all of us 3 times. Which hand you killed with, you also have to cut off." Qi Xian's eyes became gloomy, and even with a smile, he said, "Okay. If you want to die, Qi will help you. Are we going to fight in different space, or go to the arena of Tianmen City to fight openly?" Qi Xian is sure of winning, so no matter how big the bet is, he is not afraid. "War." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Master Qi, you are also the most outstanding successor of the Dark Sacrifice Hall. If you fight with a spiritual master, even if you win, I'm afraid your face will be disgraced." "Are you afraid?" Qi Xian laughed. The sons of those aristocratic families in Wang's son's mansion laughed and felt that Ning Xiaochuan really didn't know the height of heaven and earth and wanted to challenge Qi Xian. It was a big joke. At this moment, he must be afraid. I think Ning Xiaochuan has a point. Qi Xian, if you fight with a heart-nourishing master, you won't disgrace our Wang Sun mansion. Jin Ling, wearing a brocade coat and a golden peacock lace skirt, flew down from the Tianyu building. The gold, silver, and jade objects on her body collided and made beautiful music. Seeing Jin Ling, those sons of aristocratic families immediately put away their smiles. Although they are all children of aristocratic families and supported by huge forces, their families are no different from the poor compared with the Jin family. Qi Xian's expression moved, flattered Jin Ling, and said with a smile, Miss Jin made a lot of sense. If I defeated a mental therapist by force, it would only be an insult to me. Let alone say that the children of our family bullied the weak. But if he let him compare with him to refine medicine, wouldn't I also lose? Jin Ling looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a faint smile in her eyes and said, I believe he is not such an unintelligible person. Right? Ning Xiaochuan stared at Jin Ling, looking at Jin Ling's apricot eyes, and soon recognized her. She is the woman in black. It turned out that she was a descendant of the Jin family. No wonder her cultivation was so high. Since she didn't publicize Ning Xiaochuan's possession of the seal of heaven, Ning Xiaochuan naturally wouldn't say that she had blue eyes and golden eyes. This is a kind of tacit understanding and balance. If anyone tells the other party's secret first, the other party will also reveal his secret. The final result is not good for both. Ning Xiaochuan said, naturally, I won't compete with you to refine medicine. Even if I win you, it's an insult to me. Let's fight with the power of God and see who is stronger. Everyone looked surprised. Qi Xian immediately knew what Bai Ning Xiaochuan was thinking, and he laughed to himself, what an idiot. Although the mind of the heart-nourishing master is strong, it is stronger than my hell demon heart palace? He should not know that I have such a strong heart palace. Well, once his mind is defeated, his martial heart will be broken, and the whole person will be abandoned. Many people in Wang Sun's mansion knew that Qi Xian owned the Hell Demon Seed Heart Palace. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan dared to compare his spiritual strength with Qi Xian, everyone laughed. Generally speaking, the strength of a monk's mind is directly proportional to his accomplishments. The stronger his accomplishments are, the stronger his mind is. Of course, except for some special physiques, for example, Qi Xian's Hell Demon Seed Heart Palace and Ning Xiaochuan's Seven Orifices God Demon Heart Palace are all special physiques. Qi Xian thinks that his cultivation is 2 levels higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan, and he also has a special physique. If he exerts the power of his mind, it is enough to fight with the mind of heaven and man. To deal with a Ning Xiaochuan, it is naturally a sure thing. Let's start. Mr. Qi will come and see how strong is the mind of the heart-nourishing teacher? Qi Xian sat opposite Ning Xiaochuan, pressing his hands on the desktop. A circle of gray dark edges condensed around the periphery of his pupils. Ning Xiaochuan was also ready, with a faint smile on his face. Wait a minute. Yu Mingsong put the legs of the half-eaten snow eagle on the table, wiped his lips with the corners of his clothes, and said with a smile, what's the meaning of the gambling fight between you two alone? I'll also open an opening. Ning Xiaochuan vs. Qi Xian, odds, 1-3, is there anyone to follow? The people who want to sell should hold tight, and everyone can bet. Today, Lao Tzu decided to be a banker with all his money. Yu Mingsong found a cloth bag of heaven and earth from his pants, and poured out a lot of mysterious objects, hundreds of them. The lowest grade was 7 mysterious objects, including 4 9-mysterious objects. Hundreds of mysterious objects, emitting colorful light, were so precious that they caused a huge shock that the young talents of the whole Tianyu building were stunned. They stared at so many mysterious objects on a hill on the ground, and they were not surprised. My God! Those are all high-grade xuanqi, each of which is invaluable. Unexpectedly. There are hundreds of them. Who is that guy? There are so many mysterious tools like cabbage. Didn't he just rob the treasure house of a big family? Jin Ling, the first female Tianjiao of the Jin family, was still stunned and stared at the dazzling Xuanqi on the ground, for Jiuping Xuanqi. Many families in the Tianshu Empire don't have so many Jiuping Xuanqi, and even the palace master of Wanjian Palace can't bring out so many high-grade Xuanqi. Many people are suspicious of Yu Mingsong's identity. They feel that the origin of the Xuanqi on the ground is not clean, and the number is too much, which is enough to compare with the thousands of years of a big family. Yu Mingsong originally just wanted to create an atmosphere, but he didn't expect to take out too many Xuanqi, which scared these people, so Shan smiled and said, "Don't worry, these mysterious tools were dug out of an ancient cave. It's my own chance." Today, Ning Xiaochuan is going to fight with the famous young Master Qi as a brother. I really have nothing to support him. So, open this trap, and I hope all brothers and sisters will give him a hand. Ning Xiaochuan is really weak. He only has the cultivation of the third step Tianti realm, and he is only a heart-nourishing teacher. Yu Mingsong shook his head, one side sighed bitterly. To be honest, even I don't think much of him. But who calls us brothers who have lived through life and death, and who calls us who have experienced excessive trials and tribulations? If I don't support him, who supports him? Therefore, I will put all the mysterious weapons here on him, and bet that he can win. Don't persuade me, I will make a decision. The mysterious weapons and treasures are extraneous things, which can't be compared with the brotherhood between us. Even if I know someone knows today, there is no doubt that Tao will lose, but if you still bet on all your wealth, it should be willful once. Yu Mingsong looked into the eyes of the people and sighed again. I've lost all my money and come back again. I've turned my heart to Ogawa. Do you understand this realm of life? I understand. Mr. Yu is so righteous. A young talented man came up, stared at the Xianware on the ground, and said with a greedy look in his eyes, Mr. Yu said earlier that the odds are 1 to 3. Then, I bet 5 million. No, 10 million Xian stones, and Qi Xian 1. I bet 7 million Xianshi, and Qi Xian 1. I bet all my possessions, plus a piece of 8-grade Xuanqi with me. Lu Ren stared at the pile of high-grade Xuanqi on the ground and was extremely excited. In order to kill Ning Xiaochuan, he lost nearly 100 million Xianshi. He just doesn't know how to explain to the elders in the clan. Now, Ning Xiaochuan has such a fool around him. How can he lose his fortune if he doesn't win? Everyone can see that Qi Xian is sure to win. This is a good chance to make a profit. Lu Ren also had nearly 100 million Xianshi on his body, all of which were bet. In addition, he also bet on several ancient treasures given to him by his elders, with a total value of nearly 200 million Xianshi. He is going to burn his bridges and fight with all his strength. If you win, you can earn more than half of the 100 million basalt stones. If you lose, how can you lose? You must not lose. Thinking of the consequences of losing, Lu Ren couldn't help shivering and whispered, Brother Qi, how sure are you? 10% assurance. Qi Xian had planned to fight with Ning Xiaochuan, but when Yu Mingsong made such a fuss, he also planned to bet. There was no way. The Xuanqi Yu Mingsong took out were all treasures, including even 4 Jiuping Xuanqi. Since you know you will win, why not bet heavily on yourself? There is a saying that fat water does not flow into outsiders' fields, and there are treasures that do not take, that is a fool. Qi Xian took a fancy to one of the Jiuping Xuanqi and wanted to take it as his own. Now there are more and more monks in Tianyu building. Naturally, he can't rob it openly and can only bet with everyone. He is the most outstanding descendant of the dark sacrificial hall of the Tianshu Empire. Naturally, he has countless Xianshi, array plates, pills, and Xuanqi. I bet a 9-grade Xuanqi, plus all my family. Qi Xian took out an ancient mirror-shaped Jiuping Xuanqi and a Qiankuan cloth bag and put them on the table. Yu Mingsong's eyes lit up immediately, and he counted the treasures in the Qianquan cloth bag. With that 9-grade xuanqi, the total value was almost more than 200 million xianshi. He laughed in his heart. It seemed that Qi Xian was really betting all his wealth. It was estimated that he came for a certain 9-grade mysterious weapon. Ning Xiaochuan was speechless. Although he had long known that Yu Mingsong loved to be forced, he would not have taken out so many high-grade mysterious weapons. Even if they won, they would have exposed huge wealth. I'm afraid it would be difficult to walk in Tiandi Mountain in the future. Since you want to bet, Ning Xiaochuan will not miss this opportunity. How things will develop in the future. That's all in the future. I bet a bottle of jade essence ice soul. Ning Xiaochuan took out a jade bottle and put it on the table. This bottle of jade essence ice soul is obtained from the crystal ice coffin, which is a treasure medicine that can be encountered but not sought. Such a large bottle of ice pith is worth more than 100 million xianshi, which is comparable to a 9-grade xuanqi. If Ning Xiaochuan wins, he can earn 3 times in addition to the principal. Qi Xian snorted coldly and said, "You actually have such a treasure on your body. You are worthy of being a genius spiritual trainer." Each other. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The gambling in Tianyu building soon caused a sensation in Tianmen City, attracting many candidates to participate in the gambling and make heavy bets. "Sister, how much are we betting?" Jin Wuhuan stared at the pile of mysterious utensils, as well as the rare bottle of jade essence ice soul, very greedy. Jin Ling is also very tangled at the moment. If it's fighting martial arts, Ning Xiaochuan's power to display the seal of heaven may be better than Qi Xian. However, if the two of them fight with each other, it's impossible to say. Qi Xian has held Demon Heart Palace, known as Heart Palace Killer. Can Ning Xiaochuan really stop it? Jin Ling, after all, is from Wang Sun's mansion, and just like the children of other aristocratic families, he bet on Qi Xian to win, but only 5 million xianshi. "Sister, we really only bet 5 million xianshi?" Jin Wuhui has some lack of interest. Other children of aristocratic families are also puzzled. After all, the Jin family is famous for its rich and powerful, and is the richest of the 3 families. Even they all bet tens of millions of basalts. Jin Ling, the first daughter of the Jin family, Tianjiao, only bet 5 million basalts, which naturally puzzled many people. Jin Ling said with a smile, "After all, Wanjian Palace and our Wang Sun mansion are still friends. If we win too many of them, it's a little bullying. I'm afraid their eldest martial sister Dance Fairy will come to trouble me tomorrow. I don't want to offend her. Gold keyboard vote 1,000 votes, plus more. Someone told me that the most connotative name in God, Demon, and Heaven is Yu Mingsong. His name should not be read as 3 words, but as 4 words, and the middle word should be taken apart. Sweat. The Emperor of Truth. The top floor of Tianyu building is generally not open. Only the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain, who are extremely respected, are qualified to hold a banquet here. At this moment, several young monks are sitting on the top floor of the Tianyu building, each wrapped in the rosy air, and the power of Taoism is flowing all over their bodies, forming the phases of the heavenly dharmas. Sitting at the top is a young man in golden armor, white-faced, with eyebrows like blades, eyes like Hanyu, and a powerful noble spirit, just like a 9-heaven god. The Fa Xiang he showed was the Fa Xiang of Jiulong Zhenwu. Sitting in the center of 9 huge golden dragons, the body is like gold casting. Each dragon is more than 100 meters long, emitting a bright golden on, stretching out 9 huge faucets, as if overlooking all creatures in the world. This person is the first outstanding person of the Tianshu Empire. After being called the Emperor of Heaven, the most outstanding person in 10,000 years, the Crown Prince of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor's Crown Prince had a vision when he was born. The stars above the 9 heavens had been in chaos. The hall owners of the 7 sacrificial halls had predicted that the emperor's crown prince was likely to be a true god. Therefore, on the day the crown prince was born, he was canonized as the heir of the emperor. Is the crown prince the reincarnation of the real god? No one can tell whether it's the royal family who is putting gold on his face. However, the cultivation talent of the crown prince of the emperor is indeed rebellious, which can be called young gods, compared with the gods when they were young. In addition to the crown prince of the emperor, the other people present are not simple people, but the top candidates of this session. Everyone has a talent against heaven. In the previous Tianmen examination, each session may not be able to produce such a hero. This year, however, a number of figures have appeared, which can be called the arrival of a prosperous era. The gambling fight below naturally attracted their attention. Chi Xian is getting more and more disrespectful. Unexpectedly, he fought with a mental health teacher, and he lost the face of our Wang Sun mansion. The crown prince's face was a little smiling, and he was not really angry. No one knew what was on his mind? A young king, wrapped in blue flames, sat on a 9-foot-high bronze ancient platform, with a closed eyelid in his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "That heart cultivator is not simply gorgeous. Not only is he highly talented at heart cultivators, but also he is a genius in martial arts. Such a person will definitely achieve a lot in the future." I see. Congratulations to junior sister Luo. The emperor's prince's face showed a smile, like the spring breeze, blowing his face, but in his smile, he gave people a kind of inviolable dignity. Luo Wu, wearing a red robe, also sat on a 9-foot-high bronze ancient platform, like a huge fire lotus in full bloom, gently opened her red lips, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual power is indeed strong, but if he can defeat Chi Xian's hell demon, it is absolutely impossible." Hee hee. I'm afraid elder martial sister Luo is out of sight. Ning Xiaochuan has entered the realm of a great heart trainer, and his mental strength must increase greatly. Who will win is unknown. On another ancient bronze platform, there is a gorgeous woman with a high bun. Her skin is like jade, her eyebrows are like painting, her red lips are like flame, and her eyes are like 2 cold stars. If Ning Xiaochuan were here, she would be recognized as Niao Lanqin. Oh. If you are so young, you can become a great heart-nourishing teacher. I'm afraid the young Shenong is just like this. The emperor's eyes showed a strange color, carefully looked at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, nodded, and said, "Younger martial sister Nia said it well, he has indeed reached the level of a great heart trainer." Great! The young king with eyes on his eyebrows, and covered with flames said, "It's really a young Shenong. If only he could join our Lizu. We Li people must give him the most abundant resources, to help him become a Shenong." The crown prince said, "Younger martial brother Li, I'm afraid you're late. Such talents are around. Do you think younger martial sister Luo will wait for you to dig the bottom of the wall?" Haha. Your Highness, you're right. It's Li Mao's greed. It seems that today is really a battle between dragons and tigers. If it's not for my identity, even I want to bet. The young king with eyes and his eyebrows laughed. This is a fight between them, so we don't have to join in. Wait for the outcome. This time everyone has gained from discussing Tao. While there is still time, concentrate on enlightenment, and strive to make further progress in cultivation before the Tianmen exam," said the crown prince. The top floor of Tianyu building is calm again. Ning Xiaochuan and Chi Xian sat opposite each other, surrounded by many people. These people have made heavy bets, waiting for the result of the battle. The 2 eyes looked at each other, and at the same time began to adjust their breathing, condense their minds, and meet the next battle. Chi Xian's eyes were somewhat cynical and decided to take Ning Xiaochuan down in the shortest time. A circle of gray dark edges condensed around the periphery of a pair of pupils, condensed into a gray river, and flew out of the river, sweeping towards Ning Xiaochuan. Condense your mind into a solid state, turn it into a river, and your attack power is doubled. The monks in the whole Tianyu building felt that their minds were suppressed, and the roar of the river sounded in their ears. Among them, several young monks who were not strong enough were stunned by the roar. They had fainted and fell to the ground just because they were affected by Qi Xian's mental aftershock. It is conceivable that Ning Xiaochuan, who is at the center of the river attack, will bear how terrible the force will be. Only heaven and man can condense their minds into a solid state and explode destructive attack power. Has Qi Xian reached the realm of heaven and man? Situ Jing's face changed slightly, and he was worried about Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan fought with Qi Xian in order to get justice for them. If Ning Xiaochuan was attacked by Qi Xian, the heart of Wu Dao would be damaged. Those young talents in Jiuyue Xinjiang are worried about Ning Xiaochuan. Qi Xian didn't reach the realm of heaven and man, but he has the heart palace of hell demon seed. If it comes to the power of the mind, it's a little stronger than some heaven and man. Jinling laughed. Wow. At this time, two kinds of flames flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's pupils. In the left eye, dark blueing fire flew out, in the right eye, red yang fire flew out. The two flames intertwined with each other, converged into an open fire, and turned into a flame. The long river collided with the black river of hell, restraining and consuming each other. That's the Shenhua of the heart-nourishing master, the open fire of yin and yang. No wonder he dared to fight with Qi Xian. It was because he had Shenhua. Lu Ren snorted coldly. Lu Ren is also a genius heart-nourishing master. With the help of his family, he accepted a kind of mysterious fire, which is enough to compare with yin-yang open fire. Encountered the attack of yin and yang open fire, Qi Xian was not in a panic at all. With a slight pick at the corner of his mouth, there was a colder river rushing out of his eyes. The river is as dark as ink, cold and evil. It looks like a river, but the river is full of bones and bones. At the moment when the river rushed out, several people who were relatively close felt their souls were frozen, and their hearts suddenly stopped, which made their faces change greatly and immediately backed back. Just now, it was Wushui Hell River, and now it is Huangshui Hell River. Among the three rivers of hell, Huangshui is much more terrible than Wushui. That heart-nourishing master is dead. The water of hell is not the mind of martial artists that can resist. Once the mind is stained by Huangshui, it will be corroded. Martial artists will die of heart ulceration. Hearing those people's talk, Zihanyan's hand was also slightly pinched for a few minutes, and she was very worried about the safety of Ning Xiaochuan. Her palm condensed a group of vitality, and she wanted to take this opportunity to kill Qi Xian. A light voice sounded in Zihanyan's ear, "Girl, you have to think clearly. Even if Qi Xian is fighting with Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, it's not too difficult for him to take your life." Zihanyan glanced behind him. I don't know when, Jinling actually stood beside her, almost stuck with her, with a smile on her face, staring at her with bright eyes and white teeth. Zihanyan also recognized Jinling as the woman in black that night. Knowing that she was not her opponent, Zihanyan took back the vitality of her palm and continued to look at the two people who were fighting. Ning Xiaochuan's hands are folded, and the white heart orifices and red blood orifices rotate around the heart. The speed of rotation becomes faster and faster. Finally, it turns into a sun pattern. Boom! Tai Chi image, flying out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, emits a red and white light, as if the whole space was separated. The appearance of Tai Chi image immediately suppressed the two rivers of hell, which was like a giant seal, pressing back towards Qi Xian. Qi Xian's face changed slightly, no longer retained, and the third river of hell rushed out, the river of weak water. Weak water is the most terrifying of the three hell waters, and its power is also the most terrifying. The three waters of hell converge to form three strong water columns, which attack the Tai Chi pattern and yin-yang open fire. Water surged from all directions, surrounded the Tai Chi pattern and the yin-yang open fire, and soon put out the yin-yang open fire. Wow! In Qi Xian's heart, a demon spirit flew out, condensed into a demon head exactly like Qi Xian, turned into a black sword, smashed the Tai Chi pattern, and then rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's heart. When a demon carrying 3 rivers of hell rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's heart and Tianyu building, all the real spirits disappeared. No. Situ Jing's face changed greatly, and he immediately called out his spear to kill Qi Xian. Jing Wuhui and several other aristocratic family children stopped Situ Jing and said with a smile, "Do you want to kill? You don't care about us too much." Lu Ren said with a smile, "Haha. Let the gamble admit defeat. It's not too late to get angry now. Don't you kneel down and kowtow to apologize to this young master?" Yu Mingsong raised his eyelids and said, "What's the hurry? The victory has not been divided yet. Is it a little early to decide whether to win or lose?" Lu Ren sneered, "Ning Xiaochuan's mind has been broken by Qi Xian. At this moment, Qi Xian's mind has entered his heart and wants to completely destroy his foundation. You actually don't admit defeat, you simply don't see the coffin and don't cry." Yu Mingsong said, "Hurry up. Maybe Qi Xian's mind broke into Ning Xiaochuan's heart and won't come out. How is this possible? Haha. What a joke. The water of hell, plus the demon seed, even the heart of heaven and man will rot, let alone just one." Lu Ren's words, before he finished, saw a gray glow flying out. Boom. Qi Xian's mind escaped from Ning Xiaochuan's heart in a panic. The 3 hell waters were scattered, and the power of the mind became extremely weak and almost broken. Hell demon kind of condensed mind, returned to the body. Poof. Qi Xian's face became extremely pale, his eyes were full of unwilling expression, spit out a mouthful of blood, and dyed the whole table red. Lu Ren was closer, and fresh blood splashed on his face, frightening him into a stupor. Defeated. Defeated. Qi Xian was very unwilling, trying to control his mind and wanted to fight again, but he couldn't lift a trace of strength all over, his face became more pale, and another mouthful of blood spit out. Haha. Defeated. Well defeated. Yu Mingsong patted the table, jumped up, rubbed his palms, and said with a smile, "Everyone, since Qi Xian has lost, the outcome has been decided. Those who bet on Ning Xiaochuan to win, come and get the money." Impossible. The veins on Lu Ren's face came out and shouted, "Qi Xian obviously occupied the absolute top. How can you say defeat is defeat? You must be behind it. Fuck. You. Sister. Ah. Hundreds of pairs of eyes are staring, who can do tricks?" Yu Mingsong rolled up his sleeves and wanted to cut Lu Ren's ears. Ning Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils emitted a bright brilliance, saying, "I have reached the state of great mind-nourishing teacher, and Qi Xian's mind dared to break into my heart. I didn't refine his mind with the heart-nourishing tripod, and I have spared his life. Great heart-nourishing master. Impossible, impossible." Lu Ren read out. He is known as a talented mental health teacher who is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. He failed to hit the great mental health teacher twice. How can Ning Xiaochuan succeed? Impossible. Impossible. Lu Ren can't accept this fact. At this time, those talented heroes in Jiu Xinjiang were very excited, and someone said in a strange way, "Young Master Lu, willing to admit defeat in gambling, it's not too late to be angry now. Don't you kneel down and kowtow to apologize to us?" Haha. A pretty Taoist aunt laughed and said, "You are too arrogant to dare to fight with Master Ning. He is the first master of our young generation in Jiu Xinjiang. It is normal for you to be defeated." Another young talent said, "I just bet 6 million xianshi on young Master Ning to win." Now I've earned 1800 xianshi in vain. I don't know how to spend it. Hearing this, Lu Ren's face changed greatly. Just now, he bet all his wealth, including some treasures of the elders in the clan. Now Qi Xian actually lost. God! That's a treasure of nearly 200 million basalt stones. If you lose it like this, then you'll be ruined. Previously, everyone thought that Qi Xian would win, so they made a heavy bet on Qi Xian. Some even put all their possessions on Qi Xian. It's all right now. Qi Xian was unexpectedly defeated by a heart trainer. Many people's faces turned green and their hearts were so painful that they were about to cry. And those monks in Jiujiang, who had previously bet on Ning Xiaochuan to win, naturally made a lot of money. Now, all people choose in front of a lot of treasures, even picky, and only choose the good things that the children of the aristocratic family come up with. Those sons of the aristocratic family and the candidates who had previously bet on Qi Xian were all fuming with anger. They not only hated Ning Xiaochuan, but also Qi Xian and Yu Mingsong. Mom, I'm miserable by that bastard. The elders in the family have raised so many mysterious drugs and tools for me after a long time. I originally hoped that I could use them on the Tianmen exam, defeat the heroes, and become the inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain at one stroke. Now he won them all. If I failed the Tianmen exam, I would be killed when I went back. A genius from the medium-sized civilization angrily said. Yu Mingsong said, "Calm down. Calm down. Young man, I'll tell you, it's like spending money to buy a lesson. Such opportunities are not many." Another beautiful Tianzhigio girl in her 20s was also wiping tears at the moment, biting her teeth tightly and saying, "My Xuanqi, array plate and Xiandan all lost. What can I do to deal with the Tianmen exam?" Don't worry, fairy. If you are willing to spend the night with you, you will return all the fairy's treasures. I am always ready to help others, and I can't see girls being bullied. Yu Mingsong rode. Many people gnashed their teeth with hate, and some even fainted with anger. We were all trapped by him. From the beginning, he had dug the hole and waited for us to jump in. Now it's okay. Our treasures and basalt have all been lost, and we will definitely lose the Tianmen exam. A young talent pointed at Yu Mingsong, trembling all over, and his face was going to be angry. Yu Mingsong said solemnly, "Brother, you can't say that. At the gambling table, there is always a win when there is a loss. The key is to be able to afford to lose and have manners. If I lose today, even if I lose everything, I also recognize that I am such a handsome man. So many xianshi and treasures are comparable to the sum of all the wealth of a big family. Can you support it alone?" A talented hero in Wang Sun's mansion stretched his hands forward, and the vitality in his body gushed out. His 5 fingers became like an iron hook and a sharp sword, and his nails were as sharp as a blade. The sons of those aristocratic families in Wang Sun's mansion had the most wealth and lost the most miserably. Naturally, it was impossible to let Yu Mingsong, Ning Xiaochuan and others leave. Otherwise, they will not only lose face, but also suffer heavy losses. The next Tianmen exam will be quite disadvantageous. If a friar loses Xuanqi, elixir for healing, and xianshi for restoring vitality, it is equivalent to half of his cultivation. Don't talk so much nonsense with him. Let's go together and recapture our own basalt and soldiers. A monk in the 5th step of the heaven ladder in Wang Sun's mansion roared and took the lead in attacking the past, trying to snatch the basalt and treasure on the gambling table. Their purpose is not only to recapture their own xianshi and soldiers, but also to make the monks present riot and rob Yu Mingsong of hundreds of Xuanqi. Anyway, there are many monks in Tianyu building now. In the midst of chaos, it's a great opportunity to rob the treasure. This is the son of the aristocratic family of Wang Sun's residence, and the last chance to save the situation. Sure enough, the monks of the whole Tianyu building went crazy. Although they felt very embarrassed, after all, they really lost. However, now we can't care so much about what kind of demeanor is not. Everyone has already made a move, and naturally we have to make a move ourselves. Grab. 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 Boom. Suddenly, a red cloud of fire surged out of the Tianyu building. In the fire cloud, there were pieces of unicorn scales floating, which was like pieces of talisman pasted on everyone, making all the monks in the Tianyu building feel huge pressure and unable to move. Time seemed to suddenly stand still, and those monks who wanted to rob Xianxia and soldiers were petrified. Ning Xiaochuan and Jinling looked at each other slightly, and at the same time looked at the top of Tianyu building. Wow! The red Dharma phase is displayed, covering the whole Tianyu building, forming an independent space field. 3 red stars appeared on the top of everyone's head, condensing a colorful nebula. In the nebula, the virtual shadow of a unicorn rushed out, emitting bright brilliance, which stabbed everyone's eyes. Kailan auspicious fa xiang. Luo dance. Jinling stared at the Dharma phase above, and the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, showing a cold smile. On the back of Kailan Suing, stood a beautiful woman in a red robe, with black hair like a waterfall, skin like rouge, plump chest and hips, graceful and slim figure, long and straight, giving a person a kind of ethereal and noble temperament. Many people can only see her figure, unable to see her true face, like a fairy girl standing in the flames. Dancing fairy. Other monks also recognized the woman, and their hearts were very shocked. It's no wonder that her fa xiang calmed everyone. She turned out to be one of the 2 fairies in Tiandi Mountain. Who dares to make such a person come true? Luo Wu's voice was very flexible and particularly sweet, and said, since the victory and defeat have been divided, it's natural to divide the victory and defeat. Those gambling funds don't belong to you anymore. If anyone dares to rob the disciples of Wanjian Palace, don't blame me for being rude to him. Obviously, the eldest martial sister of Wanjian Palace came to support them. Those young monks looked at each other. Although they were extremely unwilling, no one dared to fight in front of the dancing fairy. Damn! The sons of those aristocratic families in Wang Sun's mansion did not dare to offend Luo Wu, so they recorded all their hatred on Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong. In their hearts, they secretly vowed that once they walked out of the Tianyu building, they would take the lives of Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong at all costs and rob those basalt and treasures back. People die for wealth, birds die for food. With so much wealth, even the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain will be moved. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong are dead. Lu Ren quietly bit his teeth and laughed in his heart, just be proud. Expose so much wealth. Before tomorrow, you two will be in a different place with incomplete bones. Eldest martial sister. It's really nice of you to come. Yu Mingsong folded his hands and bowed to the top avenue. Elder martial sister, I have a big secret to tell you. My brother Ning Xiaochuan has loved you for a long time. Just now he told me that he was shocked by a goddess from the moment he saw you at first sight, and he can't forget it. He can't sleep every night, and his mind is full of your shadow. Just now, he told me that these treasures on us will only cause us death. He just said that he planned to give all these treasures to us elder martial sister, volunteer, to exchange for a smile. I hope you take it all. Yu Mingsong's voice was so loud that it could be called heart-rending that it spread into everyone's ears. Be quiet. The monks in the whole Tianyu building petrified again, and everyone was stunned, and their jaws were about to fall to the ground. At the same time, they looked at Ning Xiaochuan. Dude, you are too high profile. Ning Xiaochuan was also dumbfounded at the moment, staring at Yu Mingsong, standing not far away. His fists had been clenched, and he had an impulse to beat him down. Yu Mingsong, unaware of the strange eyes of the people, continued, Elder martial sister, younger martial brother Ning's intentions, only willing to exchange for the elder martial sister's inverted smile. I hope the elder martial sister will accept it all. Luo Dance was also a little unprepared. I didn't expect it to evolve into what it is now. She is the favorite girl of Luo nationality. Naturally, many excellent men love her. However, it is precisely because her talent is too high, her accomplishments are too strong, and her life experience is too prominent. On the contrary, no one dares to take the initiative to express love to her. Such a high-profile expression of love is the first time. So many Xuanqi and Xiancher, even in the eyes of the huge Luo nationality, are definitely not a small number. To accept? Or not? Once accepted, it is equivalent to accepting Ning Xiaochuan's love, and will offend all the monks who lost the bet. After all the basalt treasures, which were originally the treasures of those people, are now given by her, and will certainly be hated by many people. Although she is not afraid of being hated, it is naturally not a good thing for her to offend so many candidates at the same time. If you don't accept them, these Xuanqi and Xiancher naturally don't belong to her, and they will offend you Mingsong and Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. She wanted to win over these two geniuses wholeheartedly. Once she refused, it would be like sweeping their face. Two top geniuses have not been robbed by other forces? Those Xiancher and treasures will also be taken away by other forces. After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Wu sighed slightly in her heart. Originally, I just wanted to help them, but I didn't expect to be taken off the water by them. Wow! Luo Wu flew down from the back of the Kylan virtual shadow, with an elegant posture and the fragrance of lavender. Her long hair was washed in the air like catkins, standing opposite Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong. After a long time, she showed a smile and judo. Since the two younger martial brothers have such a heart, the elder martial sister accepted it. In the future, if someone dares to trouble you, the elder martial sister will help you out. Haha. Ogawa, elder martial sister, smiled at you, elder martial sister, smiled. Yu Mingsong pulled Ning Xiaochuan's arm and was so excited that tears came to his face. Ning Xiaochuan really wants to kick Yu Mingsong away. What are you excited about? Isn't this the result you thought you had? Ning Xiaochuan was sure that when Yu Mingsong took out the pile of high-grade Xuanqi, he was ready to calculate everyone present. Those aristocratic family children of Wang Sun's mansion were given a pit by him, Ning Xiaochuan was given a pit by him, and Luo Wu was also given a pit by him. The purpose of Yu Mingsong's doing this may not be guessed by others, but Ning Xiaochuan is very clear. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly calmed down his impulse to beat Yu Mingsong violently, bowed to Luo Wu and said, "Elder martial sister, it's best if you can take it naturally. But there are several kinds of forging materials in it, which are of great use to me. I don't know if I can take it away. This is your resource, just choose it." Somehow, Luo Wu once again faced Ning Xiaochuan, and her heart actually felt a little strange. There is a saying that people's hands are short and their mouths are soft. Once you accept the gift from the other party, no matter how firm your mood is, it will certainly change. This is what makes Luo Wu helpless. Those treasures are the treasures of candidates from all over the world. They are huge in number and variety, among which there are many precious materials for forging Jiuping Xuanqi, which are invaluable. Ning Xiaochuan found 7 rare materials in that pile of materials that can be used to forge 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords, worth tens of millions of xiancher. Ning Xiaochuan put these materials into the Qianquan cloth bag. He was so happy that he finally collected almost the materials for forging 3 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords. Once he returned to the Wanjian Palace, he could start forging. Once the 3 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords are refined into the body, absorb the soul of the soldiers carried in the Xuanqi war swords, and condense the refined qi, it is likely to impact the realm of heaven and man at one stroke. Luo Wu naturally took the responsibility to collect those huge quantities of xiancher, Xuanqi, xianyao, array plate, and calcination materials. It was not troublesome for her to collect those treasures. Just a touch of her finger on the blue bracelet on her wrist, a piece of brilliance flew out and collected all the materials. If you change it into Qianquan cloth bag, I'm afraid you can't fill up 10 Qianquan cloth bags. The bracelet she wore on her wrist was not an ordinary thing, but a storage vessel at the level of Jiu Dang Jia. It was 10 times more convenient than the Qianquan cloth bag, and the space inside was much larger. This kind of treasure is very rare and more expensive than the aggressive Jiu Dang Jia. Jinling stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, then smiled at Luo Wu and said with a smile, "You Luo people really picked up a big bargain this time. Congratulations, dance fairy. Hee hee. Let's go." Jinling left Tianyu building with his hands on his back and those aristocratic family children from Wang Sun's mansion. Although the children of those aristocratic families are very unwilling, they have no way. Do they want to rob Luowu? They don't have the guts. Lu Renfan angrily looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong. If these treasures were put in their hands, they would surely cause death to them. However, Lu Ren didn't expect that they would give such a huge fortune to Luo Wu. "Count the two of you, I will repay this revenge sooner or later." Lu Ren waved his sleeve and left with the sons of those aristocratic families in the Wang Sun mansion. Qi Xian, who was depressed after the defeat, also left. When he walked to Ning Xiaochuan's side, he stopped for a moment, and his eyes showed an expression that only Ning Xiaochuan understood. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Qi Xian's leaving figure, with a slight hook in the corner of his mouth and a strange color in his eyes. Qi Xian really lost the previous mental battle. However, no one knows that Qi Xian's mind has been enslaved by Ning Xiaochuan. He has now become Ning Xiaochuan's heart slave. As long as Ning Xiaochuan gives an order, he must unconditionally implement it. Qi Xian wanted to accept others as slaves, but he never dreamed that he had become a servant of Ning Xiaochuan. Hell Demon Heart Palace is indeed very powerful. If he hadn't broken into Ning Xiaochuan's heart, even if Ning Xiaochuan had 7 orifices, he might not be able to subdue him. However, Ning Xiaochuan deliberately pretended to be defeated by him and lured him into his heart. Finally, the hell demon was suppressed by the 7 orifices demon heart and became a heart slave. The 7 orifices demon heart palace, but the heart palace that can compete with the chaotic heart palace, has the ability to control other heart palaces. The sons of those aristocratic families in Wang Sun's mansion will certainly not give up. Qi Xian is a chess piece arranged by Ning Xiaochuan among them. If they have any trend, Qi Xian will report it to Ning Xiaochuan at the first time. If one of them wants to be bad for Ning Xiaochuan, Qi Xian can even secretly get rid of the other party. Of course, in ordinary times, Qi Xian's speech, work and practice are the same as before. Even heaven and man can't find out his abnormalities. I let Qi Xian understand the qi of destroying the world. I believe he has understood it. It is estimated that the demon seed will soon reach the realm of Xiaocheng. The demon seed will break through the realm of heaven and man. After Qi Xian reaches the realm of heaven and man, it will be more useful to me. Ning Xiaochuan thought to himself. The time for Tianmen examination is getting closer and closer. Let's go back to Wanjian Palace. Try to improve our cultivation one step in the last period of time. Luo dance used to be cold to everyone, but now it has a little more affinity. Those young talents in Jiujiang, including Situ Jing, Ning Xiaochuan, Zihan Yan, Yu Mingsong, and Luo Wu, who led the team in front, left Tianmen City together. Sitting on the back of a 7th-grade flying Xian beast, Zihanyan seemed to have something on his mind. He was silent all the time. Sometimes he raised his head and looked at Luo Wu, and then quickly lowered his head. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong sat together. "Brother Ning, I think you'd better comfort Miss C. I think she seems a little unhappy." It must be because you empathize and don't fall in love with the eldest martial sister. Yu Mingsong said shamelessly. Ning Xiaochuan had a black line on his forehead and said, "Don't think I don't know your purpose. If you plan on me again in the future, I will plan on you to see who can plan more." Injustice. Great injustice. Brother Ning, you didn't see the look in your eyes just now. Oh, my God, it's amazing to me. The eldest martial sister is the first genius of Luo nationality. If you can catch up with her, won't your future cultivation resources and prosperity roll in? Envy others. Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan sneered, "Then why don't you say you love her and why do you drag me?" Eh. Hey. I know I'm ugly. How dare I dream that the eldest martial sister likes me? But brother Ning, you're different. You're handsome and unruly. I'm sure the eldest martial sister can't pass you. Yu Mingsong narrowed his eyes and laughed. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to talk nonsense with him. Since the matter has become settled, he can only think about the next coping strategies. Why did Yu Mingsong give those treasures to Luo Wu? In doing so, he naturally wants to find a backer. Obviously, Luo nationality is definitely a big backer. Once Luo Wu accepts all the treasures, it is equivalent to sending a signal to everyone that Yu Mingsong and Ning Xiaochuan are already Luo people. Anyone who dares to touch them again will have to consider the Luo nationality. Why doesn't Yu Mingsong say that he loves Luo dance? Instead, will Ning Xiaochuan be dragged out? Luo dance, but the first pride of Luo nationality, people are beautiful, and there must be countless people who want to pursue her, and there must be many forces who want to use her to marry Luo nationality. In other words, once someone publicly and high-profile expresses love to Luowu, it is tantamount to offending those who want to pursue Luowu. It is not Yu Mingsong who offends those people, but Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan would say that Yu Mingsong calculated everyone. Returning to Wanjian Palace, Ning Xiaochuan immediately went to find Yu Mingsong to discuss the forging of Jiuping Xuanqi and sword. Ning Xiaochuan took out 11 rare precious materials used for forging tools, such as snow spirit boring, ruined stone, wind and thunder gold sand, earth fire iron. All of which are invaluable materials. Later, Ning Xiaochuan took out 3 pieces of secondary god bones and handed them to Yu Mingsong. You are so lucky that you have collected so many materials so quickly. Although there are still 3 kinds of materials, it doesn't matter. After adding the secondary god bone, it is enough to make up for the lack of those 3 kinds of materials. Yu Mingsong put away all the materials, waved his sleeve and said, "Go back. I'll take the sword here 3 days later." It only takes 3 days? Its 9 grade xian were forged. Ning Xiaochuan rolled his eyes slightly. Although Ning Xiaochuan is not a craftsman, he has also heard that forging Jiuping Xuanqi is very troublesome. It not only takes a lot of precious materials, but also takes a long time to conceive. Sometimes, it even takes thousands of years to burn the utensils in the ground fire in order to forge Jiuping Xuanqi. The greatest achievement of a great craftsman is to forge a 9-grade mysterious weapon in his lifetime. This is great glory. Other big calciners need a lifetime to forge utensils. He only needs 3 days, and he is still 3 9-grade mysterious utensils. I'm afraid even the leader of Wanjian Palace won't believe this, and Ning Xiaochuan is even more skeptical. Why don't you believe me? Brother Ning, to tell you the truth. Those high-grade Xuanqi I gave elder martial sister Luo earlier are actually the failed products of my forging. You know, I am a person who can do everything quickly except facing women. Say 3 days, it must be 3 days. Yu Mingsong laughed. Ning Xiaochuan left Yu Mingsong and saw Luo Wu in red waiting for him. Luo Wu stood on the side of the square, his body flowing with rosy light, floating out of the dust, stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "The palace master wants to see you." Ning Xiaochuan looked slightly moved and said, I don't know which palace master. There are 7 palace masters in Wanjian Palace, each of whom has a high status and excellent cultivation. Such a big man wants to see him? Go, and you will know. Luo Wu said calmly. Then please lead the way. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Just 1 month later, Luo Wu's breath became more mysterious. It seems that this time, her cultivation is refined again. Ning Xiaochuan also had a sense of urgency in his heart. Although he was a spiritual trainer, he didn't want to go too far away from their talents, at least catching up with them. Wanjian Palace, Elder Hall. 3 palace master level figures are sitting above, 2 of them are over 60 years old, and only 1 palace master looks like a young man. Luo Wu bowed to the 3 old people above and said, Meet the 2nd, 3rd and 6th palace masters. The 3 people sitting above, even the youngest 6 palace masters, are over 100 years old, but they look very young, like a man in his 20s. Ning Xiaochuan adjusted his breath and worshipped with Luo Wu. I've seen 3 palace masters. The master of the 3 palaces is the high level of the Luo nationality and the great-grandfather of Luo Wu. He is wearing a white Taoist robe, holding a whisk in his hand, and said with a smile, Wu heir, I heard that you did a great thing for our Wanjian Palace in Tianmen City, which made the monks of the Wang Sun Mansion look disheartened, and made many exam students lose their homes and properties. Is there such a thing? Luo Wu said, Tell Grandpa Taizu that it's all the credit of younger martial brother Ning and younger martial brother Yu. I'm not that capable alone. Haha. Anyway, this time you really gave us a long face for Wanjian Palace. Before the Tianmen exam, you gave other forces a slap in the face, which greatly boosted the morale. Yes, it's really good. You must be rewarded with some benefits. The master of the 3 palaces touched his beard, and the smile on his face was incomparably bright. Every Tianmen examination is a game between those inner disciples and core disciples of Tiandi Mountain. Those who win will get more cultivation resources and have more say in Tiandi Mountain in the next 100 years. If you lose, you not only lose a lot of the right to allocate cultivation resources, but also lose a breath. People who have reached the level of palace master naturally care about their faces. If the outer disciples of Wanjian Palace give them a face and suppress the outer disciples of Wang Sun's house, then they can naturally raise their heads and take advantage of the momentum when they meet the masters of Wang Sun's house in Tiandi Mountain. With a smile on his face, the 6th palace master gently touched the purple ancient ring on his thumb. A few days ago, Jin Chaolong was still bragging in front of me about how powerful and great the genius of this session of Wang Sun's mansion was. What hell demon heart palace, heart-nourishing master genius, Jiolong Zhenwu Fa Xiang. Only a few days later, their Wang Sun's mansion lost such a big face, which is really gratifying. Next time I meet, I must apologize to him. After all, we are too bullying. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan secretly said that these palace masters were really wonderful, and each one was better than the other. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that if his cultivation reached the level of palace master, he would rarely fight in person. Even if there are contradictions in order to cultivate resources and skill scripts, as long as they do not cross the boundary, the following disciples will solve them by themselves. In the previous Tianmen examination, Wang Sun Fu took the first place, occupying the number of inner disciples and core disciples. It is precisely because of this that Wang Sun Fu has a great say in Tiandi Mountain and often bullies other inner disciples and core disciples in the allocation of cultivation resources. Wanjian Palace is one of the top 10 forces in Tiandi Mountain, although it will not be brazenly bullied by Wang Sun Fu. However, there must be a lot of anger. The members under the door were bullied. Whose face was it? Naturally, it is the faces of the palace masters. It's inconvenient for people at the palace master level to fight. The new generation of disciples can't fight others. Those palace masters are naturally angry. Suddenly, the new generation of young disciples suppressed the younger generation of disciples in Wang's son's mansion, which made the younger generation of Wang's son's mansion suffer a great loss. Naturally, all palace leaders felt very happy. The master of the three palaces laughed and said, "The young generation of our Wanjian palace has indeed produced several top talents, including Wu'er and Ogawa. This time, you two are the main force in the top three, and others must cooperate with you." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I'm just a heart trainer with low cultivation. How dare I touch the top three?" The old man who hadn't spoken stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Fart, he became a great spiritual trainer in his 20s and has the rare talent of martial arts in 300 years. I'm afraid the legendary Shenong was just like this in his youth. If a young Shenong's talent can't be cultivated to the greatest extent, then the group of old gourds in Tiandi Mountain must be blind. The old man is very old, wearing old clothes, with white hair, teeth in his mouth are going to fall out, and his words are a little leaky. He is the second master of the Wanjian Palace. According to rumors, the oldest person in the Wanjian Palace has lived for hundreds of years, and he is a great heart trainer. As long as you sit there, there is an ancient smell emanating from this antique-level figure, which is almost like a figure coming out of history books." The sixth palace master's face was solemn and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, the second palace master had come to Tsangminghai to collect medicine. I heard that the young generation of the Wanjian Palace had a talented heart trainer, so they came back in advance. Don't let the second palace master down." The second palace master laughed and said, "Don't be disappointed, don't be disappointed. I thought he would reach the realm of a great heart-nourishing teacher with the help of the old man, but I didn't expect him to make a breakthrough first. Ning Xiaochuan, would you like to worship me as a teacher and learn the art of heart-nourishing alchemy with me?" Ning Xiaochuan knew that the old man in front of him was very important. If he could become his disciple, he would certainly get quite a lot of benefits, so he said without hesitation, "Disciples are willing to worship the second palace master as a teacher." Haha. Okay, good boy, just say master to you, and I can't let you scream in vain. This year's Tianmen exam has to make an exception to get you a top 3 place. Even if you can't be a son of God or a son of God, you should also be a son of spirit. The second palace master laughed. Ning Xiaochuan naturally understands that the top 3 of Tiandi Mountain are not trivial. It is not only a noun, but also a symbol of status. The richness of cultivation resources obtained is beyond ordinary people's imagination. This year's Tianmen examination includes not only the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven, but also the young god, the crown prince of the Emperor of Heaven. It can be said that as long as there is no accident, these two people have been designated as the top 3 figures. The top 3, except for 2 places, only the last one is left, so that all talents in the world can compete. Even with the talent of Luo dance, if you want to get this quota, you must pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals, and defeat several people of the same level. It can be said that she has a chance, but there is little hope. This old man in front of him has so much energy that he can make an exception to let him enter the top 3. This is absolutely incredible to outsiders. If you have reached the level of the second palace master, you will not boast like this without certain assurance. It seems that this newly worshipped master has a very strong relationship in Tiandi Mountain. Not ordinary hard. If Ning Xiaochuan is also determined internally, isn't it that the top 3 have been determined internally before the Tianmen exam has begun? No matter how talented other candidates are, they can only get the 4th and 5th places at most. Hearing this, even the faces of the 3rd palace master and the 6th palace master changed slightly, showing a look of great joy. Almost at the same time, they said, "Ning Xiaochuan, your atmosphere has arrived." "Thank you, the second palace master. If the second palace master comes out in person, the leader will sell him." The masters of the 3 palaces and the 6 palaces are very happy. The competition of the top 3 is very fierce every time. It has been 300 years since Wanjian Palace produced a top 3 genius in the Tianmen exam. Originally, this time, Luo dance could represent Wanjian Palace to hit the top 3. However, no one expected that there would be a descendant of the Emperor of Heaven, coupled with a crown prince who had an unnatural talent, which immediately increased the difficulty of hitting the top 3 by more than 10 times. This is a big era. There are many geniuses and strong people. No one is sure. In this big era, all geniuses and heroes will be defeated and become the top 3. If the second palace master is willing to come forward, with his friendship with the leader immortal, it is really possible for Ning Xiaochuan to have a fixed number of top 3. It will be of great benefit to Wanjian Palace. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Thank you, master." "There's nothing to thank. I finally took an apprentice. If I can't guarantee him to enter the top 3, it's too shameful." The second palace leader's face was slightly solemn and said, "But even if you are designated as the top 3, you must also take the Tianmen exam. This is a test that every disciple of Tiandi Mountain must accept. Only after passing this test, can we talk about the core disciples, even the top 3. Among the young talents of this generation, there are a large number of talented people, and various forces are playing games in them. The competition between core disciples and the top 3 is extremely fierce. You can't let any outsiders know that you are classified as the top 3. Otherwise, many people will take the opportunity to get rid of you during the Tianmen exam. After all, you can only rely on yourself during the Tianmen exam, and we can't help you. Disciples understand that this kind of thing will not be revealed to anyone." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Haha. Okay. Although I'm the second leader of Wanjian Palace, I haven't asked about Wanjian Palace for a long time. Since I said I would reward you earlier, I naturally want to bring some good things out." With a wave of the sleeve of the second palace master, 2 groups of brilliance flew out of the sleeve and fell into the hands of Ning Xiaochuan and Luo Wu respectively. Ning Xiaochuan held the Shanling wooden box in his hand. Although he did not open the box, he could still feel the surging medicine and spirituality from the box. "Is this?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. "Main road of the second palace, these are 2 human-level pills, 1 for each of you. Ogawa, although your cultivation is outstanding among the heart cultivators, there is still some gap compared with those cultivation talents. The main function of the human-level pill I give you is to improve your cultivation and strive to reach the realm of heaven and man as soon as possible. Although we are heart cultivators, we should also take into account your cultivation. Only when your cultivation is improved, can you live a long life and have more time to refine medicine. As a teacher, I have seen some heart-nourishing wizards with high attainments in alchemy. However, cultivation cannot break through the realm of heaven and man, and I finally farted after living for more than 100 years. As a teacher, when I was young, my attainments in alchemy were not as good as those top heart-nourishing wizards, and my cultivation was not as good as those Tianjiao who specializes in martial arts. However, as a teacher, I lived more than 500 years, which is longer than the life of many heart-nourishing masters. More than 500 years of research in the attainments of alchemy, few people in Tiandi Mountain can compare with being a teacher." Ning Xiaochuan's mind clearly understood, and said, "Disciples understand. We must be a genius not only to be a spiritual trainer, but also to practice. Only when these 2 conditions are gathered on one person at the same time, can we become a truly great spiritual trainer." Haha. Yes, since the founding of the whole Tiandi Mountain, only you can reach the realm of a great mental health teacher in your 20s. At the same time, you have a genius that is difficult to meet for 3,000 years. A genius like you can be called a 10,000-year rare in a mental health teacher, which is rarer than any bullshit young gods. Being a teacher has high expectations of you, and will ask you to meet the standards of a young Shenong. The second palace master said. Ning Xiaochuan said, the human level pill I got is to improve my cultivation. What about the human level pill that elder martial sister got? The second palace master glanced at Luo Wu and said with a smile, the little girl cultivated Kailan auspicious Fa Xiang. I gave her a magic Kailan pill with Kailan's real blood. 3 Kailan pill souls have been bred in the pill. In terms of the grade of the pill, that magic Kailan pill is higher than your Guiyuan pill. However, the audience of magic Jiu Dang is relatively small. If she takes it, she can play the greatest value. After other people take it, the effect will be halved. However, your Guiyuan Dan has the same effect for anyone to take it. It has a wider range of uses. It can help you break through heaven and man quickly and help you the most. Moreover, being a teacher has another meaning, do you understand? Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment, his heart moved, and said with a smile, although the grade of Guiyuan pill is lower than that of magic Qi pill, it is just given to the disciples to study. As long as I can understand the Dan theory contained in the pill, I can make a breakthrough in my attainments in alchemy, and even refine a furnace of human-level pills by my own strength. Haha. Good boy, you are very savvy. I find that I am getting more and more appetizing with you. However, you have just reached the level of a great heart-nourishing master, and it is impossible to refine a human-level pill. You can understand some refined pills from that Guiyuan pill, which is quite amazing. The main road of the second palace. Thank you for giving me the pill. Thank you for giving me Dan, master. Ning Xiaochuan and Luo Wu bowed at the same time, and their hearts were very excited. You know, human-level pills can't be refined by any great heart cultivator, and their value is several times more precious than ordinary psychic miraculous drugs. In particular, the magic Qi Dan of Luo Wu is extremely precious. Even if you have any more xianxue, it is difficult to buy it. You all quit. Concentrate on preparing for the Tianmen exam, and strive to make a splash during the Tianmen exam. The master of the 3 palaces laughed. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan and Luo Wu said at the same time. After Ning Xiaochuan and Luo Wu retired, the 3 palace masters discussed some things again. Not long after, the second palace master left Wanjian Palace and went to the holy land of Tiandi Mountain. In the past, human-level pills only existed in legends, and Ning Xiaochuan had never really seen such pills. It is said that the human-level Dan has bred the Dan soul, has its own wisdom, and is extremely spiritual. There is even a legend that some ancient human-level pills can even turn into human forms, can cultivate independently, and can burst out destructive power. General great mental health practitioners can't refine human-level pills at all. Just like great mental health practitioners forge Jiuping Xuanqi, it's a great honor for a great mental health practitioner to refine a human-level pill in his life, and he can get a high position in the mental health profession. Only people at the level of the second palace master can take out 2 human-level pills at one time to give to the younger generation. Ning Xiaochuan arranged a small array in advance to imprison the surrounding space, and then carefully opened the Shanling wooden box. Wow! A bright white light escaped from the crack of the box, with a strong fragrance of medicine, containing a torrent of life. That box doesn't seem to contain a pill, but rather a living creature with life. Box, fully open. A crystal-clear white elixir, lying at the bottom of the box, about the size of a person's thumb, flows with wisps of fluorescence on the surface, rotating constantly. Dan medicine, stop rotating. A faint Dan soul emerged, which was like a layer of white fog wrapped on the surface of the pill. It's really the soul of Dan medicine. Only human-level Dan can have Dan soul. Ning Xiaochuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and began to study the tannins and ingredients of this human-level pill. Of course, the most important thing is to study how the Dan soul was born. This is the main difference between human Dan and advanced Dan. This Guiyuan pill has only one Dan soul, and the magic Qi pill obtained by Elder Martial Sister Luo has 3 Dan souls, which is likely to have bred simple wisdom. I don't know whether Elder Martial Sister Luo's cultivation can refine the magic Qi pill. The more Ning Xiaochuan studied, the more he found the extraordinary of human-level pills, including not only the preparation of medicinal materials, the control of fire, but also the properties of pills, the formation of Danli and the breeding of Dan soul. Each step is extremely complex, broad and profound, enough for ordinary people to study for a lifetime. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan has 7 minds, which can be studied at the same time. He can divide the solution of human-level pill into 7 parts, and let each mind understand. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan put the Renji Dan away and left his residence. In these 3 days, Ning Xiaochuan didn't gain much. He just sorted out the general concept of human-level Dan. As for Danli and Dan soul, he didn't have a clue. Anyway, refining human-level pills is not an easy thing. If he understands them all at once, human-level pills will not be so rare. Ning Xiaochuan went to Yu Mingsong's residence and planned to retrieve 3 9-grade Xuanqi-level war swords first. He made an appointment with Yu Mingsong for 3 days. Now, 3 days have passed. I don't know if he has forged 3 9-grade Xuanqi-level war swords. How can you really spend only 3 days forging 3 9-grade mysterious weapons? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the 3 black swords inserted on the ground, very surprised, and couldn't help looking up at Yu Mingsong for a few points. The forging level of this product is too frightening. Is it really related to the world's first forging master? Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel the strong sword meaning from the 3 swords. The sword body is 3 meters long, the palm of a person is so wide, and the tail of the sword handle is slightly raised. According to his own requirements, there should be a secondary god bone embedded there. As long as Ning Xiaochuan closes his eyes, he can clearly feel the thin spirit flowing in the sword. Yu Mingsong said, the sword is 10 feet and 3 minutes long. The sword weighs 38,000 kilograms. There are 27 arrays carved in the sword body, 10 ruins of the world, with purple fire and lightning. It is the top among the 9 mysterious weapons after tomorrow. The combat power erupted is stronger than many congenital 9 mysterious weapons. Awesome! Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a hand and held one of the black swords. Boom! The black sword vibrated violently and made a deafening howl. The ground was cracked by the earthquake, and the sword kept shaking, sending out purple lightning, as if it was going to fly out of Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Jiuping Xuanqi has a certain spirit and has a strong soul of soldiers. Especially, the Jiuping Xuanqi just forged is the most difficult to swallow, just like a wild dragon. According to the rumor, some Jiuping Xuanqi had just been forged successfully, and then flew away by themselves to find their owner. It is worthy of being a 9-grade Xuanqi added with the secondary god bone, and its spirituality is indeed strong. Ning Xiaochuan's face was smiling, and the yin-yang open fire poured out of his palm. He wrapped the black sword and used the power of the open fire to burn the sword and control the soul of the soldiers. Under the suppression of Ning Xiaochuan, the 3 swords were subdued, flying around Ning Xiaochuan, emitting a trace of purple fire and lightning power, forming a sword field. Close. Ning Xiaochuan took back all 3 swords, nodded with satisfaction, and said, Yu Mingsong, thank you. Later, Ning Xiaochuan burned 900 pieces of strange door utensils on the jade with the power of God and handed them to Yu Mingsong as a reward for Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong got 900 pieces of Chimen Chidian, so he never hit Li Ning Ogawa again. He was excited to study it with Chimen Chidian, and his mouth often gave out a hairy laugh. After Ning Xiaochuan got 3 9-grade Xuanqi level swords, he couldn't wait to get up in his heart. He returned to his residence and began to practice in seclusion. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the center of the array, holding one of the black war swords in his hand, and the palm of his hand showed Tianwu vitality, completely wrapping the war sword. Poof! The black sword stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's body, and a trace of crimson blood flowed from the wound. Ning Xiaochuan immediately operated the skill and began to refine the black sword. Ning Xiaochuan's body has a total of 7 war swords, all of which are refined into the magic power of 10,000 swords melt rain, and integrated into a concrete magic power. Now, he is refining the 8th sword. The war sword of Jiuping Xuanqi level is extremely difficult to melt and refine. It will also cause great damage to Ning Xiaochuan's body. If you don't pay attention to it, it will explode and die. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan had the experience of melting 9 Xuanqi. This time, melting and refining seemed relatively easy. It took 8 days to completely refine the 9 Xuanqi level war sword and became the 8th concrete magic sword. While refining this 9-grade Xuanqi level war sword, Ning Xiaochuan also absorbed the soul and essence of the war sword, even including the secondary god bone in the war sword, which not only strengthened his body, but also made him hit the 5th step of the ladder in one fell swoop. Finally, breakthrough. Give it to me. Realm breakthrough. Ning Xiaochuan began to condense martial arts. Reaching the 5th step of the ladder of heaven means understanding the martial arts to a certain extent, and being able to communicate the world with martial arts, condensing their own martial arts. Between heaven and earth, wisps of sword intention gathered together, forming a black magic fog above Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan's body has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Wisps of sword gas and magic gas have escaped, connected with the magic fog above his head, and converged into a sea of corpses and blood scene. Wow! Then, the magic chi condensed into a scene of sky fire burning. Wow! The scene of tide sinking also appeared. The 3 scenes represent 3 ways to destroy the world. It's like turning into 3 terrible destruction worlds, broken, gods crouching over corpses, stars burning, and the continent being submerged by black water. It's very shocking and awe-inspiring. The virtual shadow of a blood-red magic sword is like a pillar of heaven and earth, running through the 3 destructive worlds, standing on Ning Xiaochuan's head, emitting a torrent of magic gas. This magic sword is extremely terrifying. It belongs to Ning Xiaochuan's Fa Xiang. With a sword, it seems to be able to destroy a world. What a terrifying Fa Xiang, Ning Xiaochuan. I'm afraid the book of destruction you practiced is really a kind of supreme demon, too terrible. The voice of Emperor Blade sounded. Tiandaran had always looked down on the Sutra of destroying the world and thought that the Sutra of heaven and earth was the supreme nerve. After seeing the Dharma phase cultivated by Ning Xiaochuan, it was finally shocked and felt the horror of the way of destroying the world. Those of you don't really want to destroy the world, do you? Tiandi Blade has some taboos. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know much about the way of destroying the world, and said, how is it possible? There is only one successor of the way of destroying the world in each generation, and you want to destroy the world by one person? Haha. The way of destroying the world should be just a Taoist idea. I don't think so. There are 3,000 ways to kill the world. How many ways to kill the world have you realized now? If you cultivate all the 3,000 ways to great perfection, I don't know how terrible things will happen. Tiandaran suddenly had a deep awe for the way of destroying the world, and always felt that Ning Xiaochuan's future road would deviate from the world and be the enemy of all sentient beings. The Dharma phase cultivated by Ning Xiaochuan is very strange, and the demon gas is vast, converging into 3 Dharma phase worlds. However, the 3 Fa Xiang were pierced by a towering magic sword, forming 3 broken Fa Xiang worlds. The phase of martial arts and Taoism cultivated is very different from that in Ning Xiaochuan's imagination. It seems that there will be changes in the future when he understands more ways to destroy the world. It's called 3000 Dharma phase. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Just refining into a 9-grade, Xuanqi level sword, Ning Xiaochuan hit the 5th step of the ladder in one fell swoop. If the other two 9-grade, Xuanqi level war swords were also refined, wouldn't they be able to impact the heaven and man at one stroke? Just as Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to hit the realm of heaven and man in one fell swoop, suddenly, a sense of vigilance came into his heart. He immediately took the martial arts phase back into his body, glanced at the door and asked, "Is it the purple girl outside?" "Young Master Ning, tomorrow is the time for the Tianmen examination." The 3 palace masters asked all the external disciples who participated in the Tianmen examination to gather in the Elder Hall to arrange the deployment of the Tianmen examination. Zihanyan stood outside the door and said softly. Her voice is very pleasant to hear, such as the upper stream of clear springs and stones, and like the empty valley playing qin and shao, giving people an extremely pleasant feeling. It's time for Tianmen examination. Ning Xiaochuan put away the array, opened the door, saw Purple Hanyan standing outside the door, his eyes slightly shrunk, and said, "Miss Purple's recent cultivation speed is so fast, I'm afraid she's going to break through the 5th step of the ladder of heaven." Zihanyan said with a smile, "No matter how fast you cultivate, you're not as good as young Master Ning. I heard that the 2nd palace master gave you a human-level pill. This time, you've broken through to heaven and man?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a smile and said, "The higher your talent is, the harder it will be to break through. It's not easy to break through the realm of heaven and man. You have to continue to practice hard. Let's go. Let's go to the Elder Hall." Ning Xiaochuan stepped out first. Zihanyan stood behind and looked at Ning Xiaochuan's back. Somehow, she felt a familiar breath on Ning Xiaochuan, which was similar to the Zixia Sutra she practiced. Is Ogawa also practicing the Zixia Sutra? It should not be. He should have obtained some secret treasures in the Tiandi mountain, with the divine power left by his ancestors. Zihanyan thought secretly in his heart and decided to tell Ning Xiaochuan his secret when necessary. If she could, she would even take out the Zixia Sutra to practice with him. After all, Zixia Sutra is a nerve, not an ordinary martial sutra. When Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan came to the Elder Hall, other external disciples of Wanjian Palace had already arrived. There were more than 400 people, all wearing the uniform clothes of the external disciples of Wanjian Palace. Each of them is a young generation of heroes, a genius without exception, and has the lowest cultivation level, reaching the 4th level of the Earth Respect realm. More than half of these candidates are external disciples trained by Wanjian Palace, and some are young monks recruited from other civilizations. Their energy and spirit are very full. They are known as young warrior in their own civilization, and can be called a young hero. Situ Jing, Yu Mingsong, Wu Qingqiu, and others also stood in the crowd. The higher the cultivation, the higher the talent, the more ahead they stand. Wanjian Palace is worthy of being the top 10 forces in Tiandi Mountain. It has attracted so many talented heroes. There are only 10 candidates in the 5th step of Tiandi realm. Ning Xiaochuan also reached the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. He didn't need to release his mind at all, so he could clearly see the cultivation of the candidates present. This is the special ability of the 7 orifices Demon Heart Palace. The 2nd Palace Master, the 3rd Palace Master, and the 6th Palace Master were all sitting above, just like Sanqing Taoist Zun. They were all wrapped by Tianwu vitality, so that the people below could not see their true faces. In addition to the 3 Palace Masters, there are also 7 elders who sit on both sides of the hall. There are also some inner disciples in the Elder Hall, but they are all standing behind the elders and looking at the candidates of this session. 100 years ago, when we took the Tianmen examination, there were only more than 220 candidates in Wanjian Palace, which doubled this year. Brother Xiao, have you found that the talent of this session of candidates is quite terrible, and their overall strength is several times stronger than that of our session? Unexpectedly, there is a heavenly man. An inner disciple stared at the gorgeous Luo dance, with a look of surprise and envy in his eyes. It seems that our Wanjian palace is going to rise in this Tianmen examination, and is expected to rush into the top 3. It's said that not long ago, the young generation of our Wanjian palace had a confrontation with the young generation of Wang Sun's mansion, which made those aristocratic families in Wang Sun's mansion lose all their money. Recently, Wang Sun's mansion has become less arrogant than before. Haha. Don't underestimate Wang Sun's mansion. For 300 years, every Tianmen exam has been the first, and it is definitely the #1 force in Tiandi Mountain. Those inner disciples are all talking and looking forward to this session of Tianmen examination. Ning Xiaochuan and Zi Hanyan walked into the elder hall and came to the side of Yu Mingsong, Situ Jing, and others. All the disciples of the outer gate at the same time bowed to the top and said in unison, "Meet the 3 palace masters." "I'll get up." The lord of the 3 palaces lifted his arm, and a faint air of nothingness escaped, covering the entire elder hall. Under the action of that invisible force, all the external disciples stood up and stared at the 3 palace masters sitting above in shock. The power just now is quite terrible. It seems invisible, but it makes them irresistible. In other words, as long as the 3 palace masters are willing, they can control their behavior with their thoughts, so that they can't resist at all, even suicide. Wearing a blue palace suit, Elder Pu walked under the 3 palace masters and faced all the external disciples, saying, "Tomorrow is the Tianmen examination of Tiandi Mountain once 100 years. Those who can pass the examination will be able to ascend to heaven step by step, become inner disciples of high status, and be vigorously cultivated by Tiandi Mountain in the future. This year, our Wanjian palace is full of talents, and there are 487 external disciples who are qualified to take the Tianmen examination, a record high. However, there are no less than 100 forces in Tiandi Mountain, and other forces also have a large number of talents. Experts are like clouds. Who is the hero and who is the grassroots bandit? We have to wait for the results of the Tianmen examination before we can tell the difference. In the last session, 100 years ago, a total of 78 disciples of our Wanjian palace successfully passed the Tianmen examination, and finally ranked 7th among the major forces. This session, our goal is to enter the top 3. Are you confident? Yu Mingsong took the lead in shouting, "Have confidence. Absolutely have confidence. Master, let alone the top 3, even if you win the first, you are absolutely confident." Subsequently, all the disciples of the outer gate also began to shout, and their voices were like thunder, ringing through the whole Wanjian palace. Next, those inner disciples began to explain to the public the precautions of the Tianmen examination, the dangers that the Tianmen examination might encounter, and the skills of fighting among the major forces during the examination, and so on. Ning Xiaochuan, Zi Hanyan, Situ Jing, Yu Mingsong, and others are the top talents of Wanjian Palace. Naturally, they receive special treatment. Elder Pu, Yu Mingsong's female teacher, explained it to them personally. Pu Chang said, "The content of each Tianmen exam is different, but everything changes. The main assessment is the cultivation, savvy, courage of young monks, and finally luck." Yu Mingsong coughed twice and said, "Master, it's okay to understand savvy and courage, and luck should also be tested?" Elder Pu nodded seriously. Avenue, everyone has his own luck, which can also be called qi luck. A person with strong qi luck can pass the Tianmen exam even with his eyes closed, and will not encounter any danger. A person with bad qi luck may die in the Tianmen exam even if he reaches the state of heaven and man. Luck is a very mysterious thing, and whoever can master it will be invincible in the world. Unfortunately, many saints have studied it, but no one can master it. It is a fixed number in the dark. Only the beloved of heaven and earth can be blessed with great fortune. The knife can't be cut to death, the fire can't be burned out, the supreme weapon can be picked up when walking, and the divine spring can be drunk when drinking water on the roadside. At any time you may encounter a beauty who promises to him and never leaves him. Picking up a stone casually may kill heaven and man. Picking up a stone can kill heaven and man? Situ Jing didn't believe it. Elder Pu said with a smile, it's not natural for ordinary people to die. However, for those who have great luck, the stones they pick up may be God-killing stones. Let alone smashing heaven and man, even smashing gods is not impossible. It's impossible to say anything about luck. Ning Xiaochuan was a little embarrassed and said, if luck really reaches that level, I'm afraid I can cultivate myself into a god by lying on the ground and sleeping. Unfortunately, no one is sure about such things as Ji Yun, and I won't always care for the same person. Pu Chang said, that's not necessarily true. Although everyone has his own luck, people with divine blood can get the blessing of divine luck, and their luck is much stronger than others. We are not descendants of gods, so let's not talk about luck. Yu Mingsong said anxiously, Master, is it still life-threatening to take the Tianmen examination? Yes. Every Tianmen exam will definitely kill many talented heroes, but there is no way. If you don't experience the test of life and death, how can you test the candidate's real potential and psychological endurance? In the process of cultivation, those with low potential can't reach it, those with weak mind can't reach it. Elder Pu said. Elder Pu added, but you can rest assured that Tiandi Mountain will arrange a strong invigilator of cultivation to enter the examination room with you. If there is a large-scale intentional murder, the invigilator will shoot it. That's good. That's good. Yu Mingsong breathed a long sigh of relief. Before long, the discussion was over, and most of the candidates withdrew, leaving only the most outstanding dozen outside disciples. These more than 10 outside disciples either reached the 5th step of the ladder of heaven, or had extremely high cultivation talents, including Luo Wu, Situ Jing, Ning Xiaochuan, Zihan Yen, Yu Mingsong, a total of 15 people. Those inner disciples also retreated, and there were only 3 palace masters and 7 elders left in the elder hall. The master of the 6 palaces stood up, looked at the 15 young monks below, and said with a smile, you are the best disciples of the Wanjian Palace this time. There is a chance to become a core disciple, of course, only a chance. Hanli, Yu Mingsong, you two are out. A bald man with a height of more than 3 meters, and Yu Mingsong took a step forward at the same time and bowed down to the 6th palace master. 6 Palaces Main Road, Yu Mingsong, you have a talent that is difficult to encounter for 3,000 years. However, because you were born in the medium-sized 5-level civilization, you have not received the best training, so there is still a certain gap between your accomplishments and the top masters. Hanli has a talent that is difficult to encounter for 4,000 years, and the talent level is not much different from you, but he has reached the peak of the 5th step of heaven ladder. When taking the Tianmen exam, you two are in a group. Hanli, you should protect your junior brother well. The bald man stood beside Yu Mingsong, his arms thicker than Yu Mingsong's waist, and laughed. The palace master is assured that the disciples will protect younger martial brother Yu from being killed by other forces by taking the opportunity to pass the Tianmen exam. The leader of the 6th palace nodded, and then asked Situ Jing and an outside disciple named He Mingyuan to form a team, and He Mingyuan protected Situ Jing. Thank you, elder martial sister He. Situ Jing bowed politely to He Mingyuan. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Hanli and He Mingyuan and nodded gently. These 2 people are extremely arrogant, who exude strong fighting power. They are definitely people of Qi X science level. Although they are only monks in the 5th step of the ladder of heaven, they have the ability to escape from heaven and man. One person's strength is enough to defeat 3 or 5 masters of the 5th step Tianti realm. Among the young generation in Wanjian Palace, except Luo Wu and Ning Xiaochuan, their combat power is the most terrifying. Yu Mingsong and Situ Jing are naturally not weak, and it is not difficult to pass the Tianmen exam. However, I am afraid that the strong of other forces will know that their talent level is high, so I take the opportunity to get rid of them during the Tianmen exam. Therefore, the leader of the Sixth Palace arranged 2 top masters to form a team with them. The Sixth Palace master's eyes finally fixed on Ning Xiaochuan and Luo Wu, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, have you entered the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven?" "That's right." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation now is the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven. In fact, his cultivation has reached the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. The leader of the Sixth Palace said, "The news that you broke through the great spiritual master has spread all over the Tiandi mountain. In addition, the news that the Second Palace master accepted you as an apprentice has also leaked out. Many forces are speculating that you may have been designated as the top 3. Of course, this is also the fact that the Second Palace master has mentioned your name to the real leader. The real leader has drawn a line for you in the top 3 places. The name of a young monk can enter the ears of the leader of Tiandi Mountain, which is absolutely earth-shattering. That means that Ning Xiaochuan has entered the vision of the high rise of Tiandi Mountain. In the future, his cultivation resources will continue to tilt towards him, and more opportunities will take care of him." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Thank you, Master." The Second Palace master touched his chin and said with a smile, "Thank you for farting. It's a matter of a word. However, if you want to really enter the top 3, it depends on your next performance. After all, now it's just a line for you. No one can predict whether another guy will appear in the Tianmen exam." The master of the 6 palaces said, "Don't be happy too soon. If this thing leaks out too quickly, it will be a huge test for you. When the Tianmen exam is held, there will definitely be many people who will kill you, including even the people in the Tianmen realm. That is to say, no matter how you perform in the Tianmen exam, as long as you can pass the Tianmen exam alive, you will be successful." "Just need to pass the Tianmen exam alive?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. The leader of the 6th Palace nodded and said, "In order to save your life, Luo Prom will form a team with you, and she will protect you personally." Ning Xiaochuan was secretly surprised that Luo Wu should be sent to protect him personally. It seems that those palace masters must have received some rumors. I'm afraid the danger of this Tianmen exam will far exceed his expectations. If I hadn't worshipped the Second Palace master as my teacher, I might not have fallen into such a great danger. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not regret. With his current cultivation, even if he fought with the young Tianjiao of the realm of heaven and man, he might not lose. At whose hand will the deer die? I'm not sure. Besides, he only needs to refine the remaining 2 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords, and he may be able to impact heaven and man at one stroke. At that time, the younger generation, who can fight? Yu Mingsong muttered, sad. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing are protected by beautiful women, but I'm a big man. They are also geniuses. Why is the treatment so bad? Brother Yu, let's go. Let's discuss the specific matters of team formation first. Han Li, a bald man, stretched out a big palm and smiled kindly at Yu Mingsong. Just one finger of Han Li was as thick as Yu Mingsong's wrist, which made Yu Mingsong tremble. Yu Mingsong sighed and followed Han Li out of the Hall of Elders. The rest of the outside disciples also left one after another, and many people looked at Ning Xiaochuan with envious eyes. Not only can I get in close contact with the dancing fairy, but also I have a great chance to become the top 3. I'd become a master at once and become an equal figure with the dancing fairy. Of course, some people showed a sad look. Zihanyan pursed her lips, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, who was discussing the Tianmen exam with Luo Wu, and then left silently alone, leaving a lonely figure. Dancing fairy is the first pride of Luo nationality. There is a huge force behind it. It is also incomparable to the country and the city. Its cultivation is 10 times better than you. Zihanyan, you can't compare with her at all. You are far worse than her. Ning Xiaochuan will naturally like her. They are the best couple. You don't deserve it. Zihanyan's heart was very bitter. She kept telling herself that she couldn't compare with Luowu and that she didn't deserve Ning Xiaochuan. Thinking about it, tears flowed down and fell to the ground drop by drop, forming a line. Maybe I can tell Ogawa that my real talent and my real constitution have awakened divine blood. I have found the complete Zixia Sutra, and I can put the Zixia Sutra, give him everything I have. I'm not worse than Luowu. I'm better looking than Luowu. But is Ogawa the kind of person who likes women's appearance? I'm afraid that what I said will only make him look down upon. The person he really likes is Luowu, and he can't force his feelings at all. Zihanyan closed his eyes tightly, took back the tears in his eyes, and then left with a big step. Ning Xiaochuan is talking with Luowu and takes a look at the back of Zihanyan. Go. I can see Sister Zi's affection for you. Don't let her misunderstand. Luowu said. Ning Xiaochuan nodded gently and said, Thank you, Elder Martial Sister. I have a proposal. If it's possible, I want younger Martial Sister Z to form a team with us, and I can take care of her during the Tianmen exam. Luowu's eyebrows frowned slightly and said, I'm afraid there's some trouble. After all, the Tianmen exam is conducted separately. Even if I want to form a team with you, I must write down your soul mark in advance and find you before others find you. There is a time limit for the Tianmen exam. It's estimated that it will take me a lot of time to find you. If I go to her again, it will definitely take more time. I'm afraid it's too late. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, Do your best. Younger Martial Sister Z's talent is not worse than us, and she will never hold us back. Luowu said, I can see her talent is very high. Go to talk to her first. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan quickly chased out of the elder hall, and soon felt the smell of purple smoke, and found her in a bamboo forest. Zihanyan sat under a green bamboo forest, his eyes glazed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Dada. Ning Xiaochuan deliberately stepped on the sound of footsteps and woke her up. Zihanyan immediately recovered, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, showing a look of surprise and hiding a bit of resentment. You. Aren't you talking with Elder Martial Sister Luo about how to pass the Tianmen exam together? What are you doing here? Ning Xiaochuan took out the bronze ancient lamp, in which the blood of heaven and man was flowing, emitting a faint blood light, and said, Younger Martial Sister Z, you don't have Jiuping Xuanqi to protect yourself? Zihanyan quickly adjusted his mood and became calm, saying, The whole Purple clan has only one Jiuping Xuanqi, and it's also a magic weapon of the Zhen clan. I'm just a descendant of the younger generation, how can I control Jiuping Xuanqi? Ning Xiaochuan walked up to Zihanyan and said, Tianmen exam is very dangerous. If you don't pay attention, you will be crushed to pieces. This bronze ancient lamp was once used by the Emperor of Heaven to illuminate. It has absorbed the Spirit of God and has been turned into a mysterious weapon of the 9th grade in nature. I'll give it to you now. Zihanyan suddenly stood up and looked surprised on a beautiful face. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, Beiqi gently bit his lips. Why do you want to give it to me? This is a congenital 9-grade xianware, and it is also an ancient lamp used by the Emperor of Heaven to illuminate. So give it to her? Ning Xiaochuan didn't even hide the origin of Guding, and told her directly. It can be seen that Ning Xiaochuan had no selfishness towards her, which immediately made her ashamed. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, Although it is a congenital 9-grade mysterious weapon, it is of little use to me. Now, I'll give it to you. I believe it can be of maximum value in your hands. The bronze ancient lamp is indeed of little value to Ning Xiaochuan. Giving it to Zihanyan is of great help to her. Then why don't you give it to Elder Martial Sister Luo? To that little princess? Purple Smoke's eyes widened slightly, and his eyelashes trembled. Although he said that, his heart was very sweet. She just doesn't want to show her feelings, and wants to know what position she is in Ning Xiaochuan's heart. It is said that women are hypocritical. Ning Xiaochuan has seen it today. Even Zihanyan, such a smart and decisive woman, has hypocritical times, and her words give people a sour taste. Ning Xiaochuan thought carefully and said, a few days ago, she gave elder martial sister Luo a lot of treasures. There are several pieces of 9th-grade Xuanqi alone. I believe that even if she gave her the bronze ancient lamp, she may not be able to see it. It's something elder martial sister Luo despises. You gave it to me. Purple Smoke whispered. If you don't want it, I'll give it to the little princess. I miss her a little. Tomorrow is the time for the Tianmen exam, and I'm estimated to see her. Ning Xiaochuan will put away the bronze ancient lamp. Shua. The purple smoke turned into a purple shadow. With a flash of lightning, he grabbed the bronze ancient lamp from Ning Xiaochuan's hands, held it in his hands, and said, then I'll take it. Thank you, elder martial brother. In the future, younger martial sister will have a good reward. Ning Xiaochuan immediately smiled, what do you get in return? Zihanyan looked serious and said, I have a big secret to tell you, but you must not tell others, otherwise we will all be killed. Ning Xiaochuan also became serious, propping up the clouds and clouds returning to vitality to form a spherical vitality field, enveloping the two of them. Then, Zihanyan told Ning Xiaochuan all about the origin of the purple family and the awakening of god blood in his body, without any reservation. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at her deeply and said, no wonder your cultivation breakthrough is so fast. It turns out to be so. Younger martial sister, Z, this is your big secret of the Z clan, which is related to the life and death of thousands of people. You don't need to tell me. Zihanyan gently shook his head and said, I don't know why, in front of you, I can't keep any secrets. If I don't tell you something, it's like I made a big mistake, and I will always blame myself in my heart. Now I tell you, I suddenly feel that the whole person is a lot lighter. Ning Xiaochuan's lips moved and his eyes showed a trace of tenderness. He immediately took the remaining 5 secondary god bones out of the Chankuan cloth bag and handed them to Zihanyan. This is. Purple cold smoke can naturally feel the breath emanating from the secondary god bone. As soon as her fingers touched the top of the secondary god bone, there were wisps of martial law flowing towards her body. Wow! The second divine bone, induced by the divine blood and the purple cold smoke, emits a bright brilliance, as if it was about to melt. Zihanyan immediately took back her fingers, and her eyes looked askance, staring at Ning Xiaochuan blankly. Ning Xiaochuan said, these are the 5 bones of the purple gold emperor. The secondary god bone. It is very difficult for us to refine the secondary god bone. However, you are the descendant of the purple gold emperor and awaken the divine blood. It should be easy to refine the bones of the purple gold emperor. Refining a secondary god bone can make your physical strength reach the level of heaven and man. If you refine all 5 sub-god bones, maybe you can take this to impact the realm of heaven and man at one stroke, and your physical strength is more than 5 times that of ordinary heaven and man. Zihanyan took 5 pieces of secondary god bones, tightly pursed his glittering lips, and said affectionately, thank you. Can I call you Ogawa in the future? Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment and said with a smile, of course. While there is still one day, I will help you refine the bronze ancient lamp. If you can also refine 1 or 2 secondary god bones. Yes. Zihanyan was very excited and nodded vigorously. It took a whole night. With the help of Ning Xiaochuan, the bronze ancient lamp was completely refined by purple smoke and became the strongest soldier of purple smoke. Moreover, she also refined 2 secondary divine bones, and her cultivation was successfully promoted to the 5th step of heaven ladder. Zihanyan's cultivation improved by a big step, condensing the purple cloud Fa Xiang. Once the martial arts phase was launched, purple gas rushed from the east and turned into a vast sea of purple clouds. Refine into 2 pieces of secondary divine bones, and cultivate the martial arts method phase. With the current cultivation of purple Han Yen, even if it is against the first female Tianjiao Jinling of the Jin family, it can also draw. There are still 3 secondary divine bones. In one day, I can completely refine them, and maybe I can impact the realm of heaven and man at one stroke. However, there is no time now, and I can only refine them when the Tianmen exam. The essence and spirit of purple cold smoke have undergone earth-shaking changes, because the cultivation is not yet stable, and the purple glow is flowing all over the body, covering the white skin, making her look particularly dusty and ethereal, just like a goddess in the dust. Ogawa, I will pass the Zixia Sutra to you. Zihan flew. Zixia Sutra is the martial sutra of Zijin Emperor to cultivate into a secondary god, which can be called nerve. Although there is also a role of nerve in Tiandi Mountain, ordinary people are not qualified to practice at all. Even if they are lucky to practice, they can't get a complete nerve at one time. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to refuse. After all, he has the Heaven and Earth Sutra and the Destruction Sutra, which are no worse than the Zixia Sutra. But Ning Xiaochuan thought about it for a moment. Heaven and Earth Sutra and Destruction Sutra, although unpredictable, but they can only practice by themselves, others can't practice. If you can get the Zixia Sutra, you can pass it on to Shiner and Cece. Nerves can be encountered but not sought. The whole north. Jiang estimated that there were only a few volumes of nerves, and Zixia Sutra was one of them. If they were given to practice, it would naturally be of great benefit to them. Well, pass the Zixia Sutra to me. The Emperor of Zijin was once a secondary god, unifying the whole north. The martial arts sutra he cultivated must be broad and profound, and maybe he can understand some of the true meaning of martial arts from it. The cultivation of martial arts is the sea accepts all rivers, and tolerance is great. Although I cultivate the Destruction Sutra and Heaven and Earth Sutra, I can also understand other martial arts sutras, improve my martial arts knowledge, and increase my understanding of martial arts. Zihanyan burned the Zixia Sutra on a blue jade and turned it into a jade book and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. That jade is a jade pendant worn by Zihanyan. It emits a faint fragrance and has extraordinary significance. When she handed the jade to Ning Xiaochuan, her heart beat fast, as if she had given herself to Ning Xiaochuan, which was both joyful and a little uneasy. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was thinking about another thing, and he didn't notice these. He put the jade away and said, "There's another thing I have to tell you." "What is it?" Zihanyan was a little disappointed. He gave him the 2 most precious things. He didn't pay any attention to them and put them into the Heaven and Earth cloth bag. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I once entered the cemetery of the Emperor Zijin, and the secondary god bone was found in the cemetery. I felt a terrible spiritual force in the cemetery, and I guess that the Emperor Zijin is likely to be reborn against the sky. When the burial mountain is born again, it may be the time for your ancestors to resurrect." Zihanyan was not shocked at all. He even stopped breathing and said, "How is it possible? The old ancestors may return against the sky? Even the gods cannot rise after death, and the old ancestors have died for thousands of years." Ning Xiaochuan said, "An elder once told me that a big era is coming, and anything impossible can happen under the promotion of the big era. This thing is just my guess, so don't think about it." Yu Mingsong held a fan in his hand, one hand shaking the fan, one hand behind his back, with a slightly propped up stomach, and said, Oh. Brother Ning, I didn't say you, today is the day of the Tianmen exam, so you should save some physical strength. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yu Mingsong and said, "What do you mean? Don't tell me, you and younger martial sister Zi talked about life and philosophy in the bamboo forest last night, and didn't do anything else?" Hee hee. Yu Mingsong closed the folding fan and said with a low smile, I understand that every man is eager to return to the place where he was born, but it also needs to be divided into time and occasion. This is the deep bamboo forest. Today is the time for the Tianmen exam. You. Hurt customs. Ning Xiaochuan's whole face is black. Zehanyan was puzzled and said, What? What is every man eager to return to the place where he was born? This. Hey. You know. Yu Mingsong squinted and laughed. Ning Xiaochuan stopped the purple smoke behind him and immediately cut off the topic, saying, Yu Mingsong, what are you doing with a fan in your hand? Do you want to be a scholar? Oh. That's not true. Every one of the disciples of Wanjian Palace has a folding fan as a unified accessory to avoid accidental injury during the Tianmen exam. Hey. This is my advice to the master, and the master praises me for being smart. Yu Mingsong added, Yes. I almost forgot my business. It's time to start for the Tianmen exam. Everyone is ready, just waiting for you too. Didn't you say it earlier? Zehanyan glared at Yu Mingsong fiercely, and then hurried with Ning Xiaochuan to the gate of the mountain. Yu Mingsong chased after him and shouted, Wait for me. And your fan. This time, they went to the examination room of Tianmen examination, which was led by 3 elders and 6 palace masters, and set out in 3 teams. Luo Wu, Ning Xiaochuan, Zehanyan, Situ Jing, Han Li, He Mingyuan and other top talents, led by the 6th palace master, sat on the back of a gale beast, flew above the clouds, and went to the direction of the holy land of Tiandi Mountain. Those talented heroes in Wanjian Palace all looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Zehanyan with strange eyes. Sometimes someone nodded and smiled at Ning Xiaochuan, and I don't know what it means. Yu Mingsong pulled Ning Xiaochuan's clothes and said with a smile, I've told everyone about you and younger martial sister Z. Everyone thinks you and younger martial sister Z are a good match. As for the eldest martial sister, hey, you also know that she is a descendant of Luo nationality, and ordinary people can't control it. It's still younger martial sister Z's little bird depends on people, and she's feminine. Ning Xiaochuan was completely speechless, and Yu Mingsong must have talked nonsense again. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and began to regulate his breath. In addition to Yu Mingsong, other disciples of the outer sect also sat around and adjusted their breath. So Yu Mingsong crowded beside the 6th palace master, said something in the 6th palace master's ear, and kept staring at several female disciples, giggling in his mouth, listening to the 6th palace master frowning. If it weren't for today's Tianmen exam, Yu Mingsong might have been thrown out. 2 hours later, the gale beast swooped down from the clouds and fell into an empty field. On the ground, there have been many disciples of the outer gate gathered, which can be called a sea of people. Some of them gathered together and stood a big flag, such as Wang Sun's mansion, Burning Sword Sect, Chuanjin Temple, Demon Moon Palace. These are the organizations established by the disciples of Tiandi Mountain, and there are dozens of large and small organizations. Moreover, this is only a part of the Tiandi Mountain organization, and many external disciples of the organization are coming one after another. Like Tiandi Mountain, which has been established for more than 10,000 years, driven by interests, it is impossible not to have small organizations inside. Wangsun Mansion, Wanjian Palace, Demon Moon Palace. These organizations were gradually born in the evolution of thousands of years, and took root in Tiandi Mountain, and obtained the tacit consent of the high level of Tiandi Mountain. Like those ancient aristocratic families, they will also be divided into many lineages and interest groups. When the population of a force is too large, it is impossible to manage it only by the power of a leader and a householder. If it is blindly restricted, it will only hinder the development of the force. Therefore, sacred places like Tiandi Mountain generally acquiesce in the emergence of internal organizations, competition and cooperation, which is more conducive to the birth of strong people. In addition to the internal organization of Tiandi Mountain, many candidates are not external disciples of Tiandi Mountain, but young martial artists and young Taoists from other civilizations. Yes. There are more than 400 candidates in Wanjian Palace this year. It seems that they are going to surpass our Fengjian sect and compete for the 6th place. A middle-aged man with a two-skimmed blue beard said in a strange way. With an ancient sword on his back and bright eyes, this middle-aged man is the Wood Lord of the Burning Sword sect and a powerful core disciple of Tiandi Mountain. The leader of the 6th palace walked over, stood side by side with the middle-aged man with a sword on his back, and said with a smile, "Our Wanjian Palace is not interested in the 6th, and our goal should be at least in the top 5. What a big tone, it doesn't pay attention to our sword-burning sect at all." Lord Mu smiled coldly. The master of the 6th palace said, "Yes. Don't think we lost a genius that is difficult to meet in 800 years, and you will surely win. When the Tianmen exam comes, you will be surprised." Master Mu laughed. "I'll wait." The 6th palace master said faintly. Before the Tianmen examination began, all forces began to compete secretly. Both Jianzhong and Wanjian Palace are organizations focusing on sword cultivation. They have been enemies for thousands of years. Every Tianmen examination will compete with each other. In the last Tianmen examination, the sword-burning sect ranked 6th, slightly better than Wanjian Palace. Therefore, in the past 100 years, many young sword practitioners have worshipped under the door of the Burning Sword sect, which has greatly increased the power of the Burning Sword sect. In this year's Tianmen examination, there were more than 600 candidates in the Burning Sword sect, more than 200 more than the Wanjian Palace. Although he lost a genius that is difficult to meet in 800 years, the Wooden Patriarch is still confident. It can be seen that there must be a card left in the Burning Sword sect. When the high-level leaders of all forces are talking hard to each other, Ning Xiaochuan is looking for the trace of Ning Shiner and UCC everywhere. However, there are too many candidates who come to take the Tianmen examination. Their heads tremble, and there is a sea of people. Moreover, there is an invisible force that suppresses the monk's mind. It is impossible to detect his mind at all. It is even more difficult to find someone. When all the candidates who came to take the Tianmen exam arrived. Above the sky, there is a white river, foggy, surging water, hundreds of meters wide, flowing from the east to the west. Rivers, unexpectedly, appear in the sky. Is this the legendary Tianhe? Boom! Suddenly, the river hanging above the sky poured down, falling white light and rain. It was like a nine-heaven waterfall, falling to the ground, forming a water curtain barrier dozens of miles long on the field. Like waterfalls, like Tianmen, like mirrors, like mountains. This is a huge portal formed by white light and rain, which is beyond ordinary people's understanding. As long as you look carefully, you can see that there are rules of Taoism flowing on the light door, which is like invisible chains. Tianmen came into the world. A mighty voice sounded, which was extremely thick and could be clearly heard hundreds of miles away. Everyone raised their heads and saw a white-haired Taoist standing on the sky, standing by the bank of the White River, holding a roll of golden bamboo slips in his hands. It's like a relegated fairy, standing on the Milky Way and overlooking the creatures below. Even figures at the level of leader of the 6 palaces and leader of the Wood clan of the Burning Sword sect also showed a serious and respectful look. It can be seen that the Taoist standing on the Tianhe River is definitely a non-trivial existence. A female group of gods, demons, and gods was announced, 3373586664, with only girls. Don't add it if you are a man, so that it won't be troublesome for me to verify it. I remember the last time I announced the girls group, QQ was exploded. It was all verification news from a group of men. It took me 2 days to verify them one by one and kick them all away. The purpose of opening up the girls group is that the QQ group of God, demon, and God is too messy. Some disobedient book friends always want to send some things that are not suitable for children. Hey. My heart is sad. So, this time, brothers, don't add girls. Even if you do, you won't succeed. On the contrary, I have to spend a lot of time to verify them one by one. Maybe because of the verification message, there is no time to write updates tomorrow. Brothers, we need to add QQ groups. The introduction of God, demon, and God has announced 2 public groups. Welcome to join us. Girls Group 337358664. Above the sky, a white-haired man said, Tianmen, right in front of you, enter Tianmen, and within a month, walk out of the other end of Tianmen, and you will be deemed to have passed the Tianmen exam. Within a month, if you don't walk out of the other end of Tianmen, you won't be able to become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. Master the order, and the exam begins. As soon as the Taoist's voice fell, all the candidates who participated in the Tianmen examination, all spread out their body methods, and rushed towards the huge white light door at the fastest speed. This is Tianmen. Step over and become the inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. Tianmen, there are 2 doors. One is the entrance door. One is the door to go out. Between the 2 doors is the examination room of Tianmen examination, which is an independent world space. Of course, if you want to enter the examination room of Tianmen examination, the first step is to step through the door of entry. It's not easy to step into the gate of heaven. After reaching the light gate, many candidates immediately sat down, stared at the law above the light gate, and began to understand the way to enter the heaven gate. Some people want to rush hard, but as soon as their bodies touch the Tianmen gate, they are struck by a lightning bolt, blackened all over, and fall tens of meters away. I don't believe it. A light door can stop me. A big man in animal skin, carrying a red axe, was burning all over, and an axe bombarded him, hitting on the white curtain of light. There were no ripples on the light curtain, and the beast skin man was blown out, and blood-red cracks appeared on his arms, which was almost abandoned. After a series of failures, everyone realized that it was impossible to break into Tianmen by brute force. They all sat under the curtain of light and began to understand. Ning Xiaochuan, Luo Wu, Zihanyan, Situ Jing, Yu Mingsong, Han Li, He Mingyuan, and other external disciples of Wanjian Palace have long known the general content of the Tianmen exam, so when they came to the bottom of the Tianmen gate, they immediately sat on the ground and began to understand the law of imprisonment above the Tianmen gate. They are all very close, lined up, very quiet. The first step of the Tianmen examination is to test the monk's understanding. People with high understanding can spend the shortest time to enter the gate of heaven. The more people enter Tianmen first, the greater the advantage they have, and they can directly rush to the other end of Tianmen. Perhaps, before anyone else entered Tianmen, he had come out from the other end of Tianmen and passed the Tianmen exam. Therefore, people with high intelligence have greater advantages. The less savvy people are, the greater the competition behind them. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized all 7 minds and tried his best to understand the law of imprisonment above the gate of heaven. It took him an hour to straighten out the law of imprisonment on the gate of heaven. At this moment, he has full confidence that he can step into the gate of heaven. So simple. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth showed a smile. Ning Xiaochuan did not act rashly, but still sat on the ground and looked at several people around him. All of them, including Luo Wu, were still quietly comprehending. Am I the first to understand the law of imprisonment on the gate of heaven? Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and looked behind him. He found that all the big figures of the major forces were standing in the distance, looking at the direction of Tianmen. Obviously, those big people are paying attention. Who is the most savvy candidate of this session? No, at this time, if I step into the gate of heaven as the first person, I will be envied by many people and cause unnecessary trouble. Ning Xiaochuan secretly said, even if you pass the Tianmen exam first, there is no real benefit. Don't be too flashy, wait a moment. Wow. At this time, circles of ripples appeared on the Tianmen gate. Some people have understood the law of imprisonment on the gate of heaven. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was also slightly surprised. Who's the savvy so strong? Can it be compared with him? At this time, Ning Xiaochuan saw a white figure standing up in the distance, and her delicate body was shrouded in a light fairy fog. She was graceful, slim and beautiful. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, vertical to her waist. She took a step forward, like stepping on an invisible fairy bridge, disappearing into the white light door. Xuelingshu, it's her. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a smile, and his heart was naturally very happy to see acquaintances. Before long, a circle of ripples appeared on the Tianmen gate. The crown prince of the emperor stood up and looked in the direction of Xuelingshu's previous sitting. Seeing that Xuelingshu had left, he gave a sigh in his mouth. Lost to her again. In the view of the crown prince of the emperor, only Xuelingshu is qualified to be his opponent in the whole world, and other young monks are just ants. Lost a chip. Without any hesitation, the crown prince also stepped into the gate of heaven, disappeared into the curtain of light, and became the second person to enter the gate of heaven. That person should be the crown prince of the emperor. As expected, as in legend, he is a hero against the sky. Ning Xiaochuan had just been paying attention to the crown prince of the emperor. Although it was only the first time to see him, he was sure that he had never recognized the wrong person. The temperament of the royal family is different from that of other martial arts Tianjiao. Ning Xiaochuan, you must try your best to practice. Your cultivation will try to surpass the little girl's skin of Xuelingshu as soon as possible. When your cultivation exceeds her, you can honestly let her call you Shifu and see what else she can do to prevaricate. If she still dares not to respect her master, we must find a way to treat her well. The voice of Emperor Blade sounded. Xuelingshu was once threatened by the Emperor Blade and asked her to recognize Ning Xiaochuan as a master. However, there is one condition for Xuelingshu. Only when Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation exceeds her can she call Ning Xiaochuan a master. This is the dignity of the strong. If your cultivation is not as good as hers, she will not recognize Ning Xiaochuan as a master even if she dies. This condition is not too much, Ning Xiaochuan had promised her at that time. Obviously, Xuelingshu has always remembered this matter. Therefore, in her world, there is only the way of heaven, cultivation, without any worldly fetters, nor any emotions that hinder her cultivation. She is simply like an immortal who doesn't eat human fireworks. She regards Ning Xiaochuan as the chaser on her path of cultivation. The faster Ning Xiaochuan chases, the stronger her motivation will be, and she will be able to fully stimulate her potential, transcend the mundane and become a god against the sky. The Emperor Blade said, Ning Xiaochuan, do you still remember what I told you last time? What is it? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tiandi Blade said, 10,000 years ago, I hid several things in Tiandi Mountain. I'm going to dig them out now. Those things are hidden in the heavenly world. We must dig them out. Ascend the world? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Emperor of Heaven said, the world in the gate of heaven is the world of heaven. This world is sandwiched between the two gates of heaven. It is an independent ruins world, and it is also the main examination room for your Tianmen exam this time. You can pass the Tianmen exam by passing through the world of heaven and walking out from the other end of the gate of heaven. Ning Xiaochuan said, what on earth did you hide in the inner door? Hey. It's definitely a good thing. If you dig it out for me, I'll give you something. I guarantee your satisfaction. The Emperor Blade laughed. Okay. Try to dig out the good things you said, but don't have to be dug out long ago. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is also very curious. What good things has Tiandi Blade buried in the heaven world? 10,000 years ago, the Emperor Blade should still be with the Emperor. It's impossible to say that what he hid was the Emperor's treasure. In the distance, those big people in Tiandi Mountain are talking about it one after another. An elderly Taoist nun sitting on the high platform said, "She is worthy of being the descendant of the Emperor of Heaven. Her savvy is simply too terrible. It takes only 1 hour to give enlightenment to the law of imprisonment on the gate of heaven. I'm afraid the whole northern Xinjiang can't find a second outstanding person better than her. I remember that in the last Tianmen examination, it took the most savvy candidates more than half a day to enter Tianmen. The crown prince of the emperor is also very powerful, only a quarter of an hour slower than her, worthy of being called a young god. In terms of savvy, the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven are indeed better. However, the real test is in the world of heaven, and the crown prince of the Emperor may not be able to surpass her in other aspects. It is said that in order to increase the difficulty of this Tianmen exam, the leader immortal sent people to catch many powerful Xian beasts and put them into the heaven world. Moreover, there are many monsters. What? There are many dangerous places in the heaven world, and the monsters are locked in. I'm afraid even if we go in, our lives are in danger. The face of the Wood Lord of the Burning Sword sect changed slightly. 2 hours later, the third candidate stood up. It is Ning Xiaochuan who has double wisdom. Ning Xiaochuan looked at her. Unexpectedly, she also looked in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. The two people looked at each other with 4 eyes, both of which showed somewhat surprised eyes. It turned out that he had long understood the law of imprisonment above the gate of heaven, and was worthy of a 7-whole demon heart. Ning Xiaochuan put away his surprise in his eyes, and showed a smile. She had long given Wu Tu the law of imprisonment above the Tianmen gate, but she didn't want to be too amazing, so she didn't enter the Tianmen gate immediately. Now, 3 hours later, she felt it was almost time, so she stood up. Originally, I just looked at Ning Xiaochuan consciously, but I didn't expect to face Ning Xiaochuan's 4 eyes. Just as the crown prince of the emperor regarded Xue Lingshu as the only competitor, Ning Xiaochuan regarded Ning Xiaochuan as the biggest competitor. In her opinion, Ning Xiaochuan is more difficult to deal with than the crown prince and Xue Lingshu. Just when Ning Xiaochuan stood up, a man with a sword on his back also stood up. He looked like he was in his 20s, with thick eyebrows, a straight nose, and a straight body, giving a person an irresistible momentum. Dongfang Xing naturally also noticed that Ning Xiaochuan, who can understand the imprisonment law on the Tianmen at the same time with him, must also be extremely arrogant and worthy of his own attention. He glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. His indifferent eyes immediately became more amazing, and even his heart beat faster. A beautiful woman like Ning Xiaochuan is like a fairy queen coming to earth. Any man will be excited when he sees it. Bringing beauty and talent together and making women all over the world jealous of it is definitely the darling of God. Is the girl the legendary orchid fairy? Today, Dongfang Xing is lucky to have the same level of understanding as the orchid fairy. When Dongfang Xing saw Ning Xiaochuan, he had a feeling of falling in love at first sight. He was determined to pursue her as his Taoist companion. Dongfang Xing is the fourth to stand up. Among the candidates in this session, Savvy ranks 4th. The big figures of the major forces were shocked again, causing a large uproar. Many people did not know Dongfang Xing. Before the Tianmen exam, there was no news about him at all. This son is wearing a blue robe and carrying an ancient sword. This is the dress of the disciples of the Burning Sword sect. An old Taoist said. The eyes of the 6 palace masters of the 10,000 sword palace sank slightly and said, I didn't expect that the Burning Sword sect actually hid such a powerful Tianjiao. No wonder the wooden sect master was so confident. Lord Mu laughed and said, in fact, We found two geniuses who were difficult to meet in 800 years at the same time. They are twins and natural Gemini wizards. Their brother's name is Dongfang Bai and their brother's name is Dongfang Xing. If they work together, their combat power can be multiplied several times. I'm afraid even the Crown Prince is not their opponent. Lord Mu's face became colder and said, "It's a pity that he has high talent and is envied by others." When Dongfang Wall was closed and stormed the territory of heaven and man, he was killed by a killer, and a generation of talents fell. It's really hateful. If I find the employer who bought murderers and murderers, I will certainly tear him to pieces. Lord Mu's eyes swept over the heads of Wang Jianzong and Wang Xuanfu, and he felt that these two families were the most suspected. Needless to say, Wanjian Palace has fought with the Burning Sword sect for thousands of years. Both sides are old enemies, and it is entirely possible to buy murders. As for Wang Sun's mansion, there is also a great suspicion, because Dongfang Bai and Dongfang Xing once joined hands to fight secretly with the Crown Prince of the Emperor. In that war, Dongfang Wall and Dongfang Xing had not broken through to the realm of heaven and man, and naturally they were defeated by the Crown Prince of the Emperor. However, once their brothers break through the realm of heaven and man, the Crown Prince may not be able to defeat them, and may even be defeated by their brothers. Therefore, it is entirely possible for the Crown Prince of the Emperor to see them as a threat and buy murderers to get rid of one of them. As long as one of their two brothers dies, it will be difficult to become a claimant. For the Crown Prince, there is no threat. Even if the Crown Prince doesn't buy murderers in person, those high-level officials in the Wang Sun mansion will pay high prices to buy the murderers to help the Crown Prince clear all obstacles on the way forward for the sake of insurance. Therefore, both Wanjian Palace and Wang Sun mansion are suspected. Fortunately, Dongfang Xing survived. With his rare talent in 800 years, his future achievements may not be lost to the Crown Prince of the Emperor and his descendants. This is the reason why the sword-burning sect is full of confidence. This time, our burning sword sect still wants to crush your Wanjian Palace. Qua. Dongfang Xing's perception ranks fourth, which is the best proof that it still completely surpasses Luowu. Master Mu sneered. The leader of the sixth palace just snorted coldly and said with a smile, "Really? Then you have to see clearly that there are two geniuses in our Wanjian Palace, but the understanding of the East doesn't have to be low?" Lord Mu's face changed slightly, and he looked in the direction of Tianmen. Sure enough, he saw Luowu and Ning Xiaochuan standing up at the same time, just a few breaths slower than Dongfang Xing, which could be regarded as Boizhong. There are two top 10 savvy people in Wanjian Palace. "It's amazing," said a woman wearing a white Taoist robe with white skin and elegant temperament. She is the Huanhua princess of the Tianshu Empire and the half-sister of the Crown Prince of the Emperor. She took the Tianmen examination 100 years ago and got the 5th best score. Now, Princess Huanhua is already the top level of Wang Sun's mansion, and her cultivation is unfathomable. However, she still looks like a 28-year-old girl, giving people a sense of grace. Master Mu's face was not good-looking either, and he said, "The young man standing next to Luowu is the genius heart-nourishing master-disciple of Master Mulan." Sure enough, the comprehension of martial arts can compete with the top talents who specialize in cultivation. Disciple of Master Mulan. Princess Huanhua and the big men of all major forces brightened their eyes, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and looked at the young man carefully. Savvy can actually rank in the top 10, which is worthy of being called a genius spiritual trainer that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. Really have the talent of young Shenong. Many people moved to Wu Ning Xiaochuan, who was not only the only disciple of Master Mulan, but also made great achievements in the future. If Ning Xiaochuan really becomes a Shenong, he can help people change their lives against the sky and bring back life from the dead. Many big people will definitely ask for him. Below the Tianmen gate, 7 people stood up, including Niao Lanqing, Dong Fangxing, Luo Wu, Ning Xiaochuan, Li Tian, Jin Ling, and Zihanyan. When Zihanyan stood up, it caused quite a stir. Because she is also an outside disciple of Wanjian Palace. Among the top 10 intelligences, Wanjian Palace accounted for 3 people, and Wang Sun Fu also accounted for 3 people. Of course, it does not rule out that there are some people who hide their savvy. They may have already understood the law of imprisonment above the gate of heaven, but they still pretend to be enlightened, and don't want to be in the limelight too early and be on guard. Hide your strength first, and wait until later to suddenly burst out, to achieve a blockbuster effect. The time for the 7 of them to understand the law of imprisonment is not much different, and the biggest difference is no more than a quarter of an hour, which is unprecedented. Niao Lan glanced at Ning Xiaochuan in her heart, thinking of what Niao Lanji had said to her. Her eyes had a somewhat intriguing look, and smiled. Younger martial brother Ning, haven't seen you for a long time? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, Niao Lanqing took the initiative to say hello to him, completely beyond his expectation. Suddenly, he also thought of what Niao Lanji had said to him. Does her heart really like me? As soon as this idea appeared, Ning Xiaochuan immediately shook his head, glanced at Niao Lanqing and said, Fairy Lan, it's been a long time. Why don't you compare notes during the Tianmen exam? That's what I mean. Long time no see, but I miss you very much. But there are so many beautiful women around you, I'm afraid I've forgotten my old friend. Niao Lanqing's expression was smiling, his voice was like a yellow warbler, and his temperament was ethereal and flexible. Luo Wu once talked with Niao Lanqing about Tao. Naturally, she knew that Niao Lanqing was powerful and extremely talented. However, she didn't expect that Niao Lanqing and Ning Xiaochuan were old acquaintances. Zihanyan was also very surprised. The dialogue between Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqing just now was mysterious, and the relationship seemed to be different. Dong Fangxing's heart was even worse. Previously, when he saw Niao Lanqing, he fell in love with her, as if he had seen a fairy come down to earth, so he greeted her. However, Niao Lanqing was as cold as ice to him, and didn't reply a word. At the moment, Niao Lanqing took the initiative to talk to Ning Xiaochuan, and was quite ambiguous. Naturally, he was hostile to Ning Xiaochuan, but the hostility was hidden in his heart and did not show. The patriarch said that Ning Xiaochuan may have been ranked as the top 3 in the inner circle, and asked me to find a chance to get rid of him during the Tianmen exam. I thought this boy was nothing, but I didn't expect his beauty. Blessing was not shallow. First, I made a high-profile love to the dance fairy, and there was something old with the orchid fairy. This was to catch up with both the fairies in Tiandi Mountain? Alas, there was beauty. Blessing, but there was no life to enjoy. Dong Fangxing secretly decided to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. Originally, Dong Fangxing was only fond of Niao Lanqing, but after the occurrence of Ning Xiaochuan, he aroused his possessiveness and decided to get Niao Lanqing. Zihanyan didn't like Niao Lanqing, and said, we'd better enter Tianmen, quickly. Tianmen exam has just begun, and then there is a real battle. Luo Wu nodded and said, I have written down the martial arts marks of you too. After entering Tianmen, I will find you as soon as possible. After saying this, Luo Wu first stepped into the light door and disappeared in the white light. Later, Ning Xiaochuan, Zihanyan, Niao Lanqing, Dong Fangxing, Li Tian and Jin Ling also entered the Tianmen gate. Ning Xiaochuan stepped into the white light door, and felt that the whole space began to spin, and a terrible force was pulling his body, as if to drag him into the bottomless abyss. Originally, Zihanyan and Ning Xiaochuan were very close, but under the pull of that force, they flew out in 2 different directions. When Ning Xiaochuan came out of the white light door, he was already standing on a black earth. When he looked at it, it was empty. All he saw were dense towering ancient trees, forming a vast wilderness world. A fierce hurricane came, with a primitive ancient flavor, almost blowing Ning Xiaochuan out. Ning Xiaochuan glanced behind him, and the light door had disappeared. Behind him, there is also a vast forest, full of coniferous pines, like an endless sea of forests. Ning Xiaochuan sent out his mind, but found that his mind was severely suppressed and could only cover an area within 100 meters. Further away, the mind becomes blurred. Under such circumstances, the mind is not as easy to use as the naked eye. With my mental strength suppressed to this extent, other monks are estimated to be suppressed even worse. Ning Xiaochuan searched around and found no trace of Zihanyan and Luowu. Even the breath of Wu Sol's mark was very weak, and he could only lock the general direction. They should all be sent to places very far away from me, at least thousands of miles away. It seems that the world is very broad and the territory is boundless, far beyond my expectations. Ning Xiaochuan is not in a hurry to start immediately, because he has a problem now. No one told him which direction is the other end of Tianmen. For him, the 4 directions of east, south, west and north are possible, and even in the center of the celestial world. 217. Tianmen examination is not so simple, and it is not easy to go out from the other end of Tianmen. Like Ning Xiaochuan now, don't even know where Tianmen is? Ning Xiaochuan analyzed it for an hour, but there was no result. The voice of the Emperor's blade sounded in his ear and said, "It's great to finally come to the heaven world again. Ning Xiaochuan, you know, this is not an ordinary ruins world. The eldest disciple of the Emperor of Heaven took a piece of territory from the Tianting. The most spiritual land evolved into holy land. The rest of the barren land was refined into the Tianmen gate by him with great magical powers, forming the world of ascending to heaven, and later became the place for the examination of the disciples of the Emperor of Heaven mountain. Compared with the Holy Land, the heaven world is a barren land. However, it is still far from being comparable to the outside world. It will give birth to many natural treasures and powerful mysterious beasts and monsters. The heaven world is only opened once 100 years, and now it must have given birth to many natural treasures, which is a great opportunity for every candidate who takes the Tianmen exam. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized, no wonder the Tianmen examination will last for a month. It should also be arranged by the top management of Tiandi Mountain on purpose to test the candidates' luck. Candidates with strong luck will be able to find natural treasures in the world of heaven, and may even break through several realms in a month. Candidates with poor luck will naturally not get treasures and are likely to be eliminated from the competition. Hey! There are indeed many precious treasures hidden in the heaven world, even those more than psychic miraculous drugs, and supreme tools may appear. However, those treasures are still inferior to the treasures I hid in the heaven world. Let's dig for treasures now. The Emperor Blade said more and more excited, urging Ning Xiaochuan to hurry on the road. The world on earth has a strong pressure on monks, just like several times the weight on the body. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation dare not fly in the sky for a long time, otherwise it will consume a lot of vitality. There are many crises in the world, and we should maintain a state of prosperity anytime, anywhere, in order to deal with possible crises at any time. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan did not choose to fly. Led by Tiandaran, Ning Xiaochuan headed south all the way. Ning Xiaochuan walked in the ancient forest. From time to time, he could encounter some mysterious drugs of high grade, which he picked up casually. The breath of miraculous drugs. Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved, and his face showed a happy look. He immediately spread out his body method, chased forward, and lifted the fallen leaves on the ground to fly wildly. On the ground, a golden ginseng is running fast, with a pair of slender human legs, long green hair on its head, and a golden glow all over it. It looks like a woman only 9 inches tall. Although she is only 9 inches tall, her figure proportion is very perfect, and her figure is plump. If she can grow to the same height as human beings, she is definitely a rare beauty. Who the hell are you? Why are you chasing me? I'm just sneaking out to play. If you chase me again, I'll tell Grandpa. The golden ginseng woman's speed was so fast that it was like a golden streamer. She couldn't catch up with her with Ning Xiaochuan's speed in a moment and a half. This psychic golden ginseng has been for more than 2,000 years, and is about to reach 3,000 years. If you take it, it can last for 50 years. It is a rare medicine. If you catch it and exchange it in the treasure house of Wanjian Palace, you can exchange at least 5 ordinary millennium psychic drugs. Ning Xiaochuan, with a smile on his mouth, closely followed him and said, "Little sister, you'd better not invite your grandfather out, otherwise, I'll take it together." You bad man, you can't accept me. The golden little ginseng girl suddenly stopped, with a playful smile on her face, staring triumphantly at Ning Xiaochuan, who caught up. Her hands akimbo, full chest, a fearless look. It's different from the previous appearance of fleeing. Ning Xiaochuan had an ominous premonition, and felt that he had jumped into the trap that the villain ginseng girl had already dug, and immediately mobilized the Tianwu vitality in his body and was on guard carefully. Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the villain ginseng girl step by step and said with a smile, "Little sister, you were deliberately discovered by me and deliberately tempted me to come here? What do you want to do?" The little ginseng girl showed 2 rows of snow-white shell teeth and said with a smile, "Don't you want to eat me? In fact, I also want to eat you. How big are you? Can you eat me?" Ning Xiaochuan smiled in surprise. The villain ginseng girl stared at her beautiful eyes, and said very seriously, "Although I can't eat you, little steamed stuffed bun can eat you." "Who is the steamed bun?" Ning Xiaochuan felt that the danger was getting closer and closer to him. Ow! A roar sounded, shaking the mountains and falling leaves. Ning Xiaochuan's eardrums seemed to be about to be blown open, and a strong wind with a bloody smell rushed in, almost blowing him out. "It's the breath of heaven and man." Boom! The tortoise on the ground cracked, and many towering trees were lifted up, and thousands of pounds of boulders were thrown out. A black 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, with a height of more than 80 meters, crawled out of the ground. It was covered with thick scales and had a single horn on its head. Its body was like a hill, full of explosive power. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex roared at Ning Xiaochuan, and a claw patted at Ning Xiaochuan. Its claws were sharp and carried tremendous force. Before the dragon claws were photographed, the wind was unbearable. Ning Xiaochuan didn't hesitate. Dozens of flashes of lightning condensed in the palm of his hand. One palm hit the center of the dragon's claw, making a loud sound like the impact of god iron. Ning Xiaochuan's arm sent a force of anti-shock, and his body flew backward, steadily falling dozens of steps away. 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex also stepped back 2 steps, knocked down dozens of trees, and stepped on the ground with 2 big footprints. It didn't expect that a small human being should have such a powerful force that he even beat it back 2 steps. Ning Xiaochuan was even more shocked when he met a dragon. 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex is famous for its strength among the dragon families, and it is the descendant of the real dragon. It is said that in the era of apotheosis, a 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex once tore up the divine body of a secondary god, casting the fierce name of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. This is a real dragon. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan can roughly judge that the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex has reached the realm of heaven and man, because it has the body of the dragon family, which is even more terrifying than human beings. Just because it didn't know Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation just now, and didn't use its full strength, it was defeated by Ning Xiaochuan for 2 steps. Little steamed stuffed bun, if you can't even beat a human boy, there will be no food today. Little ginseng girl was a little unhappy. She stood on the branch of an uncle and grinded her teeth at Ning Xiaochuan. Ow! The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex roared and attacked Ning Xiaochuan again, trying to tear Ning Xiaochuan to life. A rush of dragon gas surged in, which was like a hurricane. Sand and stones flew, uprooting many big trees. Ning Xiaochuan resisted the pressure, and his heart was not flustered. He kept telling himself, in front of a six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex at the level of heaven, even if it is to escape, it is impossible to escape. There must be a way. There must be a way. His eyes became more and more firm, and immediately propped up 3,000 dermas of killing the world. The whole heaven and earth were wrapped by magic gas, surging toward him. The monument of killing the world flew out of the magic cloud and hit the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan launched his body method, constantly avoiding the attack of six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. The power of the stone of the god of destruction is very strong, with a force of destruction. However, the body of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex is as hard as iron, with infinite power and amazing defense. It is like an ancient mountain, with a towering body and a roaring sound like thunder. The stone tablet of the god of destruction could not break the dragon scale of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, but was beaten out by its claw. Good guy, it's worthy of being a six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. I've never really fought with the existence of Tianren level. Today, let's see how powerful Tianren is. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took off, his hands merged, and 16 deadly gases spread from his wrists and converged between his hands, forming a blood-red magic sword. As soon as the magic sword came out, a mighty sword spirit emanated from Ning Xiaochuan's body, forming a sword spirit field. Wow! A virtual shadow of a female demon with the height of a six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared behind Ning Xiaochuan. It was like a demon god coming into the world, sending out the cold of freezing people's souls. The forest within dozens of miles was frozen by the cold ice. Ning Xiaochuan cut down with a sword with all his strength. Six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex also felt a crisis, from the crisis of the magic sword. The single horn on the top of the head emits black brilliance, and the big mouth opens, spitting out a hot dragon breath flame. This is dragon fire. Bang! The magic sword, cut on the corner of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, made a harsh sound. The black one horn is the hardest part of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, which condenses the dragon yuan and gathers the essence. Although it is only a single horn, it can help six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex cultivate. At the same time, it is also one of the most powerful attack means of six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. Pa! However, the magic sword cut into the corner and cut a foot-deep gap. If you can chop 5 or 6 swords continuously, it is enough to cut off the single horn of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's so hard that you can't cut it off with a sword with the sharpness of the magic sword. One hit failed. Ning Xiaochuan immediately ran away, spread out his body method and ran away quickly. Just now, although Ning Xiaochuan injured the single horn of Tyrannosaurus Rex with 6 arms, he was also burned by dragon fire. If it weren't for his strong body, it would have been burned to ashes. Ow! Behind him, there came the crazy cry of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, which emitted a bleeding red light in its body, which turned the whole sky red, and a breath of primitive hegemony emanated from its body. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex has gone crazy. It is said that once the violent blood in the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex is stimulated, its power will increase 6 times, and it has the power to sweep thousands of troops. When it meets God, it kills God, and when it meets Buddha, it kills Buddha. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked, and he didn't dare to stop for a moment. He exerted his speed to the extreme and turned it into a colorful streamer. Boom! Boom! 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed up, and every step could span 100 meters, breaking the tree and knocking down the hill. Nothing could stop its steps. Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex chased behind him. It was almost like returning to the wilderness era. Ancient beasts were like forests, and dragons roared in the wilderness. The terrible killing gas had swept over. After the violent blood in the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex was stimulated, its combat power was more fierce, and even ordinary heaven and man would be torn apart by it. The power of the dragon clan is fully displayed. Soon, it caught up with Ning Xiaochuan. The dragon scale was red, and the claws seemed to be burning with flames, making the forest burn. The dragon set fire to the prairie, and the earth melted into magma. Boom! One claw patted it and hit Ning Xiaochuan's vest. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that his back was burning, clenched his teeth, pushed his feet on the ground fiercely, catapulted his body more than 100 meters high, leaped to the top of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, and cut down with a sword. Wow! The sword spirit of the magic sword converged to a point, emitting scarlet light. However, Tyrannosaurus Rex has 6 arms, and previously only used one arm to attack Ning Xiaochuan. When the magic sword fell, its other 5 arms were all hit out, with both attack and defense, and Ning Xiaochuan would not be allowed to cut its horn again. Ning Xiaochuan felt that he was shrouded in flames in all directions. 5 huge dragon claws attacked him and blocked all his retreats. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's blood surged wildly, and the supreme force was stimulated. The speed increased 3 times, suddenly turned the direction and flew out of the dragon's claws. If it were any other martial artist, he would definitely choose to escape it this time, but he didn't escape. He flew to the right ear of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and went directly into the ear hole of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. The ears of Tyrannosaurus Rex, with 6 arms, are like a huge cave. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the edge of his ear hole, fully mobilized Tianwu's vitality, and gave a huge roar to the depths of his ears. Thunder and bell. Martial magic, condensed into sound waves, is simply like a layer of sound waves and water waves, surging towards the ears of 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boom! Inside the head of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was like bursts of thunder, which shook its 7 meat and 8 vegetables. With its huge head in its arms, it kept rolling on the ground, crushing a large area of ancient forest wood. Ning Xiaochuan still stood in the ears of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, trying to stabilize his body and continue to send out the sound wave magic of Thunderbolt. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex was quite uncomfortable, his head seemed to explode, and his mouth sent out earth-shaking howls. Seeing the pain of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, the little ginseng girl immediately flew over and shouted with great concern, "Admit defeat. Admit defeat. You let go of the steamed stuffed bun, I admit defeat." Ning Xiaochuan stopped playing sonic attacks, but he didn't fly out of the ear hole of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. He laughed and said, "Conceded defeat? Did you promise to be eaten by me? You're shameless, you're despicable, you're a little mouse, actually got into the ears of the little steamed stuffed bun, and have the ability to fight the little steamed stuffed bun openly?" The villain is so feminine that he gnashes his teeth and despises Ning Xiaochuan very much. Are you kidding? Aren't I using decent skills? Some things don't necessarily need brute force to solve, why can't I use wisdom? Ning Xiaochuan roared. After the violent blood of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex was stimulated, how terrible the combat power was. It could tear up heaven and man with its bare hands. If Ning Xiaochuan fought hard with it, he would surely lose more than win. However, although the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex is terrifying, its wisdom is far inferior to that of other dragon families. When Ning Xiaochuan first fought with the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, he had already figured out how to defeat it. The biggest weakness of Tyrannosaurus Rex with 6 arms is its ears. 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex has a total of 6 dragon arms. The left and right dragon arms are dedicated to protecting their ears. Unless you cut off all its dragon arms, no matter how high your cultivation is, you can't break into its ears. However, Ning Xiaochuan tried his best at the beginning, using the magic sword to cut the one horn on the head of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, so that the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex had a sense of defense against him. Therefore, when Ning Xiaochuan waved his magic sword again to cut off its one horn, His defensive heart was maximized, and he immediately attacked Ning Xiaochuan with all his dragon arms, thus forgetting to protect his ears. Ning Xiaochuan took advantage of this time to rush into the ear hole of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex in the Siege of the Five Dragon Arms, so as to turn defeat into victory. This series of measures seems very simple, but they are extremely dangerous. If Ning Xiaochuan had no magic sword, it would be impossible to hurt the single horn of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex at the beginning, and it would not make the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex defensive against him. Any means behind Ning Xiaochuan will be useless. If it were, Ning Xiaochuan didn't have the speed comparable to heaven and man, and he couldn't escape under the attack of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is estimated that the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex would kill him with one claw. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan can defeat the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex not only by wisdom, but also by his own strong strength. Both are indispensable. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's impossible for me to fight it again." "What do you want to do?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I don't like dragon meat, but I like ginseng." The little ginseng was so angry that she stamped her feet and said, "Are you a mouse or a rabbit? Have you ever seen a vegetarian human?" Ning Xiaochuan was immediately happy and said, "I really like being vegetarian. One life for another. If you agree, I'll let it go. If you don't agree, there's no way." Eating dragon meat is also a great tonic. Eating a six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex of the level of heaven and man, it is estimated that it can directly make me break through the realm of heaven and man. Don't, you eat me. Don't eat steamed stuffed bun, it's not delicious, its meat is hard, hurt teeth, stomach, body, my meat is more fragrant than its meat, softer than its meat. The villain ginseng woman said anxiously. Fearing that Ning Xiaochuan would kill the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, she immediately rolled up her sleeves to reveal her golden skin. In order to prove that her meat was tender, she pinched it on her arm, as if she could squeeze water. She is a miraculous psychic medicine, but she has her own wisdom and life. Moreover, in order to save the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, she is willing to be eaten by Ning Xiaochuan, which shows that she also has emotions, and her heart is not really bad. If you eat her, Ning Xiaochuan always feels like eating a person. What's more, the little ginseng girl in front of me is really cute. If I eat her, I must be very resistant in my heart. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment, his eyes became soft, and said, "You are a miraculous drug, aren't you?" I'm a lovely little golden ginseng. Grandpa calls me Radish. Dylan Ginseng said. Radish? Ning Xiaochuan smiled in surprise, "Little Radish, there is no way to save the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. If you can find another psychic medicine for me, I will let you go." Radish's eyes immediately lit up and said, "Really?" "Of course." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Radish thought for a moment, his eyes lit up and said, "I know there is a place where there are many miraculous drugs, but they are all bad. Moreover, the road is too far, and it takes a long time to get there." "Many miraculous drugs?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Radish nodded hard and said, "There are many bad miraculous drugs for channeling, and I am a good miraculous drug for channeling." "Are you a good psychic?" Ning Xiaochuan smiled in surprise and said, "How far is the place you said where there are many bad psychic miracles from here?" The Radish said, "It's far away. It's 5 or 6 days' walk. If you put the steamed stuffed bun, I'll take you." "Let it go?" "Of course." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Radish's eyes showed a bright smile, which was like a fairy who succeeded in a conspiracy. Ning Xiaochuan naturally saw the bright light in her eyes, and said with a smile, "Of course, you can let it go. But for precaution, after releasing it, he attacked me again, and I want to take you hostage." "Wow." Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the yin-yang open fire, turned it into a huge flame palm, and caught the Radish that had not yet reacted. Yin and Yang open fire has the ability to restrain psychic miraculous drugs. After the radish was wrapped in the fire, it kept struggling, and unexpectedly called out a jade-like dagger short sword. With a sword, it broke the Yin Yang open fire and ran away immediately. Voila! A dragon rope flew out, wrapped around her waist and dragged her back. Little Radish bit his teeth and said angrily, "You despicable little man, shameless thief, have gone back on your word. I'll fight with you." Holding a white jade dagger in her hands, she pulled out a white sword light and cut at the dragon rope. However, before the white jade dagger was cut down, it was taken away by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan took back the bundle of dragon rope and grabbed the radish. Seeing that she raised it, he laughed and said, "Why am I a mean person? Why did I renege?" Little Radish pushed Ning Xiaochuan's hands hard with his small arms, and then bit Ning Xiaochuan's fingers with his mouth. However, Ning Xiaochuan's fingers, like pliers, firmly caught her and couldn't escape at all. Little Radish panted, and finally gave up the struggle, saying, "You have promised to let us go, and now you have caught me, and you don't go out from inside the ears of the steamed stuffed bun. Are you not going back on your words? You are a big man, so holding the delicate body of other girls, how can you let others see people in the future? Are you not a mean person? Shameless, obscene, despicable, dirty." Ning Xiaochuan was very speechless and said, "How old are you? I'm careless with you? Who do you say is young?" Radish was very unconvinced, and deliberately straightened his chest, straightening out his pea-sized chest. Fang, a pair of beautiful little eyes staring at Ning Xiaochuan, was very dissatisfied with what Ning Xiaochuan just said. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, too lazy to argue with her, and walked out of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex's ear. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan came out of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex's ear, Radish immediately shouted, "Little steamed stuffed bun, do something to suppress him?" Ow! The six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex roared, shaking the sand and stones, and suddenly got up from the ground. It showed a bloody mouth, sharp teeth, terrifying eyes, and a claw bombarded Ning Xiaochuan's head. "This is the human in front of us." It was so hateful that it almost cracked its head, and its voice was too loud. This revenge must be avenged and torn to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan was fearless. He glanced at the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex lightly, lifted the radish up, and said with a smile, "Steamed stuffed bun, right? If you don't want the radish to be eaten by me, you'd better be honest and obedient, you know?" The six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex's face was ferocious and extremely angry, and the huge dragon claws were about to slap down. However, after seeing the radish pinched by Ning Xiaochuan in his hand, he withdrew his claws and let out a roar in his mouth. Tyrannosaurus Rex, with 6 arms, still stared at Ning Xiaochuan angrily, but he didn't attack again. Obviously, he was really afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would hurt Radish. Seeing that the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex did not attack again, Ning Xiaochuan relaxed a lot and said to the radish, "Lead the way." Mean person. Little Radish held his hands, leaning his head, and didn't plan to lead Ning Xiaochuan. "I'm not called a mean man, I'm Ning Xiaochuan, Ning who would rather die than surrender, Ning who is cautious, and Chuan who keeps flowing," Ning Xiaochuan said seriously. "Bah! I think you are Ning Xiaochuan of the scumbag. Ning Xiaochuan of the scumbag. Why don't you call Ning Xiaoren?" Radish rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If you don't obey me again, I'll strip your hair first and use it to refine medicine, and then you'll become a little bald." "You." Little Radish quickly hugged his head, kept grinding his teeth, and said, "Okay. Lead the way, and I'll tell you first. Those miraculous drugs are evil. Forget it. Anyway, you can't die. Why are you suddenly so confident in me?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed. "No. Good people don't live long. You're not a good person. Those miraculous drugs can't kill you. If they eat you, it will prove that you're a good person. Radish Road. Ning Xiaochuan was speechless. Xiao Radish took Ning Xiaochuan all the way south. According to her, the place where psychic miracles were specially grown was very far away. Even if Ning Xiaochuan was on his way at full speed, it would take 5 or 6 days to arrive. That 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, closely following them, was very worried about the safety of Radish. Because the breath emitted by this 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex was too terrifying. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan didn't encounter any mysterious beast attack, but collected many genius earth treasures and rare mysterious drugs. At night, Ning Xiaochuan didn't continue his journey, let the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex sit on the ground, and he flew into the ears of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. There is no safer place than the ears of Tyrannosaurus rex with 6 arms. Ning Xiaochuan controlled Radish, and the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex could only listen to him. Little Radish's slender waist was wrapped with a dragon rope, and the other end was tied to Ning Xiaochuan's arm. She couldn't escape at all. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the ears of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, took out a 1-foot-long white jade dagger and put it in the palm of his hand to study. It's not accurate to say it's a dagger, but it's like a miniature jade sword. The jade sword was inserted on the ground, a little higher than the body of Radish. For her, it was a huge sword. Ning Xiaochuan, return my sword to me, you robber, you liar. Little Radish pounced on Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to snatch the jade sword away. However, Ning Xiaochuan's finger flicked gently, and she was bounced out, throwing her eyes full of stars. Ning Xiaochuan has studied the jade sword. The material is very special. It seems to be carved from jade, but it is not a real jade sword. Ning Xiaochuan took out a black sword of the 9th grade Xuanqi level and cut it with all his strength, but he couldn't cut off the jade sword. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan carefully checked Yujian. It was found that there was a strong seal inside the jade sword. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, the seal cannot be untied. Who on earth arranged the seal? What is it? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. The seal should be Jianling. The Emperor Blade said. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, although radish is a miraculous medicine that has been growing for nearly 3,000 years, its cultivation is very poor, and it must not be able to control the sword spirit. Someone sealed the sword spirit, and then gave this jade sword to her. If the sword body is really sealed with the spirit of the sword, is this not a supreme weapon? Only the supreme weapon can breed a sword spirit. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Radish and said, Radish, who gave you this sword? You can't control it. Radish sat on the ground, don't turn your head, didn't intend to tell Ning Xiaochuan. But as soon as she stopped looking, she was scared and shouted, Ghost. Yes, just behind the Radish stood a female ghost in white, pale, disheveled, dull eyes, emitting a gloomy atmosphere. The female ghost scared the Radish and shivered. She kept retreating and leaned against Ning Xiaochuan's thigh and said tremblingly, Ning Xiaochuan. You must have done too much to lose heart. See, the female ghost came to you. Sister ghost, it's none of my business. I'm a lovely little golden ginseng. If you want to eat it, eat Ning Xiaochuan. It's all because he hurt you. The chill on the female ghost was thicker, and she said faintly, my body, my body. Hearing the voice of the female ghost, little Radish was almost scared to cry and said, Ning Xiaochuan, you also said that you are not a mean person. It must be that you did something dirty to her. Otherwise, why did others ask you for your body? Alas! I am really unlucky to meet such a dirty, shameless, dirty person like you. The female ghost continued to say faintly, my body, my body. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the female ghost, then bounced the Radish away and said, if you dare to insult my personality again, I'll peel off your skin. Radish immediately wrapped his clothes tightly with both hands for fear of being stripped off by Ning Xiaochuan. He muttered, I have no personality, and I'm afraid of being insulted. She looked at the gloomy female ghost, and finally felt that the female ghost was more terrible. She immediately shrank into Ning Xiaochuan's robe, hid herself with the robe, and secretly observed the female ghost in the distance. Hey! Ning Xiaochuan, who the hell is she? She's so beautiful, why did you kill her? After a while, Radish asked in a low voice. I didn't kill her, I don't know her at all. Ning Xiaochuan said impatiently. What was her name before she died? Radish roared. Queen of all voices. Ning Xiaochuan casually said. Radish said, men. They just can't stand the test. They are all big liars. You just said you don't know her? How do you know her name if you don't know her? Ning Xiaochuan roared. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to talk to her anymore and put away the white jade sword. The origin of this jade sword must be very important. The seal in the sword body alone is very terrible. Ning Xiaochuan's current strength can't shake the seal. It is estimated that there is a great statue behind Radish. Otherwise, with her strength, how can six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex listen to her? How can you have a jade sword of supreme level? If she is behind, there is really a great patron. This jade sword, Ning Xiaochuan naturally can't take away, must return it to her, otherwise it will cause great disaster to himself. However, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't plan to return the jade sword to her now. It's not too late to find the place with the miraculous medicine and then return it to her. Ning Xiaochuan held a 9-grade Xuanqi level sword in his hand, wrapped it with Tianwu vitality, and then suddenly stabbed it into his chest. Poof! The sword enters the body. Immediately run the avatar magic and start refining the 9th sword. The competition in Tiandi Mountain is very fierce, and all forces are fighting openly and secretly. Now he has been watched by many people. If he wants to save his life and protect his friends, he must have more powerful forces. Ning Xiaochuan was able to defeat the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, because the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex's wisdom was not high enough, and he succeeded in using a trick. If Ning Xiaochuan is allowed to fight with the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex again now, Ning Xiaochuan's chance of winning is very small. We must break through the boundary of heaven and man as soon as possible. Once you break through the realm of heaven and man, your accomplishments will change qualitatively, enough to step into the top of the younger generation. He wants to refine the remaining 2 swords at the level of Jiuping Xuanqi, with the help of the force of the soul of Jiuping Xuanqi, so as to impact the realm of heaven and man. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan, why did you commit suicide? Little Radish poked out his head and saw a sword on Ning Xiaochuan's chest. He was startled. Suddenly, he was happy again and said, Is it possible that my previous words made you ashamed and feel ashamed to live in the world, so you want to end your dirty life by yourself? Young man, it's so impulsive. However, it's okay to die, so you can keep company with Sister Ghost. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly opened his eyes, and immediately startled Radish again. He retreated sharply, fell off Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, and shouted, Fake corpse. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan still motionless, after a long time, Radish carefully climbed up from the ground and looked at Ning Xiaochuan. I saw that the black giant sword inserted in Ning Xiaochuan's chest was rapidly drilling into his body. Instead of uploading it from his back, it disappeared. It disappeared in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan didn't even leave a scar on his chest. Radish was stunned, his eyes didn't blink, and said, It's too scary. Ning Xiaochuan, it turns out that you don't eat meat or vegetarian, you eat iron. Ning Xiaochuan is refining 9 mysterious weapons. He wants to refine the refined iron into the bone, the soldier's soul into the mark of the martial spirit, and the essence into the blood. However, after hearing what little Radish said, he almost made his blood retrograde and possessed. At this moment, in the sky world, on a mountain far away from Ning Xiaochuan, stood a beautiful woman in a red robe, with bright eyes overlooking the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. Although thousands of miles apart, she can clearly perceive the location of Ning Xiaochuan. She is Niao Lanqing. Niao Lanqing has felt the breath of that female ghost, which makes her soul very uneasy. Even her body is a little out of her control. Some book friends responded that the previous chapter made mistakes and became the previous chapter. There is no problem with my update. It should be a system error. I have asked the editor, and the editor said, for book friends who make mistakes, delete the bookshelf first, and then rejoin the bookshelf. Remember to clear the local records when deleting, and then resubscribe. When resubscribing to this chapter, there is no money. If you have any problems in the future, please give me feedback in time. That female ghost is the soul of Queen Wanning in her last life. It is the biggest threat to me. I must get rid of her as soon as possible. Niao Lanqing is tall and slender, with full breasts and buttocks. She has an arrogant jade body. Every inch of her skin is as smooth and crystal as jade, but her eyes are colder than the night breeze. But once I get close to her, her cultivation will become as strong as me. I fight with her as if I were fighting myself. I must find an outsider to get rid of her. In Niao Lanqing's heart, when this idea came into being, a red sword light flew over the night. Wow! Like a meteor, it flies over the sky. A man in a green robe stood on a flaming flying sword, walked through the air, and fell to the top of a mountain not far from her, looking floating out of the dust. Dongfang Xing's eyebrows and eyes are beautiful, his clothes are dignified, and his body is straight like a long gun. Seeing Niao Lanqing in the distance, his face shows a happy look, and he says, I can meet Lan Xianzi in the Tianmen exam. I'm really destined to meet Lan Xianzi. The fairy is also looking for the location of the other end of Tianmen. Niao Lanqing will feel disgusted when she sees any man, especially the man who takes the initiative to pay her attention, which makes her very impatient. She was about to leave. Suddenly, her heart moved. When she looked at Dongfang Xing again, a soft smile immediately appeared in her eyes. Her temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. Just now, she still looks like a cold and gorgeous queen, but at the moment, it gives people a feeling of holiness and softness, just like the bright moon on the sky, beautiful and flawless. It's Dongfang, junior brother. Niao Lanqing's lips and teeth were slightly open, his shell teeth were like jade, and his red lips were like cherry. He said softly, the world is so vast that we should meet again so soon. It seems that it's really fate. Dongfang Xing was so happy that he finally heard Lan Xianzi talking to him. Her voice was as beautiful as the sound of nature. Niao Lanqing sighed. Dongfang Xing said, Fairy, why do you sigh? Is it because you can't find Tianmen? Niao Lanqing shook his head and said, No, it's because of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan again. Dongfang Xing's face immediately became cold and heavy, and he wanted to break Ning Xiaochuan into pieces. He said, Take the liberty to ask, what is the relationship between Fairy and Ning Xiaochuan? Niao Lan said, Enemy of life and death. Fairy and Ning Xiaochuan are enemies of life and death? Dongfang Xing was surprised and happy, that's really great. Sorry, I don't mean that. I just think Ning Xiaochuan is so hateful that he dares to be the enemy of the fairy. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Niao Lan said, You only know that he is a spiritual master, but you don't know that he is also a ghost master. Ning Xiaochuan is actually the overlord of Songming Sea area and the member of the ghost-raising family? Oriental victory. Niao Lanqing shook his head and said, He's not from a ghost family. I don't know where he learned the Dementor divine method. I inadvertently imprisoned one of my souls. What? He dares to imprison the soul of a fairy? Dongfang Xing's righteous and indignant way. Niao Lanqing nodded and said, He threatened me with that ghost and did something I didn't want to do. Once I didn't obey his meaning, he would destroy my soul. Therefore, I had to hide from him all the time. It's up to me, Dongfang Xing. Don't worry, fairy. I'll help you retrieve the soul and poke Ning Xiaochuan into the bone and ashes. Dongfang Xing's fingers were pinched tightly, and his murderous spirit surged, and he slapped down. Boom! Hundreds of miles away, a towering mountain was beaten by palm prints and collapsed, rolling up dark smoke. This is just a move made by Dongfang Xing to show his strength to Niao Lanqin. Dongfang Xing has a rare talent in 800 years. Before breaking through the realm of heaven and man, it already has the power to fight with heaven and man. Now, he has reached the realm of heaven and man, and his cultivation is even more unfathomable. Niao Lanqin nodded, secretly saying that although Ning Xiaochuan's talent is very high and guarded by the Emperor's blade, he has not reached the realm of heaven and man after all. If Dongfang wins, he has a 90% chance to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Niao Lanqin's face showed an upside-down smile and said, "Thank you for the help of the Oriental child. The child's personality is noble, and no one can match among the men Lan Xian knows. However, Ning Xiaochuan is a sinister and cunning person, or does Lan Xian go with the Oriental child? If we work together, we will make Ning Xiaochuan 10 dead. It's great to be able to walk with fairies." Dongfang Xing was overjoyed and felt that his charm was full, which had made Niao Lanqin sink. Dongfang Xing has no doubt about this. He has been a top genius since childhood. As long as any beauty has seen him once, she will be conquered by him. This is the aura of genius. It's not too difficult to conquer a Niao Lanqin. Every session of the Tianmen examination will send 10 inner disciples as invigilators to walk in the world of heaven. In the event of a large-scale massacre, the invigilator will solve it. Therefore, the accomplishments of the 10 examiners are extremely strong. Lu Qingyuan is one of the 10 examiners. As early as 100 years ago, he has become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. His cultivation is unpredictable and people can't see through it. He walked between the mountains with his hands on his back. With each step, you can cross a mountain so far away, like a fairy walking in the world of mortals. Kill Ning Xiaochuan. Lu Qingyuan touched the 2 beards above his lips and gently shook his head. If it weren't for the orders of the elders in the clan, he really didn't bother to kill a 20-year-old young candidate. In his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan is too young as a newborn baby. Young people just like to be high profile and show off. Some people learn to hide and retain after falling down, and finally become the real winner, invincible in the world. Some people, without the opportunity to serialize the fall, are wiped out in the cradle, and finally leave nothing in the world. Lu Qingyuan rode. In his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan belongs to the kind of young people who have no brains. In addition to Niao Lanqin and Lu Qingyuan, many people are also looking for the trace of Ning Xiaochuan. All of them have received orders to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan during the Tianmen exam. It took 5 days. Ning Xiaochuan finally refined all the refined iron of the 9-grade Xuanqi level war sword into the bone marrow, and all the soul and spirit of the war sword were melted into the divine power, becoming the 9th concrete divine power sword. During the day, Ning Xiaochuan was on his way while collecting mysterious drugs and natural treasures. At night, he sat in the ears of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and refined the concrete magic sword. The 9th figurative magic sword was completely refined, and its cultivation soared to the peak of the 5th step heaven ladder realm. He has mastered the 4 moves of sword formula of Mishi Kendo, and is finally about to practice the first kind of Mishi Kendo to Mahayana. Crackling. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, and every bone in his body was ringing, like steel bars were broken, and the sword gas was flowing around his body. Little Radish walked behind Ning Xiaochuan, with a dragon rope wrapped around his waist, muttering, "This guy is quite powerful, and I don't know what strange skill he is practicing." Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and asked, "Little Radish, how long will we get to the place you said?" "It's not just ahead. Look there, that is the tallest mountain. The mysterious atmosphere in the mountain is extremely dense. It not only breeds miraculous drugs, but also some strange flowers and fruits, which are more precious than miraculous drugs." Little Radish pointed to a huge mountain in the distance and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, the next road is for you to walk by yourself. I won't accompany you anymore. Let us go." "Let you go?" "Not yet. Who knows if you are deliberately plotting against me? Go to the mountains with me to collect miraculous drugs. When you come back, you will naturally be released." Ning Xiaochuan pulled a bundle of dragon rope, holding the radish on the road. It was a very huge mountain, wrapped by layers of light mist, and only a contour could be seen. After Ning Xiaochuan developed the divine power of the heavenly eye, a pair of pupils shone a foot-long light. You can see that there are broken ancient buildings on the mountain, which used to be like a place of cultivation. "Yes, here it is." The Emperor Blade screamed, and was struggling to collide with the Xian beast Jian, trying to rush out of the Xian beast Jian. Ning Xiaochuan pressed the Xian beast and said, "What? You also hid the treasure here? Do you remember what I said to you? The whole heaven world is a territory seized by the Emperor's eldest disciple, from Tianting. This Guiran mountain is also well known in Tianting. It was once a Taoist temple of Holy Land, but that Holy Land was destroyed overnight, leaving only ruins." Ning Xiaochuan said, "A Holy Land was destroyed overnight? Who has such a great ability? The world is so big that fierce people come forth in large numbers, and the Holy Land cannot last forever. After all, there will be a day when it will disappear. In fact, these are not the key points." Tiandi Ren added, "In those days, the Emperor's eldest disciple also wanted to refine Guiran Mountain into the holy soil of Tiandi Mountain, forming a pattern of double holy soil. However, later, the Emperor's eldest disciple found that Guiran Mountain was an ominous place, hiding quite terrible dangers. Therefore, he sealed Guiran Mountain into the world of heaven. The eldest disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, who can create such a holy land as the mountain of the Emperor of Heaven, is definitely a great existence. What would even he think is dangerous?" Ning Xiaochuan began to be vigilant and felt that he was probably cheated by Radish again. She probably knew that returning to Rinshan was dangerous, so she deliberately brought Ning Xiaochuan here. The Emperor of Heaven Blade said, "It is precisely because Gyranshan hides terrible dangers, so I hide those good things here, so that I can be safe." "Haha. Since there are unpredictable dangers in the returning mountain, how dare you hide the treasure here?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "No fear. Although it is said to be hidden danger, the first disciple of the Emperor of Heaven has sealed many places of Gyranshan. Therefore, generally speaking, Gyranshan is relatively safe." The Emperor Blade said. Ning Xiaochuan and Tiandi Mountain are communicating with their hearts and minds, and outsiders can't hear them at all. Therefore, in the eyes of Radish, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped, and then he didn't move, as if someone had performed the immobilization technique. Grandpa said that returning to the mountain was very evil. Sure enough, Ning Xiaochuan was already evil before he entered the mountain. "Why don't you take a walk with such a good opportunity?" Radish was light-handed and wanted to escape. After walking more than 10 steps, he found that he was tied with a dragon rope. So she turned back, carefully climbed to Ning Xiaochuan's wrist and planned to untie the dragon rope. However, she had just started, but found that Ning Xiaochuan was staring at her. "Ning Xiaochuan is alive again." Radish's heart suddenly jumped, his hands immediately stopped, and his face froze with a smile. Hey. Are you awake? What are you doing?" Ning Xiaochuan has some bad ways. "No, nothing. I think the dragon rope is loose. I'll tie it tightly." Radish immediately turned around, turned his back to Ning Xiaochuan, stuck out his tongue, and jumped into it, stepping on the leaves and moving forward. I won't go into the mountain today. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ah. Why not go into the mountain? Little Radish is worried. Has Ning Xiaochuan found anything wrong? It's over, it's over. Ning Xiaochuan's scheming is so deep that he must have found it. Now it's really over. He must peel me. He must eat me like a radish. Ning Xiaochuan has learned from Tiandaran that early morning is the best time to enter Guiran Mountain and the least danger. Don't enter Guiran Mountain at night, or even heaven and man will die. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan plans to stay outside the mountain for one night first and enter the mountain early tomorrow morning. At the moment, it is noon, the sun is in the sky, and the weather is hot. Ning Xiaochuan sat under a big tree and began to understand the Sutra of Heaven and Earth. The cultivation of Heaven and Earth Sutra is only the third step to the level of Heaven ladder realm. Even the martial law Dharma body has not been cultivated, and Ning Xiaochuan spends more time. All the 5 mysterious beasts and the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and the mysterious beast Jian were arranged by Ning Xiaochuan to look for mysterious medicine and natural treasures. There are many precious high-grade mysterious drugs in the heaven world, which are difficult to find elsewhere. The world of heaven is only opened once 100 years. After entering this time, there may not be a chance to enter in the future. If you can collect more mysterious drugs, naturally, you can't waste this opportunity. Besides, Ning Xiaochuan has just reached the level of a great heart-nourishing master, and needs a lot of Xianyao to improve the grade of Xianshui. Dead Ning villain, smelly Ning villain, knew to bully the little girl. I'm so cute, so cute, so cute. Ah. Crazy. If I see Grandpa, I'll definitely let Grandpa make you as big as me. See how you bully me? Little Radish sat on the root of a tree that sprouted soil, gnashing his teeth and scolding Ning Xiaochuan. Suddenly, a cold murderous breath swept over, almost blowing her out. She immediately grabbed the roots with both hands and looked forward. I don't know when there were 3 people in front of me. All 3 of them were wearing blue robes, 2 men and 1 woman, carrying ancient swords, emitting an extremely powerful breath. Ning Xiaochuan also stopped practicing at the moment, opened his eyes, looked at the 3 people in front, his eyes shrunk slightly, and said, members of the Burning Sword sect? All 3 of them are sword cultivators, wearing unified martial robes, and carrying unified 8-grade Xuanqi level war swords, which is the symbol of Jianfen sect. Burning Sword sect, strong cloud dragon. A stout man said in a rough voice. Sword burning sect, thank you for your clothes, said a young woman of medium build. Sword burning sect, Yunji, said a young man who looked quite chic. They are all the top masters of the younger generation of the Burning Sword sect. They have the cultivation of the 5th step heaven ladder realm, and their every move carries the charm of martial arts. In particular, the man named Yunji feels quite dangerous. He is definitely not an ordinary 5th step Tianti martial artist, and his cultivation is quite strong. Ning Xiaochuan had felt the murderous spirit on them, and said calmly, the sword-burning sect should pay so much attention to me, sending 3 masters of the 5th step Tianti realm, just to kill a mental trainer of the 3rd step Tianti realm, would it be too much ado? Yunji held a folding fan in his hand, which was quite romantic, laughed, Ning Xiaochuan, what have you never experienced to achieve our level of cultivation? The more you experience, the more you should understand a truth. Never despise any enemy. Once you make up your mind to kill someone, you must go all out. If you have the 1st level of land respect, then we will send the 9th level of land respect to kill you. If you have the 9th level of land respect, then we will send the 5th step heaven, the people in the ladder came to kill you. People like you, who have the cultivation of the 3rd step Tianti realm, should have sent the existence of Tianren realm to kill you in order to kill you. But elder martial brother Dongfeng is still on his way, so we can only do it for you first. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, this should be the case. If you kill a person who is the most important in Dizuan territory, and only send a person who is the second most important in Dizuan territory to kill, it's not going to kill. It's simply sending a master to accompany you. Ning Xiaochuan noticed the folding fan in Yunji's hand, which was only owned by the members of the Wanjian Palace and was also the symbol of the members of the Wanjian Palace. How could he have one in his hand? It seems that they have killed members of Wanjian Palace. Yunji took out the folding fan and used it. He was telling Ning Xiaochuan that the members of your Wanjian Palace were just our prey. Qua qua. However, under normal circumstances, a mental trainer in the third step Tianti realm meets a martial artist in the fourth step Tianti realm, and that is the end of death. Yunji laughed. Ning Xiaochuan said, yes. What's more, you are still three-sword cultivators in the fifth step ladder of heaven. Even if you meet ordinary people in heaven, you can fight. You are wrong. There are not only three sword repairs in the fifth step heaven ladder. A long whistle came from the woods. Another expert came. Before long, 4 more people arrived, wearing gorgeous robes and riding 4 Jiuping Xian beasts, blocking Ning Xiaochuan in 4 directions. 2 men and 2 women, the men are very handsome, and the women are particularly beautiful. They have an aristocratic temperament, and their eyes are particularly cold and arrogant, thinking they are superior. In their view, Ning Xiaochuan is like an ant. Ning Xiaochuan knew one of the women and met once. She is friends with Lu Ren and Jin Wuhuan, and is obviously from Wang Sun's mansion. The members of Wang Sun's mansion unexpectedly arrived. Ning Xiaochuan was still calm, without a trace of panic. A man sitting on the back of a white scale-winged cow snorted coldly, you won so many treasures in our Wang Sun mansion, thinking that if you gave all the treasures to the dance fairy, you could live? Ning Xiaochuan also didn't bother to say more and said, who else, since they have arrived, don't show up. Whoosh! 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 Sure enough, after Ning Xiaochuan's words fell, 3 young masters came out. They came from different forces and did not stand together. Ning Xiaochuan has never seen these 3 people, and he has no impression at all. He just can feel that their strength is strong, and they are not weaker than those of Wang Sun's mansion and the Burning Sword sect. Little Radish was also stunned and said, Ning Xiaochuan, what evil things have you done? How did you offend so many people? Ning Xiaochuan was also very helpless. He had been very low-key, but he still caused countless enemies, and all forces wanted to kill him. He did not dare to imagine that if his talent was fully exposed, he might become an enemy of the world. Many people envy the rich, but the rich are the easiest to be kidnapped. Many people envy genius, but genius is the easiest to be hated. At this moment, there are already 10 top masters of the younger generation who have trapped Ning Xiaochuan. The lowest cultivation is the 4th step of heaven ladder. You know, they are not ordinary monks, but extremely talented young overlords. One can fight several monks of the same level. In other words, their combat effectiveness is simply comparable to dozens of monks in the 5th step ladder. Such a strong lineup, if with tacit understanding, is enough to work together to kill heaven and man. Among them, 2 monks arranged a confinement array to confine the surrounding space and would not allow Ning Xiaochuan to escape. Ning Xiaochuan still sat under the tree and said, I'm curious about a question. How do you know my whereabouts when the world is so huge? Moreover, you actually found me at the same time. Even if you want to kill me, let me be a ghost? Yunji took away the folding fan and said with a smile, Ning Xiaochuan, your whereabouts have been exposed 2 days ago. Elder martial brother Dong Fang has said that anyone who can take your head will get a 9-grade xuanqi. Moreover, we already know that you are rated as the top 3, so we won't let you go out of the gate of heaven alive. Dong Fang Sheng? I have such a big hatred with him? Ning Xiaochuan felt a little confused. Besides, he has no intersection with Dongfeng Xing. How does he know his whereabouts? Ning Xiaochuan always felt that behind Dongfeng Xing, there was another person's shadow. If it was not Luo Dance, it was Niao Lanqin. Only Luo Wu remembered his soul mark and could sense his position. Moreover, others have found Ning Xiaochuan, but Luo Wu has not appeared yet. This is quite abnormal. However, the probability that Luo Wu wants to harm Ning Xiaochuan is not large, but that Niao Lanqin is more likely. The ghost of Queen Wannin's last life has been following Ning Xiaochuan. For Niao Lanqin, this is a huge threat, which will make her sleep and eat uneasy. She can feel the breath of ghosts, and naturally she can find Ning Xiaochuan's location. Ning Xiaochuan probably knew what was going on. Looking at those young masters, he said faintly, "I have only one brain. I don't know who is interested in taking it." Even a third-step spiritual trainer dare to be so arrogant. "I'll take your head." The flaming cloud dragon of the burning sword sect rushed out suddenly, burning a flame in one eye and turning into two fireballs. His body looks strong, but his speed is very sensitive. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Ning Xiaochuan and slapped him. His palm is powerful, and with all his strength, not to mention the warrior in the third step of the ladder, even the warrior in the fourth step of the ladder will be killed. Ning Xiaochuan didn't stand up. As soon as he pointed out, a world-destroying sword wave flew out of his fingertips, carrying devastating sword qi. A ring of sword waves with a diameter of more than 10 meters long, centered on Ning Xiaochuan's body, radiated out in all directions. Wow! The blood-red sword qi flew out of the center of the circular sword wave and pierced the palm of the Lianlong. Poof! A piece of blood splashed out from the palm, spilling blood all over the face of Lianlong. Lianlong was injured by the sword wave, covered his palm and immediately blasted back. However, he only stepped back 3 steps, but he was frightened to find that Ning Xiaochuan was as fast as a ghost, and had already stood behind him and blocked his way. How can it be so fast? There was no time for him to escape. A sword light flew over and cut him in two. 2 pieces of body flew out in the left and right directions. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a bloody sword, glanced at the monks around, looking very indifferent. Since he has been forced to the point where there is no need to bear it anymore, Ning Xiaochuan will no longer keep it, and those who want to kill him will pay a price. Everyone was stunned. A heart cultivator in the 3rd step of Heaven Ladder Realm unexpectedly killed a sword cultivator in the 5th step of Heaven Ladder Realm with one move. Before everyone reacted, the sword cultivator in the 5th step of Heaven Ladder Realm had been cut in 2. How can a heart cultivator have such powerful power? No. Ning Xiaochuan has hidden his cultivation, and his realm is far more than the 3rd step of Heaven Ladder. The face of a Tian's Hegio girl in Wang Sun's mansion changed slightly. It is also possible that Lai Yunlong underestimated the enemy, so he died in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. It takes a lot of time for a great heart cultivator to refine medicine. How can he spend so much time to cultivate? At his age, cultivating to the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven is enough against the sky. If he has the power to kill the 5th step of the ladder of heaven, it can be described as a demon. That's right. Even the legendary Shenong couldn't become the top mental health coach of the young generation and burst out the top combat power of the young generation. Ning Xiaochuan, I'll kill you. A man riding a white-scale double-winged cow rushed out, holding a 12-meter-long halberd in his hand, like waving a silver tianzhu, powerful and magnificent. Boom! White-scale double-winged cattle is a high-level Jupingxuan beast with infinite power. When running at full speed, it has terrible collision power and keeps shaking the ground. That man is a descendant of the aristocratic family of Wang Sun Fu. He has the cultivation of the 5th step of Heaven Ladder, which is a bit stronger than Lai Yunlong. He fought hard, and Fang Tian painted halberd turned into a thorny silver light, stabbing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! His own power, plus the collision force of white-scale winged cattle, plus the power of the halberd itself above, the three forces overlap. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dodge, but rushed forward, stepped on the halberd painted by Fang Tian, and his body catapulted up with force. He waved and chopped down the 9-grade Xuanqi level sword in his hand, and cleaved to the man's head. The man didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to be so fierce. Is he still a heart healer who can be slaughtered? He is a descendant of an aristocratic family. Naturally, he has many means to protect his life. Between the lightning and flint, he immediately threw out a bronze array plate. The words and lines on the bronze array plate turned rapidly, making a rustle sound, forming a huge defensive array, which wrapped his body tightly. This is the defense array disc burned by heaven and man, which is worth more than 10 million basalt. In his view, relying on this defensive array, even if Ning Xiaochuan is more powerful, he can't hurt himself. I have been invincible. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrink, he immediately mobilizes the Tianwu vitality in his body, enters the war sword of Jiuping Xuanqi level, and activates the power of Jiuping Xuanqi. Boom! On the black body of the sword, a large light burst out and condensed into a huge sword shadow with a length of more than 10 meters. Click! The defense array was cut a gap by Jiuping Xuanqi war sword, and the defense array was torn open, which could not stop Ning Xiaochuan's attack at all. The array disc burned by Tianren is indeed very defensive, but with Ning Xiaochuan's current strength and Jiuping Xuanqi, it is not difficult to break the array. My God! Ning Xiaochuan must have broken through the realm of heaven and man. He can be on an equal footing with the crown prince of the emperor, Dance Fairy, and others. The man riding on the back of the white-scale winged cow changed his face dramatically, felt his scalp numb, and never thought he would be so close to death. The robe on his back was broken and cracked, and an array ran on his back, emitting a bleeding red glow. This is a blood formation refined into the body. The array worked, and a pair of huge blood-red light wings rushed out of the back, and the speed became several times faster, turning into a blood-red light and flying out. Poof! As soon as he flew out, the white-scale double-winged cow was killed by Ning Xiaochuan's sword. When he was dying, he gave a sad howl. Hearing the scream of white-scale winged cattle, the man's heart was even colder. He felt the horror of Ning Xiaochuan and tried to control the blood-red wings on his back and ran faster. I want to spread this secret. Ning Xiaochuan is too terrible. The man thought so. Ning Xiaochuan rushed out of the blood mist splashed by the white-scale winged cow and stared at the man who escaped. His eyes were very cold and sharp. With a wave of his arm, he made a huge black handprint, which was like the hand of a troll. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's handprint was more than 100 meters long, like a black palm cloud, falling from the sky, killing the man who had escaped more than a dozen miles away. His body was smashed, turned into a rain of blood, and fell to the ground. A master of the 5th step ladder was slapped to death by him. This is the second young strong man who died. No one dared to despise Ning Xiaochuan anymore. The remaining young masters looked at Ning Xiaochuan with horror in their eyes, just like watching demons. Everyone called out their most powerful Xuanqi, guarded themselves, and looked at Ning Xiaochuan standing in the center, like a great enemy. Even Yunji, who thought highly of himself, changed his face at the moment and said coldly, Ning Xiaochuan, you're really deep enough to hide. With your cultivation, even if you're not a spiritual master, you have the power to win the top 3. Little Radish sighed, I'll tell you, Ning Xiaochuan is a mean person, and you've been deceived by his disguise. This guy is quite powerful, and even this girl fell in his hands. Don't you run away? I can't escape. Ning Xiaochuan waved his sleeve, and the 333-pole array flag flew out and was inserted on the ground, imprisoning the area within a radius of 30 miles. Each flag becomes as thick as a bowl, blocking the void, imprisoning the earth, and enveloping the whole space in the array. Ning Xiaochuan's body flew out of 7 thought bodies, standing on an array platform respectively, and operated the 8 winds god array. Other monks in the ladder of heaven can only separate 1 thought body. However, Ning Xiaochuan has 7 minds, so he can separate 7 thoughts. In other words, with his own power, he can fully operate the 8 winds god array and give full play to its most powerful power. Under the ground, black water gushed out and turned into a hell lake. Those who are stained with water will immediately be corroded. Above the sky, there are 333 huge flame meteorites, which are like 333 little suns, emitting hot flames, turning heaven and earth into a furnace. The rest of the young generation of masters turned pale. They had come to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but they didn't expect to become the target of hunting instead. Ning Xiaochuan, do you want to kill all of us? A rather beautiful daughter of heaven in Wang Sun's mansion showed her Taoist skills of flying, with a pair of light wings on her back, floating over the water lake. Ning Xiaochuan said, if you want to kill me, shouldn't I eliminate future troubles forever? Since the cultivation has been exposed, Ning Xiaochuan naturally wants to kill people and kill the root. Otherwise, once your true cultivation is spread, it will cause a huge shock. Although it is said that he can become famous in the First World War and cause a sensation in the whole Tiandi mountain, it will also cause him great trouble and even kill himself. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to expose himself so early. In that case, these people should be eliminated. Let's fight together. With our strength, even heaven and man can fight. It's not clear who lives and who dies. Yunji's index finger and middle finger were pinched together, and the white sword gas rushed out of his fingertips, and his fingers pointed to Ning Xiaochuan. The ancient sword on his back flew out of the sheath, making a tiger roar, and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan like a meteor. Yunji is a sword cultivation, which completely integrates the magic power into the war sword. A sword stabbed out is equal to beating out all magical powers. Sure enough, as Ning Xiaochuan expected, Yunji is indeed quite powerful, which is the existence of Jinling level. Although it does not reach the realm of heaven and man, it has the power to fight with heaven and man in a short time. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't reach the 5th step of the ladder, he could only fight a draw with him. However, Ning Xiaochuan has now stepped into the peak of the 5th step Tiandi realm, which is 2 levels stronger than the original Jinling. It will not be so difficult to deal with Yunji. Moreover, there is the power of the 8 winds god array. A strong man like Yunji can't turn over much spray at all. Today, Lao Jiu will go to the hospital to see a doctor. If the voting for the Golden Keyboard Award is over 2,000 votes, it will be postponed until tomorrow. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the center of the array, controlled the eye of the array, and with a wave of his arm, he moved a huge flame meteorite over the array, knocked it down from the sky, and smashed the sword formula played by Yunji. Bang! 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 The second flame meteorite hit down. The third flame meteorite hit down. 17 flaming meteorites hit the Xiang Yunji in a row, each of which is as huge as a hill. It is like a real meteorite hitting down from the universe one after another. Finally, the Yunji was beaten to spit blood, and almost fell into the Wushui lake. In the 8 winds god array, Ning Xiaochuan is the absolute master, who can mobilize the flame meteorite above the sky and the water on the ground. In the other direction, Xia Han of the Burning Sword sect and Xiang Feiyu of the Demon Moon Palace attacked from the sky at the same time. One of them showed the sword formula, and the other played the martial arts magic. Ning Xiaochuan pointed to the sky, and the Wushui lake immediately rolled up huge waves, and turned into a dragon integrating the water of hell, slapping Xia Han and Xiang Feiyu into the Wushui lake. Their martial arts were corroded by water. Wow! Wow! The two immediately escaped from the water, and the operation skill was to force the water immersed in the body out. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan felt that there were 2 very terrible smells, coming from a distant place, and was rapidly approaching the direction of Garanshan. What a terrible breath. I'm afraid it's the existence of heaven and man? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked at the north and felt that the two breaths were getting closer and closer, which made his heart produce extremely dangerous signals. He is ready to make a quick decision to deal with the more dangerous enemy. Spread your arms and control the array with all your strength. The 333 flag runs faster. On the sky, 333 flame meteorites fell at the same time, which was like a piece of starry sky falling to the earth, giving people an atmosphere of doomsday. None of the 8 young masters is weak. At the same time, they use their most powerful means to resist the flame meteorites falling from the sky. Some people simultaneously made 6 8-grade mysterious weapons, some people made the array disc burned by heaven and man, some people released the blood array in their bodies, and some people's bodies turned into fierce mysterious beasts. Among them, the most powerful person is Yunji. Yunji's spine scattered bright white light. Looking through the white light, you can see that there was a white sword in his spine. His body is almost integrated with the white lightsaber, and the human sword is integrated. A sharp sword chi is brewing in his body and becomes more and more powerful. Pith. He has pith. Ning Xiaochuan said in surprise. In the backbone of others, bone marrow is pregnant. However, there are some extremely arrogant people with special physique. In their spine, they are born with sword marrow. Every drop of bone marrow is in the shape of a sword. Only one of hundreds of millions of people has this constitution. There is no sword marrow in Ning Xiaochuan's backbone. People with sword pith are born with sword cultivation. Understand kendo, much faster than others. The sword rhyme displayed is also more powerful than others. No wonder I feel that he is very powerful. It turns out that it is the reason why he has the pith of the sword. If I let him break through the realm of heaven and man, I'm afraid he can be as powerful as Dongfang Xing. Ning Xiaochuan immediately used the birth method, flew to the top of Yunji's head, and used the power of the cage sword meaning of the world-destroying kendo to suppress the sword marrow power in Yunji's body. Ah! Yunji roared, and the sword gas in his body rushed out, trying to break the cage sword meaning. Pa! Ning Xiaochuan slapped his head and beat all the sword intention he released back to his body. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the 7 minds back, and at the same time rushed into Yunji's body, surrounded Yunji's martial heart palace, and forced his mind to be under control. In the distance, Niao Lanqin and Dongfang Xing came quickly. Shua shua. They are both heaven and man, as fast as lightning. They are like 2 streamer shadows flying over the sky. Suddenly, Niao Lanqin stopped and fell to the top of a towering mountain. Looking into the distance, he saw that a large array was running hundreds of miles away. Hundreds of array flags completely confined the space. The sky was covered with black clouds, and countless lightning passed through the clouds. Dongfang Xing also stopped, stared at the big formation, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "What a powerful array, it seems that Ning Xiaochuan is bound to die." Do you think this is the array arranged by others, against Fu Ning Xiaochuan? Niao Lan's heart smiled coldly. Isn't it? Dongfang Xing naturally doesn't think that a heart trainer can arrange such a powerful array. Niao Lan thought, this is the 8 winds god array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan. Its power is very terrible. No one can break the array. The array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan? Is Ning Xiaochuan not only a heart and ghost keeper, but also an array master? Dongfang Xing can't believe that a person's energy will be so strong. Even if Ning Xiaochuan has 2 minds, he can't be so strong in all aspects. Niao Lan thought, he should have been instructed by an expert. And someone helped him forge a set of 5-grade Xuanqi level array flags. Once displayed, this set of array flags can raise his combat power to a very terrible level. It is estimated that no one in the younger generation is his opponent. Niao Lanqing said this, naturally deliberately to stimulate Dong Fangxing to break into the array. What a proud man Dong Fangxing was. He was so excited by Niao Lanqing that he immediately fell into the trap and sneered, "It's not a set of array flags. Within half an hour, I'll break it." Wow! Dong Fangxing's back flew a huge flaming sword, sending out flames, like a python flying from the sky, burning the clouds in the sky red. When Dong Fangxing flew over the 8 Winds God array, a door automatically appeared on the edge of the array, involving him in the array. Dong Fangxing was not flustered. Holding a huge flame sword, he stood in the air and sneered, "There are only 2 attack methods, water and flint, which are just an ordinary array." Boom! The flag of the 333-pole array moved quickly, making a roaring hurricane sound. Above the sky, 333 flame boulders condensed with each other, and finally condensed into a huge flame giant ball, like a scorching sun suspended above the head of Dong Fangxing. Dong Fangxing's face also changed slightly, and he could clearly feel the horror of the 8 Winds God array. If the giant flame ball above his head fell, he might not be able to catch it. He originally thought Ning Xiaochuan was just a small mental trainer. Even with the help of array, he was not much better. However, when I really entered the array, I realized that I had been promoted previously. "Ning Xiaochuan, haven't you come out to fight yet?" Dong Fangxing's speed was extremely fast. With a flick of his fingers, he cut out more than 100 swords in a row and scattered the black fog in the array. He could vaguely see 8 figures standing on the edge of the array. The 8 figures are the 8 top talents of the young generation, Yunji, Xiaihan, Xiang Feiyu, who were previously trapped in the 8 Wind God array by Ning Xiaochuan. The 8 people stand on the 8 array eyes of the array. All of them have been controlled by Ning Xiaochuan and become his slaves. Ning Xiaochuan, with his hands on his back, stood over the 8 Winds God array. His heroic posture was cool, and his long hair swayed. He laughed and said, "Oriental victory, you are also worthy of fighting with me? My servant can already kill you. Yunji, Xiaihan, how dare you attack me?" Dong Fangxing couldn't believe his eyes. The 2 top young masters of the Burning Sword sect would help Ning Xiaochuan deal with him. Yunji said, "Elder martial brother Dong Fang, since the master asked us to kill you, you can only go to hell to report today." A rather beautiful Tianzhigio girl in the Wangsun mansion said, "Why do you talk so much nonsense with him? If you offend the master, you will die. You actually submit to Ning Xiaochuan, and your willpower is too weak. I'm afraid your mind has been broken by Ning Xiaochuan, right? You are a group of waste." Dong Fangxing's eyes were cold and extremely angry. "We are not waste, you will know later. Kill him." Xiang Feiyu sneered. 8 top talents of the young generation, even without the power of the 8 Winds God array, also have the power to resist heaven and man. Now, the 8 of them control the 8 Winds God array, and their strength is naturally strengthened. The 8 Winds God array moved quickly, completely engulfing Dong Fangxing. Seeing that Dong Fangxing had been trapped in the array, Ning Xiaochuan's smile took off, turned into a white light, flew hundreds of miles away, stood in front of Niao Lanqing in the air, and said, "Do you think sending in Dong Fangxing can kill me?" Niao Lanqing stared at the direction of the 8 Winds God array, his eyes were deep, showing a soft smile, and said, "I never thought of killing you, I just want that ghost. You should understand how much threat she poses to me. Do you want to see me killed by her?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and was not used to Niao Lanqing's appearance at the moment. He said, "It's a grudge between you, and I shouldn't have intervened. However, I'm curious, since you don't want to kill me, why do people of all forces know my whereabouts? Can everyone find me?" Niao Lan said, "Do you suspect it's me?" "It's not doubt, it's certainty." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank coldly and said, "Lanji once begged you not to kill me. So, the last time she begged me not to kill you, I let you live, which is her favor. but this time I won't be merciful. Wow. Another female ghost. Small radish drilled out of Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve. When he saw Niao Lanxin standing opposite, he was immediately startled and shrank back. Niao Lanxin glanced at Little Radish slightly, and didn't take her to heart. His eyes became cold. Well, it's not night yet. Just before she comes out, I'll get rid of you. Ning Xiaochuan, in fact, we never have a deep hatred. If it weren't for that bad relationship, maybe we could become friends and confidants. We've never really fought with you once before. Let's see who can kill each other today. Ning Xiaochuan became serious and regarded Niao Lanxin as the greatest enemy in his life. Niao Lanxin entered the realm of heaven and man several years ago, and his cultivation is naturally more terrible now. She is far more terrifying than the six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, because she has the same powerful wisdom as Ning Xiaochuan, and no one can calculate her. She has a jade body, and her body is stronger than that of Ning Ogawa. She has double wisdom and is not afraid of Ning Xiaochuan's attack. It can be said that she has no flaws at all, such as iron walls, mountains, and seas. No one can defeat her. If she uses all her cards, I'm afraid even Xuelingxiu and the Crown Prince may not be able to win her. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to win her, he has only one chance to hit, which is the strongest move of the sword formula of annihilation, annihilation without sword. Without the shadow of the sword, people have broken their heads. However, if Ning Xiaochuan's sword failed to kill Niao Lanxin, he must be the one who died. No matter who killed each other, don't tell Lanji. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword and held it in his hand, feeling that he was completely integrated with the magic sword. On the body of the sword, 16 deadly gases are flowing, which is like the 16 blood vessels of the magic sword. He began to gather momentum and mobilize himself to his best. Okay. I'm just about to say this sentence. This is our gratitude and resentment. No one should tell Lanji. Niao Lanxin also regards Ning Xiaochuan as a great enemy, and does not despise Ning Xiaochuan at all, because she understands Ning Xiaochuan better than anyone. A guqin flew out and suspended in front of her. She sat in the void with her long hair like catkins and 10 fingers bouncing on the strings. Her movements were elegant and full of killing opportunities. Every string is flowing with red brilliance, including strong Tianwu vitality. When her momentum condenses to the peak, her fingers like jade quickly swing out, sprinkling white spots. A sound wave immediately flew out and turned into a faint sword shadow. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan showed his martial arts magic power. At the moment when Niao Lanxin's fingers bounced, his body moved out quickly. The shadow of the sword flew from the tip of his hair and chopped to a mountain 10 miles away. Boom! That mountain peak was cut open from the center, making a crushing collapse sound. Stones rolled down, trees were crushed, and the river under the mountain was buried by half of the mountain. A mountain was cut to pieces. If it was cut on people, how could it live? A sound wave is so terrible that her cultivation is unpredictable. Hua hua. Niao Lanxin's fingers flicked faster, dozens of sound waves flew out at the same time, and he cut away imperceptibly. 10,000 swords melt into rain. 9 battle swords flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and formed a sword array. Among them, 3 are battle swords of Jiupin Xuanqi level, which hit at the same time. Jiupin Xuanqi was activated, and the power of the concrete magic completely burst out. A series of roars. The 9 swords broke dozens of sound waves and stabbed Niao Lanxin with an irresistible momentum. Niao Lanxin's fingers grew faster and faster, and 4 words came out of his red lips: dragon and phoenix wheel. A huge annular wheel, centered on the guqin, completely enveloped her in the center. On the wheel, there are patterns of dragons and phoenixes, rotating each other, making the sound of dragons howling and phoenixes chirping. The 9 powerful swords were blocked by the dragon and phoenix wheel, just like static stopping in the void. Wow! A harsh sound sounded. Niao Lanxin's eyebrows were slightly raised, and the slender jade pointed to the string and pressed it. A dragon and a phoenix seemed to come back to life, sending out a sharp howl, shaking the 9 swords back. The sound wave vitality rushed over, which was like the fierce wind of the Tian Sha, blowing the mountains away. Ning Xiaochuan immediately retreated, afraid to collide with the power of the dragon and phoenix wheel, and his body spun and flew, falling hundreds of meters away. Niao Lanxin's cultivation was really terrible. She shocked all my 9 concrete magic swords. I'm afraid she's not just Jingshan in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. All kinds of ideas emerged in an instant, and Niao Lanxin's general accomplishments were clearly analyzed. Ning Xiaochuan, your move just now is enough to kill ordinary people in heaven. If you break through the realm of heaven and man, I may not be able to kill you at all. But since you haven't reached the realm of heaven and man, then everything should be over today. Niao Lanxin has felt the crisis. Only young gods can have the power to kill heaven and man under heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan now has such power. If she waits for Ning Xiaochuan to reach the realm of heaven and man, she will never have a chance to suppress Ning Xiaochuan again. Bang! Niao Lanxin slapped his palm, and Guqin flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. This is not an ordinary Guqin, but a 9-grade Xuanqi. It is conceivable how terrible the power of a Jioping Xuanqi is when it is beaten out by heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan was completely locked by Niao Lanxin's divine wisdom. It was like falling into a quagmire. He couldn't even step out. He couldn't escape at all, but had to connect. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the impact of Guqin, feeling a huge pressure approaching. His muscles were tightened, and his heart stopped. No way. At this moment, if you use no sword to destroy the world, you will be weakened by the impact of the Guqin, and you may not be able to kill Niao Lanxin. To kill a strong man like Niao Lanxin unexpectedly, we must find another better time. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, transferred all the Tianwu vitality in his body to the position of the center of the eyebrow, and urged the white bone beads to fly out of the center of the eyebrow. Wow! A dazzling white light flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows and turned into a pillar of light, hitting the Guqin. The white bone bead itself is a treasure of unknown origin, which was refined into a concrete magic power by Ning Xiaochuan, and integrated with the seal of Wu Dao Heaven. The power of this move is even stronger than that of the 9 concrete magic swords. Bang! The white bone beads hit the ancient qin, and unexpectedly broke the ancient qin at the level of Jioping Xuanqi. One string broke, and the piano seat turned into pieces, flying in all directions. A 9-grade mysterious weapon was destroyed. Niao Lan's heart was also slightly surprised, and his cheek hurt. The delicate white face was scratched by a fragment, leaving a bright blood mark. This is the time, the opportunity comes. No sword to destroy the world. Ning Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to use the most powerful sword trick. No one saw his sword, not even the sword gas, but Niao Lanxin's heart had been punctured, leaving a bloody sword hole, constantly gushing blood, dyed his robe red. My heart is broken. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Niao Lanxin tightly, and his chest was also punctured by 3 pieces of Jioping Xuanqi, leaving 3 blood holes. Fortunately, he didn't hit his heart. How? How is it possible? Niao Lanxin's face was pale, and he looked down at his heart. He still didn't believe that he would die in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. The pain from her heart clearly told her that her heart had been broken by the magic sword. She fell to the ground, still not dead. The power of Wu's soul is supporting her will. Ning Xiaochuan took back the white bone bead and fell to the ground. His eyes were a little complicated and said, in fact, from the beginning, we probably shouldn't fight for life and death. Oh. Oh, Ning. Ning Xiaochuan, from the beginning, I didn't want to kill you. If I really wanted to kill you, after I lost the Queen of 10,000 Voices, I had 100,000 opportunities to kill you. How could I keep you today? but in fact, I didn't. Even a person in the Marquis of Jianghe has not been killed. Do you think I can't kill you? Niao Lanqing still stared at Ning Xiaochuan with cold eyes. Even if his life came to the end, he didn't mean to admit defeat. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "Why? I'm waiting for you to beg me. I took Xiaohong and Xiaolinger, just want you to beg me. If you beg me, I'll give it back to you." "I heard you, Ningxing, also waiting for you to beg me. As long as you beg me, I have a way to cure her. I want to kill you, but also waiting for you to beg me. If you beg me, I'll spare your life." Cough. Niao Lanqing felt that he was getting weaker and colder. His legs were soft, and he fell to the ground. His palm tightly covered the position of his heart, allowing the blood to flow down continuously. He said with a sad smile, "It's a pity. It's a pity that you never begged me, because your character is as strong, hard as me." Ning Xiaochuan seemed to understand something and sighed, "Even if you kill me, I won't beg you. I have understood. In fact, this fight, I can't keep my hand on you. Once you lose, you'll die. So, you don't have to feel guilty. Some gratitude and resentment should always have a result. Take care of Lanji." Niao Lanqing fell into the grass, and his heart kept gushing blood, dyed the grass leaves and soil red, which was extremely sad and beautiful. Everyone has his own story. Like Niao Lanqing, she also has her story and her own way of thinking. She thinks everything she does is right. When she and Niao Lanji were very young, Queen Wan Yinxian fought with people. The aftermath of the battle led to the destruction of the whole town. All her relatives and Niao Lanji died in the hands of Queen Wan Yinxian, leaving her and her sister helpless and dependent on each other. Therefore, she would later kill the Queen of 10,000 Tones and take away the Queen of 10,000 Tones. She thought she had done nothing wrong. Another example is that she poisoned and killed her fiancé. That's because she has lost her virginity to Ning Xiaochuan. Once she gets married the next day, the secret that she is not a virgin will be exposed, and then she will die. Therefore, she felt that she had done nothing wrong in killing her fiancé, who had no feelings. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep look at Niao Lanqing, sighed a long sigh, and did not regret killing Niao Lanqing. In the case just now, he had to go all out. However, he suddenly realized that some hatred could be resolved, and it was not necessarily necessary to kill each other. After killing each other, you may not be happy. Do you want Niao Lan to die or not? In fact, I'm still struggling with this problem. Anyway, Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqing have come to an end. Ning Xiaochuan took out the jade crystal ice coffin from the cloth bag of heaven and earth, and prepared to collect Niao Lanqing's body. She originally came out of the ice coffin, and now she returned to the ice coffin. Maybe this is her destination. Just when Ning Xiaochuan put Niao Lanji into the jade crystal ice coffin, the sun just set, and the last ray of sunshine disappeared. A cold wind blew, and night fell. A bright moon rose and hung above the night, emitting a bright brilliance. Ning Xiaochuan only felt a sudden burst of ghost gas, gathered together, condensed into a female ghost figure, becoming more and more solid, turned into a gorgeous woman, standing next to the jade crystal ice coffin. After nightfall, the female ghost appeared again. The female ghost stared at the female corpse lying in the coffin and said faintly, "My body. My body." Wow. At the moment when the moonlight spilled into the coffin, the skin of the female corpse in the coffin was extraordinarily white, just like a jade beauty carved with white jade. The female ghost turned into wisps of light and flew into the coffin. The faint ghost shadow fused with the female corpse in the coffin. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the middle of the female corpse's eyebrows, shooting a dazzling column of light, which was connected with the bright moon above the sky. That beam of light is extremely bright. Even standing hundreds of miles away, you can see its brilliance. In the coffin, wisps of white mist came out, completely wrapping the surrounding space. Can the female ghost be reborn? But her heart has been broken. Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. Little Radish drilled out, looked at the jade crystal ice coffin in the distance, shook his head and said, Ning Xiaochuan, you said you didn't kill her? Am I caught now? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, you are just a child. There are some things you don't understand. But it's strange. You killed her just now. Why is her ghost already with you? Little Radish felt that his head was completely inadequate, and he couldn't understand the matter between Ning Xiaochuan and Miao Longji. When she comes back to life, ask her yourself. Ning Xiaochuan stared closely at the direction of the coffin, always feeling that something incredible would happen. Can a dead person survive? Really? I haven't read a book. Don't lie to me. Radish rode. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and looked at the coffin from a distance. He saw two statues in the middle of the female corpse's eyebrows, one white and the other black. They rotate with each other, and the mysterious language spits out from the mouth of the gods, which is very similar to the voice of ancient ancestors' sacrifice. The female corpse's heart began to heal slowly, and every inch of flesh and blood sent out a white jade-like brilliance, which soon healed completely, without even leaving a scar. A surging vitality was born from the body of the female corpse and escaped outside the coffin, making the surrounding vegetation grow crazily. Radish's hair is also growing fast, and his body emits a bright golden light. His body is actually growing taller. Wow! What a powerful vitality, Ning Xiaochuan, you really didn't cheat me this time. I feel like I'm getting higher and higher. Little Radish's eyes stared round, very excited, and he wanted to rush into the coffin to breathe that strong force of life. However, the white mist from the coffin blocked her out, and she couldn't get close to the jade crystal ice coffin at all. In fact, the radish doesn't grow much, so it grows an inch or two. However, she's a miraculous medicine. Every inch of height represents an increase of hundreds of years. Ning Xiaochuan also felt very incredible. Although he had guessed before, he was not sure. Only when you really see it with your own eyes can you be deeply shocked. Rebirth against the sky is a means only Shenong has. Ning Xiaochuan immediately sat on the ground and began to understand the process from death to life. For a heart cultivator, this opportunity is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which may enable him to further cultivate a heart cultivator. His whole mind became quiet, and all his mental strength was gathered into the coffin. The scene at this moment is simply like the beginning of heaven and earth, the birth of life as sacred. In the distance, Dongfangxing burned the blood in his body at the cost of serious injury, and finally broke the 8 winds god array and rushed out of the array. He was covered with blood, panting, glancing at the distant column of light, and then ran away towards the night. For him, this is definitely a big somersault. The injury on his body is too serious. He may not be able to recover in a year and a half, and he may also leave a hidden disease that cannot be healed. At the moment, he didn't dare to go to Fu Ning Xiaochuan at all. It was lucky that he could escape today. The 8 masters of the young generation rushed out of the 8 winds god array, and with 8 fierce murderous spirits, they pursued Dongfangxing in the direction of escape. After an hour, the light column in the coffin slowly dissipated. The white mist also slowly returned to the coffin, completely integrated into the body of the female corpse, and the whole world became quiet. Hey! Why not? Radish was a little angry. Seeing that he was about to grow up, he suddenly stopped growing. She fell and walked towards the coffin, jumped onto the coffin, carefully stared at the woman in the coffin, her eyes flashing, showing a look of surprise. The woman in the coffin exudes the brilliance of jade crystals, each long black hair is flashing, and each eyelash is pregnant with the gas of life. However, she was still lying quietly inside, covered by a light layer of white fog, like an ancient who had been sleeping for thousands of years. Ning Xiaochuan also stood up, walked to the side of the coffin, looked inside and said, "Finally, there is no rebirth against the sky." As soon as Ning Xiaochuan's voice fell, the woman lying in the coffin suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful black pupils. "My God!" Radish was startled and fell directly from the coffin. Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly surprised and stepped back, feeling cold all over his body. It's not terrible to see a female ghost, but it's terrible to see a dead person alive. Little Radish got up from the ground, rubbed his butt, stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Ning Xiaoren, don't you run away?" "Why should I run?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "You killed her before, and now that she comes back to life, she will surely revenge you." "You are dead." Radish rode. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "If she really wants to kill me, I'll give it to her. It's an honor to die in the hands of the famous Queen Wanyin." When she just opened her eyes, Ning Xiaochuan had already judged that she was the queen of all voices in the previous life, not Niao Lanqin. The eyes of the two people are completely different. In the coffin, the white fog was boundless, and a soft and ethereal voice sounded, like the voice of a female ghost or the voice of a goddess. "What's your name?" "Ning Xiaochuan." Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid of each other and can feel that there is no murderous spirit in each other. Instead, Ning Xiaochuan was full of curiosity about her. Did an ancient really live? The breath in the coffin is extremely strong, like a god lying on it. The momentum is particularly thick, so people dare not approach it. Her voice had no emotion and said, "You helped me recapture my body. I owe you a favor, and I will repay you in the future." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I don't want to help you recapture your body. It's just some personal grudges between me and her. Even without you, we will live and die. In the end, only one person can live. If my sword fails, I will die." The voice in the coffin said, "Some things have been fixed for a long time, that is, providence. If you were killed by her, I would also die. Now that you are alive, I am also reborn, which is providence. Therefore, whether you are intentional or unintentional, in fact, I have owed you a favor, causing cause and effect. Since the elder owes me a favor, I do have a request." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Say it. Do you want me to help you become the master of Tiandi Mountain? Or do you want me to teach you the supreme skill? Or do you want to build an immortal civilization? I can help you do all these, but you have to think clearly. I only owe you once, and I will only repay it once." Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "If I want to become the master of Tiandi Mountain, can the elder help me do it? As long as you make this request, I will naturally help you do it. Queen Wanyin Xian never promises anything and won't cheat anyone. Are you sure you want me to do it for you?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Don't bother so much. I just want you to recognize a woman as your sister, take care of her as if she were your own sister, and don't let her know that her sister is dead." The man in the coffin was silent for a long time and said, "If you want to think clearly, I will only repay your favor once." "I think very clearly." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Well, your persistence and heart is really valuable. I promise you, I will recognize her as my sister." The sound in the coffin rang out. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the coffin, mobilized his Tianwu vitality, walked over hard, and saw that she was still lying inside, with only one eye open, and did not climb out of the coffin. "Elder. Haven't been completely resurrected?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "How easy is it to be reborn against the sky? I can only be regarded as a living dead person now. My body has been pregnant with a birth machine, but I can't completely control my body. I have to wait for my soul and body to completely fit. This is a long process." Her lips opened and said faintly. Ning Xiaochuan can feel that she doesn't mean any harm to herself, so he doesn't mean any harm to her. he will treat others as they treat him. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Can I help you? Are you a heart nurse?" "Yes." "So you gave birth to Shanshui? Shanshui can help you speed up the combination of soul and body?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "That's right," Queen Wanning said. Since Ning Xiaochuan decided to help her, he no longer hesitated. He put his fingers on the top of the coffin and put his fingertips in the center of her eyebrows. Colorful dark water was carried out from the heart-nourishing tripod and dripping from the fingertips. Multicolored Shan water is automatically absorbed into the body when it comes into contact with her skin. Wow! The brilliance of 5 colors escaped from the pores, wrapped her body, and sent out a strong fragrance of medicine. Her body seems to be wrapped in a colorful jade. Then, Ning Xiaochuan dripped 8 drops of dark water in a row, all of which were integrated into her body, making the whole coffin full of colorful brilliance, reaching a saturated state. In the current state of Queen Wei Yingxian, it is impossible to absorb more Shanshui. Her body is saturated and needs to be digested slowly. It's actually colorful Shanshui. Your luck is not small. In the future, you may have the opportunity to become a saint-level spiritual master, and even a little bit of Shenong. Thank you for your help. If you provide me with Shanshui every 9 days, it should help me double the speed and fit my real body. The woman in the coffin said. The mysterious water cultivated by every great spiritual master is not exactly the same. Just like the colorful Shan water cultivated by Ning Xiaochuan, it is more plastic than the Shan water cultivated by other great heart cultivators. It will have the opportunity to become a more powerful heart cultivator in the future. Ning Xiaochuan said, in fact, there is one thing that the younger generation has been puzzled about. Why did you treat me as another person at the beginning? Why did you say I killed you? Who did you treat me as? Queen Wanning Xian was lying in the coffin, her eyes blurred, and she entered a state of meditation, as if she were recalling something very long ago. After a long time, Kai Dao, when you let me out of the jade crystal ice coffin, I was just a ghost. I had no independent memory and wisdom at all, only some broken consciousness. Because you practiced the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, the breath was very similar to a powerful figure a long time ago, so I took you as him. That man also practiced the mysterious qi of heaven and earth? Ning Xiaochuan's heart suddenly moved, suddenly surprised, and said, that person is the Emperor of Heaven? Very few people practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, and can practice the skill to a certain extent. In addition, there are not many people who can find Fengshan Cave. There is only one person who can meet these 2 conditions at the same time, that is, in the legend, the only legendary figure who became a god after the apotheosis era, the Emperor of Heaven. Was Queen Wanning killed by the Emperor of Heaven? Haha. Now that there is a good play, I will say that the Emperor of Heaven is not a good person. Ning Xiaochuan, how can I feel that I have a strong ally? The Emperor Blade laughed wildly. Ning Xiaochuan said, if she was really killed by the Emperor of Heaven, she must have a grudge with the Emperor of Heaven. You are the sword of the Emperor of Heaven, don't you know her? Of course I don't know her. When the Emperor of Heaven knew her, I should have been abandoned to the land of burying soldiers. Tiandi Blade said again, however, later, when I returned to Tiandi Mountain, I heard a story. It is said that on the night when the Emperor became a god, he killed a woman who was about to marry him. Finally, on the night of the marriage, one flew into the divine world and the other went to hell. Some people said that it was the last test of heaven for the Emperor. Only by killing her, the Emperor could completely put aside all worldly ideas and become a true god. Haha. I was thinking, that story can't be true? Tiandi Blade laughed more freely, unspeakably excited. The Emperor of Heaven Blade said, people often say that if a person gets the Tao, the chickens and dogs will rise to heaven. However, the reality is that if a person gets the Tao, the chickens and dogs will not stay. I was infected with evil in those years, and was considered by him as an obstacle on the road to becoming a god, so I was abandoned by him. Even if such a person becomes a god, he has no feelings to say. Ning Xiaochuan had never heard the story told by Tiandi Ren, so he stared at the Queen Wan Yin lying in the coffin. The Queen Wan Yin's eyes were calm, and her apricot eyes were full of smoke. She said, even if he became a god, he was just a cold god without any emotion, just like a statue in the temple. It was also like my admiration for him in those days. Now when I think of it, I should only respect and worship him as a god, a clay statue in the temple. Everyone will kneel down to worship gods and sages. I was the most devout believer of the Emperor of Heaven at that time. I thought he was omnipotent and the master of heaven and earth. But, however, in his eyes, all people are just ants, and any factor that will hinder his practice will be ruthlessly cut off by him. Ning Xiaochuan said, I think you should not love the Emperor of Heaven, but a thing beyond love, that is faith. When you believe in the Emperor of Heaven, he is the supreme God, and he will make you more crazy and lose you than your lover. Until you die in his hands, the faith in your heart will collapse. In the coffin, a chill spread out, freezing Ning Xiaochuan's body. Hua hua. Ning Xiaochuan's half-body was frozen by the cold ice and lost consciousness. Obviously, Ning Xiaochuan stabbed her pain and made her angry. That chill froze Ning Xiaochuan's blood with an ancient and terrifying breath, which was hundreds and thousands of times more terrifying than the previous Nialanqin. This is a force that Ning Xiaochuan cannot resist now. As long as she moves an idea, Ning Xiaochuan's body will turn into powder. Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel murderous on her, so he boldly continued, anyone will worship the strong, so will I, not to mention the Emperor of Heaven or God. If you can't distinguish between faith and emotion, even if you regain your rebirth, you won't make any progress in martial arts cultivation. You need a younger generation to teach me to practice? I can take your life at the fingertips. Wan Yinxian's cold voice. Ning Xiaochuan rode, you won't kill me, because your heart actually knows that what I said is right. The reason why you are angry is that you feel confused, and you don't know what to do next. You want to kill the Emperor of Heaven, but the Emperor of Heaven is still like a mountain, an unshakable mountain of faith, so that you can't even have the courage to kill him. You think you're very humble, and you think you'll never be alone in front of the Emperor of Heaven is a mortal. How can mortals be gods of war? Enough. Wan Yinxian's voice was very cold. After a while, she said, I know what you mean, but you know how much courage it takes to challenge your faith? Ning Xiaochuan, do you have a person of faith? Of course. Ning Xiaochuan said, Buddha, Sanqing, Pengu, Niwa. Dare you challenge them? Queen Wan Yinxian has never heard of the names Ning Xiaochuan said. However, since she can become Ning Xiaochuan's faith, she must be the greatest existence in Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment, cautiously said, I didn't dare before, because I thought they were omnipotent. However, after I died once, I found that I could do what I couldn't do before. So I dare to challenge the faith I didn't dare to challenge before. I believe that as long as I work hard, I may not be able to challenge them in the future. How big my heart is, how big my potential is. Only if I dare to challenge the gods, can I become gods in the future. The cold wind blew, making the whole mountain forest rustle. Only by daring to challenge the gods, can we become gods in the future. Wan Yinxian slowly closed her eyes, and carefully understood this sentence. After a long time, she said, Thank you, Ning Xiaochuan. If you see him again, you will take his life. This is not a sentence she casually said. When she dared to say this sentence, she had actually made a great determination with an extremely strong will. It's like carving a deep faith in your heart. Ning Xiaochuan knew that at this moment, the heart of the martial arts of Queen Wan Yin changed. If she wanted to cultivate into a god in the future, there would be a huge state of mind barrier less. Haha. It seems that you are really the emperor's concubine who was killed by the emperor on the night of marriage. It's really great. Why don't we join hands to form a group of 3 gods to kill the Emperor in the divine world? I want to kill the god. The Emperor Blade shouted. If you become a god, you must become ruthless. I would rather not become a god. Ning Xiaochuan's mood is a little complicated. In the past, when people talked about the Emperor of Heaven, their hearts would be awed, and even Ning Xiaochuan regarded him as a kind of faith, thinking that the Emperor of Heaven is an extremely sacred existence. However, after seeing Tiandi Blade and Wanning Fairy Queen, I found that the gods were not perfect, not as sacred and solemn as I imagined. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan's state of mind has also undergone some changes. Queen Wanning said, Ning Xiaochuan, you have too much luck about the Emperor of Heaven, and your path of martial arts is very similar to the Emperor of Heaven. Everything related to the Emperor of Heaven will contact you in the dark. I'm really curious, are you the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven? Or a chess piece left by the Emperor of Heaven in the lower world? Otherwise, why do so many causes and effects converge on you? The Emperor Blade said, if he has nothing to do with the Emperor, I won't believe it. Jia Jia. Ogawa, are you hiding something from us? I have nothing to do with the Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Okay. I will start to fully integrate the soul and body. 9 days later, Ning Xiaochuan, open the coffin and feed me Shan Shui. When I am completely reborn, I owe you half a favor. Wanning Xian said. What does half a favor mean? Ning Xiaochuan puzzled. It means that I can help you with some requests. However, if some requests exceed a certain range, you will choose not to help you. Queen Wanning said. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, I see. How much you pay, how much you can get in return, and it's impossible to get more. This is the principle you adhere to? Then I also pointed you out earlier, and let you get out of your loss. Don't you owe me a favor? Although you helped me get out of my loss, you made me have another enemy out of thin air. If I take the Emperor of Heaven as the enemy, even if I understand the road to God, I may die in the hands of the Emperor of Heaven in the future. Is this helping me or hurting me? Ning Xiaochuan was speechless. You helped me and hurt me. So we're done. After saying this, Queen Wanning closed her eyes, and her breath completely converged into her body, like a beautiful icy female corpse. She went into a state of suspended animation. No matter how Ning Xiaochuan called her, she didn't wake up again. Ning Xiaochuan closed the lid of the coffin, and then put the jade crystal ice coffin into the Chankuan cloth bag. Naturally, he has his purpose to help Queen Wei Yingxian. Dongfeng Xing has escaped. His talent and cultivation will be exposed. At that time, many people will come to kill him. If there is no one to support him, he will not only lose his life, but also the lives of his friends around him. Queen Wanning almost married the Emperor of Heaven. She can be called a concubine of the Emperor of Heaven. If she can be reborn, wouldn't she have a big backer in the mountain of the Emperor of Heaven? As soon as Ning Xiaochuan put away the jade crystal ice coffin, he felt a huge murderous spirit diffuse from the forest, locking him completely. This is a murderous gas that points directly at his heart. It's extremely fierce. It's almost like being stared at by a poisonous snake. Wow. Ning Xiaochuan immediately called out the magic sword and said in a deep voice, Who is it? Dada. Footsteps sounded. A man in his 30s came out, gently touched his too curled beard above his lips, and said, Lu Qingyuan, one of the top 10 examiners of this Tianmen exam. He turned out to be the invigilator of Tianmen exam. Ning Xiaochuan secretly mobilized the strength of Tianwu in his body. He didn't relax his vigilance, because of the identity of the other party, and cautiously said, Your surname is Lu? That's right. Do you know Lu Ren? Ning Xiaochuan said again. I'm his uncle. Lu Qingyuan said without concealment. Ning Xiaochuan seems to understand what's going on. Lu Ren and Ning Xiaochuan are both talented heart trainers. In order to give Lu Ren a position in Tiandi Mountain, the Lu family will certainly get rid of Ning Xiaochuan at all costs. This is the best chance to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan during the Tianmen exam. Invigilators can't kill candidates at will, can they? Ning Xiaochuan directly pointed out his words, because Lu Qingyuan did not hide his murderous spirit at all. Lu Qingyuan said, "Of course, I can't kill candidates at will. However, your killing is too heavy, and you have killed more than 10 talented friars of the young generation. I must deal with it fairly and get rid of you, so as to avoid more test life and death in your hands. When did I kill more than a dozen talented young candidates?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Lu Qingyuan's sleeves waved, and 8 bodies flew out of the woods. Each body was connected with a thin thread, which fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan saw their faces clearly, and it was to hunt down the 8 slaves of Dongfang Xing, Yunji, Xiaihan, Xiang Feiyu, and others. The lowest accomplishment of the 8 of them is the 4th step of heaven ladder. At this moment, they are all dead. Dongfang Xing has been seriously injured. Naturally, it is impossible to kill them. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Your Excellency took great pains to kill me in order to be aboveboard. Killing people is supposed to be reasonable, otherwise it is indiscriminate killing of innocent people, and the leader will definitely blame it." Lu Qingyuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Then I will die today? Your killing is too heavy, and I should be punished. Since I'm an examiner, I naturally want to clean up the root of such a scourge as you. I can't let any murderer become an inner disciple. Ning Xiaochuan, you'd better judge yourself. Don't make this examiner difficult. This examiner really can't deal with young monks." Lu Qingyuan rode. Those who can serve as invigilators are all candidates from the previous session. In other words, Lu Qingyuan himself is a top genius, and he has been practicing in Tiandi Mountain for 100 years. He is already more than 100 years old. Ning Xiaochuan can't detect the height of his cultivation by using the power of the 7 orifices demon heart palace, which is simply unfathomable. Ning Xiaochuan quickly thought about coping strategies, but Lu Qingyuan's cultivation was too high, completely locked him in, and he didn't even have a chance to escape. "Are you really going to die here today?" "Ow!" A Tyrannosaurus Rex howled. Boom! The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its huge body, rushed frantically from the distant wilderness. With every step on the ground, it would shake the ground. In addition to 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, double-headed stone beast, Kylan ghost bat beast, 9-clawed bald eagle, golden dragon, Taisui beast, followed by a large number of mysterious beasts, dense, all over the mountains are the shadow of mysterious beasts. Hell! The cry of the Xian beast came and went, shaking the earth, as if the whole heaven world was boiling up. All of them rushed over and attacked Lu Qingyuan. They all felt the murderous spirit emanating from Lu Qingyuan, so they directly attacked without Ning Xiaochuan's orders. Lu Qingyuan's face changed slightly. He didn't think that these fierce beasts would have something to do with Ning Xiaochuan. He thought that there was a beast tide in the world of heaven. Once there is a beast tide, it is simply a disaster. Even if the cultivation is strong enough to reach his level, it is also in danger of falling. Go! Ning Xiaochuan seized this opportunity, grabbed the radish on the ground, exercised the fastest body method, and fled in the direction of returning to the mountain. If you want to escape in the hands of figures of Lu Qingyuan's level, you must break into forbidden areas and secret areas, and be killed and later born. Otherwise, it is impossible to escape from heaven. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 5 mysterious beasts in the Xian beast camp could summon so many mysterious beasts, frightening masters like Lu Qingyuan, which gave him a chance to escape. In fact, the 5 Xian beasts in the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and Xian beast Jian were originally sent by Ning Xiaochuan to collect Xian medicine. However, after some discussion, they felt that with the power of their 6 mysterious beasts, they could not collect much mysterious medicine at all. So they rely on their own strong power to mobilize the mysterious beasts within a radius of thousands of miles, and let them help collect mysterious drugs. If anyone refuses to obey, they will fight until they are satisfied. In the world of mysterious beasts, power is respected and the level is strict. It didn't take long for the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 5 top level 9 mysterious beasts to let the mysterious beasts all go to collect medicine. In fact, just now they came back from picking herbs, not a surge of animals. Bang! Lu Qingyuan's cultivation was strong, and he was trapped in the herd. He was still able to beat back the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex with one palm. Turning around, he glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and sneered, "The speed is really fast. It seems that Dongfang Xing didn't deceive me. He has reached the realm of heaven and man." A young man in his 20s, who has the cultivation of the realm of heaven and man, is also a great spiritual trainer, and his talent is too high. Such a person can stay. Knowing Ning Xiaochuan's talent for rebellion, Lu Qingyuan was more eager to kill Ning Xiaochuan to eliminate future troubles. Shua. Lu Qingyuan's body method is extremely fast, which is like a flash of lightning, chasing in the direction of Garanshan. Ning Xiaochuan glanced back, and Lu Qingyuan had caught up, getting closer and closer to him. Although Ning Xiaochuan's body method is brilliant, the other party's cultivation is too much higher than him, and the speed is naturally faster than him. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't escape. Lu Qingyuan let out a long whistle, deliberately trying to frighten Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan raised his head and glanced in the direction of Garanshan. He was getting closer and closer to Garanshan, less than 10 miles away. Although it is still night, which is the most dangerous time for Garanshan, Ning Xiaochuan can't care so much. If he doesn't escape into Garanshan, he will die. Lu Qingyuan naturally heard rumors about returning to Rinshan and knew that it was a place of great evil. He also saw Ning Xiaochuan's purpose. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, took out a talisman and stuck it on his legs. The speed immediately increased by 50%, and the distance between him and Ning Xiaochuan was closer. Whoosh! Just when Ning Xiaochuan was within 100 meters of rushing into the Guiran mountain, a blue spear flew over Ning Xiaochuan's head and was inserted in front of him. The blue spear, emitting blue light, turned into a blue dragon shadow, and a claw hit Ning Xiaochuan. It was a mysterious weapon offered by Lu Qingyuan. The purpose was to stop Ning Xiaochuan for a moment so that he could catch up. Ning Xiaochuan slowed down a bit to avoid the long gun. In this half shot, Lu Qingyuan finally caught up with him, with a grim smile on his face, turned his palm into a knife, and cut off Ning Xiaochuan's neck. If Ning Xiaochuan continues to run forward, he will surely kill him with one blow. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's leg suddenly sank, abruptly stopped, rushed backward, and unexpectedly hit Lu Qingyuan in the arms. Elbows hit Lu Qingyuan's throat. Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength now is a little stronger than ordinary heaven and man. If Lu Qingyuan was really hit in the throat by him, his neck would break immediately. Lu Qingyuan was also slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, under such a crisis, Ning Xiaochuan had the ability to fight back? However, Ning Xiaochuan's counterattack, in his view, was like a flower fist-embroidered leg, which could not hurt him at all. When Ning Xiaochuan's elbow hit the past, Lu Qingyuan's flesh and blood in the chest flew out of a blue pagoda, glittering, bright, directly hit Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! At the critical moment, Ning Xiaochuan immediately called out the 9 concrete magic swords and hit the blue pagoda. 9 concrete magic swords were hit and flew out in 9 directions, and were scattered on the ground. However, it was because he was blocked by 9 concrete magic swords that Ning Xiaochuan could escape from heaven. Otherwise, at the moment, he must have been destroyed by the pagoda called out by Lu Qingyuan. Ning Xiaochuan took more than 10 steps backwards to stabilize his body, feeling that his viscera were shocked and painful. Holding the blue pagoda in his hand, Lu Qingyuan stared at Ning Xiaochuan in surprise. His eyes narrowed and said, "It's true that he is a top genius. He actually cultivated 9 concrete magic swords. No wonder the old ancestors asked me to get rid of you." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the blue pagoda in Lu Qingyuan's hand and said, "The supreme weapon? Have you refined the supreme weapon into a concrete magic? You have some eyesight, but Qinghan Tower is not a supreme weapon yet, it can only be regarded as half a supreme weapon." Lu Qingyuan said, "You can actually force me to use all my life weapons. It can be seen that you are quite great. Dying in my hands is the end of your glory, and your heart should not be unwilling?" "Of course not." At the moment when Ning Xiaochuan said the word will, he immediately displayed the most powerful move of the world-destroying sword, no sword in the world-destroying sword. Poof. There was no sword light, but Lu Qingyuan's left arm was cut off, and blood poured out of his wrist, and the broken arm flew to the ground. Lu Qingyuan looked at Ning Xiaochuan incredulously. He couldn't believe that there was such a fast sword formula in the world. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. He had just used the no sword to destroy the world to cut Lu Qingyuan's neck, but Lu Qingyuan's cultivation was so high that he escaped the fatal blow and just cut off one of his arms. Since one move didn't kill him, he must be on guard. With his cultivation, even if Ning Xiaochuan used no sword to destroy the world, he could not be hurt. Although annihilation without sword is very powerful, when the other party is on guard, Ning Xiaochuan will show this move again, and it will be difficult to hurt the other party. Ning Xiaochuan put away the 9 concrete magic swords, and immediately rushed into the Guiran mountain and disappeared into the dark night. Die! Lu Qingyuan was angry and let out a roar. Qinghan Tower became more than 100 meters high, like a blue metal peak. The body of the tower was completely wrapped in blue flames, emitting terrible waves of the supreme instrument, and smashed into Guiran Mountain. The blue pagoda crashed in the direction of Guiran Mountain, as if to smash this ancient holy mountain and flatten it. Just when the blue pagoda hit the past, the fog in the returning mountain began to condense, and the space was slightly distorted. Boom! An invisible force was born, and the space became concave. It unexpectedly held the powerful Qinghan Tower, forming a rebound force, and bounced the Qinghan Tower back. Gairanshan is like a giant, flying back the Qinghan Tower hit by Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan caught the Qinghan Tower and suddenly retreated back dozens of meters, before dissolving the anti-earthquake force. He gradually calmed down and said secretly, "There is a seal, placed by the ancestor of Tiandi Mountain in Guiran Mountain. If you forcibly attack, you may wake up some old taboos. In that case, it is estimated that I myself will die miserably." He was also angry with Ning Xiaochuan and lost his mind just now, so he would launch an attack on Gairanshan. With his cultivation, it was easy to kill Ning Xiaochuan. However, the fact is that he was cut off an arm, but Ning Xiaochuan retreated. If this matter gets out, he will surely become the laughingstock of everyone. This son must not stay. Lu Qingyuan picked up the broken arm and wanted to take it back again. Then, he went back to the mountain to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. He is a man of heaven, and he carries a miraculous medicine for healing. It is not difficult to take back the broken arm. However, when he picked up his arm, his face changed greatly. The arm that had just been cut off turned dry. I don't know what had sucked up the blood. With a gentle take, it turned into powder. How? How did this happen? Lu Qingyuan clenched his teeth and looked at his powdered arm and let out a painful roar again. If the arm has just been cut off, the blood in the arm is still very fresh, and it is very easy to take back the broken arm. However, his arm was sucked dry and turned into powder. How can he get it back? The difficulty of the broken arm rebirth is 10 times, 100 times greater than that of the continued arm. We must find a miraculous psychic medicine that has been more than 3,000 years old, and then let the great heart-nourishing master help us refine it into a human-level pill, so that we can have a chance to regenerate the broken arm. Otherwise, in the future, he will not only be disabled, but also have defects in his martial arts practice and cannot climb to the peak. By the way, I saw earlier that Ning Xiaochuan seemed to hold a 3,000-year-old psychic golden ginseng in his hand, and just grabbed that golden ginseng to help me grow my arms again. Ning Xiaochuan, you're dead. Lu Qingyuan sealed the wound on his arm, and his eyes were more murderous. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 5 Xian beasts in the Xian beast Jian rushed up and attacked Lu Qingyuan again. Lu Qingyuan had just been cut off his arm, and his vitality was damaged. He didn't want to fight with them, so he quickly retreated and avoided fighting. Ow! The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex roared a few times in the direction of Lu Qingyuan's retreat, and then rushed into the returning mountain with 5 Xian beasts in the Xian beast Jian to find Ning Xiaochuan and Radish. Returning to the mountain at night is quite dangerous. Even people who have reached the level of Lu Qingyuan dare not break into the mountain at night. Ning Xiaochuan was also forced to flee into the mountain of return. After escaping into the Garanshan mountain, Ning Xiaochuan ran all the way. He didn't dare to stay for a moment for fear that Lu Qingyuan would catch up. Poof! I don't know how long I escaped. Ning Xiaochuan finally couldn't hold on, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell on the thick leaves. However, he didn't fall asleep. He still supported himself with indomitable will, got up from the ground, took a healing shandan into his mouth, operated the skill and refined the dan qi. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan digested the medicine of shandan, and the injury recovered 3%. Lu Qingyuan's level of strength is simply too terrible. He hit Ning Xiaochuan hard, with a few moves, at will. If it weren't for the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and the world-destroying kendo, he wouldn't have escaped from heaven today. Ning Xiaochuan, how many people have you offended? Otherwise, you will set me free, and I don't want to be implicated by you. Radish rode. After a whole day, little Radish was really scared. He met 3 waves of people who came to kill Ning Xiaochuan in a row. One wave was stronger than the other. Who knows how many enemies there are behind? Ning Xiaochuan wiped the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth and stared at the Radish with a strange look in his eyes. Little Radish was startled and hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, saying, "What are you? What are you doing? You don't want to eat me and heal yourself? I'm so cute, so cute." "Don't." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I don't need to eat you for the time being. Just pull out 2 hairs." "Ho! I'm scared to death." Radish patted his chest, gave Ning Xiaochuan a white look, and said, "Look at you being beaten miserably, it's pathetic enough, so I'll give you 2 hairs. Don't talk nonsense, I'll pull it out myself." Ning Xiaochuan caught the Radish, pressed it on her leg, and pulled 2 hairs from her head. After the 2 hairs were pulled out, the light flashed and turned into 2 cyan ginseng leaves, which were crystal clear, like cyan jade leaves, emitting a strong fragrance of medicine. Miraculous channeling drugs of 3,000 years old are very rare, even if only 2 leaves have strong properties. Ning Xiaochuan called out the heart-nourishing tripod, put 2 ginseng leaves into the tripod, and refined it with yin and yang open fire. Little Radish's hands covered his head, angrily staring at Ning Xiaochuan, kept grinding his teeth. "Damn. Too damn. Ning Xiaochuan, don't think you're bigger than me, you can bully me. When I see Grandpa, I'll definitely let it make you smaller than me. Then it depends on how I deal with you." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at her and said, "The 2 leaves are still a little missing. Why don't you give me another ginseng beard? By the way, the ginseng leaves grow on the top of the head. Where do the ginseng roots grow?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at her, looking for where else to start. "Don't even think about it." Little Radish gave Ning Xiaochuan a white look, wrapped his clothes, shrunk into a ball, sat under the stone wall, and scolded Ning Xiaochuan dozens of times in his heart. Pulling one out won't kill. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and stopped thinking about her. All his heart was on refining 2 ginseng leaves. We must recover from the injury as soon as possible, or when Lu Qingyuan catches up, there will be only a dead end. It didn't take long for Ning Xiaochuan to refine 2 ginseng leaves into 2 cyan wonder pills. Ning Xiaochuan took 2 pills of strange medicine at the same time. Golden ginseng is the mildest medicine and is most easily absorbed by monks. Ning Xiaochuan didn't need to refine deliberately at all, and the 2 strange medicine pills automatically integrated into the body to quickly repair Ning Xiaochuan's injury. A moment later, the power of the 2 strange medicine pills was completely digested by Ning Xiaochuan, and the injury recovered by 30%. Ning Xiaochuan has recovered half of his strength. If there were no 2 hairs of radish, I'm afraid it would take Ning Xiaochuan a day and a night to recover to the current level. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's radiant appearance, Little Radish's heart was even more uncomfortable, as if he had been trampled by an evil man. The ravaged girl wanted to rush up and bite Ning Xiaochuan on the shoulder. "They're back." Ning Xiaochuan suddenly opened his eyes and stopped healing. Radish also immediately stood up, looked into the night, and heard the dragons singing of Tyrannosaurus Rex. On her small face, a happy face appeared. "It's a small steamed bun." Ning Xiaochuan took out the Xuanzhou Jian, put it in the palm of his hand, and put the Tianwu vitality into the Xuanzhou Jian, which immediately burst into light. Summoned by Zuan Shujian, the double-headed stone beast, Tai-Sui beast, Jing Jiao, Kailan ghost bat beast, and white-headed 9-clawed eagle soon came to Ning Xiaochuan, all of which became only 3 or 4 meters high, surrounding Ning Xiaochuan in the center. Having been gestated by the water of life in the Xian beast Jian, the 5 Xian beasts have changed their breath greatly, and have a fighting capacity comparable to that of the Wuxia level in the 5th step of the heaven ladder, with a mysterious force that no other Xian beast has. This force is very similar to the Tiandi Jing cultivated by Ning Xiaochuan, as if they were also cultivating the Tiandi Jing. Among them, the Tai-Sui beast's strength actually came from behind, and was about to reach the realm of heaven and man, surpassing the other 4 Xian beasts. Tai-Sui beast is originally the royal family of underground creatures, with noble blood. Once it is fully mature, it can have the cultivation of heaven and man, and has great potential. If you let it continue to cultivate in the Xian beast Jian, it is estimated that it will grow up in only a month at most, have the cultivation of heaven and man level, and be stronger than ordinary heaven and man. Jing Jiao turned into a human and turned into a coquettish woman with exposed clothes. Kneeling on the ground, he handed the 12 heaven and earth cloth bags to Ning Xiaochuan respectfully and said, "Master, this is the mysterious medicine and some natural treasures we collected." Ning Xiaochuan took back the Qiankuan cloth bag and said, "Lu Qingyuan didn't catch up, did he?" "No. His arm was cut off by his master, his vitality was damaged, and he had been repelled by the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex." Jing Jiao said. "He should also know that the mountain of returning at night is full of danger, so he didn't break in. But tomorrow morning, he will definitely go up the mountain." Ning Xiaochuan opened one of the heaven and earth cloth bags and found that it was full of mysterious medicine and some rare minerals. The quantity was so huge that it was impossible to count them. He opened another cloth bag of heaven and earth, and found that it was also full of Xianyao, and the grade of Xianyao was still very high. Among them, there were even more than 10 beads of semi-strange drugs, zhugua, tricolor Ganoderma lucidum, stalactite pith, ground product Xianshi ore. The number was amazing. Ning Xiaochuan was also a little stunned. "How dare you collect so many mysterious drugs?" Later, Jing Jiao reported the facts to Ning Xiaochuan. They launched thousands of Xian beasts and almost picked up all the Xian medicine within a radius of hundreds of miles. Ning Xiaochuan touched his chin and said with a smile, "It can really save a lot of time to mobilize Xian beasts to collect medicine. However, you still don't know how to collect medicine." Many Xian medicines have been injured, and a large amount of medicinal gas has been lost, so the value of medicine is not great. Ning Xiaochuan didn't mean to blame them. Their ability to collect so many mysterious drugs has far exceeded Ning Xiaochuan's expectation. If these mysterious drugs are refined, the grade and quantity of mysterious water will certainly be greatly improved. It's really strange. It's not that there are dangers everywhere in the return mountain at night. Why do I feel that the whole mountain forest is very quiet and I haven't encountered any danger? Ning Xiaochuan took back all 5 Xian beasts. When he was wondering, a little radish screamed in his ear, "Blood, a lot of blood." Radish was originally sitting under a stone wall, but suddenly he smelled a bloody smell. Then she felt a stream of viscous liquid flowing down the stone wall and dyed her clothes red. When she turned her head and looked, she found that the stone wall behind her was bleeding. And which is the stone wall? Each is a tombstone. Little Radish sat against the stone wall all night, until the stone wall bled. He found that it was a tombstone, which seemed to be engraved with words. Blood flows out of the handwriting. Ning Xiaochuan immediately pulled the frightened Radish over and let her hide behind her. He took out the magic sword, stood horizontally, and cautiously looked at the tombstone. He saw 6 strange words, "The Tomb of the White Empty Immortal," engraved on the tombstone. 6 words, all bleeding, scarlet. Previously, Ning Xiaochuan was seriously injured and has been healing. He didn't notice that there was a monument here. At this moment, seeing the tombstone bleeding, my heart is naturally still a little cold. Ow! With a roar, the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex grabbed the tombstone with one claw. Don't touch it. Ning Xiaochuan just wanted to stop the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it was too late. When the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex was photographed with one claw, the tombstone was also sensed, and unexpectedly flew up, emitting a scarlet evil light, hitting the chest of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, knocking the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex more than 10 feet away. Boom! The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex fell out and screamed. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex's body shrunk to only more than 7 meters high, and its defense was amazing. However, the dragon scales on its chest were still smashed, and dragon blood continued to flow out. It can be seen that the power of the tombstones just hit is simply terrible. If someone else is hit, he may be seriously injured and dying. Ning Xiaochuan looked down at the tombstone and saw cracks in the ground. The soil was rising. It seemed that something was going to climb out of the ground. Go, get out of here. Ning Xiaochuan's heart gave birth to a strong foreboding, grabbed the radish, and quickly fled to the distance. 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex also felt the danger, immediately got up, ran after Ning Xiaochuan, and dared not attack the tombstone again. After a long time, a Taoist who was covered with soil crawled out of the ground, wearing a ragged Taoist robe. His body was gnawed by corpses, and even his head was half rotten. He stretched out a withered hand, held the bloody tombstone in his hand, and walked towards Ning Xiaochuan's escape direction. His pace was stiff, but he was not slow. He caught up with Ning Xiaochuan very soon. Isn't he dead? Why did he climb out again? Little Radish was about to cry, and was buried in Ning Xiaochuan's arms. He didn't dare to look at the old Taoist, who chased after him. Tiandi Ren was also very anxious and said, "I told you earlier, don't break into Guiran Mountain at night, or you will encounter big trouble." The old guy must be a real person in front of him, and his cultivation is so terrible. He must feel the breath of living people and want to suck the fresh blood from you. Dead bodies devour living creatures, which can increase their vitality of death. Are you sure this used to be a holy land? How do I feel? It's clearly a dark land. Radish, didn't you say that there are many miraculous drugs here? I didn't see one miraculous drug, but I saw the ancient corpse of channeling. I don't know anything. Radish closed his eyes tightly and shook his head hard. My God. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped and stared straight ahead. I saw a bearded man standing in the middle of the road ahead. The skin of that big man exudes golden light, carrying an ancient sword, revealing a pair of empty eyes, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. If he were a living man, Ning Xiaochuan might ask him for help. However, the big man's body was also seriously corroded, and he also held a stone tablet engraved with 6 bloody words, the tomb of Lei Yun Dharma Protector. The big man also exuded a strong sense of death. His strength was extremely terrible, causing huge death pressure to people, and he walked towards Ning Xiaochuan step by step. He didn't know how heavy his body was. Every step he took, his legs sank a foot deep into the ground and stepped out a series of deep footprints. Ning Xiaochuan glanced behind him, and the Taoist holding the stone tablet also caught up, with a harsh laugh in his mouth, which shook Ning Xiaochuan's eardrums to pieces. The 2 dead bodies were both terrible in cultivation before they were alive. After they died, they were still quite strong. Even if people of Lu Qingyuan's level encounter them, if they encounter death, it will only be a dead end. Ow! With a long roar, the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex rushed forward, and its claws slapped at the big man with golden skin. The golden-skinned man vomited a black breath into his mouth, which turned into a pillar of smoke, and beat the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex out, leaving a bloody scar on his body. The dragon scale was broken, and the keel was broken. If it weren't for its strong body, it might have been cut in 2 by the pillar of smoke. The golden-skinned man walked towards the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex and pressed the bloody tombstone on the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. I don't know how heavy that tombstone was. After it was pressed on the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, it made the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex unable to move, like more than a dozen mountains pressing on it. It shook the earth, but could not stand up under the suppression of the tombstone. Steamed stuffed bun. Radish jumped from Ning Xiaochuan's arms and rushed towards the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and caught her back. Even the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex was suppressed by the golden-skinned man. She rushed up, but it was not enough to fill the teeth of the golden-skinned man. It was estimated that the other person could trample her to death with 1 foot. Ning Xiaochuan, you let go of me. You let go of me. Radish was very worried about the safety of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, and kept beating Ning Xiaochuan, trying to save the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. She had a deep relationship with the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex and didn't want to see the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex eaten by a big man with golden skin. If you want to save it, be obedient to me. Ning Xiaochuan roared. Being roared by Ning Xiaochuan, little Radish was immediately frightened. A pair of big eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan tightly, trying to close his mouth. After a long time, he whispered, You. Can you really save it? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were dignified and didn't say much. He stretched out his arms and showed his 10th magic power. Above the sky, a black magic cloud condensed, and a huge stone tablet of the god of destruction rushed out of the magic cloud. The monument was entangled by iron chains, with a strong aura of death. The golden-skinned man and the rotting Taoist priest were attracted by the stone tablet of the god of destruction above the sky. 2 beams of light appeared in a pair of black eyes. Looking up at the sky, they could feel the power of destruction wisdom emanating from the stone tablet of the god of destruction. Boom! Suddenly, the monument of the god of destruction crashed down from the sky and hit the golden-skinned man with a loud noise like thunder. The golden-skinned man was knocked out by the stone tablet of the god of destruction and fell more than 10 feet later. However, the man with golden skin didn't have any scars on his body. He turned over and punched the monument of the god of destruction. On the stone tablet of the god of destruction, there were dense cracks, which spread like spider webs. After a while, the stone tablet of the god of destruction collapsed and turned into a wisp of demon gas. Hell! The golden-skinned man roared and stared in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was stared at by him. It was like a bolt of lightning splitting on his body, making Ning Xiaochuan's skin appear cracks, as if he was going to tear his body by his eyes. A sharp pain spread all over the body, almost making Ning Xiaochuan faint. Ning Xiaochuan worked hard to run the blood in his body, making every drop of blood in his body turn into a sword shape, giving birth to a supreme qi, forcing the cracked skin to coagulate again. Wow! Suddenly, around Ning Xiaochuan's body, there were 7 people who looked exactly like Ning Xiaochuan. These are the 7 thought bodies condensed by Ning Xiaochuan. 7 thought bodies run away, in 7 different directions. The big man with golden skin and the old Taoist, with rotten body, showed hesitation. Although their combat power was very terrible, they were only dead things after all, and their wisdom was limited. After a moment of hesitation, they caught up with the 2 mental bodies, respectively. Now, Ning Xiaochuan watched the 2 ancient corpses catch up in the distance, finally relieved, and immediately rushed towards the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bang! With all his strength, he struck the bloody tombstone with his palm. However, the tombstone unexpectedly rebounded the palm force, which shook Ning Xiaochuan out. Little bun, get up quickly. It's just a small stone tablet. Can it hold you down? Radish was so anxious that he felt the claws of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, and wanted to pull the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex up. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex gave a loud roar and wanted to stand up. However, the tombstone engraved with the Tomb of Thundercloud Dharma Protector pressed it down so that it could not move. Ning Xiaochuan was also worried. The 7 thoughts could only contain the 2 ancient corpses for a while, and soon they would come back. At that time everyone would die. Ning Xiaochuan, please save the steamed stuffed bun. Please, it's a big deal that I won't call you Ning Xiaochuan in the future. Please save it. Little Radish pulled Ning Xiaochuan's trouser legs hard, with tears all over his face, just like a little pity. The Taoist power of Lei Yun's Dharma protection is condensed on that tombstone. Even the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex can't shake the tombstone, and my strength can't do it. However, I have another way, maybe I can save it. Ning Xiaochuan rode. It's really annoying that you don't do it quickly if you have a way. Little Radish flattened his mouth and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with very unpopular eyes. At the same time, he kept wiping his tears. You want me to save it? Don't regret it then. Ning Xiaochuan had no other way but to take out the Xian beast Jian, take 2 drops of blood from the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, and put it on the Xian beast Jian. After being stained with the blood of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Xian beast Jian immediately sent out a bright brilliance and collected the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex into the Xian beast Jian. At the same time, there is another space in the Xian beast mirror, forming the 7th Xian beast palace. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex became only half a meter tall and lay in the 7th Xian beast palace. In the Xian beast's mirror, a breath of life automatically rushed to it to help it heal. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex disappeared, and the bloody tombstone was still standing on the ground. Little Radish stopped crying, stood there, looked at the ground, and then looked at the Xian beast in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and said, "Where is the small steamed stuffed bun?" In the distance, 2 lunar howls came. The golden-skinned man and the rotting Taoist priest flew back from a distance, and the figure became more and more obvious. The rotting corpse, with a terrible breath of death, made the whole mountain fly away like a hell soldier crawling out of the ground. Ning Xiaochuan didn't have time to explain to her at the moment. He grabbed her in his hand and immediately fled towards the night. Ning Xiaochuan ran away before, coughing up blood in his mouth, and his face became more and more ugly. Ning Xiaochuan, what's the matter with you? Radish said nervously. Originally, she hated Ning Xiaochuan very much, but at the most dangerous time, Ning Xiaochuan was able to risk his life to help her save Baozi, which still moved her very much. After experiencing this, she suddenly felt that Ning Xiaochuan was actually very good and very human. Unlike the human beings she had met before, her heart was not only interests, but also interests. Although he did this, other human beings thought he was very stupid, but little Radish felt human nature from him. Like a human being, not a machine that lives only for profit. It is also for this reason that Radish will have a good impression on him and take the initiative to care for him when he is injured. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth and said, "Just now, I used the 7 minds to condense the 7 Jinyi thoughts and lead the 2 ancient corpses away. However, the power of the 2 ancient corpses is too strong to break my 7 Jinyi thoughts, and my mind suffered a heavy blow, which also led to my vitality. However, it's no big deal. As long as it takes some time, I can recover the 7 minds." Cough. Although Ning Xiaochuan spoke calmly, his mind was indeed seriously injured. If he didn't have the magic heart palace of the 7 orifices, it would be impossible to practice the 7 spirits at all. Radish pouted and said, "I really don't understand you. I hate you so much. Do you still help me?" "I don't necessarily want to help you." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Previously, Lu Qingyuan wanted to kill me, but it was the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex that stopped him, so I escaped. It saved me once, and I naturally couldn't watch it be swallowed by the ancient corpse. Moreover, if I really couldn't save it at that time, I would leave decisively. However, after calculation, there is a chance that I can save it, so I will save it, that's it." This is a kind of adherence and a principle that Ning Xiaochuan scrupulously abides by. At the foot of the mountain in the distance, there is a dilapidated temple with collapsed walls, weeds, and debris everywhere. Even the gate of the temple has been blown to pieces by the wind and sand, sending out a strange wind of wine. However, outside the temple, there is no grass, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to go around the abandoned temple, but he didn't plan to escape into the abandoned temple at all, afraid of encountering something more terrible than the 2 ancient corpses. However, he just stepped into a place more than 100 meters away from the abandoned temple. Suddenly, his body spun and was pulled by a mysterious force. Wow! When he stood firm again, he was already standing in the weeds-filled square of the abandoned temple. Not far away was a broken wall and a broken door. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at his back and still felt incredible. He was clearly more than 100 meters away. Why did he suddenly come to the residual wall? The golden-skinned man and the Taoist-robed old man also chased outside the abandoned temple. However, more than 100 meters away from the abandoned temple, they were blocked by an invisible force and couldn't move forward at all. The Taoist priest threw the bloody tombstone out and threw it in the direction of the hall. However, after the bloody tombstone flew up, it was blocked by invisible power and slowly fell back into the hands of the Taoist robe elder. The golden-skinned man and the Taoist-robed old man tried to run in the direction of the abandoned hall, but the distance of more than 100 meters seemed to be an insurmountable natural moat, and they would never reach the abandoned hall. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, they seemed to be standing still all the time. Ning Xiaochuan looked at this scene in surprise. Just now there was a space jump? It seems that there is only a distance of more than 100 meters, which is likely to be an extremely distant distance between them. In order to test his conjecture, Ning Xiaochuan carefully walked in the direction of 2 ancient corpses more than 100 meters away. At first, Ning Xiaochuan walked very carefully. Later, Ning Xiaochuan gradually accelerated his speed and exercised his fastest body method, flying more than 100 feet in one breath. However, when Ning Xiaochuan stopped, he found that the 2 ancient corpses were still more than 100 meters away from him, and he actually stood in the same place, as if he had just flown dozens of miles away, which was his own illusion. How could this happen? Ning Xiaochuan was also surprised. It was definitely not an illusion just now. I definitely flew about 60 miles. However, after stopping, why is it still in place? Little Radish was also stunned, jumped to the ground from Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and took a step towards it. However, when she stopped, she still stood where she was. That step just now seemed to have never stepped out. The Emperor Blade said, I know, this is the seal of space. This abandoned hall is likely to be a taboo place, which was sealed by the ancestor of the Emperor Mountain with the power of space. Have you ever heard of shrink the ground to an inch? Ning Xiaochuan said, this is a mysterious Taoist method, which can shorten the distance of 1 foot to 1 inch. This is the power that ordinary people can show. If you show it to a person of the level of the ancestor of Tiandi Mountain, it is enough to shorten the distance of 10,000 li to an inch. That is to say, you fly 10,000 li towards the outside, and then you fly an inch. You just flew 60 li, so it's no different from standing still. Tiandi Blade Road. I see. It's no wonder that the 2 ancient corpses have been running towards the deserted hall, but they seem to be standing still. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized, but soon confused again, and said, then why did we suddenly come from the outside to the inside of the residual wall? This. It is estimated that there are 2 possibilities. First, you happen to step on a node of the seal, and then a space jump occurs, so you break into the deserted hall. Second, since this deserted hall has been sealed, it shows that there are probably terrible taboos in it. Maybe there are some taboos that force us into it. In the second case, it's too bad. Tiandi Blade also said with some dignity. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at 2 ancient corpses more than 100 meters away, frowned and said, if it's true as you said, we'll probably be trapped here and never get out of here for a lifetime. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the deserted hall, behind him. He always felt that the hall was full of gloomy breath, which made people feel uneasy. It's better to wait until dawn to check in the main hall. Now it's better not to break in. For the sake of safety, Ning Xiaochuan tried to endure the injury and arranged an array. When the array is burned, sit in the center of the array and start healing. He was really hurt too badly. First, he was seriously injured by Lu Qingyuan, and then 7 mines were severely injured. If it weren't for his amazing willpower, he would have fallen down long ago. Little Radish stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was sitting in the center of the array. Suddenly, he felt that Ning Xiaochuan was still a little handsome, quite handsome, with thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, long hair, but blood was still hanging on the corners of his mouth. After pondering for a long time, Radish seemed to make a big decision, and took off his golden coat slowly. When the coat was taken off, it immediately sent out a golden luster, turned into a large piece of golden ginseng skin, and sent out a strong fragrance of medicine. Ning Xiaochuan, here you are. Little Radish held the large piece of golden ginseng skin in his hands, blinking his eyes, and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes, looked down at the golden ginseng skin in the Radish's hand, and looked at her, who was very thin, and said, aren't you cold? Not cold. Radish shook his head. Ning Xiaochuan said, put it back on yourself. I'm a great heart healer. I have a lot of mysterious medicine on me, which can heal myself. It's just a dress. After taking it off, it can grow out in the future. Do you accept it or not? Radish raised his head and said very seriously. No. Radish stamped his feet and said, Ning Xiaochuan. A woman took off her clothes in front of a man. She must have made a very important decision. If you let her wear it back, she will wear it back. It's really embarrassing. Are you a woman? Ning Xiaochuan said with great interest, who taught you these? You can't control it. Little Radish threw the golden skin in front of Ning Xiaochuan, turned and walked to a stone nearby, sat on the ground, held his knees in his hands, lowered his head, and looked at the ground. I don't know what she's thinking at the moment. Even a 3,000-year-old golden ginseng will become much more fragile without a large piece of skin. A night wind blew, and Radish felt a little cool. He shrunk slightly and rubbed a pair of small hands gently. Suddenly, a huge robe was put on her shoulder to help her block the wind. When she raised her head, Ning Xiaochuan had turned and left, sat in the middle of the array again, and continued to recuperate from the injury. The golden ginseng skin was put into his mouth by him. When seeing Ning Xiaochuan's whole body wrapped in golden brilliance, little Radish's face also showed a sweet smile, pinched his loose clothes, and suddenly, he felt very warm. She first calculated Ning Xiaochuan, because other humans she had seen were very hateful and wanted to catch her to refine medicine. After several losses, she hated humans very much. Therefore, the first time I saw Ning Xiaochuan, I instinctively regarded him as an enemy. We have to say that the medicinal power of golden ginseng is really strong, and it is very easy to be absorbed by humans. In just one night, Ning Xiaochuan repaired the 7 damaged mines, and his face was radiant. A surging breath was born from the body, and countless sword qi were running around the body. When the sun first rose and fell on him, all the sword qi retracted towards his body. What a powerful medicine! Most of the injury recovered in just one night. Ning Xiaochuan removed the array and looked out of the deserted hall. The golden-skinned man and the Taoist-robed old man had left. The whole Gyranshan looks very quiet and peaceful. Last night's danger was like a dream. Guiran Mountain is covered with green trees and jagged rocks. The hillside is covered with mysterious herbs and strange fruits. Occasionally, you can even see psychic drugs running on the ground. They glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, standing in the ruins of the deserted hall, from a distance, and immediately ran away. They didn't know whether they were afraid of Ning Xiaochuan or something else. Looking into the distance, you can see many waterfalls flowing down from the top of the mountain, causing a large amount of water spray, which turns into water mist, forming a picturesque fairy bridge between the mountains. As for the mountains in the distance, they are completely shrouded in clouds, just like ink landscape paintings, which can't see through the whole picture of Gyranshan. For the first time, Ning Xiaochuan felt that Guiran Mountain was like a holy land, with picturesque scenery, miraculous drugs, and spiritual channels. The air was filled with a rich mysterious atmosphere of heaven and earth, just like the cave where immortals lived. If you can cultivate in the returning mountain all year round, the cultivation speed is definitely more than 10 times that of Yulan Empire, which can be called the Holy Land of cultivation. Guiran Mountain in the day and Guiran Mountain at night are like two worlds, one is heaven and the other is hell. However, Ning Xiaochuan is now trapped in the seal of the deserted hall and can't get out at all. He watched the miraculous medicine run past his eyes, only 100 meters away, but he couldn't catch it. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan saw a man wearing a blue Taoist robe walking on the mountain path, climbing the Guiran Mountain, and walking in the direction of the deserted hall. It was Lu Qingyuan who broke his arm. His left sleeve was empty, fluttering in the wind, and his face was very cold. Obviously, the broken arm was still a great blow to him. Little Radish also woke up, looked down the mountain, and said with some fear, "Oh, no. That big villain really chased into the mountain, we'd better run quickly." "Don't worry." Ning Xiaochuan seems very calm. Although the periphery of the deserted hall is sealed with shrink to inch, it does not affect the transmission of vision and hearing. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly hear the sound of water in the distance, and Lu Qingyuan can naturally hear the sound of Radish. A curve appeared at the corner of his mouth and turned into a series of shadows. The next moment, he came to the outside of the deserted hall and looked at Ning Xiaochuan from a distance and said, "You can't escape." "Ning Xiaochuan, refine that golden ginseng into a human-level pill for me to help me break my arm and regenerate. I can consider sparing your life, but I want to abolish your cultivation." "Are you kidding?" "Lu Qingyuan, your arm was cut off by me. It's very uncomfortable, isn't it?" Aren't you afraid that I'll scrap your other arm? Ning Xiaochuan calmly stared at Lu Qingyuan with a confident look. Lu Qingyuan's eyes sank, his fingers clenched, and said, I have understood your cultivation, which is at most the first level of heaven and man Jiu Dang Jia, but I have cultivated some powerful sword formula, and I was hurt by surprise. Now, I have been on guard against you, and your sword formula can't hurt me. If I want to kill you, you can't take my move at all. Really? Ning Xiaochuan said, I have arranged a defensive array on the periphery of this deserted hall, and I believe you have already seen it. If you can break my array, it's not too late to say your cruel words. Isn't it a defensive array that can stop me with your cultivation? Lu Qingyuan waved his arm, and a 3-meter-long blade flew out of his palm and chopped at Ning Xiaochuan. However, to his surprise, that blade neither touched the array nor cut Ning Xiaochuan's body. After flying forward for a distance, it dissipated automatically. Hey, how could this happen? Lu Qingyuan cautiously took a step forward and walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, trying to break into the formation directly. How mysterious the array arranged by Ning Xiaochuan can be, how can he block himself? However, he was even more surprised that no matter how he walked forward, he could never get close to Ning Xiaochuan, and the distance between him and Ning Xiaochuan was not shortened at all. Lu Qingyuan, break the battle, slowly. If you can break the battle in 3 days, I will help you refine human-level pills. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and shook his head. He didn't want to see Lu Qingyuan's performance in the air anymore, and walked towards those dilapidated old temples. It's not a weird array. It doesn't take 3 days. If I can't break it in an hour, I'll break my other arm. Lu Qingyuan was very angry and felt that Ning Xiaochuan was deliberately mocking him. Being mocked by a weak person made him angry. Hearing Lu Qingyuan's words, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped, turned around, looked at Lu Qingyuan, and said, okay. After an hour, I'll come to see a person who has broken his arm and achieved your level of cultivation. He will definitely not go back on his word. I hope you don't let me down. Ning Xiaochuan ignored Lu Qingyuan and looked at the magnificent ancient building in front of him. The 4-story ancient hall was more than 80 meters high. In the center, there was a huge purple-gold plaque, Feng Hall. If it had been in the past, it would have been brilliant here. However, now the temple is very dilapidated, the walls are rotten, the ground is full of debris, and the window lattice is broken, leaving only a piece of ruins. Even that purple-gold plaque is covered with rust. It is estimated that it has been hung there for more than 10,000 years. I'm afraid it used to be a holy land. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel the surging breath from the hall, which is the breath that nurtures human wisdom. Mahayana martial arts, qi, and feng shui come together, and it can be formed after tens of thousands of years of precipitation. Other buildings, no matter how magnificent they are, cannot cause such a great impact on people. The shabby hall in front of him can shake Ning Xiaochuan's heart and make him feel that he is standing on the vast sea and overlooking the fairy mountain on the sea. Is it true that the man with golden skin and the old man in Taoist robes who chased us last night were once great figures in this holy land? Radish seems to feel a strong impact. It should be. Ning Xiaochuan's face was dignified and said, what happened, unexpectedly let a holy land disappear overnight? Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes, connected the qi sense of heaven and earth with his mind, and used the power of the 7 orifices demon heart palace to perceive the deserted hall in front of him. Treat this deserted hall as a weather-beaten old man and listen to its voice. People have 7 orifices. They can see, hear, breathe, smell, go out, eat and breathe. The 7 orifices are wide open and can transform God. People with the 7 orifices magic heart palace also have 7 orifices in their hearts, which can sense the thoughts of others, objects, the earth, the heaven, and all creatures between heaven and earth. Connect with God with your heart, know yourself, know others, know everything in heaven and earth, know the past and future, and know the supreme nature. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan is using the 7-hole demon heart palace to feel the hall in front of him. Through the remaining breath between heaven and earth, he wants to know what happened here in the distant past. Boom! A black cloud covered Ning Xiaochuan's mind and consciousness. In the dark, there was a flash of fire and someone's scream. However, at this time a terrible sword light tore the night open, with a terrible evil spirit. When that sword light appeared, Ning Xiaochuan's heart ached, and all the pictures in front of him disappeared. He was still standing at the bottom of the hall, but his clothes were soaked with sweat. Radish was staring at Ning Xiaochuan with worried eyes. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes recover, he breathed a long sigh of relief and asked, "Ning Xiaochuan, are you sick?" "Huh?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Radish said, "This is the second time I've seen you suddenly become motionless, like turning into a stone. Do you have ADHD? Stone disease? Just got sick again? Will it happen that one day, you will never move? Your imagination is too rich." Ning Xiaochuan smiled and shook his head, looking at the deserted hall. His eyes became dignified. Just now, although he felt the deserted hall in front of him with his heart, because his cultivation was not high enough and his mind was not strong enough, he just saw a few vague pictures, and he didn't see anything except a sword light. If you reach the realm of heaven and man, you can integrate heaven and man. The perception of the 7 orifices demon heart palace should be stronger, and you must be able to see something that others can't see. Ning Xiaochuan said, "How long have I been standing here?" Little Radish said, "About more than an hour." "It's so long. Let's go and see how Lu Qingyuan broke his arm." Ning Xiaochuan has some taboos about the deserted hall in front of him, and he doesn't dare to break in easily. If he really wakes up the existence of any taboos, he's dead. When Ning Xiaochuan came to the gate again, Lu Qingyuan had left, and he couldn't even see anyone. This guy ran away. Little Radish was a little disappointed. He had wanted to see Lu Qingyuan cut his arm by himself, but who could have expected that a person with strong cultivation to Lu Qingyuan's level would run away because he couldn't break the array? What's expected? He couldn't break the array and was not willing to cut off his arm. In order not to be laughed at by us, he naturally ran away. Therefore, don't talk big before you judge the difficulty of things. Ning Xiaochuan rode. What shall we do now? Although Lu Qingyuan can't get in, we can't get out. I'm fine. Even if I stay here for thousands of years, I won't die. I'm still beautiful and cute. But you're just a human being. Even if you have great cultivation, you can only last for a year and a half at most, and you'll starve to death. Radish rode. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, "It doesn't matter. Even if I die of hunger, you will definitely die in front of me." Why? Radish rode. I'm starving. Don't you eat your radish first? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Little Radish was immediately angry and stared round his eyes, gnashing his teeth and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you are too unprincipled. Even if you starve to death, you shouldn't eat me. I originally thought that we have shared weal and woe, life and death depend on each other, and the relationship has gone beyond friendship, life and death. In the future, there may even be an epic and earth-shattering relationship. If you starve to death, I will probably die for you. But I didn't expect that you look like a dog, but your heart is so cruel that you even want to eat me. The ginseng skin you ate last night tastes very good, doesn't it? You want to eat the whole? Hey! I'm so angry. I'm wrong about you." Her hands akimbo, serious expression, a sad look. Your imagination is really rich. Our relationship is not good, don't forget that we are hostile. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a smile, deliberately frightening her, and said solemnly, "I'm a spiritual master, and you're a miraculous medicine. You're my prey. If one day you lack a medicine, you might be refined. In the future, you'd better stay away from me. Ning Xiaochuan said this and walked away. He also began to worry, and did not want to be trapped in the deserted hall all the time, ready to find a way out. Since there is a way to come in from outside, there must be a way out. Ning Xiaochuan has some research on the array, looking around the periphery of the abandoned hall, hoping to find the node of the seal. The so-called seal is like a rope, stretching people's hands. If you want to get out of the seal, you must find the place where the rope is tied and untie the knot. The rope has knots, and the seal also has knots. The difference is that the knot of the rope can be seen with the naked eye. The sealed nodes are invisible to the naked eye. The more clever the seal is, the more secret the nodes are, and the more the number of nodes is. Only when all the nodes are untied one by one, and the order cannot be disordered, can we escape from the seal. The seal is very similar to the array, so Ning Xiaochuan plans to use the arrangement of the array to push back the sealed nodes. Throughout the day, Ning Xiaochuan searched all directions of the deserted hall, but he didn't even find a node. Seeing the night coming again, Ning Xiaochuan still had no clue. Clever, too clever. The person who arranges the seal is definitely a great existence. Ning Xiaochuan is not discouraged, and plans to continue searching tomorrow. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the little radish and saw that she had been sitting on the ground all day without talking. She couldn't help feeling a little curious. Did the chirping little girl also have silence? Hey! What's the matter with you? Ning Xiaochuan walked over and squatted down. Little Radish glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said, I'm thinking. What are you thinking? Ning Xiaochuan said curiously. Radish said, I was wondering if you would really eat me. Is there a result? Radish nodded and said, you won't eat me. You used to scare me, didn't you? Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that she had been thinking about it all day, but she was still thinking about it, saying, it's not necessarily. After all, the golden ginseng of 3,000 years old is quite rare. But I'm a heart-nourishing teacher, and I originally make a living by collecting medicine and refining pills. It's impossible that just because a medicinal herb has wisdom and can be turned into a human form, I won't refine it. Otherwise, my heart-nourishing teacher's road will never be far away. Don't think I don't know. You look very cold. In fact, you are cold outside and hot inside. You have already had feelings for me, haven't you? Radish road. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, you are too young. How can you understand what emotion is? I admit, I won't eat you, under any circumstances. Also, don't mention the word emotion in the future. I'm going to start practicing. Don't run around. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the array again and began to practice. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan finally admitted that he would not eat her, Xiao Radish was immediately happy and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a smile. His small eyes seemed to say, little boy, you can hide it from me. If you like it, you like it. People don't mind. However, my body is really too small now. If I can grow to his height, it's estimated that he won't treat me as a child. Distressed. Little Radish held his cheeks in his hands, and his eyes rolled drily, thinking about how to grow tall. After nightfall, the whole Gairanshan mountain became gloomy and terrifying, like a hell on earth. Ning Xiaochuan's injury has recovered a lot, and he is ready to start refining the 10th concrete magic sword to impact heaven and earth. Cultivation can't really become one of the top masters of the younger generation without entering the realm of heaven and man. For Ning Xiaochuan, this is a natural moat. If he cannot cross it, it will be like a giant dragon trapped in a shoal. If you cross over, it will be like a flying dragon soaring into the sky. He took out the last black Jiuping Xian weapon and sword, held it between his hands, and began to adjust his state. For the sake of safety, he summoned 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, double-headed stone beast and Tai-Sui beast from the Xian Beasts book to protect his dharma. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan stabbed the war sword into his chest, tried to operate the skill, and began to refine this 9-grade mysterious weapon war sword wholeheartedly. The sword contains a huge soldier's soul and essence, which can increase the sword force in the body and accumulate strength for yourself. Ning Xiaochuan is eating iron again. Little Radish and 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex stood together, staring at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance. Little Radish already knew that the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex was accepted by the Shen beast, but she didn't care much. In her opinion, the relationship between herself and Ning Xiaochuan has been very unusual, and there is likely to be a terrifying love in the future. In that case, the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex took Ning Xiaochuan's words for granted. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has already stepped into the peak of the 5th step Tianti realm. After absorbing the soul and essence of Jiu Dang Jia, the breath on his body becomes more and more thick, and the whole body is covered by the sword qi. The returning mountain at night contains a strong sense of destruction. When Ning Xiaochuan refined the 10th figurative divine power, the gas of destruction was continuously absorbed by him and transformed into the gas of destruction. When Ning Xiaochuan practiced until the next night, the 17th world-destroying qi finally condensed in his body. If I can condense the 18 world-destroying gases, I can even help myself impact into heaven and man at one stroke through the power of the world-destroying gases. Ning Xiaochuan knows his special physique, and it is much harder than others to break through heaven and man. Therefore, he decided to go both ways, condensing the sword power and the power of the world-destroying gas in his body at the same time, and planned to impact the realm at the same time when both powers reached their peak. In this way, the success rate will increase greatly. So in the next few days, he slowed down the refining of the soldier soul of Jiu Dang Jia, and instead spent all his energy on cultivating the 18th world-destroying qi. In the returning mountain, the speed of absorbing the gas of destruction is much faster than in other places. I don't know how long it has passed, and the 18th world-destroying gas is finally condensed successfully. Ning Xiaochuan suppressed his excitement, tried to control his emotions, and was ready to work hard to impact the world of heaven and man. I have cultivated the world-destroying sword technique to the absolute Mahayana, and the 4 moves of the sword formula are well understood, and the sword intention power in my body has reached the peak. Moreover, I have successfully condensed the 18 world-destroying qi, plus cultivating in the Holy Land like Gairanshan. If I can't impact the heaven and man, it's too unreasonable. At the moment when the 18th world-destroying gas condensed successfully, Ning Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to use his mind to mobilize the 18 world-destroying gas at the same time and hit the soul sword seal in the world-destroying magic sword. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan's blood seemed to roll up, making the sound of rivers rushing. In the body, every drop of blood turns into a sword shape, condenses into a sword-like torrent, and gives birth to a supreme sword force. Every drop of blood emitted dazzling light, and every blood vein in the body lit up, turning into a dense red blood network, completely covering his body, forming an extremely strange picture. Ning Xiaochuan should not only break through the realm of heaven and man at one stroke, but also cultivate the supreme body of Kendo before breaking through the realm of heaven and man. Once he cultivates the supreme body of Kendo, in the future, he will be the strongest Kendo in the same realm, and no one can compete with him. Even if the young gods see him, they should avoid him. Ning Xiaochuan seems to become a person gathered by blood. At the intersection of all blood, that is, the position of the heart, there are 7 auras. In every aura, there is a figure exactly like Ning Xiaochuan. In the body, all the essence and Taoist power converged to the magic sword, integrated with the 18 world-destroying qi, intertwined with each other, and constantly condensed. This is the process of condensing Dao Yuan. Only when Wu Soul Seal is condensed into Dao Yuan, can it be regarded as completely entering the realm of heaven and man. Wu Jia, comprehend the true meaning of Wu Dao, condense these cultivated Wu Dao together, integrate into the Wu Soul Seal, and turn into the Yuan embryo of Wu Dao. In the classics of Dao Men, Dao Yuan is also called Daogua and golden elixir. The so-called get Tao fruit become golden elixir, and the avenue is initially completed. Of course, those are the names of monks in ancient times. Now they are all called Dao Yuan. Only when you cultivate Dao Yuan can you represent your understanding of martial arts. You have entered the hall, and heaven and man are one, which can be called heaven and man venerable. Ning Xiaochuan's 18 ways of killing the world, coupled with the sword power in his body, made every effort to condense Dao Yuan, and the position of the center of his eyebrows hurt slightly. Wow! A faint mark of heaven appeared in the center of the eyebrows, emitting white fluorescence, which was actually suppressing the formation of Dao Yuan. You know, other monks only cultivate one martial arts sutra and one martial soul, but Ning Xiaochuan cultivates 2 martial arts sutras at the same time. It's like 2 people running hand in hand. The person in front runs fast and is about to reach the finish line. However, the person behind runs slowly and always drags the person in front. The person in front has stepped on the finish line, but the person behind is tired and lying behind the finish line. Ning Xiaochuan encountered this situation at the moment, and the cultivation of the Book of Destruction is ahead, and it is about to condense into Tao Yuan. However, the cultivation of Heaven and Earth Sutra is still the level of the 3rd step in the Heaven Ladder realm, trying to drag Ning Xiaochuan behind him and prevent Ning Xiaochuan from reaching the Heaven and Man realm. He had expected this situation for a long time, and it was necessary to cultivate both martial arts classics to the critical point in order to truly impact the realm of heaven and man. However, he still didn't give up and was ready to fight. Boom! The Tianwu vitality in Ning Xiaochuan's body continuously gathered towards the magic sword, forcibly pulled the 18 world-destroying qi together, twisted into a sphere, and fused with the Wu Soul sword seal. Wisps of martial arts sword meaning also converged towards the Wulin sword seal, making the Wulin sword seal become more and more condensed. Sword intention, demon qi, world-destroying qi, and Tianwu vitality all converge towards the sword seal of Wu Soul and are forcibly condensed together. Ning Xiaochuan's body made a violent dull sound, and blood droplets flowed out of every pore. When Ning Xiaochuan calmed down the violent vitality in his body, the surface of his body had been covered with a thick layer of blood scabs. The blood scab cracked, and the body emitted a bright glow. The skin was like glass, just like the light emitted by the stars. How could this happen? Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword and suspended it in the palm of his hand. In the magic sword, the Wu Soul sword seal did change, condensed into a blood-red ball, emitting a faint streamer. Carefully observe, you will find that there are 18 gray lines flowing in the blood-red ball. Ning Xiaochuan is a sword cultivator. It's not surprising that he cultivated Dao Yuan in the magic sword. What surprised him was that the Dao Yuan he cultivated was not complete, and there was a big gap between it and the appearance recorded in books. In the record, Dao Yuan is an entity. However, the Dao Yuan cultivated by Ning Xiaochuan is just a ball of light, far less solid than the real Dao Yuan. Moreover, once Dao Yuan is condensed, the Tianwu vitality in the body will increase significantly and become a sea of vitality. Although Ning Xiaochuan's Tianwu vitality has also increased a lot, the number is still not as good as other Tianren Jingwu, at most only half of other Tianren Jingwu. Unexpectedly, he only cultivated virtual Taoist Yuan. As expected, he was still hampered by the seal of Wuhan Tianzuan, and did not really reach the realm of heaven and man. What kind of realm am I now? Maybe I can only be regarded as half a man in heaven. Ning Xiaochuan is not disappointed, because the current results have far exceeded his expectations. When he didn't cultivate the empty Dao Yuan, he already had the power to kill heaven and man. Now, condensing the virtual Tao and Yuan to reach the realm of half heaven and man, cultivation is naturally a further step. Even if he didn't use no sword to destroy the world, he was sure to compete with the young kings of Tiandi Mountain. Although the amount of Tianwu vitality in his body is not comparable to other heaven and man. However, his recovery speed is 512 times, which can make up for the consumption of vitality. Therefore, his weakness is not weaker than other heaven and man. If I don't reach the realm of heaven and man, then I have more time to practice the supreme body. To cultivate the supreme body, you must reach the realm of heaven and man. Once you break through the realm of heaven and man, your constitution will take shape, and it is impossible to cultivate the supreme body. When Ning Xiaochuan attacked the supreme body of Kendo previously, he failed. He found that the supreme power hidden in the blood not only included Kendo power and demon power, but also seemed to have another power, much like the power of life. The more unitary the supreme power is, the easier it is to practice successfully. After all, being able to master a supreme power is already quite amazing and can be called invincible in the same realm. But there are 3 supreme powers in Ning Xiaochuan's blood. If you want to master all 3 supreme powers, the difficulty is not only 3 times, but 30 times, 300 times. Unless there is a miracle, it is almost impossible to practice successfully. Supreme power is the purest and top power. The more kinds of supreme power, the worse. When Ning Xiaochuan was surprised, the cultivation of Wu Soul Tianzuan seal unexpectedly reached the 4th step of heaven ladder, condensing the martial law Dharma body. As long as he exerts the power of the Wu Soul heaven seal, his body will be shrouded in a layer of white light and become the body of heaven's God. All evil will not invade and all evil will retreat. Obviously, the reason why Ning Xiaochuan didn't hit the heaven and man realm was largely due to the power of Wu Dao, which was absorbed by Wu Soul Tianzuan seal, which led to Wu Soul Tianzuan seal breaking through a realm and reaching the 4th step of heaven ladder realm. Ning Xiaochuan removed the array, but he didn't see Radish and 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. Where did they go? Ning Xiaochuan asked Taisui Beast. The Taisui Beast uttered a human voice and said, Jin Shen and Tyrannosaurus Rex saw that you had been practicing all the time, so they secretly broke into the hall. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and knew that they would not be so obedient and had too much courage to break into the deserted hall. How long have they been in? Ning Xiaochuan asked. 5 days. Taisui Beast Wei. Didn't come out in the middle? Ning Xiaochuan felt quite bad, and always felt that they might have encountered something unexpected. The Taisui Beast shook his head. Ning Xiaochuan took back both the Taisui Beast and the double-headed stone beast, held the Xian Beast in his hand, stared at the deserted hall in front of him, and used the power of the Xian Beast to feel the breath of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. A faint breath came from the deserted hall. At the same time, the Xian Beast Jian also exudes a faint brilliance. Still alive. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the Xian Beast Jian in his hand and walked towards the deserted hall according to the breath sensed by the Xian Beast Jian. There may be something taboo in the deserted hall, but the sealed node may also be hidden in the hall. If you want to go out, you must enter the hall and look for it. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan stepped into the hall, he could clearly feel a fierce spirit coming on his face, stinging people's skin. The seal of heaven appeared from the center of the eyebrow, emitting white brilliance and wrapping the whole body. After the ferocious spirit met the white brilliance, it made a purring sound and automatically retreated. After Ning Xiaochuan walked into the hall, the whole world became dark, and the space in front of him became quite open, like walking into the abyss of hell. Not far away, there stands a huge stone statue of God, standing on a 90-foot-high platform. The carved statue of God is a young man, with bright eyes, pointing to the sky in one hand and holding an ancient ship in the other hand. His body emits a divine rushing breath, like a giant standing on the edge of the universe. It's just a statue of God, but it makes Ning Xiaochuan feel extremely shocked, like a true God standing in front of him, making people feel small. Ning Xiaochuan looked up at the top and saw a line of words engraved on the altar, "Seek truth in nature, ferry people by the bank of the sea of suffering." The deserted hall looks only dozens of meters high, but who would have thought that entering the hall is like entering another world? A statue of God alone is hundreds of feet tall, like an indomitable mountain. Ning Xiaochuan continued to walk forward. In the dark, a white floating ladder appeared, extending to the sky, with at least tens of thousands of steps. Looking up, I saw an ancient palace suspended above, with glazed jade tiles and white jade carved dragons. It was like a heavenly palace in the clouds. The six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex seems to be in the sky palace in the clouds. Xian beast Jian has sensed its breath. Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword, flew up the stairs, walked quickly towards the palace suspended in the air, and soon reached the outside of the palace. Radish, Bun, are you in there? Ning Xiaochuan always felt that there was an unusual breath coming out of it, so he was extremely careful to release all the 7 minds. Once something goes wrong, it will display the most powerful attack magic. Since the ancestor of Tiandi Mountain placed the seal here, there must be a reason. It is likely that some terrible creature was sealed inside. At this time, there was a slow footsteps in the palace, and an old sigh from an unknown creature. Jia. The gate of the palace was opened, revealing a fist-sized head, staring at him, and saying in a hoarse voice, "Come in." That head looks very strange, like the head of a turtle, but its mouth is very long. It looks like a duck, but it doesn't have feathers. Its eyes are incomparable vicissitudes, giving people a feeling of aging. Is it the creature sealed here? But I don't see how cruel it is. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was secretly on guard and said, "Who are you? Do you see a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a golden ginseng? Who am I? Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm not human?" The old turtle pushed the gate completely open with great difficulty, holding a wooden stick, bent over, with a white beard on his chin, and a pair of bastard moonbeam eyes staring at Ning Xiaochuan. What a turtle! Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. It's a turtle, but it's a little different. Because its neck is too long, it looks like an ostrich. Moreover, its 4 legs are also very long, several times longer than other turtles. If there is no long turtle shell, others will think it is a hairless duck. What a fool! Didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young? When you see a tortoise, it's called tortoise? Tortoise also has a name, a surname, a tortoise lattice, dignity, and a tortoise's position. Ning Xiaochuan interrupted it and said, "What kind of turtle are you? Play tricks in front of me. Be careful that I peel off your turtle shell." The tortoise quickly closed his mouth, pressed the shell with his claws, made a defensive posture, and said, "Granddaughter, come out and help. There is a man who wants to kill thousands of dollars to peel your grandfather's shell. Come on. He is about to do it." Radish rushed out from inside, looked at Ning Xiaochuan, his face showed joy, his eyes immediately lit up, and said, "Grandpa. He is Xiaochuan." "Grandpa?" Ning Xiaochuan was stunned. Is this old turtle in front of him actually the grandpa of Radish? No. Why is Radish's grandfather in the deserted hall? It was so weird that Ning Xiaochuan couldn't accept it. Is it your grandpa? Radish nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." It turned out that grandpa had come to the deserted hall long ago, and he was even more advanced than us. I just came here after hearing its summons. Ning Xiaochuan, have you made a breakthrough in your cultivation? Break through a fart and get stuck. The old turtle popped his nose and said, his voice was very low and hoarse, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with very bad eyes. Little Radish said unhappily, "Grandpa, Ning Xiaochuan is a good man. He also saved me and steamed stuffed bun." Good person? Cultivate and destroy the world, or good person? The old turtle's eyes are full of whites. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, more surprised, and said, "Master Wu, do you also know the way to destroy the world?" "Wu what Wu? Who? Tell you my surname is Wu?" My surname is Mao. If you are smart, call me Grandpa Mao. You are a bastard, and you have no education at all. Your master must not have taught you well. That old tortoise didn't like seeing Ning Xiaochuan very much, and it was very unpleasant to see Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan knew that it was Radish's grandfather, so he didn't want to offend each other. The supreme sword of Radish is probably refined by the tortoise in front of it. According to the seal strength arranged inside the sword body, it can be inferred that this tortoise in front of you may be a terrorist, so it's better not to offend it. Master Mao, you seem to know the way to destroy the world? Ning Xiaochuan continued to ask. Sui Hanyu just teaches Ning Xiaochuan to practice, and seldom tells Ning Xiaochuan about the way of destroying the world. This is Ning Xiaochuan's first time to hear outsiders mention the way of killing the world. Naturally, he is very curious and wants to know more about the way of killing the world. The old tortoise sighed a long time as if recalling something. After a long time, he said, it's said that people who destroy the world, beat houses and loot, murder, set fire, burn, kill and plunder, so strong and occupy, which can be called a shame in the cultivation world. There is only one successor in each generation of the world-destroying Tao. Once the successor of the world-destroying Tao is born, the world will be turbulent, bloody, and people will be miserable. Anyway, in a word, the people who destroy the world-destroying Tao are not good people, especially those who like to rob other people's things, and they will never miss it. Alas! It said in tears and filled with righteous indignation, as if it had been looted by the heirs of the world-destroying Tao. Ning Xiaochuan's face was black, and he didn't believe it at all. He said, although we believe in destroying the world and take death as the road, what we destroy is a dark and ugly world. Our doctrine is to build a new world, a new civilization, regenerate after destruction, and usher in new vitality after nirvana. The old tortoise stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, Little Radish, did he rob you of anything else besides peeling your clothes and turning the steamed stuffed bun into his servant? Radish thought for a while and said, Yes. The sword Grandpa gave me was also robbed by him. As soon as the old turtle's eyes lit up, his claws grabbed the void, and a piece of white brilliance came out. Wow! The white sword originally placed in Ning Xiaochuan's Qiankuan cloth bag fell into its claws somehow. Holding a white sword, it laughed, evidence. Stolen goods. Human and material evidence are all there, and you still want to deny it? Radish, how long will it take in the future? Don't believe the people of the world exterminator. Their doctrine is robbing families and houses, stealing and abducting, which is extremely shameless. My lord was badly cheated by their people of the world exterminator at that time, a bloody lesson. Ning Xiaochuan was very speechless and wanted to stew the tortoise in front of him into a pot of soup. Distort facts and confuse black and white. Those who will die can be said to survive. What is right can be said to be wrong. No wonder a golden ginseng will be fooled into a granddaughter by it. The old tortoise returned the white sword to Radish, and looked at Ning Xiaochuan again. Finally, he stared at the magic sword, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, Boy, what generation of heirs are you? Ning Xiaochuan said solemnly, What hatred do you have with us? If you want to seek revenge, I will take it all, but you are not allowed to sully the purpose of destroying the world. Ning Xiaochuan's demon chi became stronger and stronger, slightly twisting the air, condensing a huge female demon virtual shadow, like a demon god standing behind him, and the momentum became stronger and stronger. The shadow of the female demon was particularly evil, full of the gas of death, long hair floating, eyes like a torch, as if to devour the whole world. When the old tortoise saw the huge ghost of the female demon, his face slightly changed, and he couldn't help retreating 2 steps, and his heart secretly said, Good boy, I actually woke up a trace of the demon soul of the female demon head in the mortal world. If I continue to say that the way to destroy the world is not right, with her cultivation, it is considered to be separated from the wall of heaven and earth, and maybe I can hear it, in case of thunder and fire. My darling. Although the old tortoise has an open mouth, he is still very taboo to the founder of the world-destroying Tao and knows the horror of each other. Ning Xiaochuan pointed his magic sword at the old turtle, his eyes like a knife, and said in a deep voice, "You can talk nonsense again?" The old turtle's face changed constantly, and he knocked his head with his claws. Alas! I'm old. My memory is really poor recently, and my thinking is often confused. What did I say just now? Look at my memory, eh? Little brother, you are the successor of the way of killing the world? It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about your name. Speaking of it, I have a lot of roots with you, and I admire your ancestors' supreme demeanor very much. I have a granddaughter, who is young and cute, or I'll marry you as my wife. Okay. That's it, it's settled. Suddenly, the old tortoise became very enthusiastic, staring at the magic shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan, showing a shan-shan smile. Ning Xiaochuan, right? Yes, young hero. The way to destroy the world must be carried forward in your hands in the future. It pulled Ning Xiaochuan into the temple and continued, Don't be nervous, put the sword away. I have a pot of stolen 9-flower nectar brewed by myself. A sip can be worth 9 years of hard cultivation. Today, after meeting my old friend, I'll give it all to you. Don't be polite to me, we are all our own. With that, the old turtle touched out a small green gourd and gave it to Ning Xiaochuan anyway. Ning Xiaochuan really can't accept it. Is this turtle in front of him split? Suddenly, it seemed to become another turtle. Little Radish is also a little confused, but it is also a happy thing that Grandpa can get along well with Ning Xiaochuan. She said, Ning Xiaochuan, just take it. The things Grandpa gave you must be good things, which can definitely help you cultivate. She whispered to Ning Xiaochuan in secret, saying, Grandpa is very stingy. He has never taken the initiative to give something to others. He has done more than you to steal, cheat. Ning Xiaochuan put away the magic sword, took the turquoise gourd, and removed the cover. The inside of the gourd immediately exudes dazzling brilliance, and a cyan water mist emerges, condensing into a virtual shadow of spiritual flowers, emitting a strong floral fragrance, with a touch of wine. It's like wine and sweet spring. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and inhaled all the water mist that escaped into his body. In the body, the blood runs rapidly. 9-flower nectar can really help monks to understand the Tao. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that his understanding of the World Destruction Sutra and the Heaven and Earth Sutra is rapidly improving, turning into strands of Taoist rules. Some rush into the magic sword, and some rush into the Wulin Tianzuan seal in the middle of the eyebrows. Crackling. Flesh, bones and 5 internal organs seem to have been refined once. Just taking a breath of fog, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation improved a bit, which is comparable to taking the power of a half-strange medicine. What a powerful 9-flower nectar. I'm afraid it's brewed from 9 rare psychic flowers. It has such medicinal power. No, such a powerful medicinal power, if I really drink it, I won't be able to consume it, and I may be drunk and fall asleep. The old turtle is not kind. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Ning Xiaochuan guessed right. 9-flower nectar is brewed from 9 rare psychic flowers. The medicine is quite powerful. If a monk whose cultivation does not reach the realm of heaven and man, he will sleep for 9 years after drinking a mouthful. For 9 years, it was like becoming a living dead man. Even if the monks whose accomplishments reach the realm of heaven and man, after drinking a mouthful, they will sleep for 3 years to 3 months according to their accomplishments. Ning Xiaochuan's physique is special, and he is far beyond the same level of monks. After drinking a mouthful, although he will not sleep for 9 years, he will also sleep for at least 2 to 3 years. Of course, 9-flower nectar is indeed a great tonic, which is more valuable than human-level pills and does no harm to monks. If Ning Xiaochuan really takes a sip now, when he wakes up 3 years later, his cultivation must have reached heaven and man, and his constitution must be stronger. For many people, 9-flower nectar is definitely a dream spring and precious medicine. However, the 9-flower nectar is too powerful. Once you drink it, you will inevitably get drunk and can only be slaughtered. If Ning Xiaochuan had really taken a sip just now, I'm afraid all the treasures on his body would have been looted by the old turtle at the moment. The old tortoise saw that the ghost of the female demon behind Ning Xiaochuan finally disappeared, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Squinting his eyes, he said with a smile, "Little brother, have a drink, this is a good thing, mellow and delicious, and a drink is guaranteed to make you reach heaven and man." Ning Xiaochuan's heart became more suspicious, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, saying, "Thank you for this gourd 9-flower nectar. Since you are an expert in the world, do you have anything else for your younger generation?" This turtle, who can have a sword of the supreme level and take out 9-flower nectar, must have a lot of treasures. How can he point it out without blackmail? The old tortoise became vigilant and immediately said, "No. The most precious thing on me is this gourd and 9-flower nectar. If it weren't for some connection with you, I wouldn't give it to you." What a pity. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the tortoise was crafty, and it was almost impossible to extort something from it. At the top of the heavenly palace, there is an ebony holy place. In front of the holy place, there is a 3-foot-high bronze censer with 3 lighted incense sticks inserted. I don't know how many years the 3 long incense have been burning, but they still haven't been extinguished. There are few cigarettes, which turn into dense clouds. The spirit of wind silence. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the spirit tablet on the incense table and asked, "Who is Feng Buyu?" The old turtle sighed long and said, "The descendant of a powerful ancient family was originally a genius, but it's a pity that he was rebellious and arrogant, and wanted to follow the path of his ancestors, but he was killed in a foreign country. Recently, I'm tracking down this matter and have found some clues." Ning Xiaochuan said, "How could his spirit throne be placed here?" The old tortoise said, "Because he founded this holy land. Unfortunately, this holy land has been destroyed 10,000 years ago, and even himself has been killed. This holy land is actually what he founded. People who can open up a holy land are absolutely great beings and admirable." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the holy place and bowed deeply. "I have roughly checked the situation here, and it's time to go to the next stop. The Black Hand behind the scenes is really brave, and he dares to attack the Fang family." The old tortoise picked up the spirit tablet and incense burner, received it in the tortoise shell, and walked out of the heavenly palace in the clouds with a dignified look on his face. It seems to have found something quite terrible. When the old tortoise became serious, he still looked like an expert. Ning Xiaochuan, the old turtle and the little radish walked out of the deserted hall, stood on the square, looked back, and the old turtle sighed. It seems that the big move will come again, and even the Feng family is estimated to be difficult to protect themselves. Boy, you should also grow up quickly. Otherwise, when the great era comes, the heirs of the world destruction will not be born, which will disappoint many people. The old turtle said a thought-provoking sentence. Little Radish said, "Grandpa, there are seals outside. We can't go out at all." Fart. Where's the seal? I'll take 2 steps to try. The tortoise looks very old. It seems that he will go to the pit at any time. He walks very slowly. However, it was surprising that it could really get out of the seal zone outside the deserted hall, and soon crossed a distance of more than 100 meters to get out of the seal. Ning Xiaochuan and Radish both sat on the turtle's back and felt quite incredible. You know, within the sealed area, an inch of distance is equivalent to 10,000 miles. If the old tortoise can really walk out, can't it span 100,000 miles in one step? This is too shocking. Even Xuelingshu, who controls the power of time and space, can't cross 100,000 li in one step with her current state. She needs to jump in space for many times to do it. It should have broken the seal, otherwise it's too scary. There are indeed many experts in the world who are not famous, but have terrible accomplishments. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Ning Xiaochuan also knows that the old turtle is definitely not the evil spirit sealed by the ancestor of Tiandi Mountain, because the seal can't stop it at all. Since it said that it came to hunt down the truth that this holy land was destroyed, maybe it really has some roots with that elder named Feng Wuyu. Wind clan? North. There is no ancient aristocratic family with the surname of Feng in Xinjiang, and other families with the surname of Feng can never be strong at the level of Feng Wuyu. It seems that Old Tortoise and Radish are not north. The creatures of Xinjiang are likely to come to another distant place. Grandpa, you said earlier that you would marry me to Ning Xiaochuan. Is this true? Little Radish took the old turtle's claws, squinted his eyes, and asked, shyly. Although the old tortoise spoke freely, he had no real malice towards Ning Xiaochuan. The old tortoise thought for a moment and said, Hey! I knew this day would come. My granddaughter grew up and couldn't stay. Since you want to marry, marry. But I'm too small now. Can you make me as tall as him? Radish whispered. No. The old tortoise shook his head decisively and said, You are a miraculous psychic drug. As long as you grow to 10,000 years, you will naturally grow to the height of normal human beings. At that time, if you want to marry him, I will never object. If he dares not to marry, I will break his legs. But now I can't. Little Radish said pitifully, Taking pills cannot increase the drug properties in the body, and it will reach 10,000 years in a short time? Dong. The old tortoise knocked on her head and said, If you use the elixir to reach the medicinal year of 10,000 years, I'm afraid someone will eat you in minutes. This matter is not negotiable. I usually ask you to practice hard, but you don't work hard. Don't you know that if you practice hard, you can quickly improve your medicinal year? Grandpa. Is there really no discussion? Radish gently blinked his eyes and said pitifully. Don't pretend to be poor. There is absolutely no room for negotiation. The old tortoise ignored the radish and looked at the high mountains of Gairanshan with a wooden stick in his hand. Little Radish walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, bowed his head and said, Ning Xiaochuan, my grandfather said that when I reach the year of 10,000 years, I can become as tall as you and have a human body. You must wait for me, and I won't let you wait too long. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, In fact, your grandpa just said casually. How can human beings be combined with psychic miraculous drugs? Listen to your grandpa and practice hard to avoid being caught and eaten. Ning Xiaochuan, I am very serious. When I grow up, I will definitely come to you. Are you willing to marry me? Radish's eyes were firm. Seeing Radish, Ning Xiaochuan just felt cute and couldn't have any other feelings at all. However, on second thought, when she grows to 10,000 years, it is estimated that it will take thousands of years. At that time, she may have died of old age, even if she agrees, what's the matter? Ning Xiaochuan said, Well, if you really grow up to 10,000 years, I will marry you. Radish's face showed a happy face and finally agreed. I must practice hard. If I can steal a few treasure pills from my grandfather, I may soon reach the year of 10,000 years. That's great. Boom. Suddenly, the whole Guiran mountain shook, and the territory hundreds of miles around rose slowly towards the sky. The seal placed by the ancestor of Tiandi Mountain was forcibly broken, leaving the whole Guiran mountain flying off the ground. What is going on? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the old tortoise, and saw that the old tortoise's little paw was pinched towards the void, and the Gairanshan was reduced to only square inches, which was put into a metal box by it. Guiran Mountain, hundreds of miles around, once a holy land, was taken away by it out of thin air. The old turtle sighed and said, There are still some secrets hidden in the mountain. I have to take them back to continue my research. I'll go. How can I kill an old turtle on the way? My baby is still hidden in the returning mountain. Ning Xiaochuan, you must help me get back. The Emperor Blade roared wildly in the Shan Beast mirror. Don't make a noise. This turtle in front of you is not a good kind at first sight. If it finds you and Shan Beast Jian, it is estimated that it will help it take away. Ning Xiaochuan said to the Emperor Blade with his mind. Ning Xiaochuan, who are you talking to? Is there any psychic treasure on you? Take it out quickly and let me check it for you. The old turtle rubbed a pair of claws, showing a treacherous smile. See you later, elder. Ning Xiaochuan turned and left, turning into a streamer, flying towards the sky and disappearing into the clouds. Tut tut. Today's generation is so rude. I said to check it for him, but I didn't say to rob his things? Hey! The world is going down. Radish, why don't you go too? Don't look, you will definitely meet again in the future. The old turtle's claws were a little towards the void, connected to the free spirit cave, and a huge light door opened, emitting dense brilliance inside. It and Radish into two beams, disappeared in the light door. That old tortoise is really not good at stubble, but his cultivation is terrible. He actually took away the whole Gairanshan mountain, which can better break the seal of the ancestor of Tiandi mountain. He is definitely standing at the top level of the whole North Xinjiang. Tiandi Blade also has some lingering palpitations. If it falls into the hands of the old tortoise, he will definitely be refined again. It is not a creature of northern Xinjiang. Moreover, the cultivation estimate is beyond our imagination, and it is likely to come from a high-level civilization. Ning Xiaochuan rode. I'm not sure. Alas. It's a pity that my few treasures can only be cheap. Tiandi Blade was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Ning Xiaochuan was calm, not only did he not sigh, but he was a little happy. Getting that gourd and 9 flowers nectar can help you quickly break through the realm of heaven and man, and even cultivate the supreme body before reaching the realm of heaven and man. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan had little chance to cultivate the supreme body. However, after having 9 flower nectar, he is at least 30% confident that he will succeed in cultivating the supreme body. Just now, when the old tortoise took Gairanshan away, Ning Xiaochuan sensed the spatial fluctuation and had found the location of Tianmen. At this moment, he rushed to Tianmen. As long as you go out from the other end of Tianmen, you will pass the Tianmen exam and become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. The inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain is in the whole north. Jiang has a high status and can be respected by many cultivation sects and families. Ning Xiaochuan naturally also wants to become an inner disciple. The time of Tianmen examination has passed for more than 10 days, and the vast majority of candidates have entered the heaven world. Some people are looking for the location of the other end of Tianmen, some people are collecting mysterious drugs, minerals, and spiritual springs in the heaven world, while others are hunting competitors. Ning Xiaochuan has found the location of the other end of the Tianmen gate, but before he goes out of the Tianmen gate, he has to find someone. Purple smoke. Before entering the heaven world, he recorded the Wu soul mark of Zihanyan. Because he was trapped in the returning mountain, he delayed looking for her. When flying to the other end of the Tianmen gate, Ning Xiaochuan had felt her soul mark. She is still in the heaven world, and has not left. With Zihanyan's physique and savvy, you should have already found the location of the other end of the gate of heaven. You shouldn't stay in the world of heaven. Don't be surprised. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the back of the double-headed stone beast and flew across the sky, leaving a huge dark shadow on the ground. 3 hours later. The 2-headed stone beasts crossed thousands of miles and came to a vast desert. They swooped down from the sky and fell into the desert full of yellow sand, stirring up countless sand dust. The Wu soul mark of purple smoke is in this vast desert, and it is more and more clear, less than 10 miles away from Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan jumped down from the back of the double-headed stone beast, and the palm of his hand pressed against the void. The air was like glass, breaking into lines. Wow! The air was shattered. This is a hidden array barrier. When air fragments fall to the ground, purple smoke will appear. Zihanyan sat on the desert, holding the bronze ancient lamp in his hands. He was already ready to beat the bronze ancient lamp out. However, seeing that the person who broke the array was Ning Xiaochuan, he immediately took back the bronze ancient lamp, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the array arranged by Zihanyan, there were also 4 monks who were seriously injured, all covered with scars. Some were injured by lightning, some were pierced by long swords, and one of them had just died, and his mouth was still gushing blood. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the 3 seriously injured and a dead monk. They all looked familiar. They were 4 young talents from Jiu Xinjiang, who were already the outer disciples of Wanjian Palace. Ning Xiaochuan immediately mobilized the multicolored Xian water in his body. With a wave of his finger, 5 drops of multicolored water fell on Zihanyan and the 4 monks lying on the ground. Wow! Zihanyan was also seriously injured, and colorful Xian water fell to the center of her eyebrows, automatically sinking into the skin and being absorbed by the body. After a while, her whole body was wrapped by colorful brilliance, and the injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the recuperation of colorful Xian Shui, Zihanyan's injury was almost healed, but because of the heavy loss of blood and gas, it was still slightly weak. How could this happen? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Zihanyan finally showed some joy and said, "It's good to have you back. Now, the experts in the whole world are looking for you, and many people want to get rid of you. Dongfangxing said that your cultivation has reached the realm of heaven and man, and also killed Lan Xianzi and a large number of experts in Wang Sun's mansion." I knew it was him. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What's the matter with you? With your cultivation, who can hurt you? Is it Dongfangxing?" Zihanyan shook his head and said, "It's not Dongfangxing. I don't know each other, but the other party claimed to come to you to talk about the way of raising ghosts with you. The man's cultivation is quite terrible, and he is not one of the 3 young kings of Tiandi Mountain, but his cultivation has definitely entered the realm of heaven and man." Talking about the way of raising ghosts? Is it a ghost keeper? Ning Xiaochuan searched the memory in his mind, but among the people he knew, no one was proficient in raising ghosts at all. Who is it? Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, "Is it he who hurt you?" Zihanyan nodded and said, "Fortunately, Elder Martial Sister Wu arrived immediately, otherwise we would definitely not escape." Luo Wu. I'm still looking for her. I promised to come to me when I entered the world of heaven. As a result, the enemy had found me, but she never showed up. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Zihan flew. She was entangled by a Tianzhigio girl in the Wang Sun mansion, and she couldn't get away at all. Now, she has to deal with not only the Tianzhigio girl in the Wang Sun mansion, but also the mysterious ghost keeper. Now that I'm healed, you don't have to worry about me. You'd better go to find Elder Martial Sister Wu. I'm afraid she can't deal with the 2 strong people alone. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and said, "With her cultivation, if you want to retreat, even the 2 masters of heaven and man can't stop her. In fact, you don't have to worry about her at all. On the contrary, you must leave the world of heaven as soon as possible. I found the position at the other end of the Tianmen Gate, and I'll take you there now." Luo Dance is the first master of the young generation of Luo nationality. Not to mention her profound cultivation, she has absolutely quite a lot of life-saving means. Even if the invigilator in the world of heaven takes action, as long as it is fighting alone, it may not be able to kill her. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan didn't worry about her at all. The 4 people who were seriously injured, except for the young monk who had died, the other 3 people had recovered most of their injuries. They stood up from the ground and thanked Ning Ogawa one after another. All three of them are young talents in Jiu. One of them is a little Taoist who looks like 18 or 9 years old. The other is the favored son of Situ family, who has realized the realm of the ladder of heaven. Another is a man in a Taoist robe, from another Taoist temple in Jiu Xinjiang. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't arrived in time and used colorful Xian water to heal them, I'm afraid it would take them at least 3 days to recover from their injuries, and even their lives would be in danger. Haha. As expected, Ning Xiaochuan actually came. Over the desert, a cold cloud filled the air, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan, Zihanyan, and others in the center. The cold continued to spread, forming ice on the ground and spreading towards Ning Xiaochuan and others. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the ground, and Tianwu vitality burst out from the soles of his feet, scattering a cold air flow, and he couldn't get close to him within 10 feet. It's so ghostly, and I don't know whether you are a human or a ghost. Of course it's human. Hearing that Master Ning is proficient in raising ghosts, I'm here to discuss one or two. A young man in his 20s came out of the cold mist, with a skeleton seal on his robe, and his fingers were as bright as jade, like a woman's hands. It was striking that 2 ghosts stood behind him. One is wearing a black robe, the other is wearing a white robe, and his head is wearing a 3-foot-tall hat with strange runes painted on it. The black-robed ghost and the white-robed ghost took out the chains engraved with runes in their hands, with cold eyes, fangs, and a creepy smile on their faces. It's like black and white impermanence from hell. It's him. It's him who killed Zihong and King Watsi. It's him who injured us. Master Ning, you must be careful. The little Taoist's eyes were filled with fear, and her face, which had recovered, turned pale again. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the young man, and he had felt the strong power fluctuations emanating from the other side. He absolutely had the cultivation of heaven and man, and was enough to stand out from the young generation of heroes. I've never been proficient in raising ghosts. I'm afraid you found the wrong person. Ning Xiaochuan rode. It doesn't matter. Prince Ning can kill Fairy Lan, and must be the king of the younger generation. I'm very interested in the king of the younger generation. To be honest, before I came to find Prince Ning, I had defeated Dong Fengxing of the Burning Sword sect, the dancing fairy of the Wanjian Palace, and Wang Milan of the Chuanjian Taoist Temple. With my cultivation, don't I have the qualification to talk about Taoism with Prince Ning? The young man laughed. You defeated the elder martial sister dancer? Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe it. Luo Wu had reached the realm of heaven and man a few years ago. Before taking the Tianmen examination, he took another human-level pill. It was difficult for even Ning Xiaochuan to see how his accomplishments reached. Can the man in front of her defeat her? The young man said with a smile, speaking of it, the cultivation of the dancing fairy is indeed much higher than that of Dong Fengxing and Wang Milan. Even if I have 2 ghost servants to help, it is only a little better than the dancing fairy. Shame, really shame. The 2 ghost servants he mentioned are naturally black and white impermanents standing behind him. Since he claimed to come to Ning Xiaochuan to discuss the art of raising ghosts, he was naturally an expert in raising ghosts, and there must be ghost slaves and ghost servants around him. Ning Xiaochuan has used the mind detective to check that the 2 ghosts have the breath of heaven and man, and I'm afraid their combat effectiveness is even stronger than ordinary heaven and man. Because ghosts are almost completely immune to martial arts magical powers and physical attacks. If a warrior in the realm of heaven and man encounters a ghost with the combat power of heaven and man, he can only fight with his own blood essence, otherwise he will be easily swallowed by the ghost. If the young man in front of him and 2 ghost servants at the level of heaven and man work together, it is really possible to defeat Luo Wu. Hearing that the other party was able to defeat the dancing fairy, the 3 young disciples outside the Wanjian Palace looked even worse and couldn't help but step back. This person is also too terrible. Before the Tianmen exam, I almost never heard of his name. However, he can defeat 3 young kings in a row. It is estimated that Xiuwei can catch up with the crown prince and the descendants of the emperor. Ning Xiaochuan's face did not change, and he said with a smile, "It's really powerful. Your Excellency is really a young hero. If you don't make a noise, you will have a blockbuster." "Young Master Ning, why should I be modest? You can kill Fairy Lan, but I can't kill Fairy Dance, which shows that your cultivation is even stronger than me. Plus, you have the dual identity of a great heart-nourishing master and a ghost-nourishing master. Your talent against the sky is unparalleled in the world, which really makes me admire it. The real blockbuster is not me, but you." The young man had a smile on his face, but there was a murder in his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan naturally felt his killing intention. Since the other party could kill several young talents in Wanjian Palace, he was naturally not a kind-hearted person. Maybe he deliberately let Zihanyan and others leave, in order to lead Ning Xiaochuan out. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If I really killed Lan Xianzi, it would be a blockbuster. Unfortunately, Lan Xianzi is the top expert of the young generation. With the existence of heaven and man level, I can only look up to her. How can I kill her?" "Really?" The young man's eyes became cold, and a powerful momentum came from his heart and oppressed Ning Xiaochuan. "However, Dong Fengxing said that he saw you kill Lan Xianzi with his own eyes. Don't tell me that he was lying to me." The momentum of the young man was quite strong, almost condensed into essence, turned into a ferocious ghost virtual shadow, and issued a harsh roar. "Wow!" The purple smoke ignited the bronze ancient lamp, and the wick emitted a circle of dazzling lights, blocking the momentum of the young man. All ghosts and shadows met the light of the bronze ancient lamp and dissipated one after another. She scoffed, "You are also the king of the young generation. It's not too much to have a hand in a mental therapist?" Ning Xiaochuan just stood there calmly with his hands on his back, and he didn't mean to fight at all. "Young Master Ning, you are a real person. Do you really want to hide behind women all the time?" The young man laughed. Zihanyan knew the man's terrible, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Even Dong Fengxing, Wang Milan and Luo Wu, the 3 kings of the young generation, were defeated by him, which was simply shocking secular. She shook her head at Ning Xiaochuan and whispered with her heart, "Don't fall in his provocation. He challenges the top strength of the young generation everywhere, and he must want to win the top 3. Since he didn't challenge the crown prince and the descendants of the emperor, it shows that he is not sure to defeat those 2 people, so if he wants to enter the top 3, he can only kill you. He must have known that you were designated as the top 3. Only by killing you, can he have a chance to become one of the top 3. Ning Xiaochuan, with an indifferent smile on his face, walked past Zihanyan, faced the young man directly, and said with a smile, "After talking for so long, Your Excellency has not declared your name, is it too impolite?" "Oh. I'm so sorry. I met young Master Ning in Shiyanwen." Yanwen appeared polite, clasped his hands, and bowed down. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and said, "I heard that there is a ghost-raising family in Songming Sea area, which is the manager of 38 5-level civilizations in Songming Sea area, and its inheritance is older than that of Tiandi Mountain. Moreover, the ghost-raising family is also surnamed Yan. Won't you be the genius of that ghost-raising family?" In the north Xinjiang, Tiandi Mountain is not the only 5-civilization lord. The ghost-raising aristocratic family in Songming Sea area is the lord of Wuping civilization, which is relatively close to Tiandi Mountain. The number of Wuping civilization under management is twice that of Tiandi Mountain. It is a powerful ancient aristocratic family. In the ancestor of the ghost family, a famous secondary god was born, which opened up the dominant position of the ghost family in Songming Sea area, which was countless times stronger than those families of princes and generals. Compared with other 5-civilization lords, the inheritance time of Tiandi Mountain is the shortest, only about 10,000 years. However, Tiandi Mountain has something to do with Tiandi, after all. The Emperor of Heaven is the only existence that has reached the realm of true God after the era of apotheosis, which naturally makes the status of the Emperor of Heaven Mountain quite detached, and makes other lords of 5 civilizations very afraid. Yan Wen said with a smile, Tiandi Mountain is open to the outside world, and everyone is eligible to participate. Can't the disciples of the ghost family participate? So your excellency is really the top genius of the ghost family. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yan Wen said, top talent is not enough. In Yan clan, young people like me, there are not 100 or 80, and I can't even rank at all. Therefore, I can only go to Tiandi Mountain to wander around. Maybe I can enter the top 3, return to the clan, and show off to my brothers. What a big tone. I can't rank in the Yan family, but I can break into the top 3 in Tiandi Mountain. Do you really think Tiandi Mountain is so much worse than the ghost family? A red slim figure flew from the night. Wow, dash. A dazzling sword will tear apart the ghost gas barrier arranged by Yan Wen. Luo Wu came in from the outside of the enchantment. His red clothes were like blood, and he stood with a horizontal sword. His eyes were sharp, which suppressed Yan Wen's momentum. Seeing that Luo Wu broke into the ghost gas barrier, Yan Wen was slightly surprised at first. He even smiled and said, "It's the dance fairy. We meet again." In fact, I didn't talk big. After all, the Yan family has been handed down from the old ancestors for more than 1,000,000 years. It has been inherited for a long time, civilization is prosperous, and people are all over the north. It's normal that the background of Xinjiang is dozens of times stronger than Tiandi Mountain. Isn't it? Yan Wen's tone is very big. He is also the lord of the 5-grade civilization, but he elevates the Yan family and belittles the Tiandi Mountain. Although the foundation of Tiandi Mountain is not as old as that of the ghost family, the people who founded Tiandi Mountain are the eldest disciples of Tiandi and once were famous places in the world. Now, only 10,000 years have passed, and the remaining power of the Heavenly Emperor is still there, enough to be on an equal footing with other lords of the 5 civilizations. Tiandi Mountain also has the supreme nerve left by Tiandi, which attracts countless young monks to come to Tiandi Mountain to worship. If it's just about the number of masters of the younger generation of disciples, it is no less than those 5-grade civilization lords who have passed on hundreds of thousands of years and millions of years. Tiandi Mountain is now only inferior to the inside story. If it is about strength, it is not weaker than anyone at all, and its status is quite detached. Luo Wu said, Yan Wen, don't think I don't know your details. You really came to Tiandi Mountain to take the Tianmen exam this time? Dance Fairy, you are injured. I don't want to argue with you. Young Master Ning, if you give me the Ghost of Land Fairy, I'll leave now. What do you think? Yan Wen laughed. Yan Wen still hasn't found out the bottom of Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, there is another great enemy with profound cultivation, Luo Wu. He knew that he had missed the best time to kill Ning Xiaochuan, and there was no chance today. Therefore, he retreated to the second place and planned to seize the ghost of the Orchid Fairy first. Dong Fangxing told him that Fairy Lan had died in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan, and told him that Ning Xiaochuan was proficient in raising ghosts. Therefore, Yan Wen suspected that the ghost of Lan Xianzi had been ingested by Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to take it away from Ning Xiaochuan. If he gets the ghost of Lan Xianzi, he will have another ghost servant with strong combat power. Ning Xiaochuan looked into the distance, like talking to himself, or deliberately saying to Yan Wen, and said, Elder Martial Sister Wu, it should be the eldest miss of the Jin clan who came with you. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is so strong that he has sensed the breath of Jinling. Moreover, he realized that Jinling had broken through the realm of heaven and man. Luo Wu's beautiful face was a little unhappy and said, It's the eldest lady of the Jin family. If she hadn't been pestering me all the time, I wouldn't have lost a lot of energy to Yan Wen before. That's really great. I happen to have some friendship with Miss Jean. If the three of us work together, I wonder if we have a chance to keep Master Yan's life here? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yan Wen from the corner of his eyes, and a cold air escaped from his pores. You can have a try. The eldest lady of the Jin clan and I don't really hate each other. We are all sons of an aristocratic family of the Tianshu Empire. I believe she will be happy to jointly kill an outsider for the time being. Luo Wu stared at Yan Wen, and a powerful momentum condensed. 3 ancient swords flew out of his fingertips and flew around his body. She refined 3 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords into a concrete magic power, which fused with the 3 finger bones of her right hand, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and each finger was a sword. Her fingers are definitely sharper than tenacity, and heaven and man will die. Luo Wu fought with Jin Ling, which led to a large loss of vitality. Therefore, he suffered a loss in the previous fight with Yan Wen and lost a move. Naturally, he was a little unconvinced. At this moment, her fighting spirit is fully mobilized, and every hair is flowing with flames. Yan Wen frowned slightly and was afraid. If he was surrounded by 3 young people at the same time, even if his cultivation was strong, he might not be able to carry it down. Of course, the most taboo person for him is not Luo Wu, but Ning Xiaochuan. Because he can't see through Ning Xiaochuan. From beginning to end, Ning Xiaochuan was indifferent. The more so, the more afraid Yan Wen was. Yan Wen learned from Dongfeng Xing that Ning Xiaochuan killed Lan Xianzi. In the case of one-on-one, it is difficult for people in the same realm to kill each other, but Ning Xiaochuan did it. This is the most disturbing factor for Yan Wen. What means did Ning Xiaochuan use to kill Lan Xianzi? He was reluctant to fight with Ning Xiaochuan until he knew the reason. What's more, Luo Wu and another young master who didn't show up at the moment, in this case, it was quite detrimental to him. Yan can only lament that the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain has withered, and actually needs to work together to deal with me. In that case, there is no need to continue the war. When the core disciples fight, we will compete again. Yan Wen was afraid of being surrounded by Ning Xiaochuan, Luo Wu and another young master hidden in the dark, and walked very decisively. With a wave of his sleeve, a black ghost car rushed out of the fog. 36 iron chains were tied to the ghost car, which was pulled by 36 winged animal spirits, turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared into the sky in a flash. Unexpectedly, he escaped. An outside disciple of Wanjian Palace said with some regret. Zihanyan shook his head and said, "This person is extremely dangerous. It is the best result to scare him away." Luo Wu nodded and said, "Yan Wen is one of the top 5 heroes of the younger generation of the ghost family. The 2 ghost servants he took in are ghosts of heaven, and he made them black and white impermanents. In my opinion, he came to Tiandi Mountain this time, not really to take the Tianmen exam, but to challenge the crown prince of the emperor and his descendants. He challenges the top powers of the younger generation everywhere, which is to gather momentum. Every time he defeats a top player, his momentum will increase by 1 point. Until his momentum reaches its peak, it is time for him to challenge the crown prince of the emperor and the descendants of the emperor. If we can scare him away, we have broken his previous momentum and let him fall short. For him, this time should be a big blow. I don't know why, he actually chose to retreat." Ning Xiaochuan said, "If the eldest martial sister is in full bloom, how much confidence can she win against him?" Luo Wu thought for a moment and said, "If I want to defeat Yan Wen at the peak of his momentum, my chance is less than 30%. Now, his momentum is frustrated, and I should have a 50% chance to fight him again." When his momentum was frustrated, he could only open 5 to 5, and his cultivation was too strong. Purple cold flu. Luo Wu said, "If he has no other cards, it is almost impossible for him to defeat the crown prince and the descendants of the emperor. Now, he can only try his best to prevent him from entering the top 3. He is sent by the ghost family to test the strength of the disciples of the generation of Tiandi Mountain. If he becomes the top 3, it will be a heavy blow to Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan, Zihanyan, the 3 outer disciples of Wanjian Palace all became dignified. It seems that not only the internal forces of Tiandi Mountain are fighting, but also the young masters sent by other 5 civilization lords have come to Tiandi Mountain. The emergence of Yan Wen is an important signal. Maybe there will be other young talents of the Lord of the 5 civilizations when the core disciple trials are held. Ning Xiaochuan, Luo Wu, you scared Yan Wen away with my name today. You all owe me a favor. In the future, remember to pay it back. Hee hee. The sound of Jin Ling floated from a distance, and the laughter went farther and farther, and finally disappeared completely. She has left. Luo Wu said, Jin Ling has been pestering me since I entered the heaven world, so that I didn't come to you in time, wasting a lot of time. Ning Xiaochuan said, if she entangles you, the masters of the Wang Sun Mansion can safely and boldly get rid of me. According to my understanding of Jin Ling, this should not be her meaning, but the order of the high level of the Wang Sun Mansion. Those aristocratic families and royal families will not give the top 3 places to me, an outsider. Luo Wu's face slightly coagulated, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said solemnly, Ning Xiaochuan, did you really reach the realm of heaven and man? Killed Niao Lanqin? How is it possible? I only have the cultivation of the 4th step of heaven ladder realm. How can I kill Lan Xianzi? Besides, even if I reach heaven and man realm, the combat power of the heart-nourishing master is far inferior to that of the martial friar. With your understanding of Lan Xianzi, I can kill her? Ning Xiaochuan added, this move of Dongfang Xing is really insidious. I want to use the hands of major forces to get rid of me. Now, I'm afraid I've become a person on the list of major forces. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to expose his true cultivation yet, and pushes everything to Dongfang Xing. Only Dongfang Xing and Lu Qingyuan know the true cultivation of Ning Ogawa. Lu Qingyuan was beheaded by Ning Xiaochuan, and he certainly wouldn't tell such a shameful thing. As long as Ning Xiaochuan insists that he has not reached the realm of heaven and man and has not killed Niao Lanqin, who can find out his true cultivation? Luo Wu stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, and carefully investigated Ning Xiaochuan's accomplishments. As expected, it was the 4th step of the ladder of heaven, and did not reach the realm of heaven and man. This result also let her breathe a sigh of relief, think this is normal. If Ning Xiaochuan, in his 20s, not only cultivated into a great spiritual trainer, but also cultivated martial arts to the realm of heaven and man, it would be too rebellious. There can be no such evil human beings in the world. There is still more than half a month before the end of Tianmen examination. Ning Xiaochuan, Luo Wu, and Zihanyan exhausted all their energy and found 7 candidates from Wanjian Palace. With 6 of them, there were only 13 candidates in total. Tomorrow is the time for the end of Tianmen examination. We have tried our best and it's time to go out. Luo Wu said. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, now, let's go to the other end of Tianmen. With 13 of us, the ranking of Wanjian Palace should not be bad in this Tianmen exam. Whether others can pass the Tianmen exam depends on their own ability. Luo Wu said. Holy Land of Tiandi Mountain. A huge light door, suspended in the center of the square, is like a mirror hanging on the sky. Young talents from all over the world, through many tests, finally passed the Tianmen exam and came out of the light door one after another. All young geniuses who come out of the gate of light are filled with excitement on their faces. Going out of the gate of light means that they have become inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain. From then on, he ascended to the sky step by step and became a person respected by all. If the news is sent back to the family, it will certainly cause a sensation in the whole family, and even a sensation in human civilization. It is simply a great event to honor the ancestors. Today is the last day of the Tianmen examination. Some elders of Tiandi Mountain arrived in person, and all gathered in a glazed temple to witness the birth of a new generation of disciples of Tiandi Mountain. Outside the glazed temple, there are also high-level leaders of major forces. For example, Princess Huanhua of Wang Sun's mansion, Lord Mu of the Burning Sword sect, and the 6th and 3rd palace masters of the Wanjian Palace. They are all core disciples of Tiandi Mountain. As core disciples, they actually have quite a lot of energy. None of them is a simple role. Some of them can command a civilization in a word and destroy a civilization in a word. This year, there are so many strong people and so many geniuses. Nearly 3,000 candidates have come out of Tianmen. I remember that there were only more than 1,000 inner disciples in the last year. Princess Huanhua sat on a gorgeous car, holding a golden jade cup in her hand, her red lips slightly opened, and gently drank the spirit tea in the cup. Behind the car of Princess Huanhua, there are more than 300 young heroes sitting, all of whom are practicing with their eyes closed. They are the inner disciples of Wang Sun Fu who passed the Tianmen examination. Qi Xian, who owns the Hell Demon Seed Heart Palace, and Jin Ling, who reached the realm of heaven and man, are among them. This year, the number of newly recruited inner disciples, Wang Sun Fu is the first, far more than other forces. In addition to Wang Sun's mansion, the number of inner disciples of Qiuanzhen Taoist Temple is the largest, with more than 200 people. Qiuanzhen Taoist Temple also ranked second in the competition of the last Tianmen examination. They specially recruit Taoist monks, not martial arts disciples, and have a very strong appeal in Tiandi Mountain. When Qiuanzhen Taoist Temple was the most powerful, it was even able to compete with Wang Suanfu. So far, a total of 156 candidates in Wanjian Palace have passed the Tianmen examination, temporarily ranking 5th in terms of the number of inner gate disciples. In the 3rd place is the Shintong Hall, with a total of 169 inner disciples. In the 4th place is the Demon Moon Palace, with a total of 158 inner disciples. It can be said that in addition to Wang Sun's mansion, the 2nd place Qiuanzhen Taoist Temple, the 3rd place Shintong Temple, the 4th place Demon Moon Palace, the 5th place Wanjian Palace, and the 6th place Burning Sword sect are not far behind. All the monks recruited by Qiuanzhen Taoist Temple are Taoist monks. In the Shintong Hall, all the monks recruited are martial monks. Demon Moon Palace, all the recruits are female disciples. The main disciples of Wanjian Palace and Burning Sword sect are all sword practitioners. Of course, they will also recruit some Taoist monks and martial artists. It is precisely because these forces in front have clear positioning that they can develop and become strong enough to dominate Tiandi Mountain. Those who come to Tiandi Mountain to worship their masters naturally cannot directly worship Tiandi Mountain. If they want to learn Taoism, their first choice is the Qiuanzhen Taoist Temple. Because you can get the best guidance of Taoism in Qiuanzhen Taoist Temple, and you will have a great opportunity to become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain in the future. If you want to cultivate martial arts, the first choice is the Shintong Temple. Because the martial cultivation of the Shintong Temple is the most powerful. If you want to practice Kendo, you naturally have to choose Wanjian Palace or Burning Sword sect. So far, Wanjian Palace has 6 more disciples than the inner disciples of the Burning Sword sect, ranking 5th. Master Mu's face was naturally quite ugly, and he said in a strange way, "This session is indeed a large number of strong men, and several black horses have emerged. For example, Ning Xiaochuan of the Wanjian Palace. I heard that he is not only a great heart healer, but also reached the realm of heaven and man, killing Nia Lanxin, the first genius of the Demon Moon Palace. It's really admirable." The 6th palace master of Wanjian Palace smiled faintly. "That's just one side of your Dongfang Xing of the Burning Sword sect. I've checked Ning Xiaochuan's accomplishments personally. There is only the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven, and it's impossible to kill Nia Lanxin. Lord Mu sneered. Dong Feng Xing saw it with his own eyes. Can it be false? With the strength of your Wanjian Palace, I'm afraid that this session will compete with the Demon Moon Palace to become the fourth of this session. Congratulations in advance. A young palace master of the Demon Moon Palace was on the spot, and his face was a little gloomy. She also heard that Niao Lanxin was killed by Ning Xiaochuan. Although the news has not been confirmed yet, Niao Lanxin has not come out of the heaven world until now. I'm afraid he has really been killed. Niao Lanxin worshipped at the door of the Demon Moon Palace and was the first person of the younger generation of the Demon Moon Palace. If she is killed, it will be a heavy blow to the Demon Moon Palace. When Lord Mu raised the matter, naturally, all the disciples of the Demon Moon Palace hated Wanjian Palace, and invisibly made a great enemy to Wanjian Palace. Even if Wanjian Palace rises in the ranking of this Tianmen examination, it will definitely be hostile to the Demon Moon Palace and the Burning Sword sect in the future, which will be quite detrimental to the members of Wanjian Palace. It's not too late to draw a conclusion until Ning Xiaochuan comes out. Besides, even if Ning Xiaochuan really killed Niao Lanxin during the Tianmen exam, he can't blame anyone. The Tianmen exam is so cruel. The master of the three palaces of Wanjian Palace is not angry and self-threatening. When the big men of the major forces were fighting openly and secretly, a thin figure stood in the camp of the Demon Moon Palace, looking a little sad. She tightly pursed her lips, her eyes full of worry, and at the same time, she was particularly afraid. Is it? Has the little Marquis really killed her sister? Niao Lanji can't accept this fact. She understands the gratitude and resentment between the little Marquis and her sister, but the little Marquis really killed her sister. Do you want to avenge her sister? How to face the little Marquis in the future? Her heart is constantly struggling, praying in her heart that her sister is still alive. God, why do you have to let the little Marquis fight with her sister for life and death? Do you really want to live and die one by one? I beg you, please, let go of my sister and the little Marquis, even if I die. Everything is not true, not true. There are 3,000 tickets. Add another chapter. Someone came out of the gate of heaven again. A sound sounded. It is getting closer to the end of the exam, and the gap between the top forces is not large. Therefore, everyone is very concerned about which camp of candidates are coming out of Tianmen. Luo Dance took the lead in walking out of the gate of heaven, and then the 13 examiners of Wanjian Palace came out of the gate of heaven one after another. With the addition of 13 inner disciples, the number of new inner disciples in the Wanjian Palace this year reached 169, as many as the third-ranked Shintong Temple. The two palace masters of Wanjian Palace and the inner disciples who passed the Tianmen exam were very excited and surrounded Luo Wu, Ning Xiaochuan and others in the center. On the contrary, the monks of the Burning Sword sect looked even worse, and the gap between them and the Wanjian Palace was even greater. Lord Mu snorted coldly, suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, Ning Xiaochuan, you finally came out. You are worthy of being the first master of Wanjian Palace. Should you tell everyone your true cultivation now? Ning Xiaochuan stared at sect leader Mu, and could feel the powerful momentum emanating from the other party, but he remained calm, saying, Lord, the first master of the young generation of Wanjian Palace is Elder Martial Sister Wu, not me. As for my true cultivation, can't you see my cultivation level based on the cultivation of sect leader? The young leader of the Demon Moon Palace flew up and fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan. She was wearing a white Taoist robe, and her beauty was only medium, but her cultivation seemed to be a little stronger than that of the wooden patriarch. Ning Xiaochuan, someone said that you killed Niao Lanxin, the first master of the younger generation of Demon Moon Palace, but is it true? The young leader of the Demon Moon Palace asked. Before Ning Xiaochuan spoke, the two palace masters of Wanjian Palace stood out and stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan. The sixth palace master stared at the young palace master of the Demon Moon Palace and said, "Qin Yu, the Tianmen exam is originally a test of life and death. Each one has his destiny. Even if there are disciples in your Demon Moon Palace who died in the Tianmen exam, they can't blame anyone." Qin Yu is the name of the young palace master of the Demon Moon Palace. The lord of Qin Yu Palace said coldly, "I just asked him whether he killed or not, and I didn't say that I wanted him to pay for his life. If he didn't dare to answer, naturally I wouldn't force him." Masters of other forces stood aside to watch the excitement. Especially the people of the Burning Sword sect are very happy to see the current situation. If the Wanjian Palace and the Demon Moon Palace completely tear their faces, it would be best. Ning Xiaochuan felt a pair of hot eyes staring at him. He looked at those eyes and happened to see Niao Longji in the crowd. Tears hung on her eyes, so pitiful that shell teeth almost bit her lips. It can be imagined how sad she was when she learned that her own sister died in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. It was absolutely painful. Everyone has relatives, and no one wants their relatives to die, not to mention that Niao Longqin is still her only relative, not to mention that Niao Longqin died in the hands of her favorite little marquis. Now she can be called life is worse than death. Fanned by the Burning Sword sect, the Wanjian Palace and the Demon Moon Palace broke up completely, and the two forces were almost ready to fight. "Stop arguing!" Ning Xiaochuan roared. The members of Wanjian Palace and Demon Moon Palace all quieted down, and hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan. The master of the three palaces stood beside Ning Xiaochuan and intended to protect Ning Xiaochuan from being plotted by the members of the angry Demon Moon Palace. "Ogawa, don't say anything now, lest the contradiction be intensified, and don't let the villains of the Burning Sword sect take advantage." The lord of the three palaces secretly sent a message to Ning Xiaochuan to keep his mind. At this time it's best not to say anything. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head at the master of the three palaces, walked to the master of the Demon Moon Palace Qin Yu, bowed slightly and said, "Master Qin Yu, dare you ask who you are listening to the rumor that I killed the Orchid Fairy?" Qin Yu's palace leader didn't have a good face for Ning Xiaochuan, and said coldly, "This is what Dong Fangxing of the Burning Sword sect said." "Can it be a rumor?" Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Dong Fangxing standing in the distance and said, "Of course it's a rumor, because the Orchid Fairy is not dead at all." "What? How can it be? I saw you kill Lan Xianzi with my own eyes. Can it be false?" "Ning Xiaochuan, don't hide. The east wins the way of deep voice." Ning Xiaochuan walked towards Dong Fangxing and said, "I'm just a monk in the fourth step of heaven ladder. Where can I kill Fairy Lan?" "Brother Dongfang, even if you want to plant me, you have to be convincing." "I planted you. You obviously hide your accomplishments and still want to sophistry?" Dong Fangxing suddenly felt something bad after seeing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. "Is it you who sophisticate?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Enough." Qin Yu's palace leader snapped, which was like a tyrannosaurus roaring, completely covering up the voices of Dong Fangxing and Ning Xiaochuan. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Since you claim that Niao Longqin is not dead, where is she now?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Lan Xianzi was seriously injured by Dong Fangxing's sneak attack. The younger generation has taken Lan Xianzi into the heart-nourishing tripod and is healing her." Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to say that Niao Longqin was still alive, but he couldn't bear to see that Niao Longji was so sad. "Finally, tell a lie." Boom. Ning Xiaochuan's words really caused great repercussions. Everyone's eyes looked at Dong Fangxing at the same time. Dong Fangxing's face changed greatly, pointed to Ning Xiaochuan and said, He's full of lies. It's certainly not true. Lan Xianzi has been killed by him. I saw it with my own eyes. He even planted me. It's unreasonable." Dong Fangxing was extremely angry, gathered all his strength, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan with one palm. Before he got close to Ning Xiaochuan, he was dragged back by Lord Mu. Lord Mu immediately sent a message to him, saying, "Don't be impulsive, don't be irritated by Ning Xiaochuan, or you will really fall into his trap." Dongfang Xing also immediately woke up. He was stunned by Ning Xiaochuan's anger just now. If he really slapped Ning Xiaochuan, even if he was reasonable all over, he would become the one who didn't. After seeing this scene, Ning Xiaochuan continued, Dongfang Xing coveted the beauty of Lan Xianzi, and attacked Lan Xianzi secretly and seriously, trying to belittle Lan Xianzi. However, his cultivation was far inferior to Lan Xianzi, and Lan Xianzi still injured him in the case of serious injury. I happened to pass by at that time, so when I saw injustice, I pulled out my knife to help him, and went to scold him. Unexpectedly, just because of this, he actually held a grudge and wronged me. It's shameless. Those disciples of Wanjian Palace were immediately happy. Yu Mingsong jumped out first, patted Dongfang Xing on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Brother, you are also a genius rarely seen in 800 years. How can your character be so inferior? Even if you are lecherous, you unexpectedly attack your fellow disciples behind your back. It's nothing to attack behind your back, but you are naturally narrow-minded. Even if you are narrow-minded, you unexpectedly plant it on others." Alas! Those female disciples of the Demon Moon Palace became indignant. If they were not stopped by the Lord of the Qin Moon Palace, I'm afraid they had all shot at the same time to break Dongfang Xing to pieces. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, everyone felt that Dongfang Xing was simply a despicable Lei Ran, and Ning Xiaochuan became a spiritual trainer who practices medicine in the world. Not only the disciples of Wanjian Palace and Demon Moon Palace, but also those disciples of the Burning Sword sect stared at Dongfang Xing with strange eyes. Dongfang Xing was really going to vomit blood with anger, and said, gnashing his teeth, "Ning Xiaochuan, you claim that Lan Xianzi is not dead. Dare you invite Lan Xianzi out and let her tell you the truth?" Dongfang Xing is sure that Niao Lanqin has been killed by Ning Xiaochuan, so he has no fear in his heart. As long as Ning Xiaochuan can't hand over the living Niao Lanqin, his lie will be exposed immediately. At that time, he will die even worse. Ning Xiaochuan said, "No. Now is the critical moment to heal Lan Xianzi. If she comes out of the heart-nourishing tripod, I'm afraid it will aggravate her injury." Haha. I see you are lying from beginning to end. Lan Xianzi has clearly been killed by you. Do you still want to hide it? Dongfang Xing laughed. The Lord of Qin Yu Palace and the female disciples of Demon Yu Palace all stared at Ning Xiaochuan. If they were not sure that Niao Lanqin was really alive, they could not rest assured. Qin Yu's eyes softened and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you rescue Lan Xian. On behalf of Demon Moon Palace, I'm grateful to you. But whether Lan Xian is alive or dead, just listen to your one-sided words. I'm afraid everyone can't completely believe it." Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "Okay. But Lan Xianzi was really badly injured. Now I just cured her external injury, and the internal injury is still in recuperation. It doesn't matter. We just want to make sure whether she is still alive. If she is still alive, naturally, she will continue to be handed over to you for further treatment." The main road of Qin Yu Palace. Dongfang Xing is also nervous. Why is Ning Xiaochuan so sure? Is Niao Lanqin really not dead? Ning Xiaochuan called the heart-nourishing tripod out of his heart, turned it into a 9-meter-high tripod, and stood on the square. He stood beside the tripod, and everyone retreated one after another. Ning Xiaochuan's hands were slightly lifted up, and a jade crystal ice coffin slowly flew out of the heart-nourishing tripod and gently fell to the ground. The jade crystal ice coffin was wrapped by colorful dark light, and a faint fragrance of medicine was emitted from the coffin. Ning Xiaochuan explained, this jade crystal ice coffin was found in an ancient cave, which contained strong life power. Therefore, I put Orchid Fairy into the jade crystal ice coffin, and wanted to help her heal with the power of the ice coffin. The Lord of Qinyu Palace gently nodded, and indeed felt the powerful power of life on the jade crystal ice coffin, which is definitely a treasure for healing. It's just that a coffin is really unlucky. Ning Xiaochuan opened the lid of the jade crystal ice coffin, and Niao Lanqin was indeed lying inside, like sleeping with his eyes closed. At this moment, many people craned their necks and looked into the ice coffin, wondering whether Fairy Lan was alive or dead. The Lord of Qinyu Palace immediately walked over, pinched Niao Lanqin's left wrist between his fingers, and probed with Tianwu vitality. Sure enough, he found that Niao Lanqin was seriously wounded by the sword, but he was still alive and not dead. Qinyu Palace Master finally breathed a sigh of relief. A genius like Niao Lanqin is too precious. His future achievements are unlimited. If he falls, it will definitely be a huge loss for the Demon Moon Palace. Seeing that she was still alive, the leader of Qinyu's palace felt a little sorry. Listening to Dongfeng Xing's words before, I almost wronged a good man. Lan Xian, can you hear me? The Lord of Qinyu Palace whispered. In the jade crystal ice coffin, Queen Wanyin's eyes opened, revealing a pair of dark and beautiful pupils, with a soft voice, saying, "Palace Master, my injury has stabilized, and it's okay." Seeing that she was really alive, the Lord of Qinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, "Then continue to recuperate. When your injury recovers, I will pick you up again to the Demon Moon Palace." After saying this, the Lord of Qinyu Palace put her hand back to the jade crystal ice coffin. Just when Queen Wan Yinxian opened her eyes just now, Ning Xiaochuan clearly saw her eyes. Suddenly, she felt that her eyes were a little different from those when she saw her twice before. Instead, there were some eyes like Niao Lanqin. How could this happen? Ning Xiaochuan thought she was dazzled. When she looked inside the jade crystal ice coffin again, she had closed her eyes, and the Lord of Qinyu Palace covered the coffin again. The mysterious qi of the Lord of Qinyu Palace was wrapped by a layer of light and fog. He walked to Ning Xiaochuan and said with a little apology, "Ning Xiaochuan, thank you again for your help to our Demon Moon Palace. This time, you saved Lan Xian, and our Demon Moon Palace owes you a favor. In the future, if you are in trouble, our Demon Moon Palace will help you." The Palace Master is serious. Lan Xianzi and I are the same sect. It's also a matter of mutual help. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the jade crystal ice coffin, still thinking about the eyes he just saw, and always felt something was wrong, which was so much like Niao Lanqin. In the end, the temperament of Queen Wan Yinxian has changed. Or is Niao Lanqin not dead at all? The third palace master and the sixth palace master of Wanjian Palace looked at each other. They were also happy to see the current situation, smiled, and walked towards the Lord of Qinyu Palace at the same time. The master of the 6 palaces said, "Qinyu, now the truth of the matter has been found out. How can we Wanjian Palace kill the same door? Our Wanjian Palace and Demon Moon Palace have always been friends, known as the second of the 3 palaces of Tiandi Mountain. Don't hurt the peace because of this." Everyone could hear the implication in the words of the 6th palace master, and they all saw their eyes staring at Dongfeng Xing. Dongfeng Xing's face had already become extremely pale. He clenched his fist tightly and kept saying, "How can this happen? Impossible, impossible." At this moment, it can't help that the members of Wanjian Palace and Demon Moon Palace don't believe him. Even the friars of the sword-burning sect doubt his character. The Lord of Qinyu Palace stared deeply at the Wood Lord of the Burning Sword sect and said, "Although it's a fight between life and death in the Tianmen exam, each of you has his own destiny. However, your so-called genius who is difficult to meet in 800 years of the Burning Sword sect is too mean. This account, our Demon Moon Palace will slowly settle with you in the future." Those female disciples of the Demon Moon Palace also stared at Dongfang Xing with disdainful eyes. For such people, we must stay away from them in the future. It can be predicted that in the future, the relationship between the Demon Moon Palace and the Burning Sword sect will definitely be hostile, which is definitely a good thing for the Wanjian Palace. Lord Mu took a deep look at Dongfang Xing, shook his head, sighed, and left. In the camp of Wang Sun's mansion, Princess Huanhua sat on the ancient car and stared at the farce in the distance. A smile appeared on her face and said, "What do you think of this?" The crown prince of the emperor, wearing a dragon-patterned gold armor and carrying his hands, was dignified and stood beside the ancient car, saying, "Although Dongfang Xing is not a powerful role, he must be extraordinary if he can cultivate to heaven and man at a young age. If he really wanted to blame Ning Xiaochuan, he would not make such a low-level mistake." "Oh. What do you mean, if Dongfang wins, 10 of them are true? Then why is Niao Lanqin still alive? Why does Ning Xiaochuan only have the cultivation of the 4th step of the ladder of heaven?" Huanhua Princess said curiously. The crown prince's eyes were deep, and he seemed to be able to see through the void, saying, "I don't know the reason. However, this is also the strength of Ning Xiaochuan. If this person can't be used by our royal family, it's better to get rid of it as soon as possible." Huanhua Princess said, "Your evaluation of him is too high. I never overestimate a person, nor underestimate a person. However, his cultivation is not high now, and he really does not reach the realm of heaven and man." The crown prince said calmly, neither arrogant nor impetuous, without any mood fluctuations. Princess Huanhua frowned slightly. She knew her brother very well. She was far more intelligent and spiritual than other monks. Since he said that Ning Xiaochuan is a powerful person, then, Ning Xiaochuan is certainly not simple. Even if it doesn't grow up, it is also a threat. If you can get rid of it as soon as possible, it's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. The Tianmen exam is finally over. A total of 3,157 candidates passed the Tianmen examination and became inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain. Since the establishment of Tiandi Mountain, this is the largest number of inner sect disciples. There are 169 new inner disciples in Wanjian Palace. In terms of the number of new inner disciples, it ranks third side by side with the Shintong Hall. The first is Wangsun Mansion, and the second is Chuanjin Taoist Temple. Of course, it is not possible to rank the major forces now, because there is also the selection of core disciples behind. The number of core disciples and the ranking of core disciples will affect the final ranking of Wanjian Palace among the major forces. The selection of core disciples is quite demanding. In the last session, more than 1,000 candidates became inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain, but there were only more than 40 core disciples. This year, there are many geniuses and masters. A total of more than 3,000 candidates have become inner disciples. However, according to the high-level estimates of the major forces, the number of core disciples that can be selected is about 100. This is far more than the past. Last time, only 2 core disciples were born in Wanjian Palace, namely, the current 6 palace masters and 7 palace masters. In the Holy Land of Tiandi Mountain, there is also a Taoist temple opened by Wanjian Palace. At this moment, all the young monks who passed the Tianmen examination gathered in the Taoist field of Wanjian Palace, and everyone was excited, because they are now the inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain. Today, there are still only 3 palace masters present, the 2nd palace master, the 3rd palace master and the 6th palace master. The master of the 3 palaces looked very happy and said, "This year's Tianmen examination, we have added 169 inner disciples in Wanjian Palace. After the selection of core disciples, you can officially enter the Holy Land to practice. In the future, you will have fewer and fewer opportunities to return to Wanjian Palace. However, everyone must remember that you are members of Wanjian Palace. Only by holding together, helping and supporting each other, can you get more cultivation resources in the cultivation territory of Tiandi Mountain and not be bullied by other monks. Of course, the Tianmen exam is over. Next is the more brutal selection of core disciples, which will test your talents and accomplishments. I hope you can have a few more core disciples to compete for more glory for Wanjian Palace. Hanli, a bald man, roared and said, "Don't worry, master, I will become a core disciple and strive to be the 10th master of Wanjian Palace." Yu Mingsong coughed twice and said, "Old Han, why are you so unattractive? Now there are only 7 palace masters in Wanjian Palace, why do you have to get an 8th palace master?" Hanli laughed and said, "With elder martial sister Wu and younger martial brother Ning, which round will I be the 8th leader?" Hey. Being the 10th palace master is all bragging. If I can become an elder, I will be satisfied. The master of the 3 palaces said, "Everyone is an inner disciple now. It's just to practice hard. If you really have that strength, you will have a full chance to become the leader of the Wanjian Palace in the future. However, you should first become a core disciple." Everyone goes down to prepare for the selection competition of core disciples. Ning Xiaochuan, you stay. Everyone left the elder hall, and only Ning Xiaochuan stayed. The faces of the 3 palace masters became dignified, as if they had something to say to Ning Xiaochuan. Before the 3 palace masters spoke, Ning Ogawa first said, "Master, 2 palace masters, I decided to give up participating in the selection competition of core disciples." The 3 palace masters were all slightly stunned, but immediately they all showed a relieved look. "Xiaochuan, Master Wei was about to tell you this, but it was hard to say. Originally, the leader immortal had promised to make an exception to give you a place in the top 3, but something unexpected happened." The second palace leader said with some shame. Ning Xiaochuan wrote, "I know that this Tianmen examination, with the participation of the top talents of other 5-level civilization lords, if I make an exception to become the top 3, I will definitely attract criticism from other 5-level civilization lords, saying that the way we choose disciples in Tiandi Mountain is unfair, which will damage the reputation of Tiandi Mountain. I also take this into account, so I took the initiative to withdraw from the selection competition of core disciples, which will not make it difficult for teachers and leaders to do." The second palace master looked pleased and said, "Is there only one reason?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Although the disciples have some talents in the cultivation of heart cultivators, the cultivation of martial arts is not top-notch. Even if they compete with them with martial arts, it will never be good. Instead, why should they participate in the selection of core disciples? It's just a waste of time." The second palace master nodded again and said with a smile, "It's really gratifying for me to think so about being a teacher and teaching Real people. Don't worry, the top 3 can't be given to you directly, but a number of core disciples as a teacher can definitely help you get them. Secondly, as a compensation for you, what reward do the top 3 disciples get? As a teacher, I will give you the same reward. I will never treat you badly. What do you think?" "Thank you, Master." Ning Xiaochuan wrote. The master of the second palace said, "The core disciple selection competition will go through the preliminary competition, the final competition and the top 3 competition, which will last for nearly half a year. In this half a year, everyone will stay in the Holy Land until the end of the competition. Since you don't want to participate in the core disciple selection competition, then as a teacher, I will take you to Baichaoyuan, where there are many powerful heart trainers, which can be called the Holy Land of Heart Trainers, and it should be of great help to you." Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "Master, disciples don't want to go to the herbal garden. Although I don't want to participate in the selection competition of core disciples, I have friends who want to participate in the competition. I want to cheer them on. Besides, Lan Xianzi's injury hasn't healed yet. I want to stay in the Daochang of Wanjian Palace and help her heal her injury first." The second palace master nodded and said, well, you can leave the Taoist field of Wanjian Palace and go to see more of the young generation of strong people fighting, which is also good for your martial arts cultivation. Remember the words of the master. If you want to become a great heart-nourishing teacher, you must not only know how to refine medicine, but also be strong in cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan did not participate in the selection of core disciples, naturally for his reasons. First of all, he can directly become a core disciple without participating in the core disciple selection competition. In that case, why do you have to participate in dispensable competitions and waste training time? Second, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to expose his accomplishments yet. Once the cultivation is exposed, there will be hundreds of harm but no benefit. Third, Ning Xiaochuan now has 9 flower nectar, and plans to take advantage of everyone's busy with the competition of core disciples to cultivate himself and take this opportunity to impact the realm of heaven and man. If you can practice the supreme body successfully, it's the best. Only when one's cultivation is really strong can one compete with others. The false reputation of the top 3 can be, or not. Because Ning Xiaochuan doesn't need the cultivation and rewards that the top 3 can get. What pill is better than 9 flower nectar? What martial arts sutra is comparable to the Annihilation Sutra and the Heaven and Earth Sutra? What kind of soldiers can compete with magic sword and Tiandi blade? Ning Xiaochuan doesn't need the reward of Tiandi Mountain at all, and he doesn't care about those false names at all. The practical practice is the main thing. Originally, I promised Ning Xiaochuan to make him the top 3 of this year, but I didn't do it. The second palace master felt that he was treating Ning Xiaochuan badly, so he arranged a spiritual place in the Taoist field of Wanjian Palace, which was specially given to Ning Xiaochuan to live temporarily for alchemy and cultivation. You know, this is a sacred place, where every inch of land is worth every inch of money. After the core disciple selection competition, if you want to continue to cultivate in the Holy Land, you must pay a huge amount of xianshi, or go out to do tasks for Tiandi Mountain and accumulate meritorious values. Exchange merit for the right to continue cultivation in the Holy Land. If you want to occupy a spiritual place in the Holy Land of Tiandi Mountain, you need to pay a lot of merit. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't need to pay meritorious service now, because this is the place arranged by the second palace master for him. Who dares to say no? In Wanjian Palace, only elders are qualified to live in the spiritual land for a short time. Ning Xiaochuan is the first exception. The so-called spiritual place is the place where spiritual acupoints and earth veins gather, and it is an excellent place for cultivation. Those legendary masters, when opening up caves, generally have to look for spiritual places in order to establish a real blessed place. The spiritual land in Tiandi Mountain is more wonderful than that in other places. It is not only the convergence of spiritual acupoints and earth veins, but also condenses the Taoist meaning left by the sages. Practicing in such a spiritual place is also of great help to enlightenment. There are 4 spiritual places in the Taoist field of Wanjian Palace. Ning Xiaochuan now lives in a spiritual place called Mingjianqi. The environment of Mingjianqi is very elegant. It covers an area as large as a small courtyard, with galleries and pavilions built. In the garden, there are many wonderful flowers and plants, which are colorful, all of which are mysterious drugs of high grade. In the center of the garden, there is a pool integrated with Lingquan. It is foggy, and the sound of the water is sweet. In the pool, there is a semi-strange medicine, like a white peony suspended on the water. It is said that this spiritual place is the scholar of 10,000 swords, the founder of 10,000 Swords Palace, which was opened up thousands of years ago. Wanjian scholar washed his sword with the water in the pool. He washed his sword every time he killed someone. Over time, the water in the pool became contaminated with the spirit of the sword and turned into a spiritual place, leaving the Taoist meaning of the scholar of 10,000 swords. For thousands of years, several disciples of Wanjian Palace have practiced by the pool and understood the supreme kendo. It's great that there is such a place suitable for cultivation in the world. Standing by the Mingjian pool, Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel the strength of the kendo around him. Every drop of pool water is like a liquid sword. He was sure that there must have been a great hero who had practiced here and left a strong sense of Tao that had not dissipated for thousands of years. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the jade crystal ice coffin, put it by the pool, and slowly opened the lid of the coffin. The look in the eyes of Queen Wanyin made Ning Xiaochuan feel uneasy all the time. Therefore, as soon as he arrived at Daming Sword Pool, he immediately took out the jade crystal ice coffin. The Queen of 10,000 Sounds still lies quietly in the coffin, her eyes slightly closed, revealing slender and curved eyelashes. Each hair is slender and soft, and the position of her chest is very full and mellow, like a beautiful fairy is sleeping. Senior. Ning Xiaochuan's tentative way. Her breath was steady, and the dark light on her skin flowed. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of bright pupils, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you don't have to test me. I'm not the Queen of 10,000 Sounds. I don't know if this result will disappoint you." She didn't give up at all, because she knew that since Ning Xiaochuan had discovered it, it was definitely impossible to hide it from him. "Niao Lanqin, it's really you." Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm and said, "No, I clearly remember that your life has been cut off. How can you live again?" Niao Lanqin sat up from the coffin, a pair of snow-white jade hands, pinched in the position of dantian, adjusted his breath for himself, and said, "Yes. I have indeed died once, and even the inborn double gods have not saved my life. However, I didn't expect that the ghost of Queen Wanyin could integrate with the body and kill against the sky. When she took her life against the sky, the depths of the jade crystal body stimulated strong vitality, and the double gods finally revived, giving me a new life." Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized, the soul can be destroyed, and the wisdom of God will not die. Once others die, the soul will fly out of the body and separate from the body. However, Niao Lanqin has a natural divine wisdom, and his soul has long been integrated with his divine wisdom. Even if his body dies, his soul will not fly away from his body. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's not right. Why is the repair of Queen Wanyin so powerful? How can you rob your body?" Niao Lanqin sat in the jade crystal ice coffin, with a slight arc on the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "Queen Wanyin's cultivation is indeed strong, but I don't know why, her soul can only appear at night, and disappear without a trace during the day. I guess her soul should have been cursed, and she can't see light forever." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. The ghost of the Queen of 10,000 Tones really won't appear during the day. Niao Lanqin didn't lie about this. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, "That is to say, only during the day can you get the right to control your body?" Niao Lanqin came out of the jade crystal ice coffin, and the jade body was wrapped in colorful brilliance. Every inch of skin was like ice-carved jade. Looking at the clear water in the pool, his beautiful eyes were picturesque, and he said, "Ning Xiaochuan, the gratitude and resentment between us have been written off from now on. What do you think?" Ning Xiaochuan carried his hands on his back and stared at the pool water, saying, "I killed you once, but you don't plan to retaliate?" Originally, Ning Xiaochuan was ready to fight with Niao Lanqin again, but she actually put it down first, which naturally surprised Ning Xiaochuan. Put yourself in another position and think about it. If Ning Xiaochuan is killed by Niao Lanqin, then he will come back to life by chance. Will Ning Xiaochuan reconcile with Niao Lanqin? This is impossible. Niao Lanqin took a deep breath, as if he had seen through Ning Xiaochuan's mind, and said, "When a person dies once, there will always be some changes in the way he thinks about problems. First of all, I have no conflict of interest with you, so I don't have to continue fighting. Secondly, in Tiandi Mountain, those ancient tribes and aristocratic families are too powerful. You and I are weak and need allies. If we can cooperate, our strength will be stronger. Third, when you kill me, I don't owe you anything. On the contrary, you owe me more. So, I am qualified to negotiate with you. From then on, the previous gratitude and resentment will be written off? Ning Xiaochuan said, it's rare that you can think about it, and I promise you. In the future, as long as you don't harm me and my friends first, I'm willing to put down my previous gratitude and resentment. But I have one more condition. Niao Lan thought. You say. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Lan said, in the future, you are not allowed to associate with Lanji. Even if she takes the initiative to find you, you must not become a Taoist companion with her. Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised and said with a smile, why do you always object to my association with your sister? With my talent, don't you deserve her? If you have a brother, naturally, you will not allow a woman who has slept with you to become a Taoist partner with him. Niao Lan said calmly. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows were slightly raised. Unexpectedly, after dying once, Niao Lanqin changed so much. What once made her unbearable to look back on, now, she can actually say it frankly, and there is no trace of emotional fluctuations. This state of mind has been raised to a new level. If she is really Ning Xiaochuan's enemy, she will definitely give Ning Xiaochuan a headache. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, only this reason? Don't you think it's enough? Niao Lan thought. Enough. Ning Xiaochuan said, the previous gratitude and resentment will be written off from now on, and I will also agree to your request. I will never marry Lanji. Of course, if she comes to me on her own initiative, it's none of my business. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan finished speaking, an inner disciple of Wanjian Palace entered Mingjian Pool. From a distance, he saw Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqin standing by the pool. Younger martial brother Ning is worthy of being a genius spiritual trainer that can't be met for thousands of years. It's enviable that he can make friends with Orchid Fairy. This inner disciple muttered. He just glanced at Niao Lanqin from a distance, and there was a kind of amazing feeling. He was worthy of being called the fairy of the young generation, which was not comparable to other nuns. Younger martial brother Ning, there is a younger martial sister named Niao Lanji outside who wants to see you. This inner disciple called. Everyone knows that Ning Xiaochuan is a personal disciple of the second palace master and has a high status. Becoming a core disciple is a matter of nails on the iron plate. Although this inner disciple has lived for more than 100 years and reached the first level of heaven and man, he is still very kind to Ning Xiaochuan and intends to make friends with Ning Xiaochuan, so he came to report this matter in person. Come on. Your sister really took the initiative to come to the door, which can't blame me. Ning Xiaochuan smiled at Niao Lanqin and walked towards the inner disciple, surnamed Zhao. Niao Lanji waited outside the dojo of Wanjian Palace, gently pursed her lips, looking a little nervous. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming in, she immediately welcomed him. Little Marquis, I want to see my sister. Niao Lanji's cultivation has reached the 5th step of the ladder of heaven, but after seeing Ning Xiaochuan, he is still very nervous, and a blush appears on his face. Come with me, I'll take you to see her. Ning Xiaochuan took Niao Lanji into the Wanjian Palace, which naturally attracted the attention of many martial brothers. Many people sighed, elder martial brother Ning's womanhood is so good that people envy him. That is, younger martial sister Zi fell in love with him, saved Lang Xianzi, and now there is another confidant. It is estimated that the genius heroes of the whole Tiandi Mountain are jealous of elder martial brother Ning. It is Lan Xianzi who has the chance to save beauty. If brother Ning can get the favor of Lan Xianzi, it is estimated that many people will commit suicide. No way. Who is senior brother Ning? Although he is not the king of the young generation, his future performance will never be lower than those of the young generation. If I were a woman, I would also like to be senior brother Ning's confidant, and maybe I could get free Shandan. It's strange to look up to you with elder martial brother Ning's eyes, just because of your promise. Haha. It's the end of the month. Old Nine is also cheeky, asking for monthly tickets. Haha. Niao Longji followed Ning Xiaochuan and walked into the Daocheng of Wanjian Palace. She kept her head down and stopped talking for several times. Finally, she summoned up her courage and said, "Little Marquis, thank you for saving my sister. Have you and my sister put down your gratitude and resentment?" "Yes." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Longji's heart was happy, and the big stone hanging in his heart finally fell. After Niao Longji saw Niao Longqin, Ning Xiaochuan quietly left, walked into a room beside Mingjian Pool and began to practice. As for what Niao Shuangshu wanted to talk about, he was not interested in knowing. It was not until late afternoon that Niao Longqin asked Niao Longji to leave the dojo of Wanjian Palace. "Sister, your injury has almost healed. Don't you join me in the Demon Moon Palace?" Niao Longji's fingers gently pulled at the corners of her clothes and stared at her sister with confused eyes. Niao Longqin said faintly, "Go back first. Tell the palace master that my injury has not fully recovered. I want to stay in Wanjian Palace and continue to receive Ning Xiaochuan's treatment. I will participate in the selection competition of core disciples, so that she can rest assured. In the evening, this body will be controlled by Queen Wannixian." Niao Longqin naturally couldn't leave Wanjian Palace and wanted to stay with Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, she can only use this reason to support Niao Longji. Niao Longji hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister, you can't be like the little Marquis?" Niao Longqin stared at her deeply and said, "Yes. I've fallen in love with Ning Xiaochuan. You can leave. You'd better remember that he's your brother-in-law now. Don't go to him again if you have nothing to do, so as not to make me unhappy." Cough. Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice, walked over and said, "Longji, I'll see you out." Niao Longji looked at her sister and the little Marquis. Her heart was both happy and very bitter, and she nodded gently. After sending Niao Longji out, Ning Xiaochuan didn't immediately return to Mingjianqi, but went to the gathering place of those talented heroes in Yulan Empire. This time, with the help of Shui Lingxiu, there were 12 young talents in Yulan Empire who became inner disciples, which was a great force. Yusasai and Ning Shiner are both among them. The young talents of Yulan Empire temporarily live in a cave at the foot of Tiandi Mountain. Other young talents who have passed the Tianmen examination also mostly live at the foot of the mountain, and not everyone can establish a ashram in the Holy Land. Ning Xiaochuan first met with the master of the school palace, and then rushed to see Yusasai and Ning Shiner. "Brother." After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Shiner immediately rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's arms and held Ning Xiaochuan's neck in her arms. "How old are you? Do you want a hug?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart was also extraordinarily warm. Finally, he saw his relatives again, and even his eyes were a little moist. Although he practiced the way of destroying the world, his heart was not cold. Ning Shiner loosened Ning Xiaochuan's neck, red eyes, and said, "You've been away for so long, and you're not allowed to be hugged? Then hug again. My sister is so beautiful, and my brother misses her very much." Ning Xiaochuan holds Ning Shiner in her arms again. After arriving at Tiandi Mountain, Yusasai has been with Ning Shiner. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Shiner embracing each other, she said with some displeasure, "Ning Xiaochuan, are you deliberately angry with me? What's the matter?" Ning Xiaochuan let Ning Shiner go and walked to Yusasai. Royal Sissy said, "I ask you, why do you want to save Niao Longqin? Are you interested in her?" "Is not to save a person." Ning Xiaochuan rode. But Xiner said, "She is your enemy." Royal Sissy stared a pair of round eyes, with a sense of crisis in her heart, and said, "And moreover, she is more beautiful than me, and her talent is higher than me. Won't you empathize, and don't you love?" Ning Xiaochuan hugged Yusasai's soft body in his arms, and said with a smile, "Nothing. In my eyes, you are more beautiful than her. I lie with my eyes open and like to deceive people. She is a fairy, a woman from heaven. How can I compare with her?" Yusasai snuggled in Ning Xiaochuan's arms and said sour. Ning Xiaochuan didn't hide anything from Yusisi and Ning Shiner, and told them all about the cause and effect of Niao Lanqin, but omitted the night of due love between him and Niao Lanqin. Yusisi and Ning Shiner are both highly gifted. Before the Tianmen exam, they had been practicing in the Holy Land for more than a year, and their accomplishments have improved by leaps and bounds. Yusasai reached the first step of Heaven Ladder. Ning Shiner even reached the fourth step of Heaven Ladder. Yusasai is also a genius heart-nourishing master. With the help of the master of the school palace, she has fused the heart-nourishing tripod and has reached the level of a senior heart-nourishing master. Ning Xiaochuan brought Yusisi and Ning Shiner back to the Taoist temple of Wanjian Palace to practice in the Mingjian Pool. This is the Taoist temple of Wanjian Palace in the Holy Land, guarded by experts of Wanjian Palace, which can ensure their safety. Ning Xiaochuan took out a human-level pill, gave it to Yusasai, and let her take it. This human-level pill, called Guiyuan pill, was given to Ning Xiaochuan by the second palace master. Ning Xiaochuan has been staying with her, and is going to give it to Yusasai to take, which can quickly improve her cultivation. Yusisi is different from Ning Shiner. She is a heart cultivator. The cultivation of martial arts is not happy, so she needs the help of Dan medicine to improve her cultivation. Later, Ning Xiaochuan passed the Zixia Sutra to them. This is the martial scripture cultivated by the Emperor Zijin, which is enough to compare with the first martial scripture, Heaven and Earth scripture, of Tiandi Mountain. It can help them cultivate faster and display more powerful magical powers. With the help of Ning Xiaochuan, it took 3 days to completely transform their vitality into Zixia vitality. Next, they don't need Ning Xiaochuan's help, just step-by-step practice. With their talents, it's not difficult to break through the world of heaven and man. Yusisi was a heart cultivator, and did not participate in the selection competition of core disciples. After taking Guiyuan pill, she closed her door to practice and tried her best to refine the medicine of Guiyuan pill. Ning Shiner participated in the selection competition of core disciples, and just entered the preliminary stage. Today, she fought with another inner disciple of the second step Tianti realm and won easily. She came back early. "Brother, why don't you take part in the core disciple selection competition? You don't know that several young monks became famous in the First World War, became the king of the younger generation, and swept away the monks of the same generation." Everyone was stunned. Everyone envied them very much, and they were simply too powerful. After Ning Shiner came back, she told Ning Xiaochuan about what happened on the field, which made her quite excited. The dancing fairy is also very powerful. She defeated her opponent with just one move. Everyone didn't even see what she looked like, so she left in a flutter. If I were as high as her, how wonderful. Ning Shiner adores Luo Wu very much. However, Luo Wu's status is really too noble. She is also a young talent who has passed the Tianmen exam. However, it is extremely difficult to meet her. Rather than watch the war, Ning Xiaochuan is using the medicinal power of 9-flower nectar to understand the Heaven and Earth classic. Despite the disturbance of the outside world, his state of mind was extraordinarily calm. With your talent, you may not be worse than Luo Dance in the future. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Ning Shiner said, "Elder brother, do you know that several young monks became famous in the First World War today, showing their cultivation at the level of heaven and man, and becoming hot figures?" Ning Xiaochuan said, during the Tianmen examination, everyone was hiding his accomplishments and retaining his strength. Now, everyone is qualified to become an inner disciple. With the protection of the elders in the Holy Land, he will naturally no longer hide his strength. Even if there are a few young kings in Tianmen, it is normal. Wait and see. I'm afraid there will be top monks in the finals. This is a big era. The situation will be good, and the strong will emerge in large numbers. Even if there are a few young gods, I won't be surprised. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "It's true. There are more than 10 5-level civilizations managed by Tiandi Mountain, and thousands of low-level civilizations. It's estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of countries of all sizes. It's not surprising that any wizards appear. Although your cultivation has reached the 4th step of heaven ladder, you will suffer a lot when fighting with masters without Jiuping Xuanqi. Brother, here is a Jiuping Xuanqi." Ning Xiaochuan took out the single round star ball and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. "Jiuping Xuanqi. Such a valuable treasure. I can't take it. You'd better keep it." Ning Xiaochuan knows the value of Jiuping Xuanqi. Many big families have only one Jiuping Xuanqi, which is regarded as the treasure of the town. Even those young masters who have passed the Tianmen exam and have 9-grade Xuanqi are quite rare. Ordinary people can't have this level of weapon. You are my only sister. No matter how precious the treasure is, I can give it to you. It's just a 9-grade mysterious weapon. When your cultivation becomes stronger in the future, I will give you the supreme weapon." Ning Xiaochuan gave Ning Xiaochuan a single round of star ball. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a single round of star ball, eyes slightly red, gently nodded. After Ning Xiaochuan helped Ning Xiaochuan refine the single round star ball, he also taught Ning Xiaochuan how to operate the Jiuping Xuanqi and give full play to the Jiuping Xuanqi. Unknowingly, the sky is already bright. Ning Xiaochuan went to the selection competition of core disciples again. Although it's only the past night, after getting the 9th level Xuanqi, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power has at least doubled. With her talent level, even if she meets some strong players in the 5th step Tiandi realm, she can defeat them. However, with her current cultivation, she is still weak to become a core disciple. Ning Xiaochuan plans to let her cultivate with herself from tomorrow evening, and help her improve her cultivation with the help of the medicinal power of 9-flower nectar. Now it is still the preliminary competition for the selection of core disciples. Ning Xiaochuan is not interested in watching the war at all. Even if there are any top talents, they can't disturb his mood. Keep practicing. He opened the lid of the gourd containing 9-flower nectar, and a 9-colored spiritual fog escaped from it, filled the room, and completely wrapped his body. In the room an array was arranged, and the 9-color spirit fog did not escape, but completely condensed together. With Ning Xiaochuan's flesh as the center, the 9-colored petals of illusion are formed. Every flower petal is like being picked from a miraculous medicine, gestating a powerful medicine. Ning Xiaochuan takes a deep breath, breathes and breathes. The 9-colored spirit fog filled the air, constantly drilling into his nostrils and pores, not only improves Ning Xiaochuan's physique, condenses the supreme power in his body, but also helps Ning Xiaochuan understand the Tao. With Ning Xiaochuan's current state of cultivation, we can only absorb 9-flower nectar in this way. If you take a drink rashly, although the effect is better, you have to sleep for 3 to 5 years. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to become a living dead man. He should personally comprehend the Tao of the Heaven and Earth Sutra, rather than forcibly improve the realm with the help of the medicinal power of 9-flower nectar. There is an essential difference between the two. For half a month in a row, Ning Xiaochuan stayed at home. With the help of 9 flowers and nectar, he finally cultivated the Heaven and Earth Sutra to the realm of the 5th step heaven ladder. If there is no 9-flower nectar, even if he is practicing in the Holy Land, it will take Ning Xiaochuan half a year to understand the current state. During this period, he saw no outsiders at all except Ning Xiaochuan. Niao Lanqin still lives in Mingjianqi. During the day, she went to the selection competition of core disciples. After nightfall, she lay in the jade crystal ice coffin. Everyone thought that she had not fully recovered from her injury, so she would stay in Mingjianqi. However, only Ning Xiaochuan knows that after nightfall, she will become another person. Although Niao Lanqing can control his body at will, the soul and body of Queen Wanyin have not been fully integrated, so he should continue to practice. Every 9 days, Ning Xiaochuan will still feed Xian Shui to Queen Wanyin Xian to help her integrate her flesh. Heaven and Earth Sutra reaches the realm of the 5th step of Heaven Ladder realm. Next, is it to impact the realm of heaven and man? Or do you spare no effort to cultivate the supreme body? Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and finally decided to cultivate the supreme body first. 10,000-year heart encounter has represented the limit of human talent. In history, many great sages who trained to the secondary god did not reach the talent level of 10,000-year heart encounter. As for the supreme body, it is only a legend, and even the Emperor of Heaven and the 3rd generation of heirs of the way of destroying the world have not been refined into the supreme body. However, since Ning Xiaochuan has cultivated the supreme power and has the opportunity to cultivate into the supreme body, he will not miss this opportunity. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, it is more important to cultivate the supreme body than to become the son of God and the holy son of Tiandi Mountain. To cultivate the supreme body, you must prepare a lot of resources. At least 1 psychic medicine and 10 ground-grade basalt are needed. It would be better if there were the blood of heaven or monsters. Ning Xiaochuan made a list. In order to cultivate the supreme body, we must be fully prepared. In order to raise resources, Ning Xiaochuan left the Holy Land, crossed 100,000 miles and returned to the headquarters of Wanjian Palace after 2 days and 2 nights. Although the Wanjian Palace was built in the Holy Land by the Taoist field, the resources are stored in the headquarters and are not placed in the Holy Land. In the resource treasure house of the headquarters of Wanjian Palace, buy 20 pieces of ground-grade xianxue and a large jar of the blood of Hongtao monster at the level of heaven and man, which consumes more than half of the xianxue on Ning Xiaochuan. Now, there is only 1 psychic drug missing. With Ning Xiaochuan's current financial resources, he really can't afford to buy miraculous drugs. He immediately thought of the Demon Moon Palace. The Qinyu Palace Master of the Demon Moon Palace said that the mysterious medicine for treating Niao Lanqing came out of the Demon Moon Palace. Ning Xiaochuan saved the first day of the Demon Moon Palace, and it was not too much to ask them for a miraculous medicine. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan went to the Demon Moon Palace again, personally visited the Lord of Qinyu Palace, and told him his intention. A psychic wonder drug? No problem, I'll send someone over now. I don't know what type of psychic wonder drug I need. The Lord of Qinyu's palace was very angry with Ning Xiaochuan, and he always had a smile on his face. Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised that the Lord of Qinyu Palace was too talkative to meet him in person. What is the identity of the Lord of Qinyu Palace? That's a big man in Tiandi Mountain. His cultivation is unpredictable, and he is not comparable to the genius of the younger generation. No matter how talented Ning Xiaochuan is, she doesn't need to come out to meet him in her real body. In fact, what Qinyu Palace Master really likes is not Ning Xiaochuan's talent, but Ning Xiaochuan's master, the 2nd Palace Master of Wanjian Palace, and the famous Master Mulan. Master Mulan and the real leader of Tiandi Mountain are all friends who have passed their lives, especially in the north. Xinjiang's famous mental health teacher. Ning Xiaochuan is his only disciple, and his position in Tiandi Mountain is naturally very important, which has attracted the attention of all forces. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It doesn't need to be too precious. It's okay to use the magic medicine of 1,000 years. It's best to use the magic medicine to improve the blood gas of the martial artist. For example, teardrop red fruit, bloodthirsty orchid, red heart root." What a coincidence! An elder of our Demon Moon Palace happened to find a teardrop fruit some time ago, which has grown for about 1,800 years. I'll order someone to send it now. The Lord of the Qinyu Palace sat on the top, using his mind to transmit sound to an inner disciple, and went to get tears and fruits. That's great. Ning Xiaochuan was also secretly happy. The 1800-year-old teardrop and Zhu Gua are worth as much as an acquired 9-grade Xuanqi, and only a big man like Qin Yu Palace Master can be transferred at will. If you were an elder of the Demon Moon Palace, you would never have such great power. Qin Yu's master's face was solemn and said, Lan Xian has come to see me yesterday. I think her injury seems to be okay. I don't know when she can recover? Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm afraid it will take another 3 or 5 months. The reason why Nia Lanji wanted to stay with Ning Xiaochuan was that the soul and body of Queen Wan Xian had not fully integrated, and she would lose her ability to move at night. According to Ning Xiaochuan's judgment on the situation of Queen Wan Xian, it will take at least 3 months to completely integrate the soul and body. Qin Yuigong nodded and said, as long as it doesn't affect her to compete for the top 3, with her cultivation, even if she is injured, she can easily pass the preliminaries and finals. This year, there were many outstanding talents, all extraordinary. Tianjiao, who is from the Ghost family and the Holy Land of Light, also came to Tiandi Mountain and showed his power to stand out from the crowd. If Lan Xian's injury did not heal, it would be very difficult to win the top 3. A female disciple in her 20s, holding a half-foot-high jade box, came in and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan at the order of the Lord of the Qin Yu Palace. Ning Xiaochuan opened the jade box a little, and a reddish glow shot out from it, emitting a strong fragrance of medicine. Sure enough, it's tears and fruits. Ning Xiaochuan immediately closed the lid, stood up and was about to leave. Suddenly, he thought of another thing and asked, Lord Qin Yu, do you know if there is a single attribute cultivation secret place in Tiandi Mountain? There are hundreds of large and small secret places in Tiandi Mountain. Naturally, there are also single attribute cultivation secret places, but the number is rare. I don't know what attribute cultivation secret places you want to look for. Qin Yu asked, curiously. Ning Xiaochuan said, fire attribute. Qin Yuigong's master nodded. Isn't it true that the spiritual master often deals with fire? She thought that Ning Xiaochuan wanted to use the cultivation secret realm of fire attribute to refine pills, and said, in the Holy Land, there is a cultivation secret realm of fire attribute, called Magic Yen Ruins World. The Magic Yen Ruins World is connected with one of the main earth veins of the Holy Land, which is a very dangerous cultivation secret place. If you want to refine pills in it, you'd better be accompanied by your elders. Well, I'll let Elder Li of the Demon Moon Palace go to the Magic Yen Ruins World with you. The Lord of Qin Yu Palace thought that Ning Xiaochuan was going to refine the elixir for Nia Lanqin, so he was very concerned about this matter. However, Ning Xiaochuan plans to practice the Supreme Body, and naturally does not want to be accompanied by outsiders. So, he hurriedly said, don't bother the elders of Demon Moon Palace. I'm just going to refine pills, and I won't go to dangerous places in the world of Demon Yen Ruins. Besides, the master has a treasure to protect me. Even if I encounter danger, I'm sure to get out. Such a small thing, don't bother the elders of Demon Moon Palace at all. The Lord of Qin Yu Palace nodded and said, well, you should be more careful. There are many unknown dangers in the secret territory. You are not the inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain now. The disciple who guards the secret territory will not let you enter the Magic Yen Ruins world. Take my token. The Lord of Qin Yu took out a white token and gave it to Ning Xiaochuan. At the same time, she also told Ning Xiaochuan to return the token to her after coming out of the world of Magic Yen Ruins. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the Taoist temple of the Demon Moon Palace and looked at the white token in his hand. On the front of the token, there are 3 words, Tiandi Mountain, and in the lower right corner, there are 4 small words engraved with the words, Core Disciple. On the front of the token, the word Qin Yu is printed. As long as you become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain, you can get a Holy Land token of your identity. The white token in Ning Xiaochuan's hand symbolizes Qinyu, the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain. If so, bringing this white token to the primary 5-level civilization is enough to kneel the emperor of that civilization. With all the resources ready, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't wait to rush to the world of Magic Yan ruins immediately with the token of Qinyu Palace Master. The world of Moyan ruins is a cultivation secret place opened up by the sages of Tiandi Mountain. The entrance is at the bottom of the Holy Land, which is connected with the earth vein of the Holy Land. The whole secret realm is connected with the Holy Land. In the Holy Land, every place is full of mystery. After many inquiries, Ning Xiaochuan found the deep canyon at the entrance of the secret place, and walked down the stairs leading to the underground step by step. The more downward, the more intense the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. In every inch of soil, there are bright lines of light flowing, like the blood of the earth, with a certain mysterious meaning. On the ladder to the world of Moyan ruins, Ning Xiaochuan also met some inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain, all of whom have strong accomplishments, either go to the secret realm to practice, or come out of the secret realm to practice. However, they are all very old, most of them are monks over 100 years old. These inner sect disciples have profound cultivation. Using cultivation to lock blood gas can delay aging. Even after more than 100 years of practice, he looks very young, just like a young man in his 20s. He is handsome, bright and full of body, showing the demeanor of a saint. According to Ning Xiaochuan's calculation, he walked more than 800 meters toward the ground. The space in front of him suddenly became open, and a 30-meter-high underground palace appeared. The underground palace is quite huge, with carved dragonstone columns with a diameter of 3 meters, giving people a feeling of incomparable grandeur. In front of the underground palace, 3 light gates are opened. Each light door is only 2 meters high, allowing only one person to enter and leave. It's like a 3-layer water curtain inlaid on the wall, and occasionally it will cause ripples. On the stone wall next to the 3 light doors are carved a line of words. Psychic Ruins World. Magic Yan Ruins World. Shuashwixu World. 3 light gates lead to 3 different cultivation mysteries. The underground palace is guarded by 2 elders. They are wearing Taoist robes, gray hair, bright eyes, and are practicing some kind of mysterious Taoism. They look a little fairy-like. Although they are all the official inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan can see that the cultivation of the 2 elders has not reached the realm of heaven and man, and is still the 5th step of cultivation in the realm of heaven ladder. It's not so easy to break through the realm of heaven and man. Even if you become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain, many people can't reach the realm of heaven and man all their lives. If you don't live to 200 years old, you will die of old age. Why does Tiandi Mountain recruit disciples once 100 years? It's because those inner disciples who can't break through the realm of heaven and man will die of old age after 100 years, and they must have fresh blood input to maintain the prosperity of Tiandi Mountain. The realm of heaven and man is a big threshold. Some of the favorites of heaven have cultivated the 5th step of heaven ladder realm in only 30 years. However, it is likely to be stuck in the 5th step of the ladder for a lifetime and unable to make progress. This is all normal. If you have a high talent, you may not be able to become a natural person, but your opportunities are greater than others. Therefore, monks like Dong Fangsheng and the Crown Prince, who can reach the realm of heaven and man at a young age, can be called the king of the younger generation. Because their talent has far exceeded that of other talents. The 2 elders guarding the underground palace are more than 100 years old, but they have not reached the realm of heaven and man. I'm afraid they will only be stuck in the 5th step of the ladder of heaven in their life. This is the cruelty of the road of cultivation. Time is the greatest enemy. In addition to the 2 elders guarding the secret territory, Ning Xiaochuan accidentally met 2 acquaintances, Lu Ren and Lu Qingyuan. They are also in the underground palace. When Ning Xiaochuan saw them, they also saw Ning Xiaochuan coming down the stairs. Their eyes showed a little surprised. Lu Qingyuan was cut off an arm by Ning Xiaochuan. In his view, it was simply a great humiliation. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan appear in this place, he was slightly surprised at first, and then his eyes flashed a hint of murder. Elder Martial Brother Lu, if you too want to enter the world of psychic ruins for 1 month, you need to pay 2 million xianqi, or 200 merit points. An old man guarding the secret place bowed to Lu Qingyuan, and he was quite respectful to Lu Qingyuan. Although both the old man and Lu Qingyuan became inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain 100 years ago, their cultivation gap is quite large now, and their status cannot be compared with each other. One is still in the 5th step of the ladder of heaven, and the other has gone farther and farther on the road of heaven and man. One is still on the ground, while the other is in the sky. Lu Qingyuan glanced contemptuously at the old man and nodded. Wang Su, when we became inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain together, we didn't expect that 100 years later, you haven't reached the realm of heaven and man. With your qualifications, you can't become a man of heaven all your life. Why should you continue to stay in Tiandi Mountain? It's better to go outside to enjoy decades of prosperity and wealth and enjoy your old age. Tiandi Mountain is only suitable for the strong, and only the strong can survive here. In the last sentence, Lu Qingyuan raised his voice slightly and deliberately said it to Ning Xiaochuan. Hey! This is not our talented heart-nourishing teacher, Ning Xiaochuan. You are not an official inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain now, are you? I'm afraid this is not the place you should come. Lu Ren said strangely. Lu Ren suffered heavy losses in Ning Xiaochuan's hands several times, and his resentment against Ning Xiaochuan is getting deeper and deeper, and he can't wait to break Ning Xiaochuan into pieces. Ning Xiaochuan said, Master Lu, you can come here. Why can't I come? Lu Renting straightened his chest, stared at Ning Xiaochuan cynically, and said, I came with my uncle, who is an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain, and may even become a core disciple in the future. What are you? Can you compare with me? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Lu Qingyuan slightly, hooked the corners of his mouth, and said, Your uncle is so powerful, why did someone cut off an arm? Didn't your uncle tell you how his arm was broken? Ning Xiaochuan is sure that Lu Qingyuan never told Lu Ren such a humiliating thing. Lu Ren sneered, What do you know? My uncle's arm was stained with unknown poison when he broke into a forbidden area in the world of heaven. He had to cut it off himself. He knows what a strong man cuts his wrists. He knows what a quick decision is. With my uncle's cultivation, who can cut off his arm except himself? What a brave man cuts his wrists, which is admirable. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Lu Qingyuan's mouth slightly twitched, very upset, and wanted to crush Ning Xiaochuan to death. He said, Ning Xiaochuan, do you know that this is an important place for cultivation in Tiandi Mountain, and you are not an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain? Is this where you should come? I'm really not qualified, but I don't know whether it is qualified. Ning Xiaochuan took out a white token and handed it to the 2 elders who were guarding the underground palace. When the 2 elders saw the mark of core disciple on the holy soil order, their faces changed, and they immediately respected Ning Xiaochuan. Holding the holy soil order in both hands, they handed it back to Ning Xiaochuan, naturally qualified, naturally qualified. Lu Qingyuan also saw the mark of core disciple on the white token, and his eyebrows slightly frowned. Is it that a palace master of Wanjian Palace handed his holy land order to Ning Xiaochuan? There are only 2 core disciples in Wanjian Palace, the 6th palace master and the 7th palace master. They are all very powerful people, much stronger than Lu Qingyuan. Although Lu Qingyuan's accomplishments are very high, he is still an inner disciple, which is not a small gap from the core disciple. I'm going to practice in the Magic Yen Market World for a month. How can I open the channel to the Magic Yen Market World? Ning Xiaochuan collected the Holy Land Order again, ignoring Lu Qingyuan and Lu Ren. To cultivate in the world of Magic Yen ruins for a month, you need to pay 1 million xianqi, or 100 meritorious points. One of the elders said. It's really expensive. After a month of cultivation, you have to pay 1 million xianshi. If you practice for a year, don't you have to pay 12 million xianshi? Ning Xiaochuan's family background can't compare with those of aristocratic families. Naturally, he is still quite distressed. He thinks to himself that he doesn't know how to obtain merit. If he has time, he has to earn some. In Tiandi Mountain, without merit value, there is no cultivation resources, you can't read the martial classics, and you can't enter the Holy Land for cultivation. It can be said that it's difficult to walk a step. The so-called merit value refers to your contribution to Tiandi Mountain. The more contributions you make, the more merit values you can exchange and enjoy more rights. In a word, there is no free lunch in the world. How much you pay, how much you can get back. Tiandi Mountain will not raise idle people. Ning Xiaochuan paid 1 million xianshi and entered the light gate of the World of Magic Yan ruins. A circle of ripples appeared on the light door, and then Ning Xiaochuan disappeared. Lu Qingyuan looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who walked into the World of Magic Yan ruins. His eyes narrowed slightly, and said coldly, "We also go to the World of Magic Yan ruins." "Uncle, our purpose this time is not to go to the psychic market world to help me impact the realm of the Great Heart Healer. When I become the Great Heart Healer, I will help Uncle refine the elixir of broken arm regeneration." Lu Rendao. Lu Qingyuan's eyes were deep, and he said, "There are many opportunities for you to attack the big heart therapist, but it's hard to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan." Lu Ren was also a smart man. He immediately understood his uncle's meaning and sneered, "Nephew understands." Lu Qingyuan and Lu Ren changed their minds temporarily, followed by Ning Xiaochuan, and also went to the World of Magic Yan ruins. In the underground palace, there were only those two old men left. The two old men looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. One of the old men said, "That young man is dead. There's no way. The Lu clan has a huge force and many strong people. If you offend them, almost no one will come to a good end." However, the origin of the young man seems to be very unusual, even holding the Holy Land Order of the Core Disciple. So what? In the secret realm of cultivation, a token of a core disciple can't scare Lu Qingyuan. Even if he died in the world of Demon Flame ruins, who dares to say that he must have been killed by Lu Qingyuan? These things are not something we can get involved in, or continue to guard the channel of the secret realm and earn meritorious values. If we accumulate enough meritorious values, we can go to ask the Great Heart Nourishing Master to refine human-level pills, and maybe we will have a chance to impact the realm of heaven and man in our lifetime. Ning Xiaochuan stepped into the light gate, just like falling into a river, and was rushed out by a mighty torrent to the World of Magic Yan ruins. That torrent forms a dense bridge connecting the real world and the market world. That torrent is one of the earth veins of Tiandi Mountain. What flows is the earth qi that has been deposited for hundreds of millions of years. It is thick and vast, pushing Ning Xiaochuan to another remote ruins world full of magic flames. It is worthy of being the earth vein of the Holy Land. Indeed, it contains strong power. It is estimated that even heaven and man cannot walk backwards in the earth vein. After hundreds of millions of years of silence, the mysterious qi of heaven and earth is bred into earth aura under the ground, which converges into rivers and flows under the ground, just like the blood of the earth, making the earth fertile and full of vitality. Called earth vein by monks. The earth vein, with the massiness of the earth, is full of ancient charm. Close your eyes and feel the breath of the earth vein, like communicating with a knowledgeable God. The stronger the earth vein is, the longer the silence time is, and the stronger the gathered qi is. Human beings build a civilized country on the earth's vein by the luck of the earth's vein. As long as the earth's vein does not die out, the civilized country can flourish forever. Therefore, the earth vein is also known as the dragon vein of a country. If the dragon vein is broken, the land of the whole civilized country will become more and more barren, unable to grow xianyao, breed xianshi, wither vegetation, dry rivers, and finally become a desert. It's like a person's aorta is cut off, then he's dead. To build a clan and family ancestral house, we should also choose the place where the earth vein flows. If we can find the earth vein left in ancient times, we can even build a holy land. There are more than 10 main earth veins in the underground of Tiandi Mountain, among which there is even an ancient earth vein, which can be called the dragon vein of Tiandi Mountain. Friars practice beside the earth's vein and absorb the earth aura all year round, so that they can be contaminated with the chi of the earth's vein and become a part of the earth's vein. It is of great help to cultivate Taoism and martial arts. There is a main earth vein between the World of Magic Yen ruins and Tiandi Mountain, which makes the World of Magic Yen ruins and Tiandi Mountain connected as a whole. Ning Xiaochuan soon came to the World of Magic Yen ruins. As soon as he landed, there was a sound of chi-chi at his feet. The temperature of the ground was frighteningly high. It was like standing in a red iron pot, and his clothes were burning. Clouds and clouds returned to vitality. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the Tianwu vitality in his body, condensed into a light mask with a diameter of 10 meters, and guarded his body in the center, completely isolated from the outside world. The World of Magic Yen ruins is really dangerous. It is covered by flames all year round, and even red flames are suspended in the air. The ground is full of black iron stones. Between iron and stone, there is boiling red magma flowing. Even throwing a steel plate into the magma will melt in an instant. In such a harsh environment, if only ordinary people, less than a minute, they will be burned to ashes. There are many cultivation secret places in Tiandi Mountain, among which the World of Magic Yen ruins ranks in the top 10. There were once some core disciples, with strong cultivation, who fell into the World of Moyan ruins. Therefore, unless they are martial artists who cultivate the 5-element fire body, they dare to risk their lives to practice hard in this secret place. For others, this is the Hell Demon realm, but Ning Xiaochuan has to use the bad environment here to harden his body and cast the Supreme Body. Of course, before casting the Supreme Body, we have to solve a big problem. Ning Xiaochuan believes that Lu Qingyuan and Lu Ren will definitely catch up with the World of Moyan ruins. They want to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. Why doesn't Ning Xiaochuan want to get rid of them? Wow. Wow. After a while, a light gate appeared in the mid-air of the Magic Yen ruins world, and Lu Qingyuan and Lu Ren flew out of it. It is worthy of being the cultivation secret realm of pure fire attribute. Indeed, it is not a place for people. It is estimated that it can be compared with the temperature of the earth. Lu Ren immediately propped up his strength to protect his body. Lu Qingyuan's cultivation is profound. He is a man of heaven who has become a Taoist. Ordinary flames can't hurt him at all, but he still props up his body vitality at the first time to form a vitality cover. When he came to the World of Magic Yen ruins, he felt a trace of danger. Therefore, we must be cautious. Where did Ning Xiaochuan go? He can't already know that we want to kill him and hide in advance. Lu Ren stood on a black reef, with boiling magma under his feet, and the heat wave constantly surged up from the ground. With a sneering smile on his face and his uncle, Ning Xiaochuan is dead. No, no. Lu Qingyuan was not in such a good mood, and his foreboding was even stronger. Boom! Suddenly, the magma on the ground boils more violently. 333 pole array flags emerged from the magma, forming 333 dark pillars inserted in the magma. A huge array, holding the space, wrapped Lu Qingyuan and Lu Ren in the array. 5 heads and 9 levels of Xian beasts stood in 5 directions of the array, each several tens of meters high, emitting a loud howl. Their wisdom is not lower than that of human beings. They guard the 5 array eyes and operate the array. The other 3 array eyes are controlled by Ning Xiaochuan's 3 mind gymnastics. The complete 8 Winds God Array operates in the world of magic Yen ruins, and its power is fully expanded. The fierce wind roars, sweeping the firestones on the ground into the sky, condensing into 333 huge flame meteorites. Every red meteorite is like a flaming mountain. The array suddenly appeared, scaring Lu Ren's face like earth, and his legs kept swinging. If Lu Qingyuan hadn't held him, he would have fallen into the magma. How could this happen? Who has the courage to ambush his uncle? Lu Ren wouldn't think of Ning Xiaochuan at all, because in his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan, like himself, is just a spiritual trainer with good talent. Relatively speaking, Lu Qingyuan was very calm and fearless, and said, "This is another array. Your array can defeat Dongfang Xing, but you look down on me when you use it to deal with me. Ning Xiaochuan, don't you see your real body yet?" Ow! An earth-shaking dragon howl sounded. Inside the magma, a huge 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out. Its body was more than 100 meters high, and its scales were as big as a dustpan. The longan was like 2 red lanterns, emitting a terrible dragon power. Boom! Boom! The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out of the magma, rushed towards Lu Qingyuan, stretched out 2 huge dragon claws, and attacked like a landslide. Lu Qingyuan's face changed slightly. How could the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex in the sky appear here? It was too much for him to think. The 2 dragon claws had reached his head, with sharp claws and thick scales. The strength was simply terrible. But the claw wind had made his skin ache, like being cut by a knife. Lu Qingyuan is a Taoist monk, majoring in Taoism. His physical strength is not strong. Naturally, he dare not touch the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex. Between the lightning and flint, immediately cast a defensive Taoist art, push out the palm, and the 5 fingers emit a cyan brilliance. A 15-meter-high blue light shield seal came out of the palm. Bang! 2 dragon claws slapped on the blue light shield seal, making an amazing sound. The blue light shield seal was torn open by the dragon claws and turned into light rain fragments. Lu Qingyuan remained calm and pointed to the dragon's claw. At the moment when his finger pointed out, his finger turned golden, like a broken meteor. This is an aggressive Taoist art, a finger of gold. It seems to be just a finger, but it condenses Lu Qingyuan's whole body cultivation. If you concentrate all the power of Taoism to one point, you can burst out the most powerful power. No matter how strong the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex is and how thick the dragon scale is, he is also confident that he will puncture the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. However, it was not the claws of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex that greeted him, but a blood-red magic sword. Blood-red sword light flashed before his eyes. Chi-chi! The tip of the magic sword hit Lu Qingyuan's fingertips, and the sword gas crushed the golden brilliance with a destructive force. Lu Qingyuan had his arm cut off by the magic sword. Naturally, he knew that the magic sword was terrible, sharp, magical, and unbreakable. Therefore, when he saw Ning Xiaochuan stabbing with a sword, he immediately withdrew the Taoist method and quickly retreated. It is very unwise to touch the magic sword with your fingers. When he withdrew the Tao method, his momentum immediately declined and fell into passivity. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't let go of this excellent opportunity, and followed suit. In the 8 Winds God Array, Lu Qingyuan's speed was hindered. Ning Xiaochuan soon caught up with him, and did not give him a chance to breathe at all, displaying the second move of the world-destroying kendo, the world-destroying sword spirit. A phantom of a female demon emerged behind Ning Xiaochuan, with a strong will to destroy. The magic chi filled the whole array and condensed a magic cloud. Lu Qingyuan immediately threw out 3 bronze array discs burned by heaven and man and turned them into 3 defensive arrays to guard himself in the center. He temporarily resisted Ning Xiaochuan's sword breath. Lu Qingyuan finally took a breath and immediately mobilized Dao Yuan's strength. With his fingers in the void, a fire python flew out of his fingertips and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. He should not only defend, but also attack. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan and the magic sword were almost integrated. Waving the magic sword, the 3 defense arrays were broken, and the 3 bronze arrays were cut to pieces by the magic sword, turning into a pile of scrap iron. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation and the power of the magic sword, the array disc burned by ordinary people in heaven can't stop him at all. Ning Xiaochuan held the sword with both hands, and also mobilized the power of Dao Yuan in the magic sword, condensed his whole body cultivation, and cut down with a sword. Lu Qingyuan, an inner disciple of the older generation, has deep cultivation. Although Ning Xiaochuan broke his arm, his combat power was only a 20% discount at most. Therefore, Lu Qingyuan must be injured by surprise. Only in this way can he kill Lu Qingyuan. Even if you can't kill Lu Qingyuan, you should also beat Lu Qingyuan seriously, so that he can't give full play to his cultivation. This is the plan designed by Ning Xiaochuan at the beginning. Wow! A blood-red sword light, more than 70 meters long, rushed out from the edge of the sword, emitting a sky full of sword qi, hitting Lu Qingyuan's chest. Lu Qingyuan's face changed, and all his vitality was injected into the fire python's body. The fire python seemed to be alive, with 2 bulges growing behind it, supporting a pair of huge fire wings, and facing the sword qi cut by Ning Xiaochuan. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan's sword gas and Lu Qingyuan's Taoist method collapsed at the same time, and the sword gas and flame splashed out, rushing at the 2 people respectively. Among them, 2 sword qi cut Lu Qingyuan's chest, leaving 2 bloody wounds. At the same time, the body of the fire python was broken and turned into flame fragments, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stood still, but his mind moved, and the 8 winds god array worked. The power of the array immediately blocked those flame fragments, and even Ning Xiaochuan's clothes were not hurt. Lu Qingyuan looked at the bloodstain on his chest, his eyes became colder and calmer, and immediately moved his vitality, and the wound healed automatically. Scholars should treat each other with admiration on the 3rd day. Compared with the world of heaven, your cultivation is not just a step up. Ning Xiaochuan, have you broken through the 2nd realm of heaven and man? Lu Qingyuan's deep voice. Ning Xiaochuan fell on the shoulder of the 6-armed explosive ape, stood in the air dozens of meters high, looked down at Lu Qingyuan from a commanding position, and said, "You flatter me too much, I haven't completely reached the realm of heaven and man yet." Ning Xiaochuan secretly sighed that Lu Qingyuan's adaptability was still beyond his expectation. Using the 8 winds god array and working together with 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, Lu Qingyuan was only slightly injured by surprise, and did not cause substantive damage to Lu Qingyuan at all. How can it be? If you don't have the realm of heaven and man, you can't hurt me. Moreover, I clearly feel that you have used the power of Dao Yuan, and dare to say that your cultivation has not reached the realm of heaven and man? Lu Qingyuan said coldly. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If you cultivate Tao Yuan, you must be heaven and man? Unless you have the talent of a young god, you can't hurt me without reaching the realm of heaven and man." Lu Qingyuan's eyes were deep, and Xuanwang vomited out of his pupils. He carefully observed Ning Xiaochuan, and his face changed slightly. He said, "Do you really hide your talent level and have the talent of a young god?" "No, it's impossible. The vast world is full of wonders. The crown prince of the emperor and his descendants may not be the strongest of the younger generation. When I break through the realm of heaven and man, I will naturally compete with them." Ning Xiaochuan has a pride in his heart. Although he doesn't like to show off, he wants to fight with the strongest of his peers. He understood that the battle was not to become famous in the First World War, but to improve himself in the battle. If you compete with the strong in your peers, you can find your own shortcomings and make up for your shortcomings through practice. Lu Qingyuan sneered, my cultivation has reached the peak of the second level of heaven and man's realm Zongjingxian, and I am about to enter the third level Shangjingxian. No matter how talented you are, you still haven't reached heaven and man's realm, and you can't be my opponent. The higher your talent is, after killing you, my sense of achievement will be stronger. Haha. The first level of the realm of heaven and man is called the beginning of heaven. The second level is called Zhongjing heaven. The third realm is called Shangjingxian. Lu Qingyuan's realm is the peak of Zongjingxian. If he takes another step forward, it is Shangjingxian. Monks who reach Shangjingxian can already be made elders in Wanjian Palace, and their status has risen rapidly. Many monks, even if they reach the realm of heaven and man, the vast majority of people will always stay in the first level of the realm of heaven and man, and can only live for 200 years at most, which is not much longer than other monks in the realm of earth. However, people like Lu Qingyuan, who has reached the second level of heaven and man, can live to 300 years, with a long lifespan, which is twice the lifespan of other monks in the land. Therefore, the gap between the heaven and man in the middle heaven and the heaven and man in the early heaven is quite large, which is not as simple as the difference of only one realm. If Lu Qingyuan reached the third level of the realm of heaven and man, he would have 400 years of longevity, just like a fairy in people's eyes. Although it is said that after reaching the realm of heaven and man, each level can increase 100 years of longevity. However, it is extremely difficult to improve a realm. It is already a matter of gratitude to be able to break through the realm before the deadline. The power of Wanjian Palace is so huge that it ranks in the top 10 of Tiandi Mountain. However, there are less than 20 palace masters and elders who have reached heaven. Although Lu Qingyuan has reached the peak of the middle heaven realm now, even if he is given another 50 years, he may not be able to reach the upper heaven realm. Lu Qingyuan was only one step away from becoming an elder-level figure. Ning Xiaochuan was naturally under great pressure, but his face was still calm and said, "Stupid. Since I have told you so much, do you think I will save your life today?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were sharp and he had a domineering magical will. It was precisely because Lu Qingyuan was strong that he could better stimulate the potential in his body and impact the supreme body. Ning Xiaochuan took out a jar of Hongtao monster's blood and poured it into his mouth. His skin turned blood red and emitted a strong evil spirit. The blood of Hongtao monster, comparable to the blood of heaven and man, can harden Ning Xiaochuan's body and prepare for the impact on the supreme body. Lu Qingyuan naturally also saw the clue. His eyes narrowed and said, "You need to use my pressure on you to stimulate the potential in your body to impact the world of heaven and man?" Half guessed right. Ning Xiaochuan was carrying a magic sword, and the 18 deadly gases flew out, like the 18 blood-red river flowing around Ning Xiaochuan. His pupils kept shrinking, condensed into 2 blood-red dots, and his momentum became stronger and stronger. "Do you think I will give you that chance?" Lu Qingyuan already knew the purpose of Ning Xiaochuan's coming to the world of magic Yan ruins. In that case, he would not let Ning Xiaochuan break through the realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan must be killed as quickly as possible, otherwise, he will become the promoter of Ning Xiaochuan's breakthrough. Lu Qingyuan immediately called out a small blue tower, held it in the palm of his hand, and injected his vitality into the tower. The small blue tower immediately expanded into a giant tower more than 100 meters high, emitting blue flames and wrapping the tower. This small tower is refined from the material used to forge the supreme vessel, but it has not yet bred the spirit of the vessel, so its power is only equivalent to half of the supreme vessel. Click. Under the urging of Lu Qingyuan, the small blue tower continued to rotate, stimulating a faint supreme force, shaking the 8 winds god array, and more than a dozen flags of the array were blown out and broken in two. There is a crack in the 8 winds god array. As long as he attacks twice, the array will be broken. Ning Xiaochuan also used the 8 winds god array to suppress Lu Qingyuan. Naturally, he would not let him break the array. Therefore, he immediately took action to call out all the 10 figurative magic war swords, turned them into a sword rain, and attacked Lu Qingyuan. Among the 10 swords, 4 of them are 9th-grade Xuanqi. The other 6 battle swords, bred by Ning Xiaochuan, have been upgraded and are close to the 9th-grade Xuanqi. It can be said that in the younger generation, there are really few people who can have so many Jiuping Xuanqi at the same time, except Ning Xiaochuan. It's estimated that you can't find the second one if you can refine so many Jiuping Xuanqi into concrete magical powers. Lu Qingyuan's face was also slightly surprised, and immediately beat out the blue tower and blocked the 10 concrete magic swords. Under the support of Lu Qingyuan's strong vitality, the blue tower is 10 concrete magic swords that are pressed back. Ning Xiaochuan, it's great that you actually have so many Jiuping Xuanqi. Kill you, and these Jiuping Xuanqi will all be mine. Lu Qingyuan laughed. Suddenly, Lu Qingyuan felt an extremely dangerous breath, and his hair stood up. The last time he felt this dangerous smell was when his arm was cut off by Ning Xiaochuan. This time, he was on guard, his mind moved, and the blood in his body accelerated. All the 11 blood arrays above and below his body worked, and a layer of blood-red armor appeared on the surface of his body. Dang! The magic sword hit Lu Qingyuan's heart and was blocked by the blood-red armor. It just stabbed in an inch deep and didn't hurt Lu Qingyuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that Lu Qingyuan's body was even equipped with 11 blood arrays, and the 11 blood arrays were also connected together to form a set of armor. It is estimated that only those great figures of the ancient clan can do this. The blood formation was inspired by the blood of monks, and 11 blood formations operated at the same time, making Lu Qingyuan's defense an iron wall, and no one could hurt him. Even the magic sword could not pierce his body. However, the operation of 11 blood arrays at the same time consumes a lot of blood gas, and he will definitely support it for a long time. What a fast sword! Lu Qingyuan's forehead was sweating. If his reaction was a moment late, or the defense of the blood array was a little weak, he had become the ghost of Ning Xiaochuan's sword at the moment. Is this your strongest blow? Unfortunately, it still can't break my blood armor. Today, the person who is doomed to die will be you. Before reaching the realm of heaven and man, he almost killed himself. Lu Qingyuan had a sense of fear for Ning Xiaochuan and made up his mind to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan today, otherwise, he would definitely become his great enemy in the future. Boom! The power of the blue pagoda is fully displayed, emitting blue brilliance, reflecting the sky into blue. Boom! When the pagoda was attacked, the 8 winds god array was broken, and huge cracks broke out on the ground, and hot magma ejected from the ground. All the flags were blown out, and many of them were smashed and completely discarded. This is the real power of the blue pagoda. It is invincible and can crush everything. Bang! 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 Lu Qingyuan's body was wrapped in blood armor, holding a blue pagoda, smashed 10 concrete magic swords out, strode forward, and beat Ning Xiaochuan back. His defense is unbreakable and his attack is unstoppable. Ow! The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex roared, and the violent blood in his body was stimulated. The dragon scale on his body turned red, and his strength increased several times. He shook the blue pagoda with his dragon claws, and actually beat the blue pagoda back. However, its dragon claws were also broken, becoming bloody and almost useless. The power of half a supreme weapon is no joke, and the dragon's body can't bear it. Under the stimulation of the blood of Hongtao monster, the blood in Ning Xiaochuan's body also became violent, and 3 supreme forces were born from the depths of the blood, the supreme force of Kendo, the supreme force of demonism, and the supreme force of life. The 3 supreme powers are all gathered into the heart and circulate in the 7 orifices. Ning Xiaochuan also took out the miraculous psychic medicine, dripping blood-red fruit, and swallowed it directly into his mouth without refining. It was like a flame entering his throat, which made Ning Xiaochuan's whole body burn. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan shattered 10 pieces of ground basalt with Tianwu vitality, turned them into powder, wrapped the powder with vitality, absorbed it into pores and integrated it into blood. Every grain of basalt powder entering the blood is like a bomb exploding in the blood, releasing powerful energy and integrating into the blood. The energy in Ning Xiaochuan's blood accumulates more and more. If it were other monks, they would have already burst and died. Lu Qingyuan was also surprised by Ning Xiaochuan's breakthrough method. He even absorbed 10 pieces of ground product basalt at the same time. I'm afraid even he would explode and die. Can Ning Xiaochuan survive? No way. Ning Xiaochuan is simply too mysterious. If he is allowed to break through the realm, I'm afraid no one in the younger generation can suppress him. Lu Qingyuan knocked the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex back with a blue pagoda and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body rushed out 2 Dharma phases and emerged above his head. 3000 Dharma phase of destruction. A blood-red magic sword pierces 3 destructive worlds, with mountains of dead bodies, roiling seas of blood, and flaming earth. Every world is dead. However, on the other side of the sky, it shows the Buddha Dharma phase. A sacred and majestic God stood there, his feet on the ground, the sky above his head, and the green clouds revolved around his body, giving people a sense of sacredness and inviolability. 2 ways? Lu Qingyuan's eyes stared straight, like a ghost. Double cultivation of martial arts and Taoism? God-demon homology? However, he was only surprised for a moment, and immediately threw the blue pagoda down, like a blue flame peak pressing down on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan pinched his fingers with both hands and gathered to the center of his eyebrows. A seal of heaven appeared in the middle of the eyebrow, just like a heavenly eye was opened, emitting a dazzling column of light, hitting the blue pagoda. Bang! The white light column blocks the blue pagoda. However, the power of the blue pagoda is quite strong, constantly rolling down towards the bottom. Boom! The white light column only blocked the blue pagoda for 2 moments, and was smashed by the blue pagoda. Lu Qingyuan is worthy of being a man of heaven in the Middle Kingdom. He is strong in cultivation and wears blood-red armor. Standing on the sky, he smashed Ning Xiaochuan's 2 Dharma phases, and the blue pagoda directly bombarded Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! The blue pagoda bombarded the ground full of magma, making the Magic Yen Ruins world a huge pit of 200 meters directly. The ground was torn out of dense cracks, and the earth seemed to break open. Lu Qingyuan breathed a long sigh of relief. He took back the blue pagoda and turned it into a half-foot-tall pagoda, suspended in the palm of his hand. If you are hit by Qinglong Tower, even if you have the physique of a young god, you will definitely die. Lu Qingyuan also sighed in his heart that Ning Xiaochuan was really terrible. He could fight him for so long without reaching the realm of heaven and man. You know, under the attack of his Qinglong Tower, few other celestial beings in the early heaven realm can catch 3 moves. Thinking Ning Xiaochuan was dead, he scattered the blood armor on his body and flew to a black iron stone. Looking at the huge pit in front of him, he looked for Ning Xiaochuan's body. Magma in all directions flows towards the huge pit, but there is no corpse of Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! At this time, suddenly, a magic sword flew out of the magma. Lu Qingyuan was naturally on guard. At the moment he felt the danger, his body immediately sank, and the magic sword that had stabbed his heart passed through his left shoulder. Damn! How can you not be dead? Lu Qingyuan grabbed the handle of the magic sword and wanted to pull it out of his body. However, the magic sword seemed to have life and even began to absorb the blood in his body. Boom! A figure rushed out of the magma, holding a magic knife in both hands. The magic knife, emitting white brilliance, stabbed Lu Qingyuan's eyes. Moreover, Lu Qingyuan vaguely heard that the magic knife even gave out evil laughter, giving people a creepy feeling. Lu Qingyuan clenched his teeth, mobilized all the strength in his body, and shook the sword out. He beat out the blue pagoda to block the blade. Bang! The power of the magic knife exploded, which was surprisingly powerful. It bombarded the blue pagoda. A huge force was passed from the pagoda to Lu Qingyuan, and Lu Qingyuan flew out. Lu Qingyuan half knelt on the ground, his mouth full of blood, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and squeezed 3 words from between his teeth, Ji. Zun. Qi. The supreme weapon is a fart? Lao Tzu is the supreme imperial weapon. He once killed the secondary god. Boy, see, Lao Tzu came out, and he knelt. The Emperor Blade laughed wildly. Ning Xiaochuan holds the magic sword in one hand and the blade of the Emperor of Heaven in the other hand. Half of them are demons and half are gods. His body is divided by 2 forces. On his left was darkness, and the magic cloud was as thick as ink. On his right, he was illuminated by light, like the groundbreaking light of life. Lu Qingyuan's eyes were red and said, "Who are you?" No, your breath is getting stronger, and the power of divinity and magic is converging at the same time. You are not impacting the realm of heaven and man, are you impacting the talent level that is difficult to encounter in 10,000 years? In Lu Qingyuan's view, the 10,000-year hard encounter is already the extreme state of human talent, which is the legendary realm, and no one can reach that realm at all. No, before the earth realm, I already had the rare talent level. What I want to cultivate is the supreme body of gods and demons. God creates everything, devil destroys everything. Gods and demons are the same body, controlling everything. Ning Xiaochuan stands between black and white, just like standing between night and day. The world is completely divided with his body as the center. Half evil, half divine. Supreme body? Lu Qingyuan never mentioned that there was a supreme body in the world. His eyes became sharper. He pinched the blue pagoda and said, "Have you succeeded?" Ning Xiaochuan raised his head and looked at the sky, then shook his head and said, "Not yet, but can you help me?" "Can I help you?" Lu Qingyuan rode. "Your blood." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Lu Qingyuan laughed in his mouth, slowly stood up and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, don't think you're going to eat me? The monk at the peak of Zongjingchen is definitely stronger than you think. Since you are a genius of a level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years, I'm afraid that getting your blood will make me break through Shangjingchen, or even a higher level. Then it depends on whether you have such great ability." Ning Xiaochuan cut gold and cut iron. The Tiandi blade is the supreme imperial weapon. How terrible its power is. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, he has been able to give full play to the first power of the blade of the Emperor of Heaven. The blade waved down, rolled up dozens of meters of knife waves, and a mighty knife gas rushed towards Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan did not reserve any more and beat out the Qinglong Tower, trying to block the Tiandi blade. However, as soon as Qinglong Tower flew out, it was hit by Ning Xiaochuan and pushed over by Lu Qingyuan in the opposite direction. Lu Qingyuan was stunned and immediately retreated. He threw out 2 offensive arrays in a row and turned them into 2 attack arrays, trying to block Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Boom! Ning Xiaochuan smashed the 2 formations with great momentum and cut Lu Qingyuan's neck with a knife. Lu Qingyuan's body was wrapped by blood armor, which he thought could block the blade, but the blood armor was like a layer of paper in front of the Emperor's blade, which was cut in an instant. Poof! A knife chi of the Emperor's blade crossed Lu Qingyuan's neck, leaving a blood line. After a flash, Lu Qingyuan's neck began to gush blood crazily, and his throat was cut off by the blade. If he hadn't retreated quickly, his whole head would have been cut off. Lu Qingyuan, after all, is a man of heaven. He immediately used his vitality to connect the throat, seal the blood vessels, and prevent the outflow of blood. It seems that you don't know how powerful the supreme imperial weapon is? Let alone that you have broken your arm now. Even in your heyday, I want you to die, and you will die here today. Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm, and a blood-red magic sword flew out, penetrating Lu Qingyuan's heart and flying out of his body, hanging on a huge black iron stone. Lu Qingyuan held the magic sword with both hands and wanted to pull it out of his body. However, the magic sword was tightly controlled by Ning Xiaochuan and absorbed the blood in Lu Qingyuan's body. After those heavenly and human blood were absorbed by the magic sword, some of them were fed back to Ning Xiaochuan to help him quench the supreme body faster. How can you suddenly become so strong? Lu Qingyuan was very unwilling. However, he knew he would die, because his heart was pierced by the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Lu Qingyuan and absorbed the blood power of the magic sword. I can only say that you don't know enough about the supreme weapon. The supreme weapon has been able to cultivate independently and has its own power. Not to mention that the Emperor Blade is still the Emperor supreme weapon of the supreme weapon. Even if it only lends 1/10 of its power to me, it's more than enough to kill you. Of course, my current physical strength can only bear 1/10 of the power of the supreme weapon. No matter how much, I will die. Cough. Less than 1 in 10,000. Tiandi Blade Road. Lu Qingyuan laughed and said, Then why did you not use the power of the supreme imperial instrument before? Ning Xiaochuan said, There are 2 reasons. First, I want to use your pressure on me to hone myself, stimulate the potential of my body, and cultivate the supreme body on the edge of life and death. Second, I don't want to use the supreme instrument excessively. If there is dependence, the supreme instrument will control me. Tiandi Ren broke in again and said, How do you talk? I'm that kind of evil knife? In fact, there's a third reason. Ning Xiaochuan has promised me to give me your semi-supreme weapon as a supplement, so I'm willing to do it. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan, don't blame me for starting to price. In the future, if there is no semi-supreme weapon, I'll never lend you strength again. With these words, the Emperor Blade found the blue pagoda, stabbed it into the pagoda, and began to refine the blue pagoda. Ning Xiaochuan was also a little distressed. It was a semi-supreme weapon, which was invaluable. As a result, it was refined by the Emperor's blade, which was simply too wasteful. However, using half of the supreme weapon in exchange for Lu Qingyuan's life is actually quite worth it. Lu Qingyuan has completely died, his body has gradually become shriveled, and the blood of heaven and man in his body has been absorbed by the magic sword. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan's supreme power in his body is becoming stronger and stronger. Just when Ning Xiaochuan's supreme body was about to form, suddenly, a purple-black cloud surged over the world of Moyan ruins, and electric snakes flowed in the cloud, making a boom sound. A breath of depression suddenly came out, as if the world was about to collapse. Ning Xiaochuan felt creepy and looked up at the sky. He only felt a cold air coming out of the tailbone and rushing to the head. This feeling of danger is even more terrible than facing Lu Qingyuan. My uncle. How can robbery clouds appear in the ruins world? Is someone in the ruins world going to become a real person? No. Why did robbery clouds run this way? Is it? Tiandi Blade was refining Qinglong Tower. Thinking that it was his intention to promote the secondary artifact, he attracted Jiayun, and scared it to flee back to Xianbeast Jian immediately. However, the next moment, it found that the robbery cloud above the sky did not come for it. I'll go. Is there really a supreme body in the world? I was envied by God and wanted to get rid of him. Tiandi Blade Road. Tianjia came to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that he was envied by heaven when he practiced the supreme body and was punished by thunder. In the view of God, such a person will break the balance of nature and should not live in the world. He must be destroyed. Even heaven can't tolerate such people. You know, only when monks attack the real world, they will experience a thunder robbery. Is it God's use to test whether monks are qualified to become real people? Is the heart of asking firm enough? The so-called real gold is not afraid of fire, real people are not afraid of lightning. Only through the thunder disaster can we become immortal. What we say here is eternal life, not eternal life. What we say here is not old, not immortal. However, Ning Xiaochuan is still thousands of miles away from the realm of real people. In the eyes of real people, he is now just a mole ant that lives and dies day and night, but he has led to disaster and was suppressed by heaven. To cultivate the supreme body is to fight with heaven. If you can't fight, that's death. If heaven can't help you, then you can become the supreme body. If you can be stronger than heaven, then you are the venerable of heaven and earth. Heaven should respect you, and you are the venerable of heaven. Fight with others, success. Human respect, fight with God and become a god. Only by fighting with heaven can one become a heavenly master. Anyone who knows that God wants to destroy him will surely think that he is dead, give up resistance, give up counterattack, and lie there waiting to die. However, Ning Xiaochuan gradually calmed down, and the fear in his heart gradually disappeared. Even if the sky fell, he would catch it with his hand. Boom! Above the sky, robbery clouds, more and more dense, thunder and lightning, the breath is also more and more powerful. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes, not only without fear, but also began to feel the power of the heavenly way and understand the truth of the heavenly way. At this moment, the shadow of the cold rain appears on the body of the magic sword. She also felt the power of the way of heaven, so she cast a shadow on the magic sword from outside the distant world. Ning Xiaochuan, the founder once left a sentence, if heaven wants to destroy you, you will die. However, in death, there is always a glimmer of vitality, that is, the human heart. Because, in the human inner world, people can destroy the sky. If you really understand this sentence, you can cultivate the supreme body under the disaster of heaven. Otherwise, if heaven wants to destroy you, you will have no vitality. Sui Hanyu's words had just finished, and Ning Xiaochuan had not yet been allowed to understand. A bowl of thick lightning fell from the robbery cloud. This is the thunder disaster from heaven. Even if you hide deep underground, the thunder and lightning will still strike you. The figure on the magic sword was broken into wisps of smoke. The appearance of the cold rain in the spring angered heaven, and the thunder punishment broke her projection. In death, there is always a glimmer of vitality. People can destroy the sky in their inner world. In death, there is always a glimmer of life. Ning Xiaochuan kept flashing this sentence in his mind, comprehending in thunder and lightning, and looking for vitality in death. Boom! Another thunder and lightning chopped down, more stout, as thick as a bucket, like a purple electric dragon, angrily chopped on Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan's hair was scorched and turned into powder, his skin was cracked, and blood flowed. Every inch of his body had electric light flowing. At his feet, he was knocked out a big pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and the hard iron stones were smashed. When the lightning struck Ning Xiaochuan, he was also hardening his body, breaking his flesh, bones and 5 internal organs, and growing again under the nourishment of blood, becoming stronger and tougher, completely leaving the mortal fetus. Boom! The third thunder and lightning fell, twice as thick as the previous one, like a purple lightning pull from the sky, which can destroy all creatures in the world. Ning Xiaochuan's body became charred, cracking out some red sharp, like a piece of red humanoid iron, which would be split by lightning at any time. Ning Xiaochuan gathered all the vitality of his body to the heart, guarding the 7 orifices, God-demon heart. As long as the heart is not broken and the mind is not destroyed, the blood can make the body glow again. Boom! The 4th wave of lightning fell, and 9 times of lightning continuously struck Ning Xiaochuan. The thunder and lightning broke the body, and he repaired the damaged body again with powerful blood and gas, reshaping the body again, and the body became stronger and stronger. Under the attack of thunder robbery, the supreme power in the body not only did not weaken, but became more vigorous. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground. His whole person had long been beyond recognition, and people who didn't know thought it was a black stone. His eyes were closed, and all he saw was darkness. However, there were 37,865 light spots flying from the darkness and turning into 37,865 ancient words. This is the ancient text on the Earth Sutra. Then, those ancient texts turned into 37,865 stars, forming a vast starry sky. The scene of the beginning of heaven and earth is now in front of Ning Xiaochuan. The sky can destroy everything in the world, but it can't destroy the earth. Because there is land, there is day. If the earth is destroyed, the sky will not exist. Just like, if there are no bad people in the world, there can be no good people. Good and bad are relative. I am born of the earth and a part of the earth. If the sky wants to destroy me, destroy the earth first. Ning Xiaochuan's heart produced a clear understanding, and his whole body's strength was collected back to his heart. Every piece of flesh and blood gave off an earthy smell, and his body was integrated with the earth. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan also silently read in his heart, all creatures in the world are born from the earth. I am a part of the earth, and I am the earth. The founder of Mishideo once said that there must be a glimmer of vitality in death. Ning Xiaochuan felt that he had found that chance of life. No matter how fierce the thunder and lightning outside, Ning Xiaochuan ignored it, and just felt the earth in his heart, just like a weak child thrown into the arms of Mother Earth. No matter how powerful the external forces were, Mother Earth helped him resist and could not hurt his origin. Under such circumstances, the natural disaster can't help Ning Xiaochuan. Even if it cuts Ning Xiaochuan's body black, it can't break through Ning Xiaochuan's heart. The thunder and lightning split for 3 hours, and then the robbery cloud gradually dissipated. After restoring calm, Ning Xiaochuan's body was like a rock, connected with the ground, without a breath of life. Half a day later, the stone skin cracked, emitting black brilliance inside. After the other stone skins split, they emitted white light. Pa! The ground, completely cracked. Ning Xiaochuan was still sitting there, and the flesh was condensed again, showing 2 distinct forces of magic and divinity. The clothes on the body, the heaven and earth cloth bag, and the mysterious medicine, stones, and utensils in the treasure house heaven and earth cloth bag were all split into powder by lightning. Only Xuanzhou Jian and a blue gourd survived. That blue gourd is filled with 9 flower nectar. I don't know what the material of the gourd is. It has been preserved in the thunder robbery and has not been damaged. Although Ning Xiaochuan survived the thunderstorm, he was badly injured and almost died. Moreover, he has begun to condense the supreme body and needs a lot of resources to meet the needs of the supreme body. After thinking twice, Ning Xiaochuan decided to drink 9 flower nectar. Ning Xiaochuan drank a mouthful of 9 flower nectar and immediately fell asleep. This sleep is 3 months. Ask for a monthly ticket. 3 months later, when Ning Xiaochuan woke up, his injury had healed, and his body still exuded black and white brilliance. In the body, every drop of blood carries strong power and is full of endless vitality. He not only cultivated the supreme body of gods and demons, but also reached the realm of heaven and man. I just don't know how long he has been sleeping in the world of magic Yen ruins. Tianren in the early stage of heaven will sleep for 3 years after drinking a mouthful of 9 flower nectar. However, Ning Xiaochuan is different. He cultivated into the supreme body, and his digestion ability of 9 flower nectar is much faster than ordinary people. Moreover, the vast majority of the medicinal power of 9 flower nectar is used to condense the supreme body, which has little impact on Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan woke up after only sleeping for 3 months. Meet the master and congratulate him on his great progress in cultivation and becoming a god and man. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan waking up, 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, double-headed stone beast, Kailan ghost bat beast, Jin Jiao, Tai Sui, white-headed 9-clawed eagle knelt on the ground and saluted him. Ning Xiaochuan's breath is really terrible, like a juvenile supreme, making the arrogant 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex kneel on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Get up. How long have I been asleep? Tell the master that you have slept for 99 days. Tai Sui said, "It's only 3 months. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised, staring at Tai Sui and said, "Tai Sui, you have reached the realm of heaven and man." "Yes, I have condensed demon yuan, which is comparable to the human realm of heaven and man. Tai Sui's body has a faint evil spirit, and the demon yuan is rotating in his body, and his combat power has far exceeded that of the other 4 9-level Shan beasts." "Good. Good." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. "Master, what about this man?" Both the white-headed 9-clawed beast and the Kailan ghost bat beast turned into human shapes, bringing Lu Renjie to Ning Xiaochuan. Lu Ren was bound by chains and was injured all over. It was obvious that after he fell into the hands of several Shan beasts, his life was very bad. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, he immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "Master Ning, Uncle Ning, forgive me. I'm damned, I shouldn't be the enemy of you. Your adult doesn't remember the villain's fault, treat me as a fart, and let me go. Please, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong." Lu Ren saw Ning Xiaochuan kill his uncle with his own eyes, and even Tianjia couldn't kill him. His own cultivation was not enough to plug his teeth. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Lu Ren, who was kneeling on the ground, and thought, "The 2 elders who guarded the gate of the secret territory saw me, Lu Ren and Lu Qingyuan, enter the world of Moyan ruins with their own eyes. If Lu Ren and Lu Qingyuan both died in the world of Moyan ruins, Lu people would definitely doubt me. Therefore, Lu Ren can't die now." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Look up and look into my eyes." Lu Renduo raised his head tremblingly and looked at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. His face was full of fear. Shua. Just for a moment, Lu Ren's mind was controlled by Ning Xiaochuan and became his heart slave. "See your master. Thank you for your kindness of not killing me. In the future, I will work for your master." Lu Ren's expression seemed very natural, kneeling on the ground, as if he were doing something he deserved. Ning Xiaochuan takes Lu Ren as a slave, and also plans to bury a secret chest in Wang Sun's house. "No matter whether you use it or not, at least stay behind. Give me your heaven and earth bag." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Lu Ren immediately untied the Qiankuan cloth bag, held it in his hands, and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan respectfully. The previous Tianjia split everything on Ning Xiaochuan into ashes, leaving only Xuanzhou Jian and Jiuhua Qiongjiang. Lu Qingyuan's Qiankuan cloth bag was also hit by Tianjia, and all the treasures in it turned into ashes. Ning Xiaochuan opened Lu Ren's Qiankuan cloth bag and secretly said that Lu Ren was at least an outstanding descendant of the Prime Minister's mansion of the Tianshu Empire. It was too shabby. There were few treasures in the Qiankuan cloth bag. If Ning Xiaochuan was not convinced that he had controlled Lu Ren, he would definitely think that Lu Ren was fooling him. What Ning Xiaochuan didn't know was that Lu Ren had a lot of treasures. Just Shanshur was enough to have hundreds of millions of them. However, Lu Ren was ruined by Yumingsong. What other treasures? Ning Xiaochuan took a robe from the Qiankuan cloth bag and put it on his body, so he returned the dried Qiankuan cloth bag to Lu Ren. Although he has cultivated the supreme body and reached the realm of heaven and man, his strength is too strong to be able to retract and release freely. If he goes out like this, it will definitely cause a sensation, which is not a good thing for him. It's not too late to control the increasing power in the body in the Magic Yen Ruins world first, and then go out. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the six-headed Xian beast and secretly said that I now have a six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex of the level of heaven and man and a Taisui beast of the level of heaven and man, and my strength has greatly increased. If all six mysterious beasts reach the realm of heaven and man, who else in the younger generation can compete with me? Ning Xiaochuan called all six Xian beasts, let them drink a mouthful of 9-flower nectar, and put them into the Xian beast Jian. Now that I have reached the realm of heaven and man, I don't need the help of Xian beast for the time being. Xian beast Jian can help them refine 9-flower nectar. It certainly doesn't take 3 years of deep sleep to wake up. When they wake up, I don't know how strong their cultivation will be. Ning Xiaochuan is most optimistic about the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex and Taisui beast, because they are now at the level of monsters. After digesting the 9-flower nectar, their strength will certainly surge. Ning Xiaochuan stayed in the Magic Yen Ruins world for another month, and has been able to completely control the power in his body, hide the supreme power in the depths of his blood, and retract it freely. He took his power back into his body, completely. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary person. Finally, the power of 9-flower nectar was completely refined, and the cultivation actually reached the peak of the initial realm of heaven, which was not far from the realm of the middle realm of heaven. In this month's practice, Ning Xiaochuan has gained a great deal, and his accomplishments have risen one after another, which is equivalent to the achievements of other Tianren's cultivation for decades, and completely digests the power of 9-flower nectar remaining in his body. It has been more than 4 months since I entered the world of Magic Yen Ruins. It's time to go out. Ning Xiaochuan and Lu Ren returned to the underground palace again, and the 2 elders were still guarding the 3 cultivation secret places. The 2 old men saw that Ning Xiaochuan actually returned with Lu Ren, but they didn't see Lu Qingyuan. Their eyes were surprised, but they didn't ask much. One of the elders said, "It should have been a month for you to cultivate in the Magic Yen Ruins world. However, you have to pay another 3 million pieces of basalt, or 300 points of merit, to get out of the Magic Yen Ruins world after 4 months." Ning Xiaochuan was a little embarrassed. All the shancher on his body had been cut into ashes by the disaster. Now, he was simply poor. Lu Ren is also very poor. There are only hundreds of thousands of shancher left in the Qiankuan cloth bag, which is not enough at all. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I don't have shancher now, and I don't have merit value. Otherwise, if you 2 need to refine pills, you can find me. I'm a great heart-nourishing master, and I should be able to help you. Are you a great heart trainer?" The 2 Taoists stared at Ning Xiaochuan in shock, with a face of disbelief. In their view, the big heart trainer can't be so young. Lu Ren said unhappily, "What do you 2 know? Elder Martial Brother Ning is a disciple of Master Mulan. He is a genius heart-nourishing master. It's your luck to ask Elder Martial Brother Ning to refine pills for you for 8 generations. Master Mulan's disciple. My God. It's really great, Elder Martial Brother Ning, please help us save our lives and help us refine Guiyuan pill." Hearing that Ning Xiaochuan was a disciple of Master Mulan, the 2 old Taoists were so excited that they knelt on the ground and kept begging Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan immediately helped the 2 old Taoists up and said, "2 old people, I can't afford to be called my senior brother. Worthy. Although we are older than you, you are a disciple of Master Mulan. Our seniority is much lower than you. Calling you Elder Martial Brother has made us climb up to you. Get up first." Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "Why do you ask me to help you refine Guiyuan pill?" Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was so unassuming, the 2 elders stood up. One of them said, "We have been practicing in Tiandi Mountain 100 years ago, but we still haven't reached the realm of heaven and man. At our current age, Guiyuan pill is the only hope to reach the realm of heaven and man. Otherwise, we can only live for another 20 years at most." Ning Xiaochuan said, well, since we met, it's also a kind of fate. If you help us pay 600 meritorious points, I can try to help you refine Guiyuan pill. However, you need to prepare the medicinal materials for refining Guiyuan pill yourself, and I can't guarantee 100% success. After Ning Xiaochuan reached the realm of heaven and man, his confidence increased greatly, and he felt that he could start to try to refine human-level pills. Besides, he once studied human-level pills. It shouldn't be difficult to refine human-level pills. The medicinal materials are naturally prepared by ourselves. It doesn't matter if we don't refine them successfully. After all, we're just gambling on our luck. No one can guarantee that we can refine human-level pills. However, Elder Martial Brother Ning is a disciple of Master Mulan, and the probability of refining Guiyuan pills must be higher than other heart-nourishing masters. The two old Taoists showed great joy. Fearing that Ning Xiaochuan would regret it, they immediately helped Ning Xiaochuan and Lu Ren pay 600 points of merit, and couldn't close their mouths with a smile. It was also their good luck that they met Ning Xiaochuan. If they were to become another great spiritual trainer and didn't charge them 10,000 points of merit, it would be impossible to refine human-level pills for them, and the success rate was not high. I don't know how to call you. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to say two younger martial brothers, but when he saw that the two old Taoists had gray hair and wrinkled faces, he couldn't say the word younger martial brother. This is not to blame for Ning Xiaochuan. After all, he came from the earth and was educated to respect the old and love the young. Always maintain the minimum respect for the elderly. If other monks, as long as their accomplishments become strong, let alone irrelevant two old people, even the elders of their own family should kneel down and salute him and respect him. Ning Xiaochuan is still quite disgusted with this. Although we say that the world is based on strength, we should always adhere to certain principles and bottom lines in our hearts. Of course, respect is mutual. Why respect the enemy? Senior Brother Ning, I'm sorry, Wang Suxing. Sorry, thank you. The two old men respectfully reported their names. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, when you have prepared the materials, come to Wanjian Palace Taoist Center to find me and report the name of Ning Xiaochuan. If I have left Wanjian Palace Taoist Center, then it is estimated that I have gone to Baichao Garden, and you can go there to find me. In case. Wang Suxing said with some worry. Lu Ren scolded, what in case? Do you dare to doubt Elder Martial Brother Ning? What kind of person is Elder Martial Brother Ning? He is absolutely eloquent and will covet hundreds of meritorious deeds from you. No, no. Wang Suxing and Xia and hurriedly said. Elder Martial Brother Ning, I don't think such people should help them. What's the matter? Lu Rendao. Gone. Ning Xiaochuan took the lead in going out. It has been more than 4 months, and I don't know how far the selection competition of core disciples has gone. Although Ning Xiaochuan did not participate, Ning Shiner, Situ Jing and Zi Hanyan all participated. Of course, they will care about the result of the game. Ning Xiaochuan asked Lu Ren to return to the Taoist temple of Wang Sun Fu, while he returned to the Taoist temple of Wanjian Palace. Just back to Mingjian Pool, I saw Yusasai standing by the pool. It took her 4 months to refine more than half of the Dan Qi of Guiyuan Dan, and her cultivation reached the 4th step of Heaven Ladder. If you completely refine the power of the elixir, it is not difficult to reach the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. Ogawa, you're finally back. A beautiful woman in purple always comes to you these days. I said you weren't there, but she didn't believe it. Did you say you were angry? Yusasai pursed her lips and secretly glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, hoping to see the change of Ning Xiaochuan's expression. Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm and said, did you fight with her? I can't beat her. If Xianer didn't come out to explain, she might break in. Who the hell is she? Royal Sissy's insinuation. Ning Xiaochuan glanced in the direction of the door and saw a lilac and beautiful figure standing there, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, and said, "She's coming. I'll talk to her alone first, and I'll explain to you when I come back in the evening." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan walked towards Zihanyan. Yusasai looked at Ning Xiaochuan's back and gently touched her chin with her fingers, self-talking way, "After walking a jade Ningxing, there is another purple smoke. It seems that the Queen Mother is right. It is impossible to think of a man who treats you wholeheartedly. Men like Father Wang and Ning Xiaochuan never lack women who take the initiative to throw themselves into their arms. If they can get 1/10 of their sincerity, they should be satisfied." Bah. Bah. What do you think? The enemy's come to the door, UCC, you can't eliminate it. Extreme resistance. War, you must be satisfied, cheer up. In the Holy Land, every place is built with superb craftsmanship, as if you were in a fairyland. Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan walked out of the 10,000 Sword Palace Taoist Temple, walked between the green mountains and green waters, and walked to the foot of the rarely populated waterfall to enjoy the rare tranquility. Zihanyan first opened his mouth and broke the silence, saying, "Where have you been during this time?" "I asked the master, and he said you went to a secret place to refine pills, but he didn't say which secret place you went to. I wanted to find you, but I didn't know where to find you." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "This is not the question you want to ask me, is it?" Zihanyan's mind was delicate and his words were very measured. He tentatively said, "Lan Xianzi's injury has healed, but she will still go to your place every night. Everyone is saying that Lan Xianzi is about to become a member of our Wanjian Palace." "Everyone is talking?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Yes." Zihanyan nodded. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Then let them say. You should have something else to ask me?" Zihanyan stared at the waterfall flowing down from the top of the mountain. After thinking about how to organize language for a long time, he said, "Actually, it's not a big thing, that is. The Zixia Sutra is of great importance, and I hope you don't easily pass it on to outsiders. Of course, Shiner is not an outsider. Since she is your sister, I will also take her as my sister, not to mention the Zixia Sutra, and I can give her even the most important things." Her apricot eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan tightly, as if waiting for an answer, and as if worried that Ning Xiaochuan would misunderstand her as a careful woman. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Lingquan in the pool and pondered for a long time, saying, "Are you talking about Sissy? In fact, I do have selfishness in it, but I passed the Zixia Sutra to her after many times of thinking. I am also waiting for your attitude?" "What attitude?" "Purple cold flu." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I owe Sissy a lot of favor, and I do have feelings for her. In a word, if I want to marry a wife, it must be her. If I want to marry 2 wives, one of them must be her. If you think you can't tolerate her, then I'll go back and let her practice other martial arts classics now, and I'll erase her memory of the Zixia Sutra. However, if you can't tolerate her, we are doomed not to get together. I don't want to see the women I like sneak up against each other and fight with each other, which is a headache. Sometimes, even if I don't want to let go anymore, I will choose to let go." "You are so smart, you should know what I mean?" Zihanyan tightly pursed her lips and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with her eyes tightly. She said with some resentment, "You want me to make a choice between the Zixia Sutra and you? If I can't tolerate you, Cece, you can't tolerate me. In your heart, I'm not as good as her at all?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "There are some things I can't do. If I abandon Sissy, my conscience will be condemned, and I can't do it myself. I hope you can understand." In Ning Xiaochuan's view, if Zihanyan can't share the Zixia Sutra with Yusasai, he must not share a man with Yusasai. If so, Ning Xiaochuan can only choose to let go. If Zihanyan chooses the Zixia Sutra, it means that in her heart, the Zixia Sutra weighs more than Ning Xiaochuan. Even if Ning Xiaochuan let go now, he won't feel indebted to her. This is the fairest way to treat him, Zihanyan and Yusasai. Royal Sissy, hid in the distance, hidden in a layer of mist, wiped her eyes, and said, "This guy has a little conscience. I didn't think I was wrong about him. However, he spoke so directly, and he's not afraid to hurt the purple girl's heart. It's so heartless." Yusasai was tracking Ning Xiaochuan to see if he would steal with other women. Love, unexpectedly, saw this scene, but made her worry about purple smoke, afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would hurt other girls' hearts. Although Yusasai was a little unruly, her mind was not bad, but she was very considerate of others. After seeing that Ning Xiaochuan had no deviant behavior, she quietly left and did not continue to steal. Peep down. Ning Xiaochuan certainly knows that this choice is very difficult for Zihanyan, so give her enough time to consider. Think about it first. When you have the answer, come to Mingjianchi to find me. Ning Xiaochuan turned and left. He also needs to think about it carefully. Emotional things are the most difficult to choose. However, some contradictions will be faced sooner or later. If we avoid them now, they will only become bigger in the future. Ning Xiaochuan. As soon as he turned around, Zihanyan hugged him from behind, put his snow-white cheek on his back, and said softly, "I have the answer." "How do you choose?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Purple Smoke hugged tightly for a few minutes, and said bitterly, "Isn't it obvious enough?" She knew Ning Xiaochuan was very smart, but she didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to be so single-minded when solving the relationship between men and women. EQ is too low. Ning Xiaochuan's face also softened, gently touched the delicate and smooth jade hand of Purple Smoke, and said, "Why do you have to wrong yourself?" "I'm not wronged. If you choose to abandon Yusasai, I will look down on you. Although I do have hostility to her, I will restrain myself and won't embarrass you." Purple Cold Smoke, soft voice way. Ning Xiaochuan's mood became more relaxed, and he was more happy than becoming the supreme body. He said, "It's best if you can understand. After all, the Zixia Sutra is the treasure of the Purple family. I'll tell Sissy that she won't reveal it. By the way, should you loosen your hand first?" Zihanyan was also emotional just now, so she suddenly hugged Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, she gradually calmed down and found that their posture was very ambiguous. Although both she and Ning Xiaochuan have secret feelings for each other, they have never been so close, not even holding hands. At this moment, a layer of red clouds rose on her face. She was very shy, and immediately fled into the mist and disappeared without a trace. After a long time, she came out of the mist, and her dusty temperament had been restored, just like a beauty in the painting came out, standing quietly opposite Ning Xiaochuan, and her eyes were still afraid to look at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the edge of the pool and said with a smile, "I practice in the secret realm and know little about the outside world. Can you tell me how far the core disciple selection competition has gone?" Zihanyan's body is slender, and a layer of purple glow flows around him. He keeps a certain distance from Ning Xiaochuan, and his heart still beats very fast. The preliminaries have ended, and a total of 358 people have entered the finals. If in the past, these 358 people are eligible to become core disciples. However, there are too many geniuses in this session. The top management of Tiandi Mountain has made regulations that this session will only recruit 100 core disciples. The competition will be more intense. Plus Xianer, there are 7 people in Wanjian Palace who have entered the finals. However, except for Elder Martial Sister Luo, all 6 of us are struggling to reach the finals. It is not easy to become core disciples. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Purple Smoke carefully and said, "Your cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th step of Heaven Ladder realm. Are you going to break through the realm of heaven and man?" Zihan flew. "It's only a foot away from the sky and the human environment, but I always feel a little worse. It's only a line, but it's an aberration of 18,000 miles. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Many people are just a line away, but they are always trapped under heaven and man. I'll show you something, which may be helpful to you. What? Zihanyan said curiously. I'll take you to see the creation of the beginning of heaven and earth and the creation of the destruction of the world. Whether you can understand something from it depends on your own savvy. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Tiandi Jing contains the nature of the beginning of heaven and earth. The Book of Destruction contains the creation of world destruction. Ning Xiaochuan took her to look at the two kinds of nature, and indirectly passed the Heaven and Earth Sutra and the Destruction Sutra to her, hoping that she could understand useful things from other martial sutras, which could not only help her break through the realm of heaven and man, but also be of great benefit to her future cultivation. With Ning Xiaochuan's current realm, it is impossible to really evolve the beginning of heaven and earth and the destruction of the world. He can only pass the artistic conception he understands to Zihanyan, so that she can understand the true meaning of Heaven and Earth Sutra and the Destruction of the World Sutra, from which she can understand the true meaning of martial arts. When Ning Xiaochuan passed those two artistic conceptions to Zihanyan, Zihanyan really understood something from it, as if he had been suddenly awakened, hit the head with a bang, and soon found an opportunity to break through the realm of heaven and human beings, and practice in isolation. Ning Xiaochuan took her back to Mingjian Pool, and then closed the door. I believe that when she pushes the door again, it should have changed. With her constitution, it should not be difficult to break through the world of heaven and man. Her physique is good, and it's not difficult to break through the realm of heaven and man. It's okay. Hook up with a beautiful girl like Jade. Niao Lanxin wears a white robe, wears a bun, and has red lips and white teeth. Although she is dressed as a man, anyone can see that she is a beautiful woman. She stood by Mingjian Pool with her hands on her back, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with a smile. Ning Xiaochuan walked towards her and said, "Why do you always like women disguised as men? Don't worry about it. I'm here to discuss things with you." The soul and body of Queen Wanyin have been almost completely integrated. What are you going to do next? Niao Lan thought. What am I going to do? It's your own business. What's it to do with me? Ning Xiaochuan flicked his clothes and walked over. Niao Lanxin's eyes were especially bright, and his eyes were cocked up. But she can't see me, and I can't see her, and only you can communicate with her. I want to know her next plan after her rebirth against the sky. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the sky and said, "It's going to be dark. When she appears, I'll ask for you." Thank you. Niao Lanxin picked up the corners of his mouth and stared at Ning Xiaochuan provocatively. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised that she could also say, "Thank you." It was really amazing. Niao Lanxin slept in the jade crystal ice coffin again. Ning Xiaochuan sat by the Mingjian Pool, feeling the water in the pool and the sword meaning. It is said that the founder of Wanjian Palace washes his sword in the pool every day. The water in the pool is stained with the meaning of sword and will last for thousands of years. Feeling others' kendo is certainly of great help to yourself. After reaching the realm of heaven and man, the main test is the understanding of martial artists. Heaven and man are one, understand the way of 100 schools, and achieve their own way. Low-level martial arts, cultivate strength. Intermediate martial arts, cultivate qi. High-level martial arts, cultivating the mind. Top martial arts, cultivate the mind. Further up is the God-level martial arts, which is more unpredictable and mysterious, which is not understandable by ordinary people. Only those who reach that level will understand what is the God-level martial art. After reaching the realm of heaven and man, the martial artist has completed his transformation. He should not only cultivate qi, but also cultivate mind. The so-called cultivation of mind cannot be taught by outsiders at all, but can only be understood by themselves. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan did not miss any opportunity to understand martial arts. When night fell, Wanyin Xian in the jade crystal ice coffin also woke up, slowly stood up, looked at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance, and walked over. At the moment when Queen Wanning woke up, Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing, stood up and said, "Queen, your soul and body have been completely integrated?" Wanning Xian's eyes were deep, and her thoughts did not seem to be on Ning Xiaochuan. She just nodded gently and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you know how it feels to wake up suddenly after sleeping for thousands of years?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I'm afraid it may not be a happy thing." "Yes. 10,000 years is too long. The vicissitudes of life, things are different, no relatives, looking at the past, not even a person you know, former friends and relatives have died. Even if the eyes are full of vitality, but how can you feel that vitality in your heart?" Queen Wanning said. Ning Xiaochuan is easy to understand the feelings of Queen Wanning Xian, because he also had such feelings when he first came to this world. People can't always live in the past. Since God gives you a chance to live again, then, no matter what happened in the previous life, forget it and reintegrate into the new world. You know, not everyone has such a chance. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Empress Wanning Xian took a deep look at Ning Xiaochuan, and the corners of her mouth also showed a trace of radiance, saying, "I didn't expect you to be so young and sigh so deeply. You said to integrate into the new world? How can you integrate into it?" There was a sound of footsteps outside. Before the person arrived, Yu Mingsong's voice came first, "It's not easy. Change your identity, lower your posture, make a bunch of friends, marry someone, and live a heartless life from now on. I think Lan Xianzi and younger martial brother Ning are a good match. How about you make a pair?" While talking, Yu Mingsong and Situ Jing came in from the outside. Queen Wanyan's face was slightly cold and said, "Did you hear us just now?" Yu Mingsong was slightly stunned and said, "I heard it, but I didn't hear it very clearly. It seems that Lan Xianzi is going to integrate into our Wanjian palace." "Yes. If you marry here, we will be our own people from now on." Haha. After hearing Yu Mingsong's reply, Wanning Xian still didn't let down her suspicion and killed her. "Because her cultivation has not yet recovered to the peak, I don't want to let outsiders know so soon that she has been reborn against the sky." Ning Xiaochuan felt the murderous opportunity on the Queen of Wanning Xian, and hurriedly said, "Let me introduce to you, these two are my friends, Yu Mingsong and Situ Jing. I think if Lan Xianzi really wants to integrate into this world, first of all, don't be so cold. Elder martial brother Yu is right, you should make more friends." Empress Wanning stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, and the murderer on her body gradually withdrew from her body. "Speaking of making friends, today is a good opportunity." Yu Mingsong came to Ning Xiaochuan's ear, smiling, "The Saint of Light will hold a sermon tonight, and only the talented heroes who have entered the finals will be invited. It is said that many people will go there. Most of the 10 kings and 5 fairies of the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain will go there. Yan Wen, the 3rd young master of the ghost-raising family, will also go there. I heard that you have come back, and I specially came to ask you to join the fun. This opportunity to have a glimpse of the Saint of Light is not random every now and then." Quack. The young generation of Tiandi Mountain originally had only 3 kings and 2 fairies. However, during the core disciple selection competition, there were some young talents who stepped into the realm of heaven and man, all of whom were amazing and unparalleled in combat power. Therefore, they have become the current top 10 kings and 5 fairies, all of whom have entered the realm of heaven and man at a young age. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "What is the origin of the bright saint?" Speaking of the Saint of Light, Yu Mingsongton became interested. "Avenue, her origin is not small. Have you heard of the Holy Land of Light? The Holy Land of Light is in the north. Xinjiang is famous. In terms of fame, it is almost the same as Tiandi Mountain. But in terms of power, Tiandi Mountain has only developed for 10,000 years, which is far from being compared with the Holy Land of Light. And she is the saint of the young generation of the Holy Land of Light, that is to say, she ranks second among the many masters of the young generation of the Holy Land of Light, second only to the Son of Light. The founder of Tiandi Mountain is the eldest disciple of Tiandi, and Tiandi is the only true God after the era of Fengshen. Therefore, the status of Tiandi Mountain is transcendent. In terms of fame, it can naturally be compared with Guangming Holy Land. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What is the Saint of Light doing in Tiandi Mountain?" She not only came to Tiandi Mountain, but also took the Tianmen exam. She was the first candidate to walk out of Tianmen. You don't know how ugly the faces of those high-level people in Tiandi Mountain were when she first walked out of Tianmen. Hey. I think this bright saint came to Tiandi Mountain just to publicize the strength of their bright holy land and to compare the talents of our Tiandi Mountain. Yu Mingsong laughed. Situ Jing said, "There is also a rumor that the Saint of Light came to Tiandi Mountain and wanted to borrow our first sutra of Tiandi Mountain, Tianjing, for viewing. However, it is said that she was rejected by the real master." Yu Mingsong added, "There is also a rumor that the Saint of Light has made a bet with the head teacher. If she can beat all the talented heroes in Tiandi Mountain and win the first place in the core disciple trials, the head teacher will lend her the Book of Heaven for 3 days." Situ Jing said, "Whether these rumors are true or false, she is openly provoking all the strong men of our young generation in Tiandi Mountain. If she succeeds, our reputation of Tiandi Mountain will be seriously hit. Don't worry. Xuelingshu and the Crown Prince have the demeanor of a young god, and the bright saint may not be their opponent." Ning Xiaochuan is quite confident in Xuelingshu. However, it was beyond Ning Xiaochuan's expectation that the bright saint was the first to walk out of the gate of heaven. Because he clearly remembered that the first person to enter the Tianmen gate was Xuelingshu. Is the Saint of Light stronger than Xuelingshu? Of course, being the first to go out of heaven doesn't mean that no one is really her opponent. Just like Ning Xiaochuan, who is almost the last few to go out of the gate of heaven, can his strength only rank in the last few? This can only show that the Saint of Light is indeed very powerful. Ask for monthly ticket again in the last 24 hours of this month. If you don't vote today, the monthly ticket will be cleared. Don't waste it. Haha.